Chapter 1, the people are turning their backs on the people, the thousands are pointing their fingers at them. Su Langtian, the light of Orchid City. As the brightest genius of Orchid City High School, not long ago he broke through the first rank of Imperial Guilemaster, setting a new record for the youngest Imperial Guilemaster in Orchid City. If he obtains the identity of the Su family's heir, he is expected to contract the family's inherited trickster beast, the Night Wanderer. Without a doubt, Su Langtian will become the future prime pillar of the Summer Kingdom. The gossip is that Sufan was kicked out of the Su family. Boom! Sound of thunder. In the old grocery store on the corner, a television plays the recent news. Clothes wet with rainwater and clinging to his body, Sufan walked alone on the street. The crowd standing under the eaves to hide from the rain instantly caused a commotion after seeing Sufan. Mockery in their eyes, taunts in their words. Every day he boasts of being the number one in the Su family. He thought he was more powerful, but in the end, he was knocked down by Su Langtian with a single punch. If it wasn't for Su Langtian being kind and sparing him on account of his fellow clan members, I guess he would still be lying in the hospital right now. Hush! Keep your voice down, don't let him hear. Afraid of him? He's nothing but a waste and villain expelled from the Su family now. Just like him, I guess he won't be able to awaken, be a lowly commoner at the bottom, yuck. Rumble. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. In the eyes of the crowd, Sufan, who was drenched in the rain, became more and more helpless and lonely. The Su family, the Royal Guile family, a royal Guile family that had been passed down for hundreds of years. Sufan, son and heir of the Su family. With treatment and a bright future that no one else dares to think about. However, yesterday, everything changed. Yesterday, the runic seals on the stone monument of the Su family's ancestral land that had been dormant for hundreds of years had actually produced a strong repulsive reaction against Sufan. It triggered an explosion that directly threw him off. This was the first time in the history of the Su family. The ancestral land's rejection was like a heavy hammer that shattered the halo above Sufan's head. The former splendor was completely reduced to nothing. According to the Su family, Sufan was so ashamed and angry at being rejected by the ancestral land that he insulted the Su family's acting great head, Yi Jing. It caused an uproar in the Su family ancestral hall. And Yi Jing's son, Su Langtian. After seeing his mother humiliated, he had no choice but to reveal his long-awakened strength as a royal guilemaster. With one palm, he knocked Sufan to the ground and avenged his mother's death. Su Langtian confessed. For many years, he had chosen to hide his talent and remain silent as a last resort due to his fear of Sufan and his fear of Sufan's jealousy and suppression and persecution. If it wasn't for Sufan insulting his mother, he might have continued to hold back and then selflessly go on dedicating himself to the family. Obviously, he was a pride of the Su clan who was dedicated to the clan, but because of Sufan's jealousy, he was reduced to such a state. This villainous act completely enraged the third elder of the Su family. In the end, the third elder and Yi Jing teamed up to expel the incompetent and unethical Sufan from the Su family and set up Su Langtian as the prospective new heir. Sufan fell from the altar overnight and became an ordinary person with nothing. At the same time, he had also been reduced to the object of scorn by all of Lanchang for suppressing his fellow clansmen and having questionable character. Everywhere he went, he was pointed at. Across the street from the grocery store, inside the lavishly decorated cafe on the upper floor. Several students from the same class as Sufan were looking at Sufan condescendingly through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows. They were all sons and daughters of powerful families in Lan City. This cafe was their usual place to communicate and socialize with each other. Previously, Sufan would always have a superior posture, sitting there alone and fast, not bothering to communicate with them. Nowadays, a conversion had occurred. They disdained Sufan. Ha, Sufan seems like a soaked dog. Xia Zizi, announce my breakup with Sufan. The principal and the director of instruction have always looked favorably on Sufan, every day is a treasure, and now I guess the intestines are all repentant, they are notorious for seeing someone's dish. Among them, Manhwa, who had been second for 3 years due to Sufan's suppression, laughed coldly, his eyes full of sarcasm. Sufan, our Lanchang High School's assembly president, I didn't expect you to have today too. Before, you have always been high and mighty, but it turns out that you are a piece of trash. He admitted that Sufan was indeed better than him before. But what about nowadays? Sufan, who had been expelled from the Su family, was no longer in the same world as him. Without the Su family's inherited trickster beast, the Night Wanderer, what can you, Sufan, compare to me? Rubbish! Now that Sufan had been kicked out of the Su clan and had become an ordinary person, it was estimated that he couldn't even afford to buy the highest destiny quality guile beasts. The gap between him and him would only grow wider in the future. Sufan was no longer worthy of being in his eyes. Now his opponent had been changed to another person, a guy who was even more powerful than Sufan. Manhwa turned his gaze to the teenager on the side. Su Langtian, you should have completely crippled him yesterday so that he couldn't participate in the awakening ceremony. Manhwa took the initiative to speak up, and the rest of the second generation echoed. Langtian boss is open and honest, he won't do those things. It's still a toss-up whether that punk Sufan can be awakened or not. Besides, even if he's lucky enough to be awakened, he won't be able to compare to Langtian boss. He's just a fart. It's simply a difference between the clouds and the mud. Brother Langtian, can you help me with my homework tonight? I've already broken up with Sufan. The teenager who was surrounded by the crowd had a handsome appearance and was dressed very fashionably. His shirt and pants were all designer brands. It was a stark contrast to Sufan, who was in the rain below, who was covered in plain ground clothes, and the crowd was rebellious. He was Su Langtian, Sufan's cousin, the son of the Su family's acting head of the family, Ms. Jing Yi, and the prospective heir of the Su family in Lanqing City. The only early awakening imperial guile master amongst the younger generation of Lan City. Sufan fell into the dust, and Su Langtian, who replaced him, naturally took over Sufan's circle. Uninvited, he took the initiative to come to the coffee shop and became the object of the crowd of second-generation touts. And Su Langtian was a gentle gesture to everyone, in stark contrast to Sufan before. It even drew a burst of goodwill from everyone. And more disgust for Sufan. Sufan is not a bit of temperament left. This is going to be a duel between Imperial Guile Masters with Su Langtian at the national examination in 3 months, in a stupid death struggle to reclaim the position of heir. Hey, what else is there to fight? Su Langtian has already awakened to be an Imperial Guile Master. He doesn't even know if he can awaken. In vain, I was quite convinced of him before. Waste is waste, struggling again is futile. That's right, there's no need to fight at all. From the beginning to the end, Su Langtian's mouth had a faint smile hanging at the corners and his demeanor was elegant. Warm and genial, warm. As if it didn't care what everyone said. The crowd didn't notice. Su Langtian's gaze, as he stared at Sufan's back below, flashed with a hideous coldness. Grocery store, cafe. The two classes that would not have crossed paths originally, at this moment both aimed their gazes at Sufan, who was in a sorry state in the rain. Abuse, mockery, derision, denigration, teasing, yin and yang, harboring evil intentions. The crowd is divided, and 1,000 people are in the wrong. I don't know. Sufan, who was in the rain at the moment, didn't even put them in his eyes. Because, in his mind, there was one more thing. A black jade seal. That's right, a jade seal. This jade seal is the same plastic jade seal that the blind godly man smashed his brain yesterday and messed him up to cross over to this world. It also came over with him. Apparently. This black jade seal wasn't quite the same as the crude and indiscriminate plastic artifact he thought it was yesterday. It was quite extraordinary. A lightning flash. A loud boom followed. Sufan, who had just disappeared from sight around the corner, vanished into the street. Once again, he reappeared, already in an endlessly bleak starry sky. Not far in front of him, a black palace hovered. Around the palace, there were 9 spatial cracks that were entangled and locked by chains. At the very top, a huge black dragon carved and coiled, its eyes slightly closed, like the lord of the entire starry sky. The entire palace is as black as ink, and the peripheral staircase rises vividly, one huge beast carving, radiating a suffocating majesty. Majestic and majestic. Sufan suppressed the shock in his heart and looked above the entrance of the palace. There were 3 big, blood-red words there, the palace of the underworld emperor. One step out, hanging over the starry river. Push open the door of the temple and walk in. Inside the hall of the underworld emperor is empty and incomparable. Around the hall wall, carving several hideous beasts, dark symbols in the periphery of the wall floating and wriggling. A black-purple runic array enveloped the central stone throne, emitting a shivering aura outwards. Above it, the black jade seal hovered. The awakening array. Upon seeing the runic formation, Sufan's blood boiled throughout his body. However, it seemed to be different from the awakening spell formations he had seen in the textbooks. The inscribed rune shapes and colors were different. Whatever. It's all coming. Take a deep breath and step in. P.S. Trickster realm levels, divided into 11 levels from low to high. Young body realm, growing body realm, mature body realm, complete body realm, commander realm, ultimate realm, general realm, king realm, emperor realm, totem realm, legend realm. There are 10 types of trickster fate qualities from low to high. Ordinary fate, higher fate, elite fate, commander fate, ultimate fate, overlord fate, king fate, emperor fate, totem fate, legendary fate. Chapter 2, Early Awakening. Contracted trickster judge Wan Ing Zhong Kui. Dots of divine aura flooded over the awakening array, connecting into a special pattern that covered the entire body. Sufan immediately followed the schoolteacher's teaching, emptying his thoughts and closing his eyes to feel. Can feel. A wave of energy wandered throughout the body and finally returned to the spiritual world in the void. Perceive carefully. It was a black and purple arc that was very shocking. Sufan was excited. This arc was too important. It was the key to measuring whether or not a person could awaken the imperial trickster. Ha 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 ha. Even the usually calm Sufan couldn't help but get a little excited at this moment. Quite a few people said that they couldn't awaken? Well, I've managed to do it now, and I've even awakened ahead of all of you. I wish I could see those people's twisted faces right away. Next. Sufan's heartbeat accelerated as he nervously looked at the mental space. That arc was pulsing. It was diffracting shapes. Watch carefully. It's a transparent palace with an ancient summer country and traditional Chinese characters hanging at the palace plaque. Emperor, king, husband, general, xiang, shui, kui, master, li, pawn, brave, van. 12 characters, rapidly rotating and diffusing. Representing the grades of the natal houses, there are 12 natal houses from strong to weak. This step will determine how far the awakened person can go on the path of the imperial trickster and determine the fate of the imperial trickster. Holy! Upon seeing the last word diffused on his natal palace, Sufan's entire body froze. Emperor! One is a royal character natal palace. The strongest fate palace that could become the 12th ranked strongest imperial trickster and contract up to 12 trickster beasts. However, just as Sufan was excited, the fate palace changed once again. A font that had never appeared before diffused at the plaque. Emperor! Sufan, what's the situation? Wait! The black jade seal suspended from the stone chair slammed down the instant the Emperor's fate palace took shape. It drilled into Sufan's spiritual world and pointed at his fate palace. Clunk! A walnut smashing smash. Sufan witnessed it with his own eyes. His Emperor's life palace cracked like porcelain, recoalesced, and finally transformed into a mortal. Suvan's van, mortal's van. The mortal who saw the head in this life. Sufan. He who was so excited just a moment ago was instantly splashed with cold water. His most powerful imperial fate palace had turned into a most trashy mortal fate palace that could only be first ranked and contracted a trickster beast at most? Holy! What are you doing? Sufan roared, ran black jade seal directly ministered to the Buddha clothes to go and left. However, his mortal destiny palace was slightly different from what his teacher had said, and it wasn't emitting white light if anything. Rather, it was a thick purple aura. Sufan, but it's still the mortal destiny palace no matter how it's decorated. He was numb and confused. What was the situation with the black jade seal? At this time, 4 clusters of light points suddenly floated out of the empty underworld Emperor Hall. Sufan was stunned. There was a juvenile-bodied trickster beast in each of these 4 clusters of light. In each of the clusters of light, there was a consciousness that was communicating with him if nothing else. It wanted to be selected by Sufan. Can only choose one? Now Sufan was having trouble choosing. The light mass was gray and he couldn't see anything. Never mind just this one. Sufan chose the leftmost light cluster because it was the only one that wasn't very active. After selecting it, 2 spatial cracks appeared and the remaining 3 light masses drilled in. The balls of light dissipated, revealing the appearance of the bizarre beast inside. This is... Sufan's pupils trembled. The appearance was very long and viciously ugly. The outer shape was like a tiger, but the whole body was black as ink, upright as a human, and the body was gnarled with muscles full of explosive power. With hideous scars all over his body, he seemed to be in the middle of a fight when he was picked by Sufan. The most striking thing was that it was carrying a huge brush and a thick tome on its back, with a weird aura lingering around it. Moreover, it didn't seem to be much pleased with Sufan's choice. It just glanced at it coldly, its eyes full of ferocious aura. It was as if a violent scholar had walked out of hell. The sense of contrast is full. Ahem, don't be mean. Introduce yourself, my name is Sufan, I'll be your boss from now on. Beastless hitchhiker. It's a little awkward. Sufan pinched his nose without delay and tried to use his spiritual power to mobilize the Fate Palace in a rusty manner as taught by his teacher. Underneath the feet of that trickster beast, a contractual spell formation in the color of Sufan's Fate Palace appeared faintly. After seeing the purple-colored spell formation, the hideous tiger eyes were clearly stunned. It then accepted it. A blood-red June surfaced on the tiger's head. Sufan was shocked. This trickster beast was actually a monarch quality fate. It was 3 levels higher than the Su clan's inherited trickster beast, the Night Wanderer. The contract was reached. Sufan knew the race of this trickster beast. The Guile Realm Cowhide to Explosion clan, in addition to the Guile Realm's strongest person, the Guile Emperor clan, one of the 4 judge clans, the Punishment and Evil Division clan. The Su family's inherited Guile Beast Nightwalker clan, in front of the penalized Evil Division clan, was a mole, with no qualifications to follow. And its name was such that Sufan almost didn't react. Zhong Kui. That's right, it's the household name in the parallel world, Wanning Zhong Kui. The 4 judges. The Division of Punishment of Evil. Zhong Kui. It's a bit too much of a coincidence. The contract was completed, and Zhong Kui also collected his violence towards Sufan, kneeling on one knee to show his respect. Well, I'll call you Morning Biao from now on, the name Zhong Kui has too much karma. Don't think much, you're fine, it's me, I'm afraid I can't carry it. In the parallel universe, Zhong Kui was an actual mythological deity. What with Zhong Tianshi, the true lord of house suppression, the true lord of demon exorcism, the emperor of demon exorcism, the god of 10,000 responses. Slipping and sliding, one more powerful than the other, ending up with the title of Explosion. Sufan was really a bit scared. In case the parallel universe really existed, then as Zhong Kui. After learning that he had taken him as his little brother in another world, what's more? Zhong Kui funeral biao. Can it be denied? To his first trickster beast, Zhong Kui morning biao, Sufan very much nodded his head, quite satisfied. This moment. The aggravation he had received yesterday in the Su family was soothed quite a bit. He, Sufan, could still succeed even if he was expelled from the Su family. Lumpy Yijing and third grandpa, you set me up for Su Langtian and put me in a situation where I was betrayed. I, Sufan, remember it all. And Su Langtian, just wait, at the national examination in March, I will definitely defeat you ruthlessly and show your hypocritical mask in front of everyone. There are some things that you can't snatch. When he crossed over, Sufan was a senior in high school, right at the age of middle too. Let him return the favor with virtue. Can't do it. All those who taunted him and bullied him, he remembered. A thunderbolt flashed. Boom! Around the corner, Sufan, who had regained reality, didn't react for a moment and held onto the wall to stabilize himself. The black jade seal transformed into a delicate pendant and hung around his neck. Yo, being scared by a thunderbolt makes you unsteady on your feet. He's done too many bad things. He's afraid of being struck by lightning. The bad things he did to Su Langtian, God wants to strike him to death. Sufan, have some face, don't think of returning to the Su family. If you know what's good for you, just give up your heirship to Su Langtian. Whether it's virtue or strength, Su Langtian is a true pride of heaven, not you, a villain who only suppresses others. To the rebuke from the side, Sufan snorted coldly, not bothering to argue with him. Touching the jade seal, he disappeared into the rain step by step. Unknown piece of nothingness. A new tomb keeper, choosing that grungy little guy from the judge's 4 clans? Interesting. The next day, Sufan appeared on the high school campus, instantly causing a crowd, teasing and sarcasm raining down on him. Everywhere he went nowadays, he was accompanied by comments and pointing. As if he didn't hear it, Sufan continued to walk towards the classroom. It was useless to explain. These people, they only believe what they want to believe. The only way to deal with these people is to use your strength and shut them up. After the awakening ceremony, they've shut up since. Xia Zizi, the top 3 of Lancheng High School's school flower ranking, appeared opposite Sufan. She couldn't hide the disgust on her face. Sufan, let's break up. Now that you have neither strength nor identity but also a corrupt character, you don't deserve me at all. You don't even deserve to lift my shoes. I was blind before. After saying this, he directly left, not giving Sufan a chance to stalk him. Xia Zizi felt that her move to publicly humiliate Sufan was done in a very dashing manner. Inwardly, she couldn't help but feel secretly happy, thinking that the other students would praise her. As for feelings for Sufan? Not at all. What she was looking at was Sufan's identity as the heir to the Su family. Now that Sufan had hit the dust, it was time for her to raid her next target. Xia Zizi didn't guess wrong. The surrounding students were instantly up in arms, treating Sufan as a joke. Sufan was calm and continued to walk towards the classroom. In the parallel world, he knew about Xia Zizi's character, so he wasn't surprised. Don't allow you to talk about my brother like that. Suddenly, a weak voice rang through the crowd. Don't talk about my brother. My brother is not the kind of person you guys are talking about. The crowd sniffed and looked. Immediately silence ensued, and then a path automatically dispersed. The look that was full of taunting Sufan just now converged, and was replaced by a touch of undisguised respect. Only because of one person. Su Langtian. Su Langtian had a smile at the corner of his mouth and his demeanor was elegant as he walked towards Sufan in the midst of all the attention. He was followed by a little boy, facing the gazes of the crowd with a timid color in his eyes. The little boy's name was Su Tianyu, Sufan's own brother. After coming to Sufan's front, Su Tianyu opened his mouth with a sincere face. Brother, come back. Brother Langtian has given me all the information. He said he can explain to the others for you. He said he can do without the airship, as long as you can come home, brother. Chapter 3, The Strongest Fate Palace Crosses Over, I'm Double Awakened? Looking at the sincere expression on his brother's face, Sufan only felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Trying to restrain himself, he looked at Su Langtian. Don't you think you've gone too far? What's wrong with me? Su Langtian had an innocent look on his face and said in a voice that only he and Sufan could hear. Your brother wanted to come over to see you, so I brought him over. What? Feeling embarrassed that your brother saw you in this sorry state? Su Langtian. Sufan was completely enraged and directly grabbed Su Langtian's collar. I'm warning you. It's fine for you to use underhanded tricks against me, but if you lay your hands on my brother, I'll kill you. Do you hear me? The void. Sufan's back. Zhong Kui Morning Biao's huge tiger eyes released substantial killing intent towards Su Langtian. If Sufan released it out at this moment, it would definitely kill the mole that disobeyed Sufan. This moment. Facing Sufan, Su Langtian actually produced a palpitating feeling, as if he was really likely to die in the next second. Subconsciously, he nodded his head. Wow. Sufan released Su Langtian. The latter stumbled. This was the first time he had been in such a sorry state in front of the crowd since he had seized everything from Sufan, and the fingers hidden underneath his body were white with a hideous grip. "Brother Langtian, are you all right?" Xiaozizi, who had just left, ran over and thoughtfully helped Su Langtian up, then glared at Sufan with a sharp voice. "Sufan, what are you pretending for? On the grounds that Su Langtian doesn't dare to utilize the Imperial Trickster ability on you, you're doing whatever you want, aren't you? A waste who hasn't even awakened, what qualifications does he have to flaunt his power in front of Brother Langtian? You make me feel sick, I really misjudged you before." Xiaozizi gave an output, and Su Langtian once again resumed that gentle look. He patted Xiaozizi's hand to signal that he was fine. Then in front of the crowd, he opened his hand toward Sufan. "Sufan, come back, you are the son of the Su family, I won't steal from you." After Su Langtian finished in front of the crowd, he went to Sufan's ear and added a sentence quietly. "Third grandpa is waiting for you at home." "Sufan, Su Langtian, why do you need to engage in these womanly tactics?" Su Langtian smiled disdainfully. "Is it angry? Want to take revenge on me after awakening? Let me tell you, even if you awaken, what's the harm? My mom used a large amount of resources from the Su family to help me reach the peak of the first rank in a year. You, Sufan, can't surpass me in any way without cultivation resources. Furthermore, do you have the money to purchase a more powerful trickster pet? I just want you to be in the midst of everyone condemning you, empty of anger but only able to watch helplessly as I take away everything from you. I, Su Langtian, am the successor of the Su family." After Su Langtian finished sorrowfully, he resumed his smiling face and pulled Su Tianyu's hand. "Tianyu, go back to the family with your cousin. Your brother is not the same as before. If you stay in school for a long time, he will be disciplined by the school leaders. He is now the most worthless student in the eyes of the school leaders, huh?" Su Tianyu didn't understand anything, he just wanted to take one more look at his brother. "Brother, you must take care of yourself at school. If there's anything, go find Brother Langtian, he'll protect you." Sufan rubbed Su Tianyu's head and tenderly said, "Go back, after 3 months, everything will be clear to you. Brother will let you know how excellent your brother is." In the end, Su Langtian forcibly pulled Su Tianyu away, and left in a star-studded crowd with Xiaozizi following. Su Langtian's behavior today had completely angered Sufan. He looked at Su Langtian's back and said angrily in his heart, "On the day of the national examination, I will waste you." Su Langtian left, and the surrounding students who witnessed everything throughout snorted coldly at Sufan. "Before I also felt that the rumors were a bit too much, today I saw that it was really so. The person Su Langtian or so to him, look how he responded, directly stomping on his nose. Su Langtian for this villain, even willing to give up the identity of the heir. The results of this goods are not grateful, but to do it, humph, really good intentions fed the dog. It's a good thing Brother Sufan didn't follow him, ah." The classmate who spoke out in mockery let out a miserable scream. Just a moment ago, Sufan suddenly dodged to that classmate with a speed that was simply impossible for normal people to achieve, and Zhong Kui Morning Biao in the Fate Palace lent a portion of his power to Sufan. That student hadn't reacted yet. Boom! S-punch was blasted into his face. He was dazed and staggered. "Next time, if I ever hear someone raving in front of my ears, that's the treatment. Hear that?" The people around them were silenced, not daring to say a word. None of them wanted to be next. Sufan was truly daring to make a move. A bunch of shabbies. Sufan snorted coldly and left. The mudman still has 3 points of fire, like a fly, buzzing annoying. Sufan left a long time later. Sufan hit someone. Sufan hit someone. Sufan hit someone. Reported to the teacher. Infirmary. The time was long, 3 days later. It was a day of immense importance to all seniors. It is the day of awakening. Lancheng City's central square, a huge square, at this moment gathered more than 4,000 senior students, all the students from Lancheng City and the neighboring towns. The resources needed to set up the awakening formation were enormous. So in order to save, the official Xia state will make a unified deployment in every city every year for the awakening of children who have just reached adulthood. Even the imperial Guile family that had been passed down for many years would choose to do it together, thus saving the family's resources. The awakening is about to begin, so nervous. Ancestors, bless your offspring, let me awaken, even if it's the most trashy Fate Palace, I'm willing. The moment to change your life's destiny is this day. Be sure to awaken. The awakening was about to begin, and tension was written on the faces of every one of the more than 4,000 students, whether they were children of ordinary families or children of worldly families. Today would determine their lives. When Sufan followed his school teacher classmates, appeared in the crowds, or caused a small stir. Isn't that one Sufan? Right. It's him, the punk who insulted his elders and suppressed his cousin. What's he here for? This kind of villain probably won't be able to awaken. It's still not a delusion to take back the Su family heir from Su Langtian's hands, it's really delusional. Because of the salacious matter of the Su family, Sufan had become a celebrity around Lan City. The surroundings were full of gloating voices, and even many of the school's teachers looked at Sufan with cold eyes. As teachers, they hated this kind of incapable student with extremely bad character. Brother Fan, don't pay attention to these stinky people, you will definitely light up these SIs when you awaken later. The mushroom-headed fat teenager who followed behind Sufan comforted. The fat boy was called Zhang Xiaoquan, Sufan's little brother, following Sufan's ass from a young age. He was also the only one who followed Sufan after he lost everything and was criticized by 1,000 people. Good. In the past, Sufan would have answered fiercely, but this time, he was clearly a little short of breath. The reason for this was that he had already awakened, and he didn't know if there was still an effect after going in this time. Even if there is. Where the natal palace, it seems a little hard to hold. Hiss. No way, another wave of group ridicule? Look, that's Su Langtian. The little girl on the side suddenly shouted. Yeah, he's Su Langtian, he's so handsome, he's still strong, and I heard that he's also very gentle and kind. Yes, he is now the number one among the young people in Lanchang, but why did he awaken early? I wonder if he has a girlfriend, he. The moment Su Langtian led the second generation of Lanchang to appear, it caused quite a commotion. Especially since Su Langtian carried a picture of a smile at the corners of his mouth wherever he went, it caused quite a few nymphomaniacs to redden their faces. Su Langtian didn't seem to care about the eyes of the crowd and passed by Sufan. With a disdainful hump, he walked over to the teacher leading the team in Lanchang. This time, he didn't intentionally try to anger Sufan. It could be that Sufan's warning last time had worked, or it could be that he didn't want to make a fool of himself in front of all the Lancheng students. Su Langtian, haven't you already awakened? Why did you still come over? The leading teacher asked with a smile on his face. Yes teacher, the awakening ceremony is also a competition for every school. As a member of Orchid City High School, I can't be absent. Su Langtian's righteous reply, even more so, made the leading teacher think highly of him. This child was truly abject, both to the family and to the school. On the contrary, that's Sufan. What a piece of, isn't he just trying to act tough? I still don't know what kind of this guy is. Zhang Xiaoquan on the side muttered irritably. Su Langtian made him feel uncomfortable. He is so disgusting that he wants to vomit, and the stench is not as bad as a single sweat hair of Brother Fan. The awakening ceremony begins. Orchid City No. 1 Middle School is ranked first and takes the lead. Su Langtian, the current number 1 in Lanchang No. 1 Middle School, naturally bore the brunt. When his Fei's natal palace was revealed on the awakening formation, it immediately caused a sensation amongst everyone. Holy! An 8th order Guile Master talent can contract up to 8 Guile Beasts. 8 Trickster Beasts, 5 for an ordinary trickster is more than enough. Think of the genius. If you look at it this way, Su Langtian is the number 1 person in Lan City. The closest student exclaimed, accompanied by some girls' screams. Listening to the bragging of the people around him, Su Langtian's eyes were full of complacency, but the expression on his face remained flat. Classmates, cheer together, I hope you can awaken like me and fight for the school's honor. Waving at all the students, Iran walked off the stage. It drew even more screams. At the same time, the school leader's podium, Lancheng First Senior High School Principal Wen Jiyang and Director of Teaching Yang Zhou joyful smile. They were very satisfied with Su Langtian's performance. Next. It's alright class, even though you can't become a Mikage, an ordinary person can shine for the country and realize the value of their life. Next. It's okay. Next. It's okay. Next, Xia Zizi. Master Destiny Palace, 5th Order Artificer, classmate your future is full of hope. Yes, thank you teacher. Xia Zizi was so surprised that she went down with a jump, very cute, and with her playful appearance, she immediately gained a crowd of piggish gulping voices. Next, Meng Hui. Handsome Fate Palace, 7th ranked Guile Master, up to 7 Guile Beasts. For a while, the awakened Meng Hui also became the center of attention, and the Kuei Fate Palace was considered to be very outstanding, a talent second only to Su Langtian among all the students present. Meng Hui came down from the stage in the midst of all the stars to Su Fan's front, and opened his mouth amidst the crowd of spectators. Su Fan, awakening is just the beginning, the gap between you and I will only grow wider in the future. Forget it, with ordinary people like you, there will be no interactions in the future. All sticking his face in mockery, Su Fan would not hold back since and snorted coldly. Do you think your talent is stronger than me? Or do you think that you will be able to beat me after you become a royal elementalist? Second will always be second. You're only worthy of looking up at my back for the rest of your life. Su Fan's response immediately caused a burst of laughter from the people around him. A guy who still didn't even know if he could be awakened or not, dared to speak like this to a 7th ranked Imperial Guile Master talent. It was really inviting a laugh. Meng Hui shrugged, Su Fan, your mouth is really hard. An Imperial trickster is not something that ordinary people can afford to play with, just based on the way you're down and out right now. Even if you're lucky enough to be awakened, can you afford to buy a trickster beast? Still want to beat me? Simply delusional, waste, just waste. Su Fan laughed. Let's put it this way, after awakening the school will organize a newcomer hunting tournament, at that time I will fight you, if you lose. After a pause, his tone became cold, you'll kneel down and kowtow to me. Dare to bet? For some reason, at Sufan's gaze, Manhwa actually felt some fear. After all, after being suppressed by Sufan for 3 years, the heart demon did not disappear that easily. But he couldn't refuse in full view of the public, otherwise how would others look at him? Nodded his head fiercely. Good. If you lose, you'll kneel down and call your father. Next. The awakening continues. It turns out that it's not that simple to become a sentinel. The probability of just being able to awaken was considered low. Most students went up there full of hope, only to leave with a despondent face. The guiding teacher comforted them well, but they knew in their hearts that from this moment on, they had become the lowest category of people. Next, Sufan. The crowd fell silent. All eyes were on the teenager who walked towards the awakening formation with a calm face. Su Langtian's outstanding performance just now made people more disgusted with Sufan. Someone spat in Sufan's direction. Bah, a villain, Su Langtian Xiang Destiny Palace 8th rank Gui master talent, all were suppressed by him can only hide his talent, otherwise for his own mother not to be humiliated, it is estimated that it will be deserted. Before I didn't really hate Sufan, now I really hate him, one of our Lan City's talented royal guile masters was almost ruined by him. Let's see what trash talent he can awaken. Ignoring the people, Sufan stepped into the spell. He guessed correctly. Under the mobilization of the spell, the projection of the Fate Palace within his spiritual world was projected. However, probably due to the reason of the spell formation, the true appearance of the Fate Palace was not projected. What was presented to the crowd was just an ordinary small palace. Upon seeing Sufan's Fate Palace, the entire awakening square instantly erupted. Ha 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 ha, the Van Fate Palace, is this the Su family's former heir? I thought he could turn the tide against the wind before, but it turns out he's really a waste. No, what qualifications do you have to suppress Su Langtian with this trash talent? At this moment, everyone unabashedly mocked. The mortal Destiny Palace was just a little bit stronger than ordinary people. The garbage of garbage. This kind of trash was once called the most talented young man in Orchid City? What a big joke. Seeing Sufan's life palace, Manhwa below was so excited that his facial expression was hideous. He. Sufan, you don't have any more chances to turn the tables, laborers are waiting for you to call your father. After the mortal Destiny Palace appeared, Sufan was like becoming a clown, being pointed at by students from all over Orchid City. The disgust for Sufan on Xia Ziz's face directly reached its peak. Sufan, I didn't expect that you are really a waste, no identity and no talent, breaking up with you is really my wisest decision. Then, her gaze turned to Su Langtian next to her. In the future, her target would be Su Langtian. As for Su Langtian, who had always shown himself as a light-hearted person, his breathing was also quite short at this moment. The excitement in his eyes could not even be concealed. Sufan, it turns out that you are really a waste. It seems all those plans I made for you were in vain. The heir to the Su family and the inherited ghost beast, the Nightwalker, are all mine, Su Langtian. Also blackening their faces were Lanchang High School's principal Wen Jiyong and director of instruction Yang Zhou. They had invested so much emotion and effort into Sufan before, even if Sufan was expelled from the Su family, they were still thinking in case Sufan was talented. Now, reality had ruthlessly slapped them in the face. The face is as ugly as it needs to be. Principal 1, is this your school's first place winner? The rest of the school principals beside him had a teasing face. When Jiang strained his face and held back his anger, turning his head to look at the director of instruction, Yang Zhou, who was beside him, and squeezing a few words out of his teeth. I heard that Sufan assaulted a classmate 3 days ago, is there such a thing? Indeed there is such a thing, principal, I've been meaning to report to you for a long time, Sufan, this student is too bad in nature. Yang Zhou replied sardonically, of course he understood that when Jiang had already known, at this moment he was just looking for an excuse. When you go back, cancel all of Sufan's scholarships and also honors. What's the use of good academic performance? We're here to cultivate flowers for the summer kingdom, not to cultivate scum. When Jiang growled with a black face. Wastes don't deserve these treatments, give these to that kid Su Langtian, that kid wasn't discovered by us before because of Sufan, we must make up for him before the national exams approach. Yes. Yang Zhou immediately responded, now he was also disgusted with Sufan. However, just then, Sufan, who everyone was mocking, awakened the formation at his feet. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of light erupted. 1 million people were watching. Sufan's mortal Destiny Palace drew up violently. Under everyone's astonishment, it suddenly turned into a lofty and extraordinary majestic palace. The plaque of the palace, an ancient Chinese character engraved on it. Emperor. At this moment, everyone stood still. In this moment, all are shaken. At this moment, everyone had wonderful expressions. At this moment, Sufan was also confused. He looked at the 2 small life palaces within the spirit world, somewhat dumbfounded. One's self was double awakening? Chapter 4, Tongue-Pulling Formation. Under the attention of 10,000 people, Sufan's life palace escaped outward with a dazzling black aura. The crowd that was still stirring just now shut up in an instant. Black symbolizes mystery, the unknown, fear, and death in the Xia civilization. And control of everything. The expression on everyone's faces stiffened. The whole room was silent. The highest one could cultivate up to a 12th ranked Guile Master. Up to 12 Guile Beasts can be contracted. The introduction about the Palace of Imperial Destiny struck the hearts of everyone present, word by word. Those who had mocked Sufan earlier were all dumbstruck. They were even a little scared. After a long time, someone finally spoke up. No. It's not true, so there really is an Imperial Destiny Palace. I thought it only existed in theory. Sufan. Isn't it not a waste? The black aura of the Imperial Destiny Palace shone onto the dull face of a person below as he muttered. If Sufan is a waste, then all the people in Lan City are idiots. Snap. Someone slapped themselves furiously in the face. I'm so regretful, now is probably the only time I'll ever cross paths with Sufan, but I offended him because of my high mouth, I'm so regretful. Woo woo. Sufan, I was wrong, forgive me. Ahahaha, brother Fan is awesome. The moment the mushroom-headed Zhang Xiaoquan below saw Sufan's Imperial Destiny Palace, he directly knelt down on one knee in excitement and made a Western Knight's kneeling salute towards Sufan. It was like greeting his king. The action was funny and middle-aged, but no one laughed at it. Because at this moment Sufan, worthy. There were even people who envied Zhang Xiaoquan for being able to be like this. Zhang Xiaoquan laughed out loud. Did you all see that, my brother Fan's Fate Palace, the Emperor's Emperor? Let you all mock brother Fan before, now you've hit your faces, does it hurt? Boss Zhang Xiaoquan. Zhang Xiaoquan was heartily happy about Sufan's success. After all, he was his own boss. If the boss is great, what else does he, the little brother, need to say? From now on, Zhang Xiaoquan, and the Royal Trickster Road are considered to be prosperous in martial arts. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Xiaoquan's frenzy at this moment was a stark contrast to the guy who was furiously slapping his own face. And Sufan on the awakening stage didn't stop Zhang Xiaoquan, allowing him to output to slap the faces of all the people who had just mocked him. What's the point of not pretending if you have the strength? Besides, which of these people present hadn't taunted themselves just now? This moment. Many people's hearts gave birth to a strong sense of remorse. In fact, the vast majority of the students present had only heard some catchy words before they started to insult Sufan with their words. Nowadays, not only did they lose the opportunity to be able to befriend a national-level heavenly pride, but they were also very likely to be grudged by Sufan. Being hated by a future Super Sage Master was not a trivial matter. Impossible. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. There must be a problem with the awakening formation. Meng Hui, who was excited just now and intended to make Sufan kneel down and call his father, grimaced. Unable to accept it for a moment, he even wanted to rush up to the awakening stage. This student, don't rush up when others are awakening. The guidance teacher, who had cared nothing about anything just a moment ago, snorted coldly, and the spiritual energy belonging to the Imperial Wizard erupted violently from his body. Without a care in the world, Meng Hui was thrown down. He was an official officer of Xia. He didn't care how these kids made a scene before and went to taunt Sufan. But now that Sufan had awakened the most gifted Emperor Fate Palace, he was bound to protect the whole thing. If anything went wrong, that would be a loss for the Xia kingdom. In his eyes, the more than 4,000 students present, including him, died. Something must not happen to Sufan as well. No. No, you're mistaken. Sufan is just a waste of space. Meng Hui, who had fallen to the ground in a sorry state, was pale, still unwilling to believe that the punk who had been criticized by thousands of people, who had been rebelled against by all of them, had re-jumped to become an existence that was so high that he could only look up to it. Next to Meng Hui, Xia Zizi, who had just been cute and adorable and kept spilling her guts to Su Langtian, the whole person was frozen in place, her face pale and unsightly. Thick remorse welled up in her heart. Dully, he shook his head. Shouldn't have broken up. Shouldn't have broken up on my own. Compared to the Imperial Destiny Palace talent, Su Langtian's Xiang Destiny Palace is simply not enough to look at. The difference between the White Moon and the Firefly. As for his identity, Sufan is the eldest son of the Su family lineage, a lot more honorable than Su Langtian. This moment, Xia Zizi felt like she turned out to be a joke, obviously being able to enjoy this honor as Sufan's girlfriend. The smile on Su Langtian's face was also non-existent. His hands hidden under his clothes were clenched in death, viciously gripped and whitened. Looking at Sufan, who was crazily touted by Zhang Xiaoquan on the awakening stage. The corners of his mouth grimaced as he finally squeezed out a few words. Sufan, don't get too happy too early, it's not certain who the deer will die, the national exam will kill you. Su Langtian didn't care about the school's honor mentioned in his mouth just now. Without informing the lead teacher, he directly left to return to the Su family. Originally he didn't want to be like this, everything was forced on him by Sufan. Aside the podium of the various school leaders, when Ji-young excitedly patted the table, full of red excitement. Good. Worthy of being my Lancheng's best child, not in vain of my years of devoted teaching. I, when Ji-young, am also considered to have cultivated a good seedling for the Xia kingdom. It's really saddening this journey, it's tiring, but it's all worth it. Beside him, Director of Instruction Yang Zhou was also suppressing his excitement. When Ji-young has this political achievement of Sufan, his butt will definitely move up a bit, then he himself is not. Beside him, a few other school leaders' faces were equally wonderful: Imperial Destiny Palace talent, absolute genius seed. Will definitely cause the official Xia state's great attention, when Ji-young this time is really embraced. Some people are acidic. Didn't you just say that Sufan is a social scum? And you want to cancel his treatment? Ha 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 ha, did I say that? Why don't I remember? Director Yang, did I say that? Baird. Yang Zhou tore off the notes he had just written as if nothing had happened. You didn't say that, headmaster. Other school leaders. Just then, in the central square, a formation that covered everyone appeared. All the students were in a panic, not knowing what was happening. The guidance teacher next to the awakening formation, a huge wing appeared behind him and then rose up into the air. Do not panic. His voice was soft, but everyone could hear him. The formation under your feet is the tongue-plucking formation. Everything that happened today, do not spread it to anyone other than you, especially about Sufan. Otherwise, death by tongue-plucking. The guiding teacher finished. A ray of spiritual light vacated from the formation and surged into everyone else present except Sufan. The formation came into being. The students who had awakened before and had become imperial tricksters could clearly detect it. There was an additional binding seal within their own mental space. Ordinary people, on the other hand, did not feel it and only knew that something had entered their body. Now, whether it was a student or a school leader or a teacher, everyone was shocked. The resource consumption of the tongue-plucking grand formation could be more than an order of magnitude higher than the awakening grand formation that sustained thousands of people. Unexpectedly, the official had actually done this for Sufan. On the school leader's stage, after feeling the seal within his spirit world, when Ji-young smiled so much that his mouth couldn't close. The more the official cared about Sufan, the more credit he would get. As for the fact that there would be a lot less publicity and exposure if this matter was covered up, it didn't matter. Sufan, don't be in a hurry to reject my invitation to you, and tell me the answer after the national exam. You take this gong method, it's officially prepared for every genius in Xia. It doesn't have much value, but it's very useful to you. Remember to always hide your clumsiness. The otherworldly trickster beasts as well as the imperial trickster masters of other countries won't want a super imperial trickster to appear in the Xia kingdom. Understood, teacher. After the guiding teacher talked to Sufan for a few moments, he handed Sufan an object. Sufan took one step down the awakening stage. The students of Lancheng No. 1 Middle School surrounded in a huge crowd. Sufan, brother Fan. Before mocking you, it's my fault, so please forgive me. Brother Fan, but I never said anything bad about you, haha. You're actually much better than Su Langtian. Sufan, what did guiding teacher give you? Take it out and don't keep it private. You're a student of Lancheng No. 1 Middle School, it's only right to turn in what was given to you. Apart from a few voices with ulterior motives of discord, the vast majority of students were apologizing to Sufan, paying for their previous mocking behavior, fearing that Sufan would hold a grudge. In the face of these people, Sufan was not giving a single good face to walk by indifferently. This attitude of Sufan made the fawning on these people's faces deepen, not feeling that there was anything wrong with his behavior in the slightest. Sufan snorted coldly in his heart, this is the reality, as long as you have the strength, whatever you do is right. Suddenly, Sufan stopped his steps and turned his head to look at Manhwa with a teasing expression. Now, do you still think I'm a loser? How about you kneel down early? Manhwa squeezed out a smile on his face. Sufan, we've always been good friends or classmates, bets and whatnot are all jokes, right, ha ha. However, Sufan's expression remained cold, the meaning was unknown. Manhwa's face turned livid and he gritted his teeth. Sufan, don't you give your face away. Don't be too dejected, beware of an early death. What's the use even if you have good talent? Do you have the money to buy the first trickster beast? Saying that, Manhwa also became confident. He reacted. Right, Sufan was highly talented, but he couldn't afford to contract a good trickster beast in a short period of time. In the competition in a few days, I'll make you, the genius in the limelight, kneel at my feet and call me father, and I'll add one more thing. I want to channel that thing that teacher gave you. Obviously, Manhwa had hit on the idea of Sufan's thing just like the people in the crowd earlier. The things that the official gave to Sufan must be extraordinary. Since Sufan had been expelled from the Su family, it wasn't really possible for him to hold on to it without a background. Zheng Xiaoquan, who was following Sufan, got worried. Manhwa did have a point. If a few days later, Sufan really lost to Manhwa and knelt down, this would be a stain on Sufan's life. Brother Fan. Why don't we just forget about this competition? It's too late now. Is there any room to back out of a bet made in public? Manhwa looked to the side at the onlooking students with a pompous expression. No way, could it be that Sufan is really the kind of villain who goes back on his word? A single word immediately stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone recognized Sufan's talent, but talent redemption took time. With Sufan's current status, how could he have the ability to contract a good trickster beast? Therefore, all the students of Lanchang No. 1 Middle School were very unimpressed with Sufan's next bet. There were also quite a few second generation who secretly disliked Sufan, and they coldly grunted in their hearts. This overwhelming talent was given to Sufan, it was really for nothing. The expressions of the crowd once again fell into Sufan's eyes. He smiled and left. Since he couldn't defeat these Sabi once, then twice. If twice is not enough, then 3 times. Beat them until they are completely convinced. He who possessed Zhong Kui funeral puma had this confidence. Sufan. A timid voice came out. In the crowd, Xia Zizi let out a deep breath, revealing a pathetic smile as she looked at Sufan. Do we still have a chance? 3 years of relationship, I'm sure you can't let go. Let's get back together. Off. Sufan didn't even look back. Xia Zizi's pretty face was covered in consternation, and her entire body froze in place. Chapter 5, The Second Creepy Pet. The annual awakening day is over. Some are happy and some are sad. The watershed in life has appeared, or is it a never-ending rift? The students of the first and second year of high school found a very unusual scene. There seemed to be something wrong with the seniors who had returned from Awakening Square. Why didn't they follow them and snicker at that villainous senior? Even when they output on Sufan, they would also look at themselves with a strange look. As if they were looking at a retard? It's strange when you ask what's going on and no one says. Time flies. In the blink of an eye it has been 4 days, the campus playground, on the thick green, Sufan leisurely lying. Hanging around his neck was a very delicate black jade seal pendant, glistening under the sunlight. At this moment, Sufan's consciousness had entered the spiritual world. Cultivation. Close your eyes and let go into the spiritual world. A breeze wrapped in heat blows against your cheeks and a mixture of auras from the air enters your body. It passes through the 2 natal palaces, each presenting a different color of aura. The purple aura and the scarlet aura look like 2 clouds floating around the mortal fate palace and the imperial fate palace from afar. This step was simple. The next step would require Sufan to operate. He tried to control his spiritual power to invoke these colored auras. Striving to control them, he then ironed out a special pattern on the outer wall of the corresponding natal palace. The pattern is generated and quickly disappears, leaving a little trace behind. One time is a cultivation process. Wait for the lines to spread out on the outer wall of the life palace. He will then enter the next realm. In the past few days, Sufan went to cultivate after eating and didn't stop until his spiritual energy was exhausted. After recovering a little, he started again. So slow. When another round of spiritual energy was exhausted, Sufan exited the spiritual space, looked at the sky, and sighed. At this speed, when will he be at the peak of the first rank? He himself is still different from the others, having 2 fate palaces. When will this get? Years and months? Sufan had a bit of a headache. Yi Jing had privately called on the Su family's reserves to cultivate for Su Langtian, who was already at the peak of the first rank. Stimulated by the awakening of his own imperial destiny palace, there was no telling what that mother and son, as well as the woeful third grandfather, would do. According to this progress of his own, the national examination in more than 2 months. It's really hard to say. Ugh, no money, no resources. Sure enough, no matter what world you're in, you need money. Pops and uncle, how come they disappeared in the Tianlan Peak battlefield? Otherwise, how could they have fallen to such a sorry state? It's summertime and the girls have short skirts and stockings. Sufan returned to the classroom from the playground, and he had enough eye candy along the way. Sufan, why are you late again? Can't you have a proper attitude? You don't have much talent and you don't have a good background. Look at the other students in the class, which one is not more serious than you? If you go on like this, you'll be completely wasted, Go stand at the back of the classroom. The substitute teacher of Awakening Class 1 was called Rendi Hai, a little old man. Sufan slowly slipped all the way over with a lazy attitude. At once, Rendi Hai was furious, and came up with a splitting reprimand. Completely unnoticed, the complex expressions on the faces of the other students in Awakening Class 1. What? The teacher said that Sufan is wasted. What about us? Sufan rolled his eyes. You dead old man. You didn't follow on the day of the awakening, otherwise it wouldn't have been endless. Almost every day you have to lecture yourself, as if you have a ing grudge. However, this little old man is still training. Sufan could feel it. This little old man was really thinking about his future as a teacher, belonging to the hatred. Not because of anything else. Therefore, Sufan was obedient and walked to the back of the classroom. He was punished for standing. Be a good boy and listen to your teacher. Sufan stood at the back of the classroom. This time the entire awakening class 1 students were like awns on their backs, their bodies pricked and scratched. What? The guy with the strongest destiny is punished behind me. Want some company? Teacher, you are worthy of being a teacher. You picked the biggest one out at once. What are you looking at? Sufan has flowers on his face. Ren Dihai huffed and puffed. Look at what the class has become. Unlike words, before the national examination, it must be well prepared and prepared. Let's start with that prick Sufan. After a few days of cultivation, you should be almost familiar with the identity of an Imperial Guile Master. The next step is to contract a Guile Beast and become a true Imperial Guile Master. Today, what teacher is going to talk about is how to pick a good Guile Beast as much as possible and contract it. Alright class, let's get to class. Ren Dihai began the narration of today's lesson with a raised eyebrow. Listening to Sufan, who was standing in punishment, yawned in boredom. In his spiritual world, there was a super powerful monarch fate trickster beast hibernating in his fate palace. This lesson was for him. It was a bit boring. The other students listened with interest. This was about their future. Van. Zhang Xiaoquan in the last row twisted his head and called out to Sufan in a rather obscene whisper. After Sufan that day, Zhang Xiaoquan had also awakened, but his talent was relatively low. The Li Destiny Palace, a highest 4th ranked Imperial Trickster, and the 4-headed Trickster Beast. But this Zhang Xiaoquan was already satisfied. His old Zhang family was considered to have produced a royal Guile Master. On the spot, he shouted excitedly, saying that he was tainted with Sufan's Imperial Qi. The middle 2 winds pulled full. What's wrong? Sufan's mouth didn't move as he carefully responded, afraid of being noticed by that little old man on the podium. Next Monday the school will organize the trial match. Has your first Trickster Beast landed yet? Sufan hesitated for a moment. Not yet. What about the bet with Meng Hui? Let's talk about it. It's okay, I'm sure. Ha? Zhang Xiaoquan. The old man growled. Biu, boom. Chalk dust splatters and a white and gray mushroom-headed fat man is generated. When he heard that Sufan's Trickster Beast had not yet landed, Zhang Xiaoquan immediately became anxious and his voice accidentally raised an octave. As a result, Ren Dihai immediately locked on and executed a precision strike. You stand back as well. Ahem. Mushroom Head coughed up chalk dust and obediently stood in front of Sufan. Brother Fan, why aren't you in a bit of a hurry? I've heard all about it. Meng Hui hasn't been at school for the past few days. It seems like he's inherited the family's inherited Trickster Beast. Although his family's Trickster Beast isn't as strong as the Su family's night-traveling god, it's by no means an ordinary Trickster Beast. There are also those second-generation people who are already plotting how to take away from your hands what the guiding teacher gave you. Brother Fan, you're in a very dangerous situation. Sufan was silent for a moment. No money. Zhang Xiaoquan froze. Don't give up, Brother Fan, you have to work harder. Our path to martial arts has just begun, damn it. As Zhang Xiaoquan spoke, Sufan pulled out his ears, apparently treating his words as air. It's so true that the emperor is in a hurry. He himself had a Trickster Beast, and it was a Trickster Beast with a strong growth talent. Zhong Kui morning biao. What's there to be afraid of? Only. He's a little less inclined to make an appearance with Funeral Puma, or doesn't plan on exposing it, to be precise. The day. The official teacher gave him a lot to talk about. The world. Not only do the human race have to fight brutal battles against otherworldly bizarre beasts to maintain territories that can allow humans to live on. At the same time, the guile of the Imperial Guile Masters and the guile of the Imperial Guile Masters, and the guile of the nations, is also what every Imperial Guile Master needs to face. The slightest carelessness could lead to the end of all life. Especially since his current situation wasn't really too good. Su Langtian's mother and son's hostility towards him was very deep, so until he had no choice, he still had to hide if he could. Of course, Morning Biao is not completely unusable. In the past few days, Sufan discovered some other heaven-defying abilities of Morning Biao. This was also the underpinning of his certainty about fighting Meng Hui. Brother Fan, why don't we go to the Trickster Beast store on the weekend? I've heard that there's a Trickster Beast score loan, so if it's not possible, let's get a loan on a Trickster Beast first. Creepy Beast's loan in part. Hearing Zhang Xiaoquan's words, Sufan froze. Raising his head. Thinking for a moment. Nod. In any case, first take care of the second Trickster Beast and win over Meng Hui and the group of second-generation guys. Humph. Sufan snorted coldly. Empty talent but didn't dare to show it, and even had the Trickster Beast loan on his back. It's too damn frustrating. One day, he would rely on his own strength to show the world, and the other worldly beasts, his true talent. At this moment, Sufan was filled with fighting spirit. He had found his goal. Step by step, he was going to become the strongest imperialist of the human race. You two are still not honest when you stand back there, spread out a bit for me. Okay, teacher. Chapter 6 The Scent of a Creepy Beast. Rustling and rustling. The wind blew down on the bright green leaves, and before it had time to gather strength, it turned into a soft sound. This place was a luxurious manor covering a vast area in the center area of Lan City. On the main floor of the manor, the room of the Su family's grandmaster. What? That cheap bastard has awakened the Imperial Destiny Palace. Sharp, piercing voice. It was a woman with a flamboyant appearance. She looked at her son, Su Langtian, with some disbelief, still somewhat not quite convinced. How is this possible? At this moment, Su Langtian's face was horribly gloomy. He didn't expect that the official Xia state had even deployed the tongue-plucking grand formation in order to protect Sufan. If he hadn't left early, otherwise he wouldn't have told this news to his mother. It was affirmed by the son. Yi Jing's brain was dizzy, and her whole body stumbled a bit, almost falling down. It was really the Imperial Destiny Palace that gave too much of a shock. 12 ranked Imperial Guile Masters, 12 Guile Beasts. Twice or even twice or three times the number of trickster beasts than a normal person, this kind of talent, it was truly terrifying. In her opinion, this kind of overwhelming talent should not have appeared in that dead bastard with a lowly status, born of a father and not raised by a mother. The one that fits best. It should be her son who was born in a position of honor. Is there anyone else in the clan who knows this news? No. Good, don't tell anyone about this, especially not your second grandfather, you hear me? Yi Jing emphasized in a cold voice. If the clan knew about Sufan's talent, it would definitely be a shock to the current situation that she had managed to stabilize with great difficulty. Damn it! If I had known this, I should have killed Sufan when I kicked him out of the Su clan at that time. Thick remorse arose from Yi Jing's heart. Mom, it's actually not without a chance. Su Langtian, who had been sulking for a long time, spoke up. Yi Jing was stunned. Wanger, what you mean is? The national examination. Su Langtian said in a cold voice, the fact that Wei Sufan and I used the national grand examination competition to decide the position of the heir apparent is known to all the people of Lan City. Therefore, even if I accidentally kill Sufan on the day of the national grand examination, the Xia kingdom will not say anything. A genius who died halfway through and was undefeated against his opponents can't make any waves yet. Even if I can kill Sufan, the official Xia state's attention to him will still likely be transferred to me. At that time, it might still be my opportunity. Saying this, Su Langtian's eyes went crazy. I will use Sufan's life to exchange for a bright future. Su Langtian's madness was seen by Yi Jing as she pondered on the feasibility of this matter. She hesitated at the idea of finding someone to secretly take out Sufan and Su Langtian. Su Langtian continued. Sufan's talent as a royal guile master is high, but royal guile requires guile beasts. The current Sufan simply doesn't have the extra money to purchase a powerful guile beast. His eyes glanced at the Su family order on Yi Jing's desk, and a touch of greed surfaced in his eyes. And I have the Night Wanderer. What? You want to enter the ancestral land early? Yi Jing's face was a bit ugly. It was different from the nature of her stealing resources for Su Langtian's awakening and cultivation. Su Langtian had not truly defeated the former heir Sufan who had the status of an imperial trickster before. It wasn't considered a true successor of the Su family. The Su family's ancestral tradition was above all, and he was not allowed to enter the ancestral ground at all. Mom, why did I become an imperial guile master, and even now that I'm at the peak of the first rank I'm still not contracting a guile beast? Isn't it because of the Su family inheritance beast? Seeing that his mother did not agree, Su Langtian was a bit anxious. If it was purely for the sake of defeating and killing Sufan, I haven't had to do so, but the national exam is a big deal. If I can kill Sufan and at the same time show my unrivaled talent as an imperial guile master, I think I will definitely be recognized by the examiners and successfully enter a better university. He paused. At that time, it's not impossible to even be looked at by the Wei clan of the imperial capital. At that time, the matter of my early entry into the clan land will be inconsequential. Fine. After further consideration, Yi Jing made up her mind. The idea of secretly killing Sufan in her heart was also temporarily hidden. Tonight, I'll sneak you into the ancestral land, you take the clan order and directly force the contract. I believe that my son will be able to kill Sufan and make a splash at the national exam. Make a splash. Let's just keep that bastard alive for a while longer, and use his life to pave the way for my son. Get your mother to agree. Su Langtian could no longer hold back the big smile on his face. The Su family inherited the guile beast, the super powerful guile beast of the commanding fate. He, Su Langtian, got it. Sufan, Sufan, even if you awaken the Imperial Destiny Palace, so what? Without the guile beast, you are still trash in front of me. The day of the national exam is the day of your death. Cultivation, classes, cultivation. Sufan's time passed quickly. Weekend vacation. He and Zhang Xiaoquan walked out of the campus and headed to the trickster store. The two planned to go for a loan to buy a trickster beast. The otherworldly rift around Orchid City has produced fluctuations, and it is suspected that an inquisitive realm trickster beast has rushed out this news as a false rumor, so please don't panic, the Orchid City Security Department will protect everyone. A week ago, science researchers found spatial fluctuations in Tianlan Peak. Tianlan Peak the battlefield, or will it reappear in the world? Inquisitive realm trickster beast, my goodness, that's a big boss. Destroying the heavens and the earth isn't too much to ask. Passing by the convenience store and hearing the news, Zhang Xiaoquan thankfully patted his chest. Thankfully, it was a rumor. The small city of Orchid City couldn't withstand the ravages of an inquisitive realm trickster beast. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaoquan looked at Sufan with a naive smile on his face. Hee, brother Fan, you say that later on, if I have a burst of luck and pick up a contract to a bizarre beast with an ultimate destiny, how good it would be. Hee, a bizarre beast that is one fate higher than the Su family's inheritance beast. Congratulations then. The short-skirted legs that came and went almost took Su Fan's eyes off, so how could he have time to pay attention to Zhang Xiaoquan? Brother Fan, are you still worried about not having the money to buy the trickster beast? A good loan, yes. Hey, don't be discouraged, brother Fan, although with our current status as poor students, the highest we can borrow with the trickster beast score loan is only a normal destiny trickster beast, but there's always one. Hiss, I really like this one. But you're highly gifted, Fan. Zhang Xiaoquan didn't mind Su Fan perfunctorily talking to himself, still chattering away. I've planned the future for you. The first few trickster beasts are ordinary and have lower destinies. Let's do a good job of primitive accumulation of capital in the early stages first. Go and contract a little more powerful trickster beasts later on. Anyway, brother Fan, you have a lot of trickster beast location bars. Zhang Xiaoquan was more attached to Su Fan than he was to himself. Walking. Su Fan in front of him suddenly stopped, and Zhang Xiaoquan didn't pay attention for a moment and bumped into him. It felt like hitting a stone pillar, and the whole person bounced off. Brother Fan, when did your physical fitness get so good? Su Fan did not respond to Zhang Xiaoquan, but instead looked to the convenience store on the side, collecting the frivolity on his face and narrowing his eyes. The entire person was filled with a thick battle intent. Spirit world, Zhong Kui practicing within the Palace of Destiny Morning Biao suddenly gave him a warning. There was the scent of a trickster nearby. Su Fan's abnormal behavior caused Zhang Xiaoquan to be suspicious. What's wrong, brother Fan? The words just came out. Boom! A loud bang came. Chapter 7 Zhong Kui Morning Biao strikes and hunts the creepy beasts. Help, the creepy beasts are invading. Ooh, my baby, inside. Blood. Dead, so many hanged, ayaha. Why haven't the men from the security department come yet? People's cries and wails. In less than a few minutes, the entire street was completely reduced to rubble. A white ribbon, wrapped around their necks, yanked them into the air. A giant spider in the air, webbed and hovering above the grocery store. The spider's face is hideous, with a cape of downy hair. This was a soul-eating specter spider that was still in the juvenile body realm, one of the constrictor Guile clan. This was a Guile beast, even if it was only at the juvenile realm. There is no room for recourse for ordinary people. The ugly and hideous spider face of the soul-eating specter hissed, and the 8 long, thick spider legs with fine black fluffy hair, violently contracted. Tick-tock, tick-tock. On the spider web, a white chrysalis wrapped in spider silk tightened up and crimson blood oozed out. Blood rained down in the air. It dripped onto the faces of the terrified crowd below. The inside of the white chrysalis could be full of people. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! Numbing chewing sounds. The soul-eating spectral spider directly enjoyed it in front of many people. Meanwhile, the white spider silk below was still chasing after its target. A fat, mushroom-headed man who exploded with potential and fought his way to the top. Zhang Xiaoquan stumbled, trying to dodge the rubble with a nimbleness that was extremely inconsistent with his stature. At the same time, his mouth cried out in a ghostly manner. I don't want to die. My path to becoming an Imperial Guile Master has just begun. Where's the Imperial trickster from the Orchid City Security Department? Why isn't he coming yet? The spider silk in the back was getting closer and closer, and Zhang Xiaoquan's scalp exploded. My boss is the Imperial Destiny Palace, the future Super Imperial trickster. Be sensible and you'll let me go, or else you. Zhang Xiaoquan looked at the spider silk in the back and suddenly froze. Where's Fan? Pust. While distracted, he accidentally tripped over the falling marble tiles below. A huge shadow loomed over him in an instant, wrapping around his neck and hoisting him into the air. The smell of blood was thick on his face. Upon seeing the intestines and half of a human face that hadn't finished chewing in the mouth of the soul-eating ghost spider, Zhang Xiaoquan, who was hanging on the spider's web, was uncharacteristically pissed. Self. Dying? Roar. At that moment, a loud and clear tiger's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Zhang Xiaoquan only saw a bright flash of light. Then boom. A loud bang. The soul-eating spectral spider that had just flaunted its might and wantonly slaughtered the people of Orchid City. It fell straight down from the air. The huge spider body was torn in half. Next to the spider body, a teenager wearing the uniform of Orchid City High School was sitting on a viciously ugly tiger with a body as black as ink and gnarled muscles. A small purple palace in the center of his right hand rose and fell. The teenager's eyes looked rather coldly at the limbs that were not completely inactive quivering about on the ground. The teenager was still wearing a cartoon mask on his face. At this very moment, the whole room is silent. That trickster beast. That's dead? Those who survived still had an unreal feeling that this teenager and his trickster beast had finished off the soul-eating specter spider with a single move? The age shouldn't even be 20 yet. This is too strong. Is this the Royal Guile Master? Looking at the school uniform he's wearing, he should be a student of Orchid City First High School. He's our hero. Heroes come out of the youth. Although wearing a mask, I can feel that it should be very handsome. Thank you for saving the life of the Royal Artificer Lord. I would like to give my body to him. Those who survived began to cheer and thank Sufan, immersed in the joy of being alive, while at the same time marveling at Sufan's youth. To have contracted such a ferocious trickster beast at such a young age, one would think that he should be the son of some family. Hero, why are you wearing a mask? Let us see what you look like. A young girl with a pretty face and wearing a short skirt shyly shouted towards Sufan. She was at the age of love fantasy. Sufan fulfills her fantasies completely. Yes, let everyone also see what their savior looks like. Why Sufan wore a cartoon mask and didn't show his real face, everyone didn't quite understand. To the pleas of the crowd, Sufan didn't bother. There might be some of these people who had mocked and taunted him, he wasn't that unforgiving. Zhang Xiaoquan, who was hanging on the spider web in the air, witnessed everything. Looking at the teenage imperial trickster who was surrounded by people and wearing a cartoon mask. His eyes twitched. His mouth opened. Van. The teenaged imperial trickster looked up, his gaze cast with murderous intent. Speak again, kill. Zhang Xiaoquan immediately shut up, while his heart set off shocking waves. Holy! Who the hell said Van didn't have a trickster? Just the might emanating from the crotch of Brother Fan's trickster beast, and that one strike that killed the enemy just now. Obviously, it's not an ordinary beast. Its natural destiny might be as high as that of the Su family's inherited beasts. No wonder Sufan didn't care in the face of Meng Hui and that group of second-generation's provocations and engagements. This moment, Zhang Xiaoquan understood it all. Brother Fan is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Sufan approached the corpse of the soul-eating ghost spider, and after a few tugs from inside its brain, he found a black orb with lines. Casually, he threw it into the mouth of the Zhong Kui morning puma predator. Morning Biao crunched and bit a few times before swallowing it. That orb was called the trickster beast Inner Dan, which every trickster beast with spiritual intelligence would possess. It was a very important material on the evolutionary path of a trickster beast. If a trickster beast wanted to evolve to a higher level, in addition to reaching the realm, it also needed to devour a sufficient number of trickster beast inner pills of the same level. When Zhong Kui Morning Biao swallowed the inner elixir of the soul-eating ghost spider, a few figures cloaked in black robes quickly attacked in the distance. Beside them or on their hips, there was a ferocious trickster beast. It was the Orchid City Guard Service, arriving late. Sufan patted Zhong Kui Morning Puma's big tiger head. Morning Biao comprehended his intention, and his tiger body leaped high into the air to jump over the crowd. Wow, so high, don't go away, savior. So handsome. I want to become an Oju sensei too. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, he took Sufan and disappeared into the alley. While in the air, Sufan twisted his head to look at Zhang Xiaofan, who was still hanging on the spider web. Shoo! Eyes narrowed, hand raised in front of mouth. Dare to expose me, kill. Zhang Xiaoquan must give a warning, or he will be in trouble if he exposes himself. Roar! Zhong Kui Morning Biao also opened his hideous tiger's mouth towards Zhang Xiaoquan and threatened a voice. The latter shivered and nodded repeatedly. 1 hour later, Sufan and Zhang Xiaoquan finished making statements from the Lancheng Security Bureau and walked out. Brother Fan, you, how is it? Shut up. Having just come out, Zhang Xiaoquan couldn't wait to find out what was going on with the Sufan trickster beast. But the words were interrupted by Sufan as soon as they left his mouth. If it wasn't for seeing you scared, pissed, I wouldn't have been exposed. Sufan looked at Zhang Xiaoquan's lower pants, a yellowish urine stain. Pinched his nose. From now on, rot this thing in my stomach, you hear me? Zhang Xiaoquan hemmed and hawed, then give me a hint as to how it came to be. I definitely won't give it to anyone else. Sufan held his forehead, he shouldn't have saved this bastard just now. Let the soul-eating spider eat this bastard. How'd it get here? From the temple of the underworld. Can I tell you? If I told you, you'd have to be silenced by me right now. Sufan didn't say anything, and Zhang Xiaoquan's eyes skittered. Suddenly, he clapped his hands together in a moment of realization. I know. Sufan shuddered, he knew? Zhang Xiaoquan said quietly, did Brother Fan give it to you officially? Sufan. Zhang Xiaoquan laughed out loud. I told you, with a talent like Fan's, how come the Xia officials didn't show any indication at all? Keep it a secret from now on. Roger that. Stay away from me, the smell of urine is too strong. Sufan calmed Zhang Xiaoquan followed with a silly smile on his face, and the two of them walked towards the trickster beast store. Chapter 8 Hints from the Hades Emperor's Palace and Morning Biao. There were many ways for an imperial guile master to obtain a guile beast. 1. Go to the trickster store and pay for it. 2. Go tame wild trickster beasts. 3. Go to a clan to get it. 4. National rewards. Other opportunities. Obviously, Sufan and Zhang Xiaoquan chose the least difficult first one. Looking at the trickster beasts with different attributes, appearances, forms, and fate talents within the trickster beast store, Sufan stretched his neck and looked left and right. Invisible as a soul body state, the witch Yui Yun of the underworld Guile clan. With a dead face that can swallow everything, ghost-faced sneaky evil pig of the Eclipse Guile clan. A large eagle with a dragon's horn, the S-dragon horn dragon vulture. Soul-eating spiders, of the sun-eating cold centipede, a clan of the Five Wonders. Yulan evil demon cat, anointed trickster clan. Watch, it's all okay. But, upon seeing the price labeled on top of each trickster beast, he immediately went black. Feeling a chill down his spine. To the side, Zhang Xiaoquan growled. A trickster beast that doesn't even have a life frame costs 20,000 Xiagua coins? Pitiful. Sufan and Zhang Xiaoquan's trickster beast's sub-loan maximum amount was only 25,000 Xiagua coins. Nowadays, it seemed that this was even enough to buy a trickster beast with a fate. And a trickster beast without a fate can't even be called a trickster beast to be precise. Not to mention the undeveloped spirit, it was also wild. Not to mention wild, but also weak. A random juvenile body realm trickster beast could be easily crushed. There was no need for a contract at all. Sufan was still looking to go and contract a higher fate trickster beast, and then with Zhong Kui Morning Biao's secret boost, he would go and defeat Manhwa and Su Langtian. Now it seems. How wrong he was. He had really underestimated the preciousness of the trickster beasts that could be contracted by the imperial masters and possessed of fate. At that time, it was easy to obtain a monarch-ranked fate-framed rogue beast. It gave him a serious illusion. There was even some dissatisfaction, wondering how the Underworld Emperor Hall didn't go one step further and directly give a Guile Emperor fate above the monarch fate. It seems that the Underworld Emperor Hall was wrong. There's nothing wrong with Meng Hui's remark that the imperial trickster isn't something ordinary people can afford to play. Sufan planned to leave to think long and hard. Contracting an ordinary fate trickster beast with no fate or trash would be of any use to him. Not to mention alone. Just as he was about to leave, the black jade seal around his neck suddenly trembled, stopping him. Sufan stopped his steps. Spirit World. Inside the Fate Palace, Zhong Kui Morning Biao also pointed in his direction. Sufan was stunned. You two are saying that there are nice trickster beasts that can be companions here? He glanced at the black jade seal and the trickster beast that Morning Biao was pointing at. After sizing it up, his expression was quite wonderful. Then he sighed, ugh. I know, I'll go for it. Higher fate, tree-dwelling Guile 1 clan by Gnarlchio bearded turtle. Although it only belongs to the second stage of the higher fate talent, it is still one of the most trashy of this class of trickster beasts. However, the selling price was also as high as 330,000 Chinese coins. With a $25,000 limit on the tricky beast score alone, it was even 5,000 short of zero. TSK, isn't this the great genius Sufan? I heard that an otherworldly bizarre beast appeared on the front street just now. How come you're still alive? Good luck. You should properly thank that high-ranked imperial trickster. Just as Sufan was thinking about it, a conspiratorial, extremely beat-up sounding voice came from the back. A hawk-nosed man wearing a designer label and several equally well-dressed men and women walked in from outside the trickster beast store. Behind them, followed by a man Sufan hated the most. Su Langtian. At this moment, Su Langtian resumed that breezy, smiling posture at the corners of his mouth. Last night, with the help of his mother, Su Langtian sneaked into the ancestral ground and managed to use the clan order to forcefully contract the Su family's inheritance beast. The Guile beast Night Wanderer that ruled over the fate gift. Now, that Nightwalker was hibernating in his spirit world. However, there had been a battle in the front street just now, and that high-ranked imperial trickster's trickster was so strong that it had scared it. The inherited beast, the Night Wanderer, was the bottom line of Su Langtian's lofty stance in the face of Sufan. With Sufan's current situation, contracting a higher fate pet would probably require gratitude. Moreover, with the help of the inheritance beast, Su Langtian vaguely felt he was about to make a breakthrough, becoming a second-ranked imperial sleuth. At that time, he would have 2 Guile beasts. This was already far ahead of any other imperial trickster of his age. Compared to Sufan, who didn't even have a shenanigans beast at the moment, he had completely thrown off. Sufan, you can bounce around for 2 more months. The day of the national exam. Die. Su Langtian towered over him, his gaze was filled with contempt and disdain, as if he was looking at a mole cricket that could be pinched to death with his hands, which caused Sufan to feel a strong wave of disgust and discomfort. Especially when he remembered Su Langtian's behavior towards his younger brother some time ago, he was even angrier. In the void, sensing Sufan's anger, Zhong Kui Morning Biao directly came out from the spirit world and forced his way towards Su Langtian. Ran. Just at the moment when Zhong Kui Morning Biao was about to manifest. Prickly, an iron chain appeared in the void to bind it. Sufan was stunned. It was the Forbidden Guile formation. This little trickster shop has even set up a forbidden trick formation, so it seems to have some background. Morning Biao, go back, you can't be exposed yet. Let him live until the national exam. Roar. After roaring, Zhong Kui Morning Biao retreated back into Sufan's spirit world. Su Langtian frowned slightly. Somehow, within his spirit world, the dormant inheritance beast suddenly trembled. At this time, quite a number of Su family youngsters who had not awakened but were wandering around within the rogue beast store to select rogue beasts for the future, sensed the situation on Sufan and Su Langtian's side and surrounded them. One was Sufan, the waste heir who had been expelled from the Su family and whose character had been ruined, and the other was Su Langtian, who was about to become the new heir. It was obvious who they supported. If it wasn't for the fact that fighting was forbidden inside the trickster store, Zheng Xiaoquan would want to give a stick to each of these Su family members who were by Sufan's side, yakking endlessly right now. It was really annoying to have to run into Su family members when buying a beast. Alright, keep looking at the creepy beast. Sufan resumed his lazy state. This trickster beast is quite good. Ignoring Su Langtian and the Su clan's crowd, he slowly surveyed the vine-gnarled turtle. The vine-gnarled bearded turtle also noticed Sufan's gaze. With an effort, it raised its turtle head and locked eyes with Sufan, and the rattan branches that were wrapped around the turtle shell in symbiosis with it endeavored to extend. This vine-gnarled turtle was trying to show Sufan its ability to be picked on. It heard what Sufan said just now. It felt that it would be an honor if it could be chosen by this imperial trickster. Chapter 9, Vine-gnarled turtle. The vine-gnarled bearded turtle was trying very hard. However, Sufan watched and frowned. It's a bit trashy. No wonder the trickster beasts with the same high talent fate sold for $700,000 to $800,000, or even millions, while it only cost $330,000. However, Black Jade Seal and Morning Biao were yet another reminder. Clearly this vine-gnarled turtle was overpowered. It's this selling price that he still can't afford. Plus the trickster's score alone is still 350,000 short. Sufan's gaze caused the vine-gnarled turtle to lose a bit, but it was still selling its display. Even more vigorously. The turtle shell's vine branches worked their way up into the air with a single thrust. It's trying very hard, it's just looking a bit like a child with a deadwood branch at an adult with a bucket and a bucket, no power. Sufan's mouth twitched. Okay, you don't have to show it. I'm trying to figure out how to get money. You don't keep making me feel like this money is actually okay to not spend. Just then. Yeah, what is great genius Su doing standing in front of this vine-gnarled bearded turtle? The hawk-nosed man who had just taunted Sufan was like a dog's skin plaster and stuck over again. Deliberately coming up to Sufan, he looked at the vine-gnarled turtle and then laughed out loud. Sufan, don't tell me that you want to deed this big turtle. Other than having a higher fate, does this guy have anything to show for it? Ha 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 ha. The hawk-nosed man laughed so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back, and the few people behind him all followed suit. Noticing the mockery of the crowd, vine-gnarled turtle's eyes fell. Stopping to show off that he had tried very hard, but in the eyes of the crowd it was like a child's playful attack. It knew it was crap. The vine-gnarled turtle, its head burrowed right into its shell. Now, the hawk-nosed man and the others jeered even louder. Ha 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 ha, shrinking into the king's shell. Vine-gnarled turtle's performance, even Su Langtian, who had been pretending to be a breezy persona, couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. The vine-gnarled bearded turtle could be said to be one of the most disliked trickster beasts by the imperial trickster. First of all, its turtle-like appearance and the hideous rattan branches that are symbiotic with its shell have dissuaded a lot of imperial guile masters who win with their looks. Secondly, the vine-gnarled turtle's almost powerless attack dissuaded even more of the remaining imperial guile masters who were still hesitant. There were also some hard-headed royal artificers who saw the vine-gnarled bearded turtle's high character growth talent. Thinking, cultivated properly, it's still a full-bodied realm guile beast at any rate. The result? This guy is still a coward. Every time he encounters danger, his head immediately shrinks to the turtle shell, and no matter how much the royal eerie master shouts, he doesn't pay any attention to him. Finally, the imperial wizard was all but killed alive, and it was still cowering in its turtle shell. This kind of superb trickster, what do you need it for? The eagle-hooked man and the others, Su Langtian plus the onlookers laughed out loud. Eerie, humiliating, and mocking, all of them assaulted the vine-gnarled bearded turtle in the cage of the trickster beast. The vine-gnarled bearded turtle, huddled in its turtle shell, tried to block these jeers from coming in, its spreading scaly branches struggling to wrap around. But it didn't seem to be able to completely wrap around. It's too scrappy. The hawk-hooked-nosed man didn't forget to taunt Sufan. Sufan, the most wasteful trickster beast is treated as a treasure by you. It's true that things are like people, ha ha ha. Sufan was as natural as he was, and said flatly, "Ayo? You guys are saying that this vine-gnarled bearded turtle is a waste? I don't think so. Next week at the trials, you will realize how ignorant you are." Sufan reached his hand into the tricky beast cage and touched the turtle shell of the vine-gnarled bearded turtle, softly saying, "You're very good, it's just that their dog's eyes didn't realize it. I, Sufan, will choose you." The vine-gnarled turtle's entire body trembled. The eagle-hooked man and the others froze. Then, an even stronger jeering erupted. "Ah, did you all hear that? Sufan really wants to buy this shrunken turtle. He can't be absolutely thinking that contracting a higher fate rogue beast is strong. A higher destiny guile beast is strong, but you can't contract a turtle. Ah, ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Is there a possibility that it's a waste? Pity waste. Ah." The eagle-hooked man and the others were tired of laughing from the waist. Sufan laughed in the same way, however, there was a playfulness in his smile. He might have thought of a way to make money. Eagle-hooked noseman called Sun Ichao, the family conditions in general, ordinary family, but especially love vanity. The same goes for the several people behind him. Nowadays, they weren't fed up with humiliating Sufan like this. Rather, they wanted to let Su Langtian in the back see it in order to win his favor. Ahem. Why does it smell like urine? Sun Ichao sucked a mouthful with his mouth and choked, over the lungs. "Sufan, you won't be pissing your pants in fear when you see Su Langtian." Behind Sufan, Zhang Xiaofan subconsciously covered his crotch and couldn't help himself. "Sun Ichao, you don't go too far." He pointed at Sun Ichao's nose and cursed, "I remember that someone could have been following Brother Fan around before wanting to be a little brother, and even when he was rejected he shamelessly stuck his face over. Even calling daddy was willing. What's wrong now? Recognized a new father?" The past was raked over the coals, and Sun Ichao's face instantly became ugly. "What happened to me following Su Langtian? Boss Su Langtian can spend money on trickster beasts for me, can Sufan?" Saying that, Sun Ichao pulled out from his pocket a bank card with a beautiful pattern of the character Su. Dejected, "See, this is Su Langtian boss to us a few little brother funding funds, inside a full more than $3 million. This amount of money is more than enough for one of us to buy a higher fate creepy beast." Sun Ichao asked back, "Can your boss Sufan give it to you?" He also deliberately took the bank card and waved it in front of Zhang Xiaoquan, arrogantly. The onlookers of the Su family youngsters were a bit envious after seeing the bank card in Sun Ichao's hand, envious that Su Langtian had so much money and gave it to his little brother without any pain. But when they noticed the shocked gazes of its onlookers, the backs straightened up quite a bit. The expression became proud. A bunch of dirtbags who have never seen the world, this is our young master." And aside Sufan, and when saw the bank card in Sun Ichao's hand, his eyes lit up. "Zhang Xiaoquan, you have finally done something, the money to buy the trickster beast has fallen." "You?" Zhang Xiaoquan stuttered for a long time before stuttering, "Selling my dignity in exchange for money, I, Zhang Xiaoquan, do not care." "Ha ha 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 ha." Sun Ichao sneered along with the few people behind him, obviously in this confrontation with Zhang Xiaoquan. They were victorious. Afterward, they immediately changed their faces and looked fawningly at Su Langtian behind them. "Boss Luangshan, the trickster beasts of my little brothers later on will have to rely on your long eyes. Your vision is much higher than those of us who have never seen the world. You are better than a certain punk who treats shrinking turtles as a treasure. If you follow him, you probably can't even afford to give away a normal destiny guile beast." Su Langtian smiled faintly and nodded in response. Obviously, Sun Ichao's words made him happy. However, at this time, a very untimely voice suddenly rang out. "Who says I can't give my little brother a good trickster beast? I'll give Xiaoquan a super powerful trickster beast later." "Brother Van Yu." Zhang Xiaoquan looked at Sufan with some doubt. "Later on, when you're like this, you go and bet with him." The corner of Sufan's mouth rose and he attached himself to Zhang Xiaoquan's ear. Chapter 10, the second contracted trickster beast arrives. The vine-gnarled turtle poked its head out of the turtle shell and looked at Sufan. Looking towards this, the only teenager who said that he was not a waste. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the teenager took the time to throw it a gentle smile as he dealt with the others. The turtle's eyes quivered. Turtle it as if it had found the master it wanted to guard for the rest of its life. On the other side of the flattery was interrupted. Sun Ichao was very upset and immediately asked Sufan angrily. "Sufan, don't pretend to be a hard ass. Do you have the money to buy trickster beasts for Zhang Xiaoquan now?" Zhang Xiaoquan's eyes rolled, and he immediately interjected with a dislike, "That's not something you should bother with. Anyway, the trickster beast that Brother Fan will give me later will definitely be stronger than yours." Sun Ichao and the onlookers all laughed out loud, clearly not believing it. Sufan himself wanted to buy a shrunken head kingpin to fill up the scene, but he could still buy you Zhang Xiaoquan a good trickster beast? Zhang Xiaoquan seemed to be a bit angry with the taunting and mocking of the crowd. Stuttering, he said, I believe that Brother Fan, if you're capable, do you dare to compete with me later? Let's see whose boss picks a stronger trickster beast for himself. Whoever loses will have to give the other a sum of Chinese coins equal to the price they paid for the trickster beast. Dare. Sun Yichao's smile instantly tightened. He is a tendency not stupid. Zhang Xiaoquan said that there may be a pit. He looked back at Su Langtian and found that Su Langtian gave him a nod. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Fine, let's compare, but the bet is not fair. My trickster beast will definitely be more expensive than yours. Just 200,000, whoever loses gives the other 200,000 Xiaogua coins." Brother Fan. Zhang Xiaoquan twisted his head to look at Sufan. The number that Sun Yichao said and the amount that Sufan said differed a bit too much. Sufan sighed and nodded his head to indicate that it was okay. Poor is poor, it's better than nothing, get your hands on it first. The bet is made. Sun Yichao and the others and Su Langtian walked into the inner room of the Trickster Beast store. The quality of the inner room would be quite a bit higher than the outside. As he passed by Zhang Xiaoquan, Sun Yichao even sneered, "Following the boss also requires vision." Zhang Xiaoquan was also not willing to show weakness. "Later, just get your money ready." The two of them were at swords drawn, which could be said to have filled the atmosphere of the trickster store. The number of onlookers was increasing. They all wanted to see what kind of trickster beast Sufan and Zhang Xiaoquan could pick out to deal with Sun Yichao. The owner of the Lancheng Creepy Beast store was a gorgeous young woman wearing a fiery red cheongsam. At the moment, the trickster store was abuzz with people, making her happy. After greeting the store attendant to entertain the guests, she followed Sun Yichao and the others into the inner room. Obviously, between Sufan and Sun Yichao, the latter was the big customer. The former. The whole body is estimated to be unable to come up with $50,000. But still, I'm quite thankful for this little handsome man. So realistic. Ugh. Look down on the body. My brother Fan is the real big brother. The boss's wife's behavior made Zhang Xiaoquan feel sick. People doing business, normal. Sufan patted Zhang Xiaoquan's shoulder. "Let's go, the boss has picked a powerful and coaxing trickster beast for you." "Boss, are you really going to give me a bizarre beast with an ultimate destiny?" Zhang Xiaoquan looked at Sufan with hope. Stop all your unrealistic fantasies." "Oh. But." Sufan's words changed. "However, it's not much of a problem to pick you just one that's more powerful than them. My trickster beast loan plus your trickster beast loan is just right." Saying that, Sufan's hand pointed in a direction as prompted by Morning Biao. Following Sufan's finger, Zhang Xiaoquan and the onlookers looked. Everyone, the pupils of their eyes dilated at the same time. Holy! Sufan himself was similarly breathing quite heavily after seeing what the trickster beast was doing. Half an hour later. In the small ring of the trickster beast store, Sun Yichao glared at Zhang Xiaoquan, whose face was equally unsightly, with a pig's liver color. The battle had ended, and both of them had retrieved their trickster beasts. Astonishment and dismay spread across the faces of every single person in the crowd of onlookers. Unbelievable. Zhang Xiaoquan really won. But that trickster beast? Not important. Shouldn't the important thing be that a normal level fate defeated a high level fate? An onlooker seemed to have made up his mind. Looks like I'll have to reacquaint myself with the trickster beast that Sufan picked out for Zhang Xiaoquan. The surrounding people stood in awe. Could it be that you're also going to? Too tragic, just too tragic. Some of the onlookers directly covered their faces, somewhat not daring to look directly at the small ring at this moment. A smear of crimson was accompanied by lascivious. The odor of it evaporated for a long time. Zhang Xiaoquan. You forget it. Sun Yichao handed Zhang Xiaoquan $200,000, then turned his head to look at Sufan. A hideous growl. Sufan. You picked Zhang Xiaoquan's trickster beast. I'll remember this revenge. Next Monday's trial match, I'm going to battle you. Revenge. Su Langtian and the others also turned their heads towards Sufan after giving Zhang Xiaoquan a heavy look. Sufan, really something. Next Monday, I want to see how strong your shrunken head is. At this moment, there was actually no one left to mess with Zhang Xiaoquan, and a vacuum was actually formed around him. Zhang Xiaoquan squeezed out a smile worse than tears on his face and looked at Sufan. Sufan coughed lightly, also a little afraid to look at him. He also didn't expect that this bizarre beast that Zhong Kui Morning Biao had picked for Zhang Xiaoquan would be so fierce. He was all a little scared. Never mind, none of it matters. With the money in hand, the next step is to rip off the boss. No way. The beautiful Cheongsam boss lady crossed her arms and rolled her eyes in anger. Cheap $1,550,000? Why don't you say it's free for you? The trickster beast was originally sold at a discount, alright. Let's discuss it, beautiful sister. The beautiful Cheongsam boss lady snorted coldly. No negotiation, let me tell you, the vine-gnarled bearded turtle is a higher fate talent no matter what, more than $100,000 to sell it to you. I might as well dismantle and sell its whole body organs to those nerds who are engaged in the scientific research of the trickster beasts, and at least it can be sold for $300,000. The floor under Sufan's feet, stretching out its head turtle eyes have been looking at Sufan, wanting to memorize Sufan's vine-gnarled bearded turtle after hearing the boss's wife's words. Immediately frightened, hurriedly shrunk into the turtle shell. Sufan sighed, really not good enough. The difference is more than $100,000, the difference is a little too much. The beautiful Cheongsam boss lady swept on Sufan's body slyly, and a touch of cunning surfaced on her face. Little handsome, on the basis of you helping me attract so many customers, my sister can add a trickster beast loan service you, plus your 200,000 is just enough. She said as the waves on her chest surged dramatically, and Zhang Xiaoquan couldn't help but keep glancing at them. In his mind, he could not help but recall the battle scene of his trickster beast just now. Boom! Dead little fatty, what are you thinking? Ignoring Zhang Xiaoquan, who had been knocked out by the boss's wife, Sufan inquired. Isn't the tricky beast loan limited to a maximum of more than $20,000? Ordinary imperial tricksters of course only have a maximum of 20,000 or so, and they can't afford to pay back more, but you're different. Sufan was stunned. Could it be that this boss lady knew about his talent? The beautiful Cheongsam boss lady laughed. Although, the trickster beast you picked for this little fatty is quite odd, but then again, it did win. So, sister, I think that you should not be an ordinary royal trickster, so I'll raise your quota a bit. Sufan let out a sigh of relief, picking up the vine-gnarled bearded turtle as big as a stone miller's grinder from the ground and setting it on the counter. In the end, it was decided that it was better to take out a loan. Strength, face value, and guts aside. Leave everything aside. He still likes this vine-gnarled turtle. Okay, loan 150,000, give you 130,000, pay back 200,000. When these words came out, the two of them, the beautiful boss lady and Sufan, stared at each other for a long time. Time seemed to have come to a standstill. Chapter 11, The Reward of the Stygian Emperor's Palace. Holy! This is a ING loan shark. Sufan collapsed, a loan of 130,000 to pay back 200,000? This is too pitiful. Love loan or not? The beautiful Cheongsam boss lady crossed her waist and snorted coldly. Just to remind you, if this vine-gnarled turtle doesn't sell today, I'm going to slaughter it and sell the organs. You! What's wrong with me? It's not like I have a tryout next week anyway. Sufan was stunned. Good. Teeth clenched. I'll remember you. You wait for me, don't fall into my hands in the future, or else I'll make sure to torture you. Cluck sister, I'm so scared. I hope little brother will be a little lighter when the time comes. The beautiful boss lady also deliberately held up the waves on her chest. Eventually, Sufan still signed the trickster beast loan agreement. It couldn't be helped that he had acted too urgently and was taken in. It seemed to be to deliberately anger Sufan. The beautiful boss lady laughed towards Sufan, and then stuffed the agreement document into her chest waves in front of Sufan. Handsome brother, if you snatch it away at this moment, maybe you don't have to return it. Sufan didn't say anything, just reaching out. He was proving himself with practical actions. Sufan's behavior of the beautiful boss lady was not expected, and her expression was stagnant. Then, looked Sufan up and down. Licked his lips. 2 hours later. Walking out from the inner room and looking at the beautiful boss lady who was lazily lying on the front desk and seemed to have disowned herself, Sufan snorted coldly. Mention pants ruthless woman. If it wasn't for the urgency of next Monday's match with Manhwa, I would have properly rubbed it in with you again myself. But a bit of hard fighting wasn't without effect. Sufan let out another cold snort and left with Zhang Xiaoquan. The female boss lady who was lying on the front desk looked at Sufan's back sorrowfully. She had felt the movement of the forbidden trick formation just now. Under the cabinet, under the slightly messy Cheongsam, the slender legs that had been covered in black silk just now were trembling slightly. This teenager is definitely not simple. Van, what were you doing when I fainted just now? Waiting for you to wake up. Then why did Sister Big Bobo, all of a sudden, give you a discount of 70,000 summer dollars and only let you pay back the principal? Kids shouldn't ask what they shouldn't ask. Separating from Zhang Xiaoquan, Sufan bought buckets of instant noodles and bread from another convenience store on the street that hadn't been destroyed by the soul-eating ghost spider. On the street, one by one, the construction and reconstruction workers who were running towards the destroyed area on the front street, as well as the black-robed imperialist of the security department who was scouting passed by Sufan. Back in an old apartment building. Step into the staircase with cracked walls to the 3rd floor and pull out the key to open the door. Fan is back, ada. In the living room of the house, a sweet and cute-looking double ponytailed lowly girl around the age of 16 or 17 was staring intently at the trickster beast character on the screen. Her slender hand rubbed the gamepad hard. Lost again, can we still play without the black and white being cut? That's right, Xiaofan. The lowly girl suddenly remembered something, and her pair of clear eyes looked at Sufan. Do you know that just now, an extremely ferocious great trickster beast suddenly appeared on the front street? Surprisingly, the young girl's pupils were actually different from ordinary people, but a demonic green color with a gear pattern on it. I was just passing by. Hearing Sufan's reply, the lowly girl was excited. Then, did you ask for that super handsome royal guilemaster's contact information? On the news photo, his back sitting on the big black tiger is so handsome. The lowly girl's large eyes seemed to turn into pink heart shapes, obviously guilty of nymphomania. Sufan blankly glanced at her without responding, casually putting the shoes into the shoe cabinet. The lowly girl is called Shi Xinyao, fled to Lancheng a year ago, because of the abnormal pupil was regarded as a heretic by the Lancheng people to make things difficult at every turn, and almost starved to death. At that time, Sufan was suffering from the strong suppression of Yijing within the clan and was in a difficult situation. Perhaps it was because of empathy, he had deep empathy for what Shi Xinyao had suffered. Therefore, despite the cash shortage, still with only savings for Shi Xinyao rented an old house, so that she has a place to live in Lancheng. Now, Sufan was kicked out of the Su family. In turn, it was picked up by Shi Xinyao. "Aya, I just made a good meal and waited for you for half a day. You didn't come back, so I ate first, but I left food for you. It should be cold now, I'll go and heat it up for you." Shi Xinyao got up and prepared to heat up the rice for Sufan. She was wearing a JK uniform, with a pair of cute pink bunny sheep slippers on her feet, revealing her slender ankles wrapped in white silk. This was a scene that many otaku had fantasized about for their entire lives. However, Sufan's face changed and he hurriedly shook his head frantically. "No need, no need. I bought a bucket of instant noodles, just soak them yourself." Shi Xinyao had some small regrets. "Well, this time, the food is something that took me a long time to make." Sufan and Shi Xinyao casually chatted for a few moments, and then returned to the house that belonged to him with the soaked noodles. Putting the soaked noodles on the bedside cabinet, he took off the black jade seal hanging around his neck, then a black light flashed. Sufan disappeared. Despite not being the first time he had come to this starry sky. However, seeing the 9 spatial cracks that were entangled in chains and constantly emitting bared bursting sounds, Sufan still felt shocked. He stepped inside the hall of the Underworld Emperor. Called the 2 fateful palaces out of the palm of his hand. Then summoned Zhong Kui funeral Biao and the newly contracted vine-gnarled bearded turtle. Roar! When Morning Biao appeared, he immediately gave a domineering tiger roar and ran to a corner of the Underworld Emperor Hall. Cultivation went on. Morning Biao was either practicing or on his way to practice. Sufan could probably guess a little bit about Funeral Biao's hard work. When he first indentured Morning Biao, the guy was bloody and covered in hideous wounds. Sufan speculated that Morning Biao was probably having a very tough opponent. Morning Biao was practicing. The vine-gnarled bearded turtle, who had come to the Underworld Emperor's Hall for the first time, on the other hand, looked a bit nervous. It cautiously poked its head out, surveying with a bit of curiosity and awe. At that moment, a point of light suddenly floated out above the empty Underworld Emperor Hall. Then, there was an additional earth-brown crystal in front of Sufan. At the same time, the unknown land of nothingness. A roar that contained destructive power came out. "Who stole an inheritance stone that took my clan thousands of years to condense? Who is it? Don't let me find out who it is." Sufan was stunned within the Underworld Emperor's Hall, recalling the last time he had awakened his Fate Palace, the same 4 clusters of light had appeared. He vaguely understood something. Could it be because he had contracted a new trickster beast and the Underworld Emperor Hall had given him a reward? Morning Biao, who was practicing, ran over. The tiger's eyes stared tightly at the inheritance stone in Sufan's hand. As a member of the judge's 4 clans, it naturally recognized this thing. "Do you want it?" Sufan thought Morning Biao wanted it. Morning Biao shook the tiger's head to refuse. It then roared at the vine-gnarled bearded turtle that was staring at the inheritance stone to the side and had started drooling. Roar! Signaling Sufan that this thing suits it. Sufan smiled and said to the vine-gnarled turtle, "See how good your brother Biao treats you. Don't forget your brother Biao when you're powerful in the future." Jokingly, he casually handed the inheritance stone in his hand to the vine-gnarled turtle. The vine-gnarled bearded turtle received it without the slightest hesitation. It directly swallowed it into its stomach. Chapter 12: The Vine-Gnarled Bearded Turtle with a Big Change. After the vine-gnarled bearded turtle swallowed the inheritance stone, a majestic energy suddenly erupted, with it as the center of a dense brownish-yellow energy gas cloud rapidly spreading, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire Underworld Emperor Hall. Sufan, who was also in the Hall of the Underworld Emperor, felt that his entire body was wrapped in a warm energy. It only felt like the cells in his body were quite permeable, as if even his breathing was much lighter. Roar! Morning Biao roared at Sufan and began to cultivate immediately. Sufan was stunned. Morning Biao was asking himself to hurry up and cultivate while this chi cloud was still there? Won't it affect Vajra? King Kong was the name Sufan had given to the vine-gnarled turtle. Morning Biao shook the tiger's head, stating that it would be a waste if Sufan didn't absorb these energy chi clouds. It would dissipate into nothingness after escaping outside the Underworld Emperor Hall. Sufan immediately did not delay, immediately mobilized his spiritual power and tried to absorb the energy chi cloud. Entering the body, an unprecedented relief spread from all the limbs and bones. Sufan's pupils trembled. My fleshly strength seems to be getting stronger. The Imperial Wizard's own strength was relatively weak in comparison, but now he seemed to be somewhat different. Outside, the bubbly noodles on the bedside table gradually turned cold. In the hall of the Underworld Emperor, the brownish-yellow energy gas cloud was absorbed by Sufan, Morning Biao, and also King Kong. It gradually faded until it completely disappeared. Stand up. Moved his stiff body, which had not moved for a long time, and casually swung his fist. A whistling wind-breaking sound arose. Sufan froze for a few seconds, then became excited. Oneself is so strong now. He felt like he was filled with power. Sufan even had a feeling. He could wrestle with a rhinoceros. Inside the palace of the Underworld Emperor, Sufan held his chin and murmured softly. His own physical quality today has probably surpassed a third or even fourth-ranked Imperial Guile Master. As for the specific value, it would need to rely on the measuring instrument. I've heard that universities will have measuring instruments to count the various abilities of students. His eyes inadvertently swept aside the vine-gnarled turtle. Sufan's pupils shrunk slightly. A trace of surprise and disbelief flashed across his expression. This is Xuanwu? The vine-gnarled bearded turtle Vajra was only as big as a stone grinder, but now after absorbing the inheritance stone, its size had expanded by more than a few times. It is several times larger than Zhong Kui Morning Biao, and is as tall as a one-story building, just like a steel tank. Sufan looked at the evolution-finished Vajra in shock and muttered, "Now, I look a little small even standing in front of you." At the same time, King Kong's appearance had also completely changed. Sharp bone spikes grew on the edge of the brownish-yellow thick tortoise armor, flashing with cold light, and the symbiotic entangled thin vines also transformed into a bold thick hideous tree snake, exuding suffocating pressure between the snake's letter gulping. The head was raised high, the original face with a little bit of timidity was now scarlet, and the entire body was shrouded in a layer of thick fury. Touching it with his hand, Sufan laughed out loud. King Kong did a great job, it's worthy of being the trickster beast I fell in love with at first sight. Sufan was very satisfied. Nowadays King Kong's appearance was really too similar to the Xuanwu in the ancient mythology of Xia. It was both domineering and fierce. Moreover, according to the feedback from the Royal Guile contract, Vajra's destiny had also improved. It had been raised by 4 stages from a higher fate to an overlord fate. Only one fate lower than the Zhong Kui Morning Biao monarch fate. That's a bit counterintuitive. That inheritance stone. It's not a mortal object. Sufan was quite satisfied. King Kong opened his hideous mouth and hissed, his voice was as loud as thunder. The symbiotic tree python on the huge turtle shell likewise circled hideously in the air, and then circled intimately around Sufan's body. King Kong responded to Sufan with his own behavior. No matter what it had become, the person in front of it was its master. This one, the one who had righteously chosen itself when it was weak. Sufan was the one it wanted to guard. From this moment on, that vine-gnarled bearded turtle that was once the most despised and reviled, and was even regarded as the most useless and humble among the entire tree-dwelling Guile clan. It was completely transformed. Exiting the spirit world, the sky was already starting to whiten outside. Yawning, he pushed open the door to his room and threw the already soaked instant noodles into the living room trash can. Xinyao curled up on the living room sofa, snoring sweetly and lightly. Obviously played a game all night in the living room. It's just that the JK skirt is a little too short, and there's a clear view of what should and shouldn't be leaking. It's early in the morning. Sufan hurriedly moved his eyes away, fearing that he would turn into an animal. Walking softly and gently to the coat rack, he picked up his jacket and draped it over his body, put on his sneakers and brought his keys, pushed open the door of his room and walked out. After practicing all night, I was a little hungry and went out to forage for food. As for the meal Xinyao put in the refrigerator. He doesn't want to die young yet. It was the height of summer, but the mornings in Lanchang were still a little cool. Just as he stepped out of the apartment building, Suyan pulled his jacket around him and shrunk his face into his collar. Lanchang is a city known for its gardens, the grass and trees on both sides of the road are crispy, there is a tree fragrance floating in the cool breeze, and the green leaves in the early morning are even more pleasing to the eye. Sufan, with his head stretched into the collar of his coat, looks like a very delicate teenager in the crowd of people who get up early and get busy. Someone is robbing. Suddenly, a helpless shout came from the front. A burly man was holding a delicate lady's backpack in his left hand and a knife in his right hand, running head on towards Sufan. Sufan was stunned. No way, just that coincidental? The passers-by dodged away one by one, fearing that they would be affected, only Sufan was still parked in the same place without the slightest bit of fear. When the strong man saw a teenager blocking his route, his face instantly became hideous. "Kid, good dogs don't block the way, hurry up and get out of the way." In fact, the road was very wide, he directly went around Sufan. But after seeing Sufan's slimmed-down figure, he was guilty of being ruthless and was going to charge straight through. He was so skinny that he didn't have much fighting power at first glance. "If you know what's good for you, get out of the way, or the knife in my hand won't be long for you." Sufan shook his head. If this bastard dodged himself, he might have hesitated to make a move. "But you're charging your face." A few seconds later, Sufan stretched his face further into his collar and calmly left amidst the jaw-dropping stares of passers-by. leaving behind a strong man who fell unconscious on the ground, his chest completely collapsed in. When the owner came running, Sufan had already disappeared into the crowd. You guys say that a teenager knocked down this 200+ pound strong man with just one punch? Yes, female reporter and this officer, old man, I think that boy is definitely not an ordinary person. That strong man with a knife like a desperate man, fierce and vicious to scare away a group of people. The others were scared and hid, but he was not scared at all and just waved his fist. And guess what? One punch ed the mother up. Beep 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 beep. The female reporter hurriedly took the microphone away. Interviewed by the passerby Moncler outlet online, more and more excited, two fists waving colorful description of the scene. On the side, a few black-robed members of the Orchid City Security Department squad analyzed the scene with slightly furrowed brows. Captain, I suspect it's that teenage imperial trickster from yesterday. But the identity doesn't match. Captain Pang Guiyong of the Orchid City Security Department's brow furrowed into a chuan. Are all the students of Lanchang High School so rebellious now? The remaining few members of the guard department squad clad in black robes were also discussing. The power of one punch almost pinned a 200+ pound strong man with a knife, that's a bit fierce. The squad member who was holding a tablet and looking at the profile of the strong man added. It's more than that, the burly man is a practiced fighter, with several lives on his hands. Hiss this. That's even more fierce, I guess I'll have to maneuver around for 2 moves. Needless to say, that teenager is definitely a third-ranked imperial trickster. But aren't third-ranked and above third-ranked Imperial Guile Masters all high-ranked Imperial Guile Masters who need to go to the Imperial Guile Masters Union to register their identity information? Why can't we find a qualified royal artificer in the Lanchang Labor Union's archives? Captain, are we still checking? Someone weakly asked Pang Guiyong. Check. You guys have seen the strength of this guy. Without identifying the specific identity in Lanchang, it will always be a potential dark mine. Pang Guiyong turned to the faces of the members of the squad and opened his mouth wide, almost growling. Find him for me. Chapter 13 Lanchang Principal Wen Jiyong. Brother Fan, did you watch the news? Wasn't that bleep monster describing you? Aha! Holy! I knew it was you, Van. Something wrong? Nothing, hang up next Monday trial, I need to catch up on my training. Hey, it's not contacting the feelings. Doe. Inside the bedroom. Sufan directly hung up the phone. It was really idle. What kind of phone call do you make when you don't have time to hurry up and practice and cultivate for next week's trial? Jingle bell. The cell phone, which had just been put down, rang again. Sufan's brows furrowed and he said rather impatiently, hello? Said not to disturb my cultivation. Ha, little Fan is really hardworking worthy of being the best dropping student of our Orchid City High School. When Jiyong's voice with a special accent came from the other end of the phone. Principal, you're calling? Hearing Wen Jiyong, Sufan's voice resumed its flatness and inquired without being condescending. Sufan, who came from the parallel world, naturally knew what kind of virtue Wen Jiyong was. Typical to see someone's dish. If you're good, he can be twice as nice, but if you're bad, he can step on you twice as much. But at present, Wen Jiyong did not start any substantial conflict against him, so it was treated normally. It's like this, drop Xiaofan. Wen Jiyong's gentle voice continued. Aren't you the most talented student in our school, as the principal drops me? Forcefully. Emphasized voice. It has been decided to allocate a batch of cultivation resources to you to help you win the national exam. By the way, little Fan, can you tell me what kind of trickster beast you've contracted? Sufan honestly said, Vine gnarled turtle. 10 seconds or so, a brief silence. On the other end of the phone, the principal of Lanchang No. 1 Middle School, Wen Jiyong's kind face froze. Thinking he had heard wrong, he said uncertainly, Vine gnarled turtle? Principal, yes. Sufan's sure voice came from the other end of the line. Obviously, he wasn't joking. What? How did you contract a trashy trickster beast? Sufan, how did you learn your trickster beast lessons? No judgment at all? Wen Jiyong growled towards Sufan. Sufan had such an excellent talent, but he had chosen one of the most trashy trickster beasts. In his opinion, it was purely fooling around with his future. Thick remorse surfaced in Wen Jiyong's mind. Continue to hold the phone to Sufan output. I thought that you, Su, were a once-in-a-century genius in Lanchang No. 1 Middle School, but I didn't expect it. You're so indisputable. Even if Sufan disarmed the vine-gnarled bearded turtle now, the recontract would have to wait for 3 months, when the national exams were already over. It could be said that this time Sufan was finished. Headmaster, my trickster beast recognition subject has always been a perfect score, and I know my own choice. I don't regret it, instead I'm very satisfied. Please don't interfere with my choice, thank you. Sufan's face was very unattractive. Anyone who was called up and just chopped his head off and scolded him, it would be strange if his face could be good. You. Good. I won't interfere. Don't want that batch of resources either. Giving it to you is a waste. Doe. When Jiyeon, who was furious and blushing on the other end, hung up directly. Delusional, he previously thought that Sufan had good talent and that the first trickster beast meant a lot to the royal trickster, but it turned out that he contracted such a trashy trickster beast. It was a waste of this good talent. Jingle bells. That's when the phone rang again. Sufan said in a cold voice, I said, I'm satisfied with my choice. I'll let you guys know how right my choice is next Monday's trial. Brother, what's wrong with you? Nothing. The voice on the other end of the phone came, and Sufan's face instantly softened. There was a Sabi who called me just now. Hearing Sufan speak, the younger brother on the other end, Su Tianyu, laughed ha 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 ha. By the way, brother, I heard brother Langtian say that you borrowed the trickster beast loan? Sufan was silent for 3 seconds. Well, yes, there was an excellent trickster beast, so brother bought it. What else did Su Langtian tell you? Brother Langtian said that the trickster beast you bought was trashy, or a very ugly shrunken head turtle. He said that you only bought the trickster beast to fill up the scene. Brother Langtian also said that he wanted to buy it for you, but you refused it because you felt disgraced. But I don't think so. I think the trickster beast brother chose must be awesome. Su Tianyu's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally his tone changed like he was comforting Sufan. Sufan laughed, don't worry, this trickster beast of brothers will definitely shock their dog's eyes in next week's trial. Su Langtian is not a good thing, don't believe the words. Su Tianyu, brother, I actually think that brother Lu Langtian. Sufan was stunned and continued gently, you think Su Langtian is quite good, isn't he? Hey, it doesn't matter, you feel good. How are you doing in school this time, have your grades regressed? Sufan sidetracked the topic, he didn't want his brother to see the darkness of the human heart too early. No, I've been working very hard. I'll become an excellent ogress in the future just like my brother. Sufan laughed, then you have to work hard, brother, I am very strong now. I don't believe it. Don't believe it, right? The national examination, at that time you give brother to observe the battle, brother give you a Lancheng first prize to play. Su Tianyu laughed out loud, obviously treating Sufan's words as blowing awesome. In his opinion, his brother was awesome, but Su Langtian was even more awesome. The top scholar of Lancheng was definitely Su Langtian. But he didn't want to strike Sufan, and in his heart, he also regarded his brother as the best. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore, brother has to go cultivate, there's still the trial next Monday. After chatting with Su Tianyu for a while, Sufan was ready to hang up the phone. Brother, you wait. Su Tianyu suddenly said, brother, I don't know how much you owe, but the living expenses my sister-in-law gave me, I've saved up some, I'll transfer it to you. With that, a text message alert arrived. Arrival, 5,314 Huaxia coins? Sufan was stunned, and then his eyes turned a little red. Yi Jing had suppressed herself and her younger brother over the years, and her living expenses were only just enough to get by. This money was obviously saved by her brother piece by piece. Brother! Are you still there? Well, it's okay, this money literally saved my brother's life, now I don't owe that bad guy any more money. Ha 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 ha, I'd say I'm still somewhat useful, so go cultivate, brother. Do. Su Tianyu hung up the phone with satisfaction. Sufan looked at the extra few $1,000s on his bank account. It was very little, a drop in the bucket compared to the 155,000 he owed, but his heart felt warm. Calmed down a bit. Walked out of the bedroom and told the little lowly Shixinyao that she didn't need to call him for dinner later. He was going to catch up on his sleep. You were sneaking around doing something bad last night. Guess. Sufan returned to the bedroom and unlocked the door. The entire person instantly disappeared. It came to the underworld emperor's hall again. Although he had practiced all night last night, he wasn't actually very sleepy. And so he came over to continue cultivating. The several phone calls just now, especially his brother's, made Sufan realize that he couldn't slack off at all right now. A thick pressure came on. The huge sum of over $150,000 owed to the trickster store. And the brother. The younger brother is not doing well now, not to mention staying in the Su family. Probably not as comfortable as himself. Yi Jing and Su Langtian left their younger brother in the Su family, and it wasn't because they thought Su Tianyu was small and pitied him. Rather, it was to check and balance themselves. To put it bluntly, it's a hostage. Sufan sighed. It's quite a lot of pressure. Sufan sat down on the stone chair in the center of the underworld emperor hall and began his meditative cultivation. He knew clearly. In this world, strength was king. Wanted to break the game at the moment. Whether it's about paying back the money or the Su family, it takes strength. Chapter 14, True or False. The purple aura full of nobility was under the control of spiritual power, and with difficulty, ironed out an arcane pattern on the wall of the Van Natal Palace. The pattern was generated, and then the color quickly penetrated into the palace wall and dissipated, leaving only a little trace. Once again, he took control of his spiritual power and extracted the purple color from the aura. Suddenly, a tingling feedback sensation like a pinprick hit. On the stone chair of the temple of the underworld emperor, he wiped the cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Reaching the limit again. The inner vision looked at the pattern of lines above the two natal palaces within the spirit world. It's been more than a week since I awakened, and I've only ironed out this point on my own two fate palaces. The mortal fate palace is only a quarter of the way there, while the imperial fate palace is progressing slightly faster, but it's still only a third of the way there, and still more than half of the way there. Sufan was a little helpless. He didn't know how the others were progressing. He only felt that his own cultivation speed was a little slow. Before, he had heard that little old man Rendihai say that it was very difficult for the royal eccentrics to iron out the engraved lines on the steps of the natal palace. On the one hand, it was very difficult to control, on the other hand, it required enough spiritual power. This is really the case. Like him, every time he practiced and succeeded in ironing once, he would feel a few points of mental energy depleted and a bit of fatigue. After practicing up to 15 times at a time, there would be a tingling sensation feeding back that he had reached his limit. If one ignores it to force the practice, the next thing you know, the whole person will be in a state of collapse, with tinnitus, blurred eyes, and a muddled brain, and if you continue, you'll turn into a little cutie. Sufan also tried just up to the state of brain chaos, and didn't dare to try further down. It's so damn hard. Exiting the underworld Emperor Hall, Sufan exploded. Brother Fan, how's the progress of the Fate Palace's cultivation going on? Zhang Xiaoquan hurriedly asked when he saw Sufan's cell phone chat software online. The usual, just a little bit. Sufan replied casually. When he thought about the fact that only the bottom layer of the grain pattern was present on the Mortal Destiny Palace, he had a headache. The cultivation of the Mortal Destiny Palace was simply not a bit slower than the Imperial Destiny Palace. Ah, Brother Fan, could it be that your talent is affecting your cultivation? I heard that Guy Menghui has already covered a fifth of the Fate Palace. If he works hard and buys some more cultivation resources to boost his speed, he might be able to reach the peak of the first rank before the national exam. Zhang Xiaoquan said. And that Su Langtian, I don't know when he'll be at the second rank. This kind of stoned cultivation of the children of the world's families is also too horrible. Damn it, it's so unfair. Got it. Brother Fan, cheer up, your Fate Palace is of high quality, it's normal to be slow. Zhang Xiaoquan comforted Sufan. By the way, Brother Fan, I'm curious about what the guiding teacher said to you that day. What did he give you? Of course, if it's confidential, then don't say anything. I'm just simply curious about it. Regarding Zhang Xiaoquan's question, Sufan did not hide it and replied directly. Guiding teacher asked me if I joined the Demon Suppression Division. I refused. As for that thing. Sufan smiled slyly. It's useless to you guys, but it's something very good for me. After saying that, extinguishing the cell phone screen, Sufan took out the bearer stone given to him by his guidance teacher that day. Since Zhang Xiaoquan had mentioned it, then he would first cultivate this technique. It just so happens that I can use it next week. And on Zhang Xiaoquan's side. Upon seeing the message sent by Sufan, his eyes instantly glazed over before letting out a howl. I lean ah. The most mysterious and most powerful of the Xia Kingdom, the Jin Demon Division, which even has an entry threshold of an 8th Order Imperial Guile Master, has actually invited Brother Fan. Brother Fan even ing refused. Is there any justice in heaven? A gentle squeeze of the hand. The carrier stone in his hand instantly turned into crumbs, while a white light rushed into his mind. Sufan had an additional section of Gongfu memory in his brain. Hidden Dragon Reverse Fortune Heavenly Deity Technique. The function of the feat is simple, to return to concealment. Revert, the Royal Guile Master can hide the shape of the natal palace downwards by using the Hidden Dragon technique. The exact amount of downward movement is entirely under the control of the Royal Guile Master. However, this secret method had an unavoidable flaw. After casting it, the Fate Palace would be randomly endowed with a unique color, and onlookers would be able to tell at a glance that you had cultivated the Hidden Dragon technique. However, this was not a kind of protection for the supreme heavenly pride. They could only know that you had hidden your talent, but they could not peek at how amazing your true Fate Palace height really was. Plus, some students who had no talent but had official backgrounds would also get the Hidden Dragon technique to cultivate in order to pretend. This led to the hidden functions of the Hidden Dragon technique being surprisingly good. It's easy to learn. Sufan quickly mastered it. And then, he immediately lowered his brilliant and magnificent Imperial Destiny Palace into a Mortal Destiny Palace. And up again, and down again, and up again, until when it issued. Purple light? Well, yes, it's the same violet light as his Mortal Destiny Palace. Looking within the spirit world, the two Mortal Destiny Palaces that were glowing with purple light. Sufan could not stop the corners of his mouth from rising. This gong method simply doesn't suit me too well. The Imperial Trickster's summoning of the Trickster Beasts requires that the Fate Palace be summoned from the spirit world first. But one has two Fate Houses. If one doesn't disguise it, then sooner or later the end will be discovered. But now it's completely different. If one doesn't distinguish carefully, who can distinguish between one's Mortal Destiny Palace and one's Imperial Destiny Palace? From now on, others will only know that they have a natal palace of unknown grade. But they will never think that they have two Fate Palaces. Xiaofan went to school, don't miss me yo. The little lowly Xinyao stomped on the rabbit cotton slippers, her white ankles showing as she stood in front of the apartment door to send Sufan off. Sufan waved his hand, without any lingering, and left for the high school campus. The weekend was happy and short. He had only come and gone to and from the Temple of the Undertaker a couple of times, and Monday was here. This week, it's been very meaningful for the awakening class at Lancaster 1. There was something quite important. The trials are about to kick off. The trial match not only concerns whether they can successfully graduate from Langtian No. 1 middle school, but also determines whether they are qualified to get the ticket for the national examination. The air on campus was filled with an air of both anticipation and apprehension. Freshmen and sophomores are quite relaxed in comparison. They walked back to class in pairs, chatting. Have you guys seen the news? 2 days ago a soul-eating spectral spider of the juvenile body realm broke into Lan City, causing quite a few casualties too. Look, that teenage Imperial Guile Master and his Guile Beast gave it a second in one move, too handsome simply. Although that Imperial Trickster is wearing our first middle school's uniform, I speculate. It's likely that he wore it on purpose, he's hiding his identity. Makes sense, high-profile people are basically like that. Right. There's more. I heard from our Orchid City Guards department that teenage Imperial Trickster, the day before yesterday, knocked over 200 pounds of outlaws down with a single punch, and is still lying in the intensive care unit for resuscitation. Holy! The actual hammer, this physical strength, an absolute high-rank Imperial Trickster. And when Sufan appeared, the adoration on the faces of these freshmen and sophomores instantly disappeared. It was replaced with thick dislike, pointing at his back and talking about him, pointing at him. Sufan was still that talentless, graduate and be done with it wasteful villain senior in their hearts. Surrounded by the gloating faces of the seniors and sophomores, Sufan was silent and said in his heart, "You guys weren't present on the day of awakening, this week's trial match completely shut you guys up." Chapter 15, Killing All the Time. The trial is about to begin. All members of the awakening class proceed to the playground, and the rest of the upperclassmen and sophomores may also go and watch. After lunch on Monday, Orchid City No. 1 Middle School, except for the students who failed to awaken in their senior year, all headed to the playground. The roof of the senior building. Zhang Xiaoquan looked at one of the people below him who were like ants, his face whitened a little, and he gently shouted at Sufan who was lying on the edge of the building and sleeping. "Brother Fan, wake up, the trial has started." Quitting his meditative practice, he removed the book covering his face to block the sun's rays, and rose in a clean motion. Under Zhang Xiaoquan's heart-stopping gaze, he smoothly landed on the floor. Go! Time to give those guys a little shock. When it came to the playground, it was already crowded. At the very front, all the students from the 2 awakening classes of Langtian No. 1 Middle School stood with their heads held high and their spirits high, enjoying the envious and worshipful eyes of their schoolmates and younger siblings. "Sufan, Zhang Xiaoquan, where have you two been all morning? Hurry up and come over here." When the little old man Rindihai saw the belatedly arriving Sufan duo, he immediately huffed in anger. The duo hemmed and hawed and stood obediently behind Rindihai. Other than this old man's dim eyes that couldn't tell who was a genius, he was quite nice. Oi, cough. Let me just say a few words our Langchang First Middle School in order to follow through. After everyone in the 2 awakening classes arrived, the leader above the table, Langchang No. 1 Middle School Principal Wen Jiyong tapped the microphone and coughed lightly twice before starting his performance. Wen Jiyong in the above speaking, the students and teachers below chatting below, do not interfere with each other. Time passes by. Zhang Xiaoquan stomped his foot and spat out a sentence in a low voice. Why hasn't this old den finished speaking? His shoulder was tapped hard. Turning his head, Zhang Xiaoquan's face instantly turned red. "Wei Sherman. What's wrong? Is there something I can help you with?" It was the class flower of Awakening Class 1, the second on the school flower list of Orchid City No. 1 Middle School, Wei Sherman. Wei Sherman looked heroic and dressed valiantly. No, it's just that I was bored of waiting and wanted to chat with you, Mushroomhead." Zhang Xiaoquan scratched the back of his head as the person became squirmy. He, so are you nervous?" Wei Sherman said with a big grin. "Hey, what's the point of being a wimp? When we go in later, when we see the Yin soldiers, we'll just do it. Box and... ahem." Zhang Xiaoquan choked on his saliva. Wei Sherman is so good looking, how can she open her mouth with a ballast flavor? He finally knows Wei Shimon's obvious face value is top of the sky, but why she is ranked second on the school flower list? What happened to the mushroom head? Why are you so anxious to express yourself? Are you afraid of making a fool of yourself in front of your schoolmates? Wei Sherman joked again, but she didn't expect that after she finished her words, Zhang Xiaoquan's face suddenly changed, as if he had remembered something. He directly turned his head and ignored her. This directly annoyed Wei Sherman. She had never been treated like this by a boy before. But no matter how much she spoke, Zhang Xiaoquan didn't care about her anymore. Blankly glancing at Zhang Xiaoquan, she stomped her foot and grunted. "Che, isn't it just being a little brother to Sufan, so pretentious?" The two people's little episode, Sufan listened in his ears. Wei Zhang Xiaoquan suddenly ignored it, of course he knew. Coughing twice, he pretended not to hear it and continued to look at the previous year's report card of Lanchang First Middle School's trial tower given by the little old man in his hand. The highest record holder He Ma Xian. In total, he hunted 137 soldiers and climbed to the 11th floor. Sufan whispered softly. After looking at the report cards of the last 10 years, there are only 24 people who have climbed above the 7th floor. With each higher floor of the trial tower, the number of soldiers was exploding. The total number of creepy beasts on the 7th floor was nearly 70. Over the past 10 years, the number of new Imperial Guile Masters that have awakened in Orchid City's first high school totaled over 800. Of those 800 people, only 20 or so had reached the 7th level. As Sufan analyzes the transcripts, Wei Sherman quietly came to his side. Take a deep breath. His face showed a touch of fortitude. The hand made a cheering gesture in front of his chest. Goose wada, patting half a day R. Gently patted Sufan's shoulder. Sufan, do you know the scoring mechanism and rewards? Soft voice, like a spring breeze. Ahem. On the side, Zhang Xiaoquan choked again. Oh, I haven't seen it yet. Then I'll tell you about it, I only know a little bit about it. Ahem. Damn mushroom head, don't make me cut you. Hey, oops, who was talking just now? After yelling Zhang Xiaoquan, Wei Sherman immediately resumed Birdie. Zhang Xiaoquan. Wei Sherman leaned towards Sufan's side and softly said. Hunting and killing 1 soldier, grade D, qualification for high school graduation and participation in the National College Entrance Examination. Hunt and kill 10 or more soldiers, grade C, 1 juvenile body realm trickster beast inner elixir. Hunting and killing more than 30 soldiers, rating B, C grade trickster beast nutrient liquid. Hunting and killing more than 50 soldiers, rating A, 10 days usage of a primary spirit gathering guide. Hunting and killing more than 100 soldiers, rating S, trickster beast battle skill bearing stone. Hunting and killing the first number of soldiers and over 200, rating SSS, all of the above rewards. In Wei Shimon's words, it was easy to see that Lanchang No. 1 High School was worthy of being the top-ranked high school in Lanchang. The rewards were very generous. But as generous as it is, it's another story if you can get it. Rating D aside. The requirement for rating C is to hunt 10 shady soldiers. For those newbie ghost masters with mediocre qualifications and trashy beasts, it would take a lot of effort and risk to kill a single ghost soldier, let alone 10. Sufan, how many soldiers are you planning to hunt? Wei Sherman and Zhang Xiaoquan were both a bit curious. Sufan moved his wrist and casually raised a finger. Just 1? Wei Sherman blinked her big, puzzled eyes. Sufan also blinked at her. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he shook his head. No. It's killing all the time. Exactly. He didn't give this trial the slightest bit of thought. The soldiers of the trial tower were all juvenile realm beasts and individually belonged to the weakest class among the beasts, bar none. And his Vajra, without blowing it out of proportion, was almost invincible in the juvenile realm. That was why he dared to say these words. Zhang Xiaoquan's mouth twitched. Brother Fan. You're acting like a pussy. If I didn't know what kind of trickster beast you've contracted, I'd really believe you. Sufan's pretentious tone Xiaoquan was too impressed. If he didn't know that Sufan contracting a trickster beast was silly, he really believed it. Hunting soldiers with what? Use that vine-gnarled turtle that can only stab out vines as thin as chopsticks and attack softly? I'm not kidding. What's that look on your face, dead mushroom head? What do you mean? You don't believe in Sufan, do you? What Zhang Xiaoquan didn't expect was that Sufan didn't say anything, and Wei Sherman, who was close to Sufan's body, became angry. After yelling at Zhang Xiaoquan, Wei Sherman's eyes pulled silk, like a wave of spring water, looked at Sufan and softly said. People just believe. People just believe that Sufan can keep on killing. Zhang Xiaoquan. He's really talking redundantly today. Rendi Hai, your side is quite lively, it looks like your students have quite a lot of confidence. Is there any confidence to compare whose students climbed the tower higher? Hearing the voice, Rendi Hai, the teacher of Awakening Class 1, stood still. Chapter 16, I alone am more than all of you. The one who spoke was the teacher of Awakening Class 2. It was an old man about the same age as Rendi Hai, pushing a lean flat head, and his bronzed muscles looked very lean. Compared to him, Rendi Hai was a bit old. He is hunched over and has to take a break when he walks 2 steps. Hearing his words, Rendi Hai first stalled, then waved his hand and said, Don't come, your class is full of worldly children. Hey, isn't your side of the class pretty confident? Why don't you, a teacher, trust your own students? The second class teacher looked at Sufan and seemed to come to a realization. Ow, no wonder you didn't do it, who did I think it was? So it's the first in the whole year. Oh no, was before, the current number 1 is our class Su Langtian. Now I understand. That's how you blew big words back then, huh? Awakening second class teacher. He was not loud, but both Awakening class students heard him and their expressions became wonderful. Of course they knew who the teacher was talking about. Sufan. Sun Yichao, Meng Hui, Xie Zizi, and Su Langtian, who were not dealing with Sufan, were all gloating. Because of the tongue-plucking grand formation, they also didn't remind their teacher that Sufan's talent was actually quite unbelievable. Of course, even if there was no restriction, they wouldn't have said anything. When you were a student, it was a very big shame to be looked down upon by a teacher or to be insulted to your face in a conspiratorial manner. When Sufan was defeated, they were happy. Hearing that the second-class awakening teacher was shady towards Sufan, Wei Sherman was immediately annoyed. Opening her mouth, she wanted to dislike back. However, he was pulled by Sufan's hand to indicate not to be impulsive. The face instantly turned red. Sufan pulled his own hand. Over here, Sufan's face was still normal, as if he just didn't hear it. He heard it. The teacher of the second class had a problem with the little old man, and he himself was only incidentally. Ma Chengkai. Because of that incident back then, I understand if you hold a grudge against me, and I don't want to explain anything. But if you suddenly open your mouth today just to taunt me and then taunt my students at the same time, then don't blame me for not remembering my old feelings from back then. Remembering old feelings? You shouldn't have walked out of that place alive. You're just like that guy in your class who used to be a genius and then a loser. You can't recognize yourself and only talk big. Sufan, can you not take me with you? Hearing Ma Chengkai's words, Ren Dihai was stunned, then his face turned cold. I no longer have the heart to explain right and wrong, but I, Ren Dihai, have a clear conscience. You have a clear conscience? If you have the ability to fight me in the trial tower, there's no rule in the trial tower that says teachers can't go in. Ren Dihai looked into Ma Chengsai's eyes and narrowed his eyes in a cold voice. You're forcing me, summoning a trickster beast? Right. If you have the ability to light up your trickster beast and let me see it. Ma Chengkai was blunt and admitted directly, I want to see whether you have a clear conscience or a ghost in your heart. You forced me? That's right. Good. Let's compare. Let's compare who passes the trial tower first. The loser apologizes to my students. Ren Dihai's response to the battle immediately caused the students of both classes to be shocked. They didn't expect that their teacher would actually go up to the trial tower to compete. What's the harm in apologizing if you really lose? If I admitted that I couldn't beat you before, but now? After a pause, Ma Chengkai cast his gaze towards the hunched-over Ren Dihai and let out a light laugh. If you really have a clear conscience and don't have that trickster beast, then with your current body, I'm afraid that you wouldn't even be able to compare to my students. Ha 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 ha, when the time comes, the fun will be great. However, this way, your first class also just happens to have put together the titles of waste teacher and waste student. Hearing Ma Chengsai's taunts, Ren Dihai's face became quite ugly and immediately wanted to enter the trial tower with him. Even if he spelled out this life, he would still and give this fellow a lesson. Just then, a lazy voice came. Teacher, how old are you? Don't come to this kind of middle-aged thing, the student will do it for you. A grudge between teachers is of course the students. So be it. I, Sufan, alone am better than everyone in the second class. Sufan didn't want to get involved, but this Mr. Ma was just too diabolical. In a few sentences, there was a sentence that brought in himself. Must teach this non-teacher a lesson. After this voice, the scene was quiet for a moment. Everyone looked to the source of the vocalization. No, ha 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 ha, Sufan. I admit that your talent is impressive, but what are you using to compare with us? With that shrunken head of yours? Oh, right, or the turtle I bought with a lot of debt, ha 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 ha. Sun Yichao burst out laughing on the spot, and Meng Hui and the members of the second class followed suit. What the Sufan trickster was, after Sun Yichao spread the word, they all knew. With that kind of trashy beast, how could they still want to compete with them? How can you contract a turtle and still contract your brain to be stupid? Let's see if you can kill the first Undertaker. Ma Chengkai looked at Sufan and shook his head in disappointment. Sufan, I argued with your teacher to taunt you in passing because I wanted to provoke your teacher. But I really didn't expect your behavior at this moment. Ma Chengkai couldn't hide his disappointment as he voiced his assessment. It is really disappointing to me, for your kind of character that gets angry when provoked, arrogant and conceited, it is really hard to be used. He sharply evaluated Sufan. Even Ren Dihai had some small loss of interest in Sufan. He had just sustained Sufan not because of anything else, but only because Sufan was his student. But what Sufan said later made him feel a bit arrogant as well. What lineup the second class had, he, as a teacher, knew too well. Not to mention that Orchid City's light, Su Langtian, just one Meng Hui, all of them were mountains that an ordinary imperial artist would find it difficult to climb in their lifetime. Not to mention that Sufan had contracted a completely useless garbage beast that would only shrink into a turtle shell, the vine-gnarled bearded turtle. Instead, Sufan wanted to challenge the entire second class by himself. That wasn't talking big or anything. Ren Dihai shook his head. Sufan, back off. Your good intentions, teacher, is appreciated, but this is a grudge between teachers, it has nothing to do with you. Previously, he had been targeting Sufan because he felt that although Sufan did not have high talent but had toughness, he did not collapse after experiencing a blow. Polishing might not be able to become an excellent Imperial Gui master. But now Sufan's performance made him cancel his thoughts. A person who couldn't control his emotions and couldn't even recognize himself. It is very difficult to achieve anything. At the moment. Including some of the students in Class 1, everyone was looking at Sufan with an expression of looking at an egomaniac. However, facing the gazes of the crowd, Sufan did not retreat in the slightest. No, I said, I alone am more than all of you. He's arrogant? He is absolutely confident in his own strength. And Ma Qingsai's comment that he couldn't control his emotions? If controlling your emotions requires you to hold your tongue and be a smothering wanker when others humiliate you, then I'd rather just be an irritable piker. At my age, with my strength, you're asking me to hold back? Sorry, can't do it. There were others, these people who taunted and mocked out insulting him after he himself was kicked out of the Su family. Nowadays, taking the opportunity of the trial tower, I'm going to shut you all up completely. From now on, you'll all have to walk around me when you see me. Chapter 17, Battling the Yin Soldier with His Bare Hands. On the podium, when Ji Yong's speech was nearing its end, he was aware of the dispute that occurred in Awakening Class 2, but did not speak out to stop it. His afterglow glanced at Sufan, who was disdained and mocked by the crowd. A flash of disappointment and disgust similarly surfaced in Wen Jiyang's eyes. Sufan was supposed to be his merit, but as a result, he didn't know if he had a brain cramp and contracted a vine gnarled bearded turtle, which was completely wasted. If this was known to the Xia officials, there was no telling if they would blame it on the fact that they were blaming launching No. 1 middle school for not giving Sufan the chance to understand the types of trickster beasts. The trial begins. Boom! With Wen Jiyang's command, the playground soccer field suddenly rose up into a huge phalanx. Immediately afterward, a giant black tower more than 10 stories high slowly began to emerge from the tip of the tower. This scene. It was staged in various cities and high schools in the Summerland. The lofty stone tower in front of him was not the private property of Lanchang No. 1 High School or any other high school. It was merely a projection of a super soul tool. It was the official way for the Summer Kingdom to have each high school, on the eve of the national exam, screen the talented seeds in order to allocate cultivation resources. From this moment on, the rivalry between these young Imperial Guildmasters has begun. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Stalactites at the top of the cavern droop droplets of water against the floor. Sufan, who had just walked into the trial tower with his classmates, appeared inside this small stone cave. The eerie atmosphere was eerie, and a sarcophagus was quietly placed in front of it. There was a passageway behind it. But it's blocked by boulders. Sufan finished surveying the environment of the stone room and softly chanted, "Is this the first floor? Frame. Frame." The sarcophagus in front of them suddenly emitted a movement, reverberating in the dead space. Wow! A gasp erupted from the freshmen and sophomores on the playground. The huge screen that projected the internal picture of the trial tower in the air. The sarcophagus slowly opened, and a shadowy soldier clad in ancient iron armor, wrapped in baleful aura, and with a rotting face crawled out of the coffin. The rotting mouth opened. With a hiss, it came barreling in and attacked. It startled them. The school leaders on the podium as well as the teachers would smile at the students' performance. At the same time, they looked with anticipation at the ranking list on the top right of the screen, and the performance of these newbie Imperial Guile Masters. Many split screens and one main screen on the large screen, the vast majority of which were wretched and ugly. It drew a lot of laughter and comments from the freshmen and sophomores watching in the playground. Look at that senior, growing so big was scared to tears. Don't be nervous, quickly summon the Life Palace to meet the battle. Wow, Su Langtian is so handsome, but why is his trickster beast hidden in the shadows and invisible? Waste Villain Senior is quite calm. It should be said or not, the Villain Senior's face value is online. That senior should be nervous, the trickster beast looks powerful but doesn't seem to dare to go on it. There's something wrong with that mushroom-headed fat senior's trickster beast. Not sure, I'll take another look. The newly awakened Royal Guile Master was like a novice driver who got his license, driving on the road with his hands full. Many of them were even scared to tears by the appearance of the Yin soldier's fury. Looking at the performance of the students within the screen, when Jiyang's face was gloomy. Picking up the microphone, he said to the freshmen and sophomores on the playground, "I hope that for your next class, you won't be so humiliated." This was something he had said last year, and the year before that. Said it every year. The cackling on the playground died down. Substituting for that, it seemed like it wouldn't be any better if they were in their place. Time passes. The newbie Imperial Guildmasters gradually eliminated their nervousness, and the constant onslaught of Yin soldiers inspired the fighting gene in their bones as Xia people. They began to maneuver their own Guile beasts to fight back. Wow, that crybaby senior Guile beast turned out to be so powerful, killing an Yin soldier. Su Langtian is so powerful, the trickster beast just whistled in the shadows and the Yin soldier died. Mushroom Head is not right. Very wrong. Let me look again. Holy, how are you in a physical fight, senior villain? Where's your trickster, big brother? Looking at the rotting Een soldier who raised his gauntlet and charged, Sufan's eyes narrowed as he softly chanted. Een soldier clan? This creepy beast. Individuals are weak as hell, but the entire race is powerful as hell. Relying on the tactics of a huge sea of Een soldiers, they had all challenged the position of the Guile Emperor in their heyday. Sufan mobilized his spiritual power and prepared to summon the Fate Palace. It suddenly stopped again. He smiled. With your thin arms and legs, it seems a bit of a bully for me to call King Kong out. In this case, I'll play with you, just to test out the power of my fleshly body. That's right, he was going to use his mortal strength to fight against the trickster beast. The long gauntlet held in the rotting hands of the Undertaker was rusted and draped in a silky black aura as it stabbed violently. If it was any other Imperial sleuths, their first reaction would be to retreat and run away. Stab. But Sufan was a dexterous sidestep. Then he took advantage of the gap between the long gauntlet stabbing into the stone wall and the splashing of debris. He fiercely clenched his fist and attacked. Clang! The sound of iron striking. On the Een soldier's iron armor, a large fist mark was deeply indented. Loosening the long gauntlet stuck to the wall, he took several steps back. The Een soldier looked at Sufan, and there seemed to be a few moments of bewilderment on his rotting flesh face. Are you a trickster beast too? Transformed? Holy! It's too hard, hiss. This way. With one strike, Sufan grimaced in pain. A trickster beast is a trickster beast, it's not the same feeling at all as punching someone. He himself was actually injured by a tiny human, and the Een soldier was infuriated. The rotting mouth opened and hissed as it lunged towards Sufan. Clatter. Sufan collected his contempt. Pulling out the long spear that was stuck in the stone wall, he turned back and stabbed at the Een soldier. A minute later, the long gorgon stabbed into the Een soldier's brain and pulled it out. Dash turns around. Waving his long spear in the air, he danced in a rather middle-of-the-road manner like Lubu, the ancient god of war of the Xia kingdom. Finish the fight and call it a day. Clunk. Behind them, the boulders blocking the door to the stone room rolled away, and a dark passageway appeared. Without hesitation, he walked out with his longbow in hand. 2 seconds later. Hiss hiss hiss. Ouch. 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 This shady soldier is pretty tough. Sufan bounced in place within the passageway. On the leaderboard, Sufan's score refreshed. Sufan, 1 Een soldier, ranked 15. Good. Beautiful. Rendi Hai, who was watching from Sufan's perspective from the start, couldn't help but exclaim in praise. He was a bit disappointed because Sufan was arrogant just now, but Sufan was his student after all. And the fact that Sufan was driven out of the Su family to become the trash people talked about made him especially empathetic. When he saw that Sufan did not release the Guile Beast and chose to fight the Guile Beast with his physical strength, Rendi Hai was really sweating. But then, he saw Sufan's very terrifying strike. That punch had actually dried and dented the iron armor on the Een soldier. How much physical strength must this be? Then there were the next few rounds of Sufan's rather spectacular Een soldier kills. Now Rendi Hai, who had witnessed everything throughout, was quite shocked inwardly. Sufan's physical strength was a bit exaggerated. Although this Een soldier was only the most trashy of the juvenile body realms, it was after all a trickster beast. The difficulty was still there. Sufan's not summoning a trickster, the royal trickster himself is on the field to swing his fist and do it for the first time. The problem is that he also won. It seems as if one has underestimated this kid. Looking at Sufan, who was grimacing and jumping around within the screen, Rendi Hai muttered. Sufan, what exactly is your initial trickster beast? Now, I don't believe that you would contract a mediocre vine-gnarled bearded turtle. Chapter 18 My eyes. Su Langtian, 13 Een soldiers, ranked 1. Manhwa, 7 Een soldiers, ranked 2. Wei Sherman, 6 Een soldiers, ranked 3. Sun Yichao, 4 Een soldiers, ranked 4. Xia Zizi, 3 Een soldiers, ranked 5. Sufan, 1 Een soldier, rank 15. Sweeping his eyes over the leaderboard, Ma Chengkai glanced at the agitated Rendi Hai and snorted disdainfully. The top 5 of the leaderboard, 4 are his students, what are you excited about? And that Sufan who talks big has only killed 1 Een soldier so far. What's there to make a fuss about? Forget it, it wasn't enough to bother with Sufan. Don't pay attention to it. Just a kid with a big ego and no power. He's seen this kind of student a lot. There were quite a few freshmen and sophomores who paid attention to Sufan and wanted to see Sufan's jokes. But at this moment, they were all stunned. Tearing an Een soldier with his bare hands. Is this ing human? Don't look at Sufan's side slow speed, but this seems to be more hanging than everyone else. No. Why isn't Sufan summoning his own trickster beast? Director of Instruction Yang Zhou on the school leader's seat slowed down from his shock and wondered. He was the only one among the school leaders of Lanchang No. 1 Middle School other than the principal who knew about Sufan's overwhelming talent. Although Sufan used his physical body to beat the first level beautifully, but the Guile Master still had to rely on the Guile Beast after all. Oof. Bring that up. When Jiyeon, the principal of Launching No. 1 Middle School, is angry. A bang slapped the thermos cup with red fruits in his hand on the table. Why didn't Sufan summon his own trickster beast? Is there any need to summon the vine-gnarled turtle? The vine-gnarled bearded turtle was at the back, cowering in its shell, while Sufan fought at the front? Who exactly was the royal Guile Master and who was the Guile Beast? Now the more outstanding Sufan's performance was, the more irritated when Jiyeon became. With Sufan's physical body talent and overwhelming fate palace, contracting a random trickster beast would be better than contracting a king's data. It really pissed him off. Just then. Something's not right with the mushroom-headed trickster. Very wrong. My eye. You guys, look at the image of that fat mushroom-headed guy in class 1. My eyes. Suddenly a student shrieked. That student had just accidentally glanced at it and ended up making the mistake of a lifetime. He was completely thunderstruck by the mushroom-headed fat man's perspective screen. On screen. D, stop and kill it. The Undertaker is dying, we've won already, just stop, okay? Oh D, stop it, I'm scared. D, it's live. My Zhang Xiaochuan's path to being an imperial trickster is considered completely ruined. Brother Fan, I hate you. The sound of the mushroom-headed fatty pretending to gloat kept coming out even though he was clearly taking advantage of the situation. This student's exclamation of shock quickly drew the attention of the others. This time, more and more people cast their eyes over to Zhang Xiaochuan's side. Then, my eye. This is the Een soldier, big brother. They don't even dare to say that word anymore. Some of the girls after seeing the woozy images on the screen. They were so ashamed that their faces turned red and screamed, covering their faces with their hands and shielding their eyes with their propped up 5 fingers. The condition of the students was also noticed by the school leaders on the podium. They followed the line of sight of the students. Then, the face was extraordinarily brilliant. A flash of red, a flash of white. All of them tensed their facial muscles and forced themselves to hold back, not to lose the honor of being a teacher. This. What a scandal. When Jiyeon's face was equally quite wonderful, saying 3 of these words in a row after seeing that powerful image. Which class's student, pull him out of the trial tower for me. But headmaster, this kid's trickster hasn't killed that Een soldier yet, pulling him out doesn't mean he won't have a chance to participate in the national exam. The teacher who responded to him was more pragmatic. When Jiyeon's mouth twitched. Kill? It's right. Seeing the students below getting more and more disorganized. He growled. Pull it out for me, I'm counting this little fat-ass pass. From now on, add a clause to the school rules that no student is allowed to choose this type of trickster. Or else they will never be allowed to graduate. As the door to the stone room was opened from the outside, a touch of relief appeared on Zhang Xiaochuan's life and death indifferent face. It's over, it's finally over. Your own trickster is too anticlimactic. No. If you punch a hole in the sky. Think about it. Zhang Xiaoquan winced. Zhang Xiaoquan, student Rendi Hai, right, you. Congratulations, you're the first student to pass early since the establishment of Lanchang No. 1 Middle School. Put your trickster beast away. With the previous lesson in front of him, Ma Changkai was a little less daring to enter the stone room. Knowing that he had passed the barrier early, Zhang Xiaoquan squeezed out a smile worse than tears on his face. I don't know why, but I just couldn't be happy. In his hand, the Knight's Palace of Life flashed, and the tricky beast that was still fighting with the Een soldiers unilaterally turned into a burst of light and drilled into it. And the shady soldier slammed himself into the stone wall in humiliation after the trickster disappeared. Suicide. Leaderboard update, Zhang Xiaoquan killed 1 Een soldier, ranked 42. Going out. Keep an eye on your rebellious student. Rendi Hai looked at Zhang Xiaoquan and then Ma Chengkai, his old face seized. This time, in the end, he didn't have the courage to retort. Zhang Xiaoquan, making him in the education world. Lost face. Right, there's also the unconscious Sufan. Thinking of the fact that there was another Sufan within the trial tower who had contracted a shrunken head and had personally taken to the field himself to fight the Een soldiers. Rendi Hai's old face was even more worried. The year is not good, this year how to accept so 2 strange students. Chew. Sufan, who was waving his hand and swinging his longbow to kill yet another Een soldier in the passageway, sneezed. Anyone miss themselves? 2 hours passed. All 63 newbie Imperial Guildmasters from the 2 awakening classes of Lanchang First Middle School had received a D grade. Even Mushroomhead, who had the worst strength but against all odds, killed 1 trickster. But as time passed, the gap between the talent of the 60 or so Imperial tricksters and the trickster beasts began to present itself. Awakening Class 2 student Su Langtian successfully ascended to the 4th floor, hunting and killing more than 30 Een warriors. His rating has risen to D grade. Su Langtian is currently number 1 on the leaderboard. Awakening Class 1 student Wei Sherman, following closely behind in second place, has hunted a total of 21 soldiers. Perhaps it's expected to surpass Su Langtian? After the words of the teacher responsible for broadcasting the rankings at the school leader's seat were finished, a heroic young girl appeared on the main screen on the big screen. The young girl had a perfect figure and looked very high and cold. Wearing a duck-tongued cap, most of her face was covered, only revealing her perfect white jaw, goddess-like. This type, beggars see the estimated hit on all dare not hit on. When Wei Shimon's image appeared, the students watching in the playground talked about it. So high and cold, so valiant, so imperial. Wei Shimon's trickster is looking fiercer than everyone else. I've heard that she doesn't seem to be from Lan City, she seems to be from the imperial capital. If I can have a sensational love affair with Wei Sherman, even if I'm allowed to join her family as a son-in-law, and all that's left in this life is a lonely mansion, and cold money, I'm willing to do it. Why is she ranked second in the school flower ranking list? This face value is more than enough to rank first. The first do not need to think, all know the secret operation, normal, the current environment is like this. Chapter 1910 Marshals, Imperial Capital Wei Family. Time passed. On the fourth floor of the trial tower, inside the empty cave. The duck-tongued, high-cooled girl leaned against the stone wall, her face calm. In front, a huge white bird rose up in the sky, with strands of pale meditative chi wrapped around its body, its huge wings lifting up the wind, and its sharp-hooked claws flickered with cold light, tearing through the skin and flesh of the soldiers like blades. In just 2 strokes, it executed the soldiers that others would take ages to kill. The ranked list number of scores refreshed. Weissman, 40 shady soldiers. Can Wei Sherman surpass Su Langtian? Su Langtian only has 43 soldiers at this moment. Someone said excitedly. I reckon it's hanging. Up to now Su Langtian's trickster beasts have been hiding in the shadows without revealing themselves, they haven't exerted their full strength at all. Su Langtian is too strong, the two aren't at the same level of pressure. Wei Sherman, this temperament is really no one. The school flower list turned out to have blackmail, humph. As the crowd discussed. The high and cold girl in the screen gently stroked her hat, her white and perfect jaw slightly raised. In the anticipation of the crowd. Opened his mouth. White, the whole thing is good. Praise be. That's it, keep framing. The old man comes first, I come second. Put my name and the old man's name together, got it? The huge white bird in front of him hissed, indicating that he understood. Old man, ha 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 ha. The high-strung girl started giggling. Ahem. Ahem. There was a choking cough on the playground. A good schoolmate, why did she grow a mouth? The first sister on the school's flower list, I've wronged you. I'm sorry. Sister number 1 on the list, the name is true to her name. The white bird hissed in the camera. As for Ma Chenkai, who was always concerned about the ranking list, his face was shocked after seeing the white bird in front of Wei Sherman. Exclaiming, this is the Daywalker god. A bizarre beast that is on par with the Su clan's Night Wanderer, the Day Wanderer. No! Ma Chenkai gazed and scrutinized the white bird again. When his eyes landed on the hidden medallions on the white bird's body, his face became even more shocked. This isn't the Daywalker god of the 10 martial clans. This is the day and night traveling god. Wei Sherman, she's from the imperial capital Wei family. Ma Chenkai twisted his head to look at Ren Dihai and snorted coldly, this time, you win. I didn't expect you to have a student from the imperial Wei family. Ren Dihai's expression was also a bit stunned, obviously he had just realized it as well. Wei Sherman, this child, hides really deep. At this very moment. On the 4th floor of the trial tower, behind Su Langtian, a huge black shadow was vaguely attached. He resolved one soldier after another in a dashing and sharp manner. Xia Zizi, the schoolgirl on the side, waved her arms excitedly and acted as a cheerleader for Su Langtian. Wow, Wang Tian, you are awesome. The others can't surpass us for sure. Xia Zizi beamed with a very cute expression. After resolving the last soldier, Su Langtian let out a long breath. Smiling gently towards Xia Zizi, he took Xia Zizi's hand and continued walking upwards. On the large screen in the playground, the leaderboard record kept changing. Su Langtian, 47 soldiers, ranked 1. Wei Sherman, 45 soldiers, ranked 2. Manhwa, 26 soldiers, ranked 3. Sun Yichao, 21 soldiers, ranked 4. Sufan, 13 soldiers, ranked 30th. Su Langtian was high in first place, Wei Sherman was close behind, and the two of them were leading the third place in the break. In addition to these two, there was another person who caused the most concern. It was the one ranked 30th. Sufan. Sweep away thousands of troops. A middle-aged to the extreme roar resounded through the corridors of the 2nd floor of the trial tower. Miso. The bright light of the longo flashed. Stab la 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 la. The 3 soldiers that surrounded Sufan, their heads separated. After many battles, he had accumulated quite a wealth of combat experience. Sufan let out a cold snort. If I come across the opening soldier again, I will be able to finish it off with just one move. And remain unharmed. Data updated, Sufan's battle record +3. Sufan, 16 underworld soldiers, rank 25. Wildly 5th place. Nothing more than that. Ran Di high. His heart twitched a little. You're still burning up? You're a royal artificer, not a warrior. It's a good thing that he hadn't expected Sufan before, or else he would have been really pissed off. He was expecting Sufan to summon the trickster beast from the moment he killed the first soldier with his bare hands. But he really didn't expect that Sufan really just used his physical body to fight the whole way, and he didn't summon the trickster beast. Alas. Senpai villain, what an oddball. You can say he's odd, but you can't say he's wasted. Who is stronger than him in terms of physical strength? Not even Su Langtian. But a Guile Master, the main thing to look at is the Guile Beast. Sufan can even get a B grade rating for his effort. Wouldn't he become even stronger by drinking the rewarding Trickster Beast nutrient liquid? It's not that you guys are sick. The vast majority of students were also watching Sufan for fun. No one would think that Sufan could get a ranking on the leaderboard, even if it was the top 10. In their minds, Sufan had no choice but to find another way to get some rewards because his own talent in Trickster Beasts didn't work. The end of the Trial Tower passage. It was a large stone room. At this time, a few people were standing in the center of the stone room staring sorrowfully at Sufan, with dozens of soldiers' corpses and limbs scattered all over the place. Obviously, these few people had teamed up to pass this level but had not left. Seeing a few acquaintances, Sufan curbed his playfulness and put his longbow on his shoulder. Yo, the brothers are quite fast, waiting here? Don't get close. Manhwa glared at Sufan with a gloomy gaze. He pointed at the floor under his feet. Fulfill the Day of Awakening wager and get on your knees and call me daddy. And hand over what the officials gave you. There are some things you can't keep. Good, you count as one. Sufan pulled out his ears and looked at Sun Yichao behind Manhwa. What about you? Sufan, don't be a pussy, just that vine-gnarled bearded turtle you contracted. What qualifications do you have to flaunt in front of me? Sun Yichao responded to Sufan with his words. Fine, you count as one, what about you? Sufan looked at the man at the end again. At this moment, his face was colder than facing both Manhwa and Sun Yichao. It's really hard for you to come down from the 4th level specifically to besiege me. Why don't we not wait for the national exam and settle the score in advance today? A few of you go together, don't waste time. Sufan swung his longbow and made an offensive pose. The one at the very back of the few shrugged his shoulders, seemingly helpless. Don't get excited, don't misunderstand, I just came down to pick up Xia Zizi, I'll be leaving soon. After saying that, Su Langtian had a smile at the corner of his mouth, pulling Xia Zizi's hand and stepping onto the stone steps heading to the 3rd floor. When they reached the corner, he suddenly came back lightly. You guys play, Brother Meng and Yichao, I'm going up first, so hurry up when you're done. That's right, be careful, the trial tower doesn't allow for any Imperial Guildmaster deaths. Sun Yichao immediately replied, Boss Langtian, I'll go up to you right away. No problem, just this kind of waste, it's quick. Manhwa craned his neck and looked at Sufan with a bloodthirsty smile in his eyes. What a pity, this trial match allows struggles, but no casualties are allowed, otherwise I will definitely torture and torment you. A pity indeed. Sufan nodded, agreeing with his words. You're pretending to be Nima. Sufan's attitude infuriated Manhwa and Sun Yichao, and the two of them immediately summoned the Trickster Beast. Manhwa's commanding life palace and Sun Yichao's knightly life palace. The two natal palaces appeared in the palms of the two men respectively. As the two mobilized their fate palace with each other. A large turtle draped in ethereal aura was the first to appear within the stone room. The large turtle was huge, as if a stone millstone was placed horizontally in front of them, filled with a sense of oppression. Unlike ordinary turtles, this turtle's head was actually a hideous bear's head with sharp fangs. This was the underworld bear turtle, Manhwa's contracted rogue beast with elite fate talent, his family's inherited rogue beast. Right behind it, a black pig with a dead man's face and a black hairy and disheveled body that was equally huge appeared. This was just Sun Yichao's Trickster Beast. Higher fate, ghost-faced sneaky pig. He purchased it at the Trickster Beast store that day. It was just more remarkable. Behind the ass of this ghost-faced sneaky pig, there was a very hideous bloody hole that was still dripping crimson blood. It seemed to have been violently destroyed by something. Chapter 20, Welcoming the Battle. Cough. Sufan was a bit unstrung and rubbed his nose. Outside the trial tower, Sun Yichao's teacher Ma Changkai looked at Zhang Xiaoquan slyly. The latter revealed his large white teeth and smiled sardonically, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. You're too much. Sufan's coughing directly pierced Sun Yichao's nerve that had become extremely sensitive. He growled towards Sufan, you deserve to die. He vaguely remembered the first time he fell for this ghost-faced sneaky evil pig. How happy he was. He had thought that he would be able to stand in the spotlight with it, as a good royal guile master and guile beast. But then, Sun Yichao's eyes reddened. But then, the damn Zhang Xiaoquan bought the damn trickster beast under the instruction of the damn Sufan. He could never forget Piggy's miserable wailing that day, and the helpless look in his eyes when he looked at himself. It was obvious that he was right in front of him, but he couldn't do anything about it. One could only watch the damn Sufan's little brother, the damn Zhang Xiaochuan's damn trickster beast, do violence to his own trickster beast. That kind of feeling. Do you guys get it? The extreme sadness caused Sun Yichao's facial expression to become a bit hideous. His fingernails were clasped dead in his palms as he glared fiercely at Sufan. Little piggy, today you and I will avenge that day for you. The ghost-faced sneaky evil pig followed Sun Yichao and hissed towards Sufan. It was the voice that was more or less breathless. Sufan, it remembers, the boss of the owner of that thing. These three things that are not worthy of being human beasts have become its heart demons. Ugh. Meeting the eyes of Sun Yichao and that sneaky evil pig, Sufan sighed. Forget it, you're also a poor fellow. The things you did for kneeling Su Langtian are understandable. You go, the grudge between you and me ends here. Regardless of the manner, you can be considered a character for asking for resources from Su Langtian's hands. Sparing him this time was all but an apology for what happened that day. He also didn't expect that the trickster beast that Guy Morningbiao had picked for Zhang Xiaoquan to be so heaven-defying. Sufan, I can't use your pity. Your lofty stance makes me feel sick. You have to realize that the current you is long gone from being the heir of the Su family. Sun Yichao turned to Sufan and said word for word, you are just a waste of space abandoned by the Su family. Yichao is right. In fact, he, Sufan, is even worse than you right now. On the side, Manhwa stroked the head of his trickster beast, the spectral bear turtle, and added with teasing. Your ghost-faced sneaky pig is much better than the shrunken head turtle he bought with a loan. Hand over that thing and I'll let you call your father one less time. Manhwa still had his heart set on what the official gave to Sufan even now. Sufan shook his head. It was just a matter of being sentimental. I was looking for a way to let people off the hook, but they didn't appreciate it. Gotta pack it up together. When Manhwa and Sun Yichao's trickster beasts were summoned. Name, Spectral Bear Turtle Ghost Clan. Realm, Juvenile. Fate, Elite Fate. Battle technique, not included. Name, Ghost-Faced Sneaky Hog Eater of Wonders Clan. Realm, Young Body Realm. Fate, Higher Fate. Battle technique, not included. The viewing screen thoughtfully typed out the base stats of the two tricksters on the trickster book. After seeing the introduction of the two trickster beasts, Zhang Xiaoquan instantly became worried for Sufan. That ghost-faced sneaky evil pig was okay. After all, his own trickster beast had once defeated it in a dry run. He wasn't too scared. But Meng Hui's underworld bear turtle was not. The elite fate could be a full grade higher than the vine gnarled bearded turtle that Sufan had contracted. Plus, the strength of the vine gnarled bearded turtle was well known. It could be said that Sufan was at an absolute disadvantage. Sufan really contracted a vine gnarled bearded turtle? At this time, Ren Dihai, who was still undeterred, inquired towards Zhang Xiaoquan. Ren Dihai was still somewhat not quite convinced that Sufan could do such a stupid thing. Sufan's performance of fighting his way up the trial tower in the flesh was quite bright, so he shouldn't be the kind of kid who jokes about his future. Yes teacher, I saw it with my own eyes. Ran Zhang Xiaochuan's response completely killed him. Oh. Ma Chengkai snorted when he heard it from the side. After Meng Hui, Sun Yichao, and the others went up against Sufan, the big screen immediately gave them the main screen image. Right now, basically the entire school's students and teachers were paying attention. In Ma Chengkai's opinion, this had involved him and Ren Dihai's face to each other. He couldn't lose no matter what. But for now, he couldn't lose. Sufan had contracted a vine gnarled bearded turtle, so what was he going to lose with? At this moment, everyone was waiting for Sufan's trickster beast to appear. Most of those who knew that Sufan had contracted a vine gnarled bearded turtle were waiting to see Sufan's joke. No fun, would have liked to play alone for a while, Jean Gang called out, this trial tower is completely meaningless. Sufan deflated. The underworld bear turtle and the ghost-faced sneaky evil pig wouldn't be something he could fight against by the power of his physical body. It would have to be on Vajra. Throwing the long gauntlet that had accompanied him all the way over to cut down the Yin soldiers to the ground. Holding seals with both hands, he mobilized the spirit world to summon the Fate Palace. A special pattern appeared from the palm of his left hand. Then, the Imperial Destiny Palace that was hidden as the Mortal Destiny Palace appeared. After the purple Mortal Destiny Palace appeared in Sufan's palm, the entire playground was quiet for a second, then directly boiled. Mortal Fate Palace? So Sufan is really a waste, ha ha ha. The civilian students who had been seeing and mocking Sufan from before thought that Sufan was just the most trashy Mortal Fate Palace. Immediately, they began to taunt Sufan. They exchanged words with their companions beside them, gabbing at Sufan for a while and looking down on him for a while. However, the children of the world's families or students with backgrounds next to them chastised them and told them to shut up. They were a bit bewildered. Stop laughing, don't embarrass yourself. That's not the Mortal Life Palace, Sufan is practicing the hidden dragon skill, hiding his life palace. Before mocking others, first get the situation clear. The hidden dragon technique can't be cultivated at all without an official endorsement, even if it's the son of a family. Sufan's talent must be very high, that's why the officials gave him the hidden dragon technique. These children of families or students with backgrounds could tell at a glance that Sufan was practicing the hidden dragon reverse fortune heavenly deity skill. The surrounding students didn't know anything, but began to mock ignorantly, a gesture of pointing. It made them feel humiliated. And so, the playground, which had just been in commotion for a while, came to a standstill again. The students who had just taunted Sufan, their faces turned red. Bashfulness was accompanied by a strong dose of inferiority. For his own behavior just now, he felt clownish. Also this moment, they realized the gap between people. He had gone to taunt Sufan with the posture of a joke, thinking that he would be answered by his classmates, but he had not expected to reveal his narrow-mindedness and his low quality. Yoho, it seems that Sufan's talent isn't low, or else the Xia officials wouldn't have given him the hidden dragon technique. When Sufan's purple fate palace appeared, Zhong Kui was indeed taken aback. But then he thought that after Sufan's contracted trickster beast was a vine-gnarled turtle. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. It's a pity that Sufan ran into a waste of a teacher who didn't give him a good lecture on the varieties of trickster beasts. Contracting a trickster beast that looks like it has an okay destiny talent, but is actually a waste. It's a pity, if I were a student, this child wouldn't be wasted. Zhong Kui gave Rendihai another burst of yin and yang. Sufan. Rendihai murmured softly as he was shocked at the purple fate palace in Sufan's hand. Could it be? Is it really because I didn't explain it to you? Rendihai didn't care much about Zhong's yin and yang and insults. However, if Sufan really chose the vine-gnarled bearded turtle because he didn't explain the trickster beast to him, then Rendihai was chagrined. He felt that he had harmed and delayed Sufan. Meng Hui's gaze fell on the purple mortal life palace in Sufan's palm, and a trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes that was hard to hide. You're finally willing to call out that shrinking turtle of yours. So what if you have high talent? The ultimate strength of a guile master depends on his own guile beast. Shrinking head turtle? Sufan laughed, then his eyes turned cold. Vajra. Come out and show everyone if you're a shrinking violet. Chapter 21, King Kong comes out. Inside the Palace of Destiny. King Kong was awakened from his dormant cultivation, his large head raised high. A howl was heard. With a high spirit of battle, he rushed out of the Palace of Destiny. Seeing Sufan mobilizing his fate palace and really preparing to summon the trickster beast, the principal of launching No. 1 middle school, Wenji Courage, who was in the leadership seat, didn't want to see it anymore, and with a twist of his head, he was ready to leave the stage in advance. Launching first high school this time is considered a disgrace. The joke has made a big mess. Those principals know that Sufan has contracted a head of such a thing, probably want to laugh at me to death. Alas. Sighed, with regret for Sufan, and also for his own career path. Holy! What kind of creepy beast is this horse? Ran. The playground. The taunting he expected from the students didn't seem to happen. Instead, there were exclamations of surprise with a heavy dose of shock. What's going on? When Jiyong was puzzled and turned his head to look at the screen. With that, the screen that appeared in his eyes. It was unforgettable for the rest of his life. A hideous beast as tall as a story building. The scarlet head was raised high, opening its brutal beak and sending out a deafening roar towards the outside of the screen. It seemed to be announcing its arrival to everyone. The giant beast's entire body was shrouded in a thick layer of baleful aura, the edges of its thick tortoise armor glittered with the cold light of bone spikes, and a bull-thick symbiotic tree snake gulped its snake letters. Every breath exuded a suffocating pressure. The moment. The entire Orchid City No. 1 middle school playground, both teachers and students were stunned. Sufan, you tell me, is this a vine gnarled turtle? Looking at the underworld bear turtle and the ghost-faced sneaky evil pig that stood below the lofty beast, their size was like good babies. A gust of wind blew by. The few remaining hairs on top of Wen Jiyong's head drifted. This moment. Even he, who had been in a high position for many years, couldn't help but burst out. Whose vine-gnarled turtle looks like this? That's what you told me on the phone the other day, Sufan, that you contracted a vine-gnarled turtle. Zhang Xiaoquan, you tell me, is this a vine-gnarled bearded turtle? The same words were still coming out of Rendihai and Ma Qingsai's mouths. However, the object of their questioning was changed to Zhang Xiaoquan. Zhang Xiaoquan was gripped by Ma Qingsai's collar, but his eyes were still glaring. Still looking at the hideous beast on the screen. Two teachers, don't ask me, I'm confused too. It's not. Is this the shy little turtle? It's all turtle ancestors now, isn't it? It was at this point that the introduction about Vajra belatedly appeared on the external screen of the trial tower. Name. Realm, juvenile body realm. Fate. Battle technique, uncollected. Ugh, if you didn't know, you shouldn't have pushed so hard. Zhang Xiaoquan, who was gripped by the neck collar, spat out. Shrinking head turtle? Inside the trial tower. Sufan spoke in a low tone with a hint of coldness, slowly repeating Meng Hui's words that had just mocked him and King Kong. Then tell me now, is my King Kong a shrinking turtle? King Kong opened his huge mouth and hissed and growled at the two. Roar! Looking at the giant mouth that was even bigger than his own, Meng Hui and also Sun Yichao's two faces instantly turned white, completely shocked. If they had known that Sufan's trickster beast was this, they wouldn't have dared to taunt it even if they had 10,000 guts. As they were like this, their trickster beast was even worse, retreating behind them and shivering. There was not even the slightest thought of resistance, becoming the shrunken head turtle that they had taunted Sufan with just now. Standing in front of the lofty Vajra that was like a mountain, Sufan's figure appeared small. However, under the background of Vajra's huge body, he exuded an invisible pressure around him. At this moment, Sufan seemed like the master of heaven and earth. Kneel down to me. Jin Gang let out a roar, his body symbiotic with thick and hideous tree snakes circling in the air like a dragon. Kneel down for me. The voice was soft, but it carried endless pressure. It pressed Meng Hui and Sun Yichao, both of whom were trembling and covered in cold sweat. Vajra within the Tower of Trials. To the dismay and shock of everyone in the playground. This trickster beast of Sufan's had exceeded everyone's expectations. They had never seen this kind of trickster beast before. Sufan, no, brother Fan. Meng Hui changed his arrogance from earlier and squeezed out a smile on his face. Brother Fan, haven't we always been friends before? This moment. Meng Hui had already lost the thought of confronting Sufan. Next to him, Sun Yichao, who had been equally arrogant just now, was now in a stupor. Whether it was him from an ordinary background or Meng Hui, the son of a family. In front of today's Sufan, none of them were good enough. In this world, strength was honored. Sufan's imperial destiny palace, coupled with such a strong initial guile beast, his future achievements would be absolutely immeasurable. It was not even more than Su Langtian. Sufan. Regret filled Sun Yichao's entire body. In order to lick Su Langtian, he deliberately targeted Sufan and went against him at every turn. He denigrated Sufan in front of others. Undoubtedly, he had offended Sufan completely. The entire school watched. Sun Yichao knelt. A miserable smile was born on his face. Sufan, I was wrong, I shouldn't have offended you. After saying these words, the whole person seemed like he had lost his soul and was limp and godless on the ground. This kneeling, in Lanchang First Middle School. He completely lost his dignity. But no one will sympathize with him, because everything is his own doing. When he himself taunted Sufan trying to make him the laughingstock of the whole school, he should have thought of this moment. Sun Yichao guessed correctly. After he knelt down, none of the students in Lancheng No. 1 Middle School sympathized with him. Instead, Sufan's dominance in pressing him to kneel by his powerful strength filled the hearts of the crowd. It turned out that strength could really shut everything up. Sufan nodded with satisfaction at Sun Yichao's performance, then looked at Meng Hui. Approaching, he gently spat out two words, what about you? A condescending stance. It made Meng Hui's face instantly redden, a feeling he had once experienced for 3 years. A strong sense of shame hit him. He had thought that Sufan had been driven out of the Su family and had become a waste, but he had not expected that he would return as a king to become even more dazzling now. Squeezing out a smile on his face, brother Fan, haven't we always been friends before? Stop, I'm not friends with you. Sufan interrupted his hypocritical face, and it was those two words again, kneel down. This moment. Sufan's gaze made Meng Hui feel incomparably ashamed. His hand was gripped in death, and his eyes glared away. Sufan, don't go too far. He was the heir of the Meng family in Lanchang, who was he to kneel down for an ordinary person? I remember someone saying that you can't be a man of your word. I won't kneel, what can you do to me? You're going to humiliate me in front of the whole school? We're all classmates from Lanchang First Middle School, why are you being so aggressive? Pushy? Sufan laughed, now it's him being aggressive again? Just now, when you wanted to fight for the things in my hands, it wasn't this attitude. A cold snort and cold eyes. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it, after that you'll suffer the consequences. Sufan finished speaking, and the Vajra in front of him hissed afterward. Meng Hui's face changed drastically, shouting towards the air. Teacher, I request to withdraw from the trial. Quit? Sufan sneered, Sufan, am not allowed. See if you can get out. Ma Qingsai's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted towards the school leader's seat. Headmaster, my student has applied to withdraw from the trial. Rang, responding to him. There was only when Ji Yong's faint sentence, Meng Hui does not meet the conditions for withdrawing from the trial at that moment. I hope he can work hard and take another step forward. Ma Chengkai was stunned. Then he laughed out loud in the whole school. Chapter 22 Not Allowed. Why can't I get out? 3 seconds passed quickly, Meng Hui was in a big hurry, his face was white, why didn't any teacher take him out? Time's up. Sufan shook his head. Since you chose to be tough, then you must have been prepared to endure everything. Vajra. Roar. Kill his trickster. With a roar. The tree serpent on the adamantine thick turtle shell slammed toward Meng Hui's trickster beast, the underworld bear turtle. At the juvenile body realm, King Kong had yet to learn battle techniques. Therefore, the only attack method was the most initial violent physical combat form. But this violent aesthetic was even more shocking. Rumble rumble. The brown wave of bizarre fury chi overturned the nearby rocky broken walls, and the tree snake, like a warhammer, smashed through the body of the underworld bear turtle. After a long time, the fury in the air gradually dissipated. The bottom of the first floor of the trial tower was completely changed into ruins, and the underworld bear turtle turned into a puddle of meat. The face was so completely changed that he didn't even recognize his mother. It all happened so fast. The playground of Lancheng No. 1 Middle School was silent, and all the teachers and students were shocked. Crushed. Total crush. Crushed without the power to fight back. That was the Meng family's inherited trickster beast. Was it that bad? Stab. Walking up to the smash to meet Phantom Bear Turtle, his hand reached in, stirred and searched for it. Sufan found the inner elixir belonging to the underworld bear turtle. Vajra, well done, your reward. Boom. LOL. The inner elixir was swallowed by Vajra with a bite. Roar. King Kong opened his huge mouth and hissed happily. Ignoring Meng Hui, who was already in a stupefied trance, he took King Kong and prepared to head to the staircase that led to the second floor of the trial tower. From the beginning, Meng Hui never even caught his eye. His underworld bear turtle was nothing more than an elite fate, so what qualifications did it have to jump in front of his own overlord fate's Vajra? Juvenile body realm. No battle skills unlocked, purely relying on the power of the physical body. A trickster beast with a high fate talent had an absolutely overwhelming advantage over a trickster beast with a low fate talent. While walking to the stairs, subconsciously, Sufan turned back and glanced slyly at the ghost-faced sneaky pig. A thought arose that both Vajra and Morning Puma lacked materials for their advancement. Sun Icho and his trickster beast, ghost-faced sneaky pig, sensed Sufan's gaze, and a chill surged up the backbone of the one man and one trickster, reaching the sky. Plop. Sun Icho knelt again. Sufan, Your Honor, let my little piggy go. Please, I'll never go against you again in my life. I swear. The ghost-faced sneaky evil pig was even more excessive, the back two hooves bent like a human kneeling down, the front hooves frantically slapping the floor, and the big pig's head clunking and smashing the ground frantically to kowtow. Don't want to become a meat cake, don't be eaten inner Dan. Sufan's mouth twitched. These two guys were really interesting, didn't they all say that after kneeling down, the previous grudges would be written off? Is he the kind of person who goes back on his word? For people outside to see, they would think how brutal they are. Under the tireless efforts of Sun Icho and the ghost-faced sneaky evil pig, Sufan finally stepped onto the third floor. Of course. Sufan had originally wanted to head to the third layer, it was the few of them who had to make a fool of themselves to stop it. The ghost-faced sneaky evil pig directly paralyzed on the ground. It felt. Just now, that guy's eyes had been staring at himself ghostly. Staring for a long time. Sufan was definitely up for killing a pig to get the Dan. It wasn't until Sufan had been gone for a long time that Meng Hui reacted. It's gone. The inner elixir is gone. Looking at the meat cake in front of him, he muttered in a dull voice, Inherited beast. Gone. The inner Dan being eaten also meant that there was no possibility of resurrection. Put. As his heart blood attacked his heart, Meng Hui's eyes went black and his body collapsed heavily. In the last moment of conscious unconsciousness, the thought in Meng Hui's mind was, he's finished. To the children of the lineage, heritage beasts were different from ordinary trickster beasts. If the inheritance beast was killed, he was going to lose his heirship. Shouldn't have messed with Sufan. Lancheng No. 1 Middle School playground. The entire playground could be heard as a pin dropped, and many students turned pale. Sufan. Killed Meng Hui's trickster beast? At first, they were still shocked by the ferocity of Sufan's guile beast, envisioning a future where they could become a powerful guile master like Sufan. But when they saw the blood-drenched scene when Jin Gang brutally slapped the underworld bear turtle into a meat cake, the bloody images caused the faces of these students to change abruptly. Especially the civilian students, where had they seen such a battle in their long lives? Especially when Sufan pulled out the inner elixir from the bloodied and battered flesh with no expression on his face. Their worldview was even more violently impacted. This wasn't quite the same as the Imperial Guile Master they had expected. What a great vibe everyone had at the beginning of the trial tower. Going to hunt each other for Yin soldiers, how did it suddenly become so bloody? It wasn't just the students, even the teachers of Lancheng No. 1 Middle School felt that it was getting a bit bloody, and their brows furrowed. Headmaster, isn't Sufan going a little too far with this? Sensing the emotions of the teachers and students, Director of Instruction Yang Zhou leaned over to Wen Jiang's ear and said, after all, this is just a trial, the main competition item is still the number of tricksterine soldier hunts, there's no need to kill Meng Hui's trickster beast and Sufan also pulled out his inner elixir to feed his trickster beast in front of all the teachers and students. This behavior. Isn't it a bit too brutal? On the battlefield, go ahead and say those kind words to the rival Imperial Guile Master who wants to kill you. It's good to realize the cruelty of the Imperial Guile Masters too early. When Jiang coldly replied back, putting a lid on the matter before paying no more attention to it. His eyes slowly turned to Sufan in the screen, his eyes deep. Ren Dihai and Tian Chengkai did the same. Time continued to pass. With Vajra, Sufan's speed of hunting Yin soldiers directly increased, pushing across all the way. Not a single Yin soldier could carry one of Vajra's whips. However, because the following layers of Yin soldiers had all been killed by Su Langtian, Wei Sherman, and the others, there weren't many newly generated Yin soldiers, so Sufan couldn't form a counterattack in a short period of time. 50. Score A. Su Langtian, who reached the 5th level, has successfully hunted the 50th Yin soldier. Second place Wei Sherman is close behind with 48. She's about to catch up with Su Langtian. The thickly built Sufan is also starting to push forward. The announcing teacher once again set the playground atmosphere ablaze. One was Su Langtian, who was called the Light of Lan City by the people of Lan City. One was Wei Sherman, the high-cooled girl who came out of nowhere today, and the other was Sufan, who was a scum rebelling against the odds and summoning a giant beast to beat their faces to a painful pulp. The competition between the three made everyone look forward to it. Black shadows whistled behind Su Langtian, each whistling was the life of a Yin soldier. The white bird in front of Wei Sherman released meditative chi, and the heads of the Yin soldiers fell between the cold light of the hooks and claws. Sufan's side is the most simple and rough. King Kong pushed all the way across, like stepping on ants like a foot. Just at this time, everyone was surprised to discover a phenomenon. Wei Sherman, in control of the score? Many students noticed that Wei Sherman's white bird attack seemed to have slowed down quite a bit. From the harshness and swiftness at the beginning, one claw at a time, without any delay, to now, half a day couldn't solve a single Yin soldier. It's close to telling people that she's acting in the clear. The gap between Wei Sherman and Su Langtian on the leaderboards was getting wider and wider, and the gap with Sufan was instead getting closer and closer. At this time, someone suddenly came to a realization. I see. He looked at the high-strung teenage girl within the screen who commanded her trickster to attack at a weaker point. He also looked at Su Langtian, who was killing Yin soldiers in a flurry of chaos, and a flash of envy appeared on his face. Wei Sherman likes Su Langtian. At these words, the playground was instantly quiet. The student continued, Wei Sherman just said that if the old man comes first, she has to come second. She's pursuing Su Langtian in this way. Chapter 23 starting to catch up. Wei Sherman is pursuing Su Langtian. This time the entire playground crowd boiled over. It's too romantic not to surpass when you clearly have a chance to surpass. But Su Langtian already has Xia Zizi now. I even saw them go into the hotel the day before yesterday. It doesn't matter, Su Langtian is just too good, being liked by Wei Sherman is normal. Wei Sherman was the biggest dark horse that came out of nowhere in this trial match. Its heavenly face value coupled with strong strength powdered a lot of schoolmates. Now it is learned that Wei Sherman is pursuing their equally favorite senior Su Langtian. Can they not be excited? A handsome man and a beautiful woman. So they kowtow to CP on the spot. Vajra, charge upwards and harvest the battlefield. Sufan stood on Vajra's thick turtle back and gave orders, like a monarch sitting on a chariot during an imperial expedition. Nowadays there weren't many Yin soldiers left on the 3rd or 4th floor. He was going to make a charge to the higher levels. Rumble. Rumble. This guile beast of Sufan's fleshly strength is simply too strong. It's simply invincible in a realm like the juvenile body where there are no battle techniques to add to it. It's not really easy to say the first place in the rankings. The announcing teacher was still driving the atmosphere of the playground teachers and students. As time passed, the vast majority of the rookie imperialists couldn't support themselves and exited the trial tower. This is Sufan? This is a vine-gnarled turtle? This was the first reaction of the vast majority of people who had just come out and saw the hideous beast under Sufan on the screen. Especially the students of Awakening Class 2. Huffing and puffing, they found Sun Yichao and grabbed him by the collar. You told us that the Sufan creepy beast is a vine-gnarled bearded turtle. Does your family's vine-gnarled bearded turtle look like this? If it wasn't for you fanning the flames in the middle, could we have offended Sufan? Sufan's initial guile beast wasn't as weak as rumored at all, plus the Imperial Destiny Palace talent. The future was unlimited in the future. They don't want to offend Sufan. Especially after learning that Sufan had smashed Meng Hui's war beast into a meat cake and pulled out his inner pills to feed the trickster beast in public. These people were even more pale and scared, fearing that they would wait for Sufan to come behind and find them to settle the score. Kneeling in the trial tower. Sun Yichao's entire person completely lost heart, even if he was pulled up and growled and questioned. Still wilted. The members of the second squad get out of breath with him and leave. They began to calculate how to ease the relationship when Sufan came out. At least don't let Sufan hold a grudge. Meng Hui's previous lesson was right in front of him. It's horrible. Time passes and the leaderboards are refreshed. First, Su Langtian, 83 Yin soldiers. Second, Sufan, 64 soldiers. Third, Wei Sherman, 64 soldiers. Fourth, Chuang Ming, 43 soldiers. Class, things are getting interesting as third-ranked Sufan and second-ranked Wei Sherman meet. Will Wei Sherman start bothering to catch up because Sufan stole her second? The seventh floor of the trial tower. Roar! King Kong's front hooves rose into the air, and his massive body fell heavily. Rumble! A tremor. Several soldiers and weird beasts below that revealed their sharp long gorges and were covered in a steaming aura of fury were turned into meatcakes in the trampling. Regardless of the number of soldiers around him, Vajra still crushed everything with the posture of an overlord, destroying everything. Sufan used his long gauntlet to pick through the corpses of the soldiers and looked towards the high-strung young girl wearing a duck-tongue cap not far away. Shrugging his shoulders, the trial tower is so petty, after killing so many soldiers and weird beasts, it doesn't give an inner elixir. The white jawline of the high-cooled girl lifted up and let out a light laughter. Amused by Sufan. Sufan's gesture was too much like a rag picker going through a trash heap with a rotten wooden stick. Sufan jumped down from the back of the Vajra turtle, and Wei Sherman immediately posted over when she saw this. It was dodged by Sufan. Sufan stared at the white bird next to Wei Sherman for a moment. Day Walker. No, there's black text on your body, it's the Day and Night Wanderer. Are you from the Wei family in the imperial capital? Aha! Wei Sherman softly nodded her head, in sharp contrast to her big grin earlier. Sufan said, it's thanks to me taking the initiative to break away from the Su family, or else I'd still have to call you a young patriarch. Wei Sherman pursed her lips and let out a delicate laugh again. Where did Sufan take the initiative to disengage? He was clearly being driven out. However, she didn't refute it. When going out, men want to save face. Without delaying with you, I'm going to rush the tower. Sufan gave an order, and Vajra started up again. Just now, he had said that he would challenge the entire second-class members by himself. How dare that old dang Ma Changkai call me arrogant? I've never been arrogant, I'm confident in my own strength. King Kong and also Morning Biao, you two say right? Roar! King Kong's hideous mouth opened to develop a battle roar in response to Sufan. Morning Biao, who was practicing in another life palace in the spirit world, similarly responded with a tiger roar. The tree snake on the back of the thick turtle intimately wrapped around Sufan's body and pampered him to stick it. Sufan leaped, restably landed on the back of the Vajra turtle, Vajra war roar, rumble 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 debris splash, with Sufan vastly away. Wei Sherman stood in place, her bright eyes gazing at Sufan and King Kong's far away back, flashing a hint of complexity. The cloudy wind blew through the passageway, and the sleeves of her clothes fluttered gently. The ninth floor of the Tower of Trials. In the shadows behind Su Lang, a pair of huge black claws that were the polar opposite of Wei Shimon's white bird steamed with cold black underworld chi. Cold light flashed, instantly penetrating a dozen or so soldiers around them. Dismembered limbs and broken arms scattered and splashed in all directions intertwined with the rotting flesh, coloring the ground into a gruesome Shura field. Su Langtian panted heavily. No, the number of soldiers besieging him is increasing, he is already out of his strength, further up the Night Wanderer may have to be exposed. Before the trial, Mother specifically instructed that one must not expose the night-traveling god in front of the public, especially the Su family, without truly obtaining the identity of the heir. Su Langtian's speed of hunting soldiers slowed down quite a bit, and Xia Zizi, who was cheering from the side, was a bit puzzled. Wang Tian, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Suddenly I feel bored and don't want to play anymore. You don't want the leaderboard rating reward anymore? Su Langtian smiled indifferently. Do you think that with my status as the heir of the Su family, I would lack those resources? However, perhaps someone is starving for this reward, even to the point of fighting others for it. Su Langtian glanced at the leaderboards, his tone bland but intentional. Meng Hui and Sun Yichao, the two losers, hadn't even beaten that damn guy. They're all losers. Xia Zizi understood the object implicitly referred to in Su Langtian's words, and a playful yet adorable smile surfaced on her face. Aya, don't worry. It was you, Wang Tian, who was at the forefront of the trial tower, blocking the vast majority of the soldiers. Sufan was merely tainted by your light, so that he could barely catch up along the way and obtain some shabby rewards that you couldn't even look at. To put it bluntly, he's just a piece of trash in front of you. A trace of contempt flashed in Su Langtian's eyes. Xia Zizi's words were right in his favor. He is high and mighty, and Sufan is just a lowly person who got lucky and dipped into his light. Alright, Wang Tian, you've already hunted 93 soldiers, kill 7 more and you'll reach rating S. This is an outstanding achievement that hasn't been seen for several years in Lancheng First Middle School. You cannot want the reward, but you cannot not want the ranking. The first must be yours. Good. Su Langtian nodded his head in response, and there was also an element of bragging in front of Xia Zizi in his words just now. The trickster beast battle skill bearing stone that was rewarded by the scoring S was also very heartwarming to him. Chapter 24, Breaking Records. The scorecard refreshes. First place, Sufan, number of shady soldiers hunted 127, rating S. Second place, Su Langtian, 113 soldiers hunted, rating S. After Sufan started charging the tower, Wei Sherman also started moving. Third place, Wei Sherman, number of soldiers hunted 107, score S. Fourth place, Zhuang Ming, number of soldiers hunted 51, rating A. With all eyes on him, Sufan easily caught up with Su Langtian. There was no expected intense scramble. There was only Sufan and King Kong's dominating crush. Su Langtian wasn't enough to make him put in much effort. I quit. Su Langtian's voice resounded within the screen, instantly causing many teachers and students to be puzzled. Why? Senior Su Langtian obviously hasn't used his full strength yet? The report card hasn't been refreshed yet, he can't see Sufan's battle record. Yeah, his trickster beast hasn't appeared until now. Senior Luang Tian, don't quit, don't let that villainous senior catch up to first place. It was a pity that the wailing of the schoolmates and siblings could not be heard by the people inside the trial tower. Su Langtian pulled Xia Zizi's hand and walked out with his characteristic gentle smile. Su Langtian was confident. He must be number one. Even to be on the safe side, he had killed some newly generated fallen soldiers along the way as he walked down the trial tower. His battle record also reached a staggering 113 soldiers. This was also very outstanding amongst the results of Lanchang First Middle School in all the years. This year's number one, it's bound to be me, I deserve it. Su Langtian said in a voice that only he could hear. Xia Zizi was also filled with happiness, clinging to Su Langtian. She was going to be ready to enjoy the cheers of others together with Su Langtian. After being ruthlessly insulted by Sufan in front of many people that day, she figured it out. In fact, Su Langtian might not be inferior to Sufan. The main thing to look for in a trickster is the trickster beast. No matter how talented Sufan was, without a good trickster beast, he was still trash. Now, following Su Langtian all the way through the trial tower, Xia Zizi was glad that she had made the most correct choice. I guess a lot of women are envious of themselves. Both were thinking. However, Su Langtian and Xia Zizi came out. There was no sound of praise, commendation or adoration that they wanted to hear. Instead, there was a wail of, "Why did you come out, Senior Luang Tian? Wei Sherman even gave up being number one to pursue you. Being overtaken by the villainous Sufan." Alas. These were all people who liked and supported Su Langtian because of Yi Jing's campaign. At this moment, inside the playground, there were also quite a few schoolmates who were convinced by Sufan's tyrant character as well as those who were fond of King Kong's hideous and domineering appearance. They didn't pay the slightest attention to Su Langtian and Xia Zizi who had just walked out of the trial tower. They were chanting and cheering for Sufan. Wow, Senior Sufan is so fierce, he and his trickster beast don't see any weakness at all. So damn domineering, this is how men should be, kill kill kill. Battle battle battle. After learning about Sufan for a long time, I realized that I really like his character. Right, in front of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are bull. Senior is on the 10th floor, wholly, facing dozens of soldiers or crushing them. A battlefield bulldozer. Orchid City number one is well deserved. Sufan used his strength and proved himself, causing many people to change their attitudes towards him. Su Langtian and Xia Zizi who walked out of the trial tower ready to enjoy the cheers and applause of the crowd. Their expressions were stunned. Both of them froze at the entrance of the trial tower. Sufan surpassed me? No one paid any attention to Su Langtian at all. At this time, the school leaders' table. First middle school principal Wen Jiang's face was red from excitement, and he directly and rudely snatched the microphone from the announcer's hand. His microphone was not loud enough. Not loud enough. Not grandiose enough. Topping the few remaining hairs on his head, he spoke in an impassioned tone. So far, our most outstanding student in the first middle school, Mr. Sufan, has hunted and killed 127 soldier guile beasts. Only 10 short of our first middle school's best score, your senior Himachuan, 137 soldiers. Will Sufan be able to break the best record of our Lanchang First Middle School? Let's wait and see. Come, join me in cheering and inspiring Sufan. Go Sufan! Go Sufan! When Ji Yong was close to getting on the table. Tried a few times, short legs and big stomach, did not go up. The principal himself went down. A red-faced growling tone with no regard for personal appearance. The entire atmosphere of Lanchang No. 1 Middle School was completely ignited and detonated. Go senior! Break the record! Go seniors! Break the record! Go seniors! Break the record! This moment. Whether it was the schoolmates and siblings who had opinions about Sufan, or the ones who had been supporting Sufan all along. They were all shouting and cheering for him. It's an honor to be a student of Lancaster 1. This is history. They're going to witness the history of Lancaster 1 together. Walking out of the trial tower to do a good job of enjoying the crowd's cheers and bragging Su Langtian and Xia Zizi were counter-ignored. Became irrelevant personnel. In a sea of cheers. Su Langtian's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip blood. His head hand was clenched in death, his nails deeply embedded in his palm. Sufan. It's you again. Every time you take what I want. You wait for me. National exam. Is the time of your death. Sufan, who stole the limelight, completely offended Su Langtian. Xia Zizi's face was equally ugly to the extreme. Looking at the spirited teenager in the screen, she recalled the scene on the day of her awakening. Sufan. Seems to always be this dazzling. The outside shouts faintly reached Sufan's ears in the passage corridor of the 11th floor of the trial tower. Broken record? The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. No. I'm going to the top. Across the passageway corridor, dozens, nearly hundreds, of shadowy soldiers turned their heads in unison. A cold, ghostly light shrank from their rotting eye sockets. Trespassers, die. Vajra, charge. Sufan on the thick turtle's back ordered in a domineering manner. Nearly hundreds of soldiers let out a neat roar from their rotting mouths and surrounded the huge trickster beast in the center, launching wave after wave of attacks. The battle was fierce. They stepped on the corpses of their companions, built corpse ladders, and struggled to climb up. Rumble. Rumble. The behemoth trampled many of its companions with each step. Like ants, they were shaken off by the behemoth and proceeded to hitch a ride on the corpse ladder to continue climbing up. The scene was tragic. Until the last shady soldier. It stepped on the limbs of dozens of its companions and ascended onto the turtle back of the giant beast. It turned towards the behemoth's owner, the tyrant. It hissed and charged. Miso. A cold light flashed. Its head was lightly picked off by that tyrant. The body and head were separated. It ended its journey. A bit of cold arrives first, then the gun comes out like a dragon. Among the piles of soldiers' corpses, Sufan waved his long spear and came up with a rather middle-of-the-road remark. Battle results refreshed. First place, Sufan, number of soldiers hunted 203, rating SSS. Second place, Wei Sherman, hunted and killed 127 soldiers, rating S. Third place, Su Langtian, 113 number of soldiers hunted, rating S. Fourth place, Zhuang Ming, number of soldiers hunted 51, rating A. This moment. The sound of cheering at the Orchid City No. 1 middle school playground was also gone, and everyone was quiet. Principal Wen Jiyang's eyes were a bit dull as he looked at the teenager in the screen. Mushroom head Zhang Xiaoquan's fat short hand rubbed his eyes fiercely and pinched himself again. On the side, Ren Dihai had settled down, and Ma Chengkai, who was not dealing with Ren Dihai, did the same. The members of Awakening Class 1, Class 2 had even forgotten to breathe. There was a blank unbelief in their eyes. This moment. They all had one thought. Who, in the end, is the human and who is the trickster? Nearly hundreds of soldiers were like black ants pouncing on them, and then they were trampled to death by a hoof of King Kong. The vestigial feeling of this raider battlefield big boss gave people a shock that was just too strong. Before, the number of soldiers was small, and there wasn't much intuitive feeling. But at this moment, King Kong and also Sufan's strength truly unfolded. All the talents realized. It's just too strong. At this time, Sufan moved. He did not go out, but instead walked towards the trial tower stairs. This next. An even more frightening thought was generated in everyone's mind. Chapter 25, Climbing to the Top. Brother Van. It's not going to be the summit, is it? Zhang Xiaoquan, who confirmed that this was not in a dream world, muttered. Clang. Ma Chengkai, the teacher of Awakening Class 2, accidentally didn't sit down properly, and the stool scratched. At this moment, he was surrounded by confetti and his face was complicated. He recalled the words he had used to lecture Sufan earlier. Can't recognize yourself and only talk big? Tian Chengkai shook his head with a bitter smile. He had nurtured people for many years, wanting to cultivate a genius imperialist for the Xia kingdom, but in the face of a true genius, he ended up calling him arrogant. He said to himself, Tian Chengkai, with these eyes of yours, you still don't know how many good students, good seedlings you've missed. His shoulder was gently tapped. Turning his head, it was Ren Dihai's old face. You can mock if you want to. Tian Chengkai had lost his heart. Old friend, I'm not here to taunt you. Relief isn't necessary, our friendship is gone. It's not relief, I figured it out, and I'm trying to tell you some of the specifics of that year while I'm at it. Tian Chengkai was stunned, his gaze fixed on Ren Dihai's old face, as if he wanted to see something from his expression. Ren Dihai was silent for a long time before he finally spoke slowly. That's right, I did that. Trickster beast to the contract. You. Tian Chengkai's face suddenly grimaced, anger igniting in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. I didn't expect that you are really a sinister and cunning villain. In vain everyone trusted you so much at that time. Alas, hear me out, that dragon. Ren Dihai's right-hand Fate Palace emerged, and then the Fate Palace swung outward in a ripple of blue light, generating a barrier that cut off everything in the outside world. No one could hear what the two were talking about. The 12th floor of the trial tower. No crowds of soldiers. There was only one soldier standing in front of the stairs leading to the 13th floor. This Yin soldier was a bit different from the previous one. It was clad in a more elaborate iron armor that wrapped around to its head, and its body was stout and significantly larger. The weapon was also changed from a long gorget to a rusty machete. There was also a faint black light escaping from the blade. Alas! I was planning to break 1,000 in the number of Yin soldiers I hunted earlier. Sufan deflated. Now it looks like it won't work. Vajra, you press on, I'll try. In a flash of lightning, Sufan took the lead with his gob. Boom! Up from the ground. King Kong, you're on. All of Lancaster. On the back of the golden Vajra, the thick tree snake swung down fiercely like a warhammer. It took more than a dozen strokes to knock the shady soldier to death. During that time, the man even counterattacked a few times with his sword. Sufan's brows furrowed. It was a bit of a strain. Walking to the stairs, he subconsciously stirred his long gorget through the pile of mincemeat a few times. A black orb with veins appeared. Sufan exclaimed in shock, "Trickster Beast Inner Dan." Surprisingly, the Trickster Beast Inner Dan had appeared. However, how come it looks a bit wrinkled, similar to an apple that has been stored for a long time? Throwing it casually to Vajra, Vajra opened his big mouth to catch it, crunched it, and swallowed it into his stomach. Too little. Didn't feel it at all. In fact, before the 12th floor was just a Yin soldier projection generated by the trial tower, also, it's equivalent to an ordinary warrior in the Yin soldier clan, and now what Sufan is facing is the real Yin soldier. The Yin soldiers that the Xia Kingdom's imperial sleuths had detained on the battlefield. Principal Wen Jiyong's words caused shock among the students in the playground as well as the members of the awakening class. What is now considered a true Yin soldier? Moreover, what Sufan was facing now was still only the lowest ranked Yin soldier of the juvenile body realm. At this moment, the students of Lanchang No. 1 Middle School realized the terror of the Yin soldier clan. The history books describe that the Yin soldier clan once used their entire clan to engage in a great war with the human race in an attempt to invade human territory. A student muttered. That means that the sage imperial guile masters back then had battles with tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of such Yin soldiers, and managed to drive them away and defend the human territory. That battle! How magnificent it should have been! At this moment, all the students stood in awe, offering their sincerest admiration and condolences for those sage imperial guards who had sworn to defend the territory of the human race at the cost of their lives. 13th floor of the trial tower. The battle between Sufan and King Kong continued. The three machete-wielding Yin soldiers waited in a fury. Roar! King Kong opened his mouth wide and was the first to attack. The 14th floor of the Tower of Trials. Pick up the 5 crumpled black inner elixirs on the ground. Tossed them into Vajra's mouth. At this moment, King Kong was still hideous and domineering, but there were already a few more shallow wounds on his body, and green blood oozed outwards. It had already suffered some light injuries. There are still 4 more layers. This time, Sufan gathered his playfulness and began to take it seriously. Next. It may not go as well as expected. The 15th floor of the Tower of Trials. Upon seeing that shadowy soldier guarding the stairway, the entire playground boiled over. A second-order growing body realm Yin soldier. The size was even more lanky than a first-order Yin soldier, and the rotting flesh was filled with hideous coiled muscles. In front of his body also stood a thick, large shield engraved with weird realm underworld patterns. Boom! Kill! The Yin soldier held a shield in one hand and a machete in the other, approaching step by step, and unlike the first-order Yin soldier, its mouth could actually emit the murderous ancient Xia national language, the word kill. The momentum was majestic. It's like being on a deadly battlefield. 10 minutes later. Sufan picked up the inner elixir on the ground that was a circle larger and asked King Kong. An inner Dan of the second rank, can you eat it? King Kong nodded his large head slightly tiredly, signaling that he could. Sufan threw it to King Kong. At the same time, he sighed quietly. This Yin soldier was too damn hard, and the blood was too damn thick. The 16th floor of the trial tower. Boom! Kill! Boom! Kill! Boom! Kill! 3 shielding soldiers formed an iron wall. 17th floor of the Tower of Trials. Boom! Kill! Picking up the 5 dry second-order inner Dan on the ground, Sufan asked. Is it still edible? Roar! King Kong weakly shook his head, indicating that he was at his limit and couldn't digest any more food. At this moment, King Kong no longer had the mighty presence he had when he first appeared. The symbiotic tree serpent that was originally coiled on its back, alive and well, was also flaccid at the moment. At the same time, it had a few more hideous wounds on its body, which were quite a bit deeper than the previous ones, with green blood oozing out like thin streams. Jean Gang's appearance. Sufan looked in his eyes. Why don't we just go here? However, as soon as Sufan said these words, King Kong immediately stood up and hissed at the same time. You can still fight. Sufan's pupils trembled. Are you saying that you don't want those who once looked down on you and ridiculed you as a shrunken head turtle to once again have the opportunity to mock you? You want to reach the top to prove yourself and then ruthlessly mock them? He read Vajra's mind. Sufan was first stunned, then laughed out loud. Let's go, Vijra, let's climb to the top together. Who? Under the watchful eyes of the teachers and students of Lanchang No. 1 Middle School. A man and a creepy beast that had been abused and taunted as a waste and had been taunted as a turtle with a shrunken head, successfully stepped onto the stairs leading to the topmost floor of the trial tower, the 18th floor. The least favored, the two scrappers. And finally, ascent. They were going to use their ascent to ruthlessly dislike those who had once looked down on them. Chapter 26 Zhong Kui Morning Biao appears. Trial Tower. 18 floors in total. The small city of Lanchang had never had a newcomer imperialist reach the 18th floor. But, today, it's different. A teenager and his trickster beast from Lanchang First High School had managed to ascend to a place where no one had ever set foot before. A needle could not be heard in Orchid City No. 1 Middle School at the moment. Because they witnessed history. But they are still looking forward. They still want to witness an even brighter history. They held their breath, not daring to make the slightest sound. They were afraid that their voices would affect the teenager and the bizarre beast. Although, the soundproofing of the trial tower was very good. Hiss. Upon seeing the Yin soldiers on the 18th floor, Sufan as well as the Lanchang teachers and students all sucked in a breath of cool air. There was only one Yin soldier. But this Yin soldier can no longer be called a soldier. It was a general, to be precise. A helmet that had been shattered in half, and a large piece of breastplate missing from the center. Shoulder guards, arm guards, and leg guards are all mutilated. The carved green medallions are faintly visible. There were also cloaks that had faded to bright colors but were black and red from human blood and the blood of bizarre beasts. All of them showed how grueling a battle this Yin soldier had suffered before being imprisoned in the trial tower. This was a third-stage mature body realm Yin soldier guile general. Human race. Die. The Yin soldier trickster general roared at Sufan in the ancient Xia language. The voice rolled out with a monstrous killing intent and oppressive feeling. Holy, a third-stage mature body realm trickster beast. The crowd watching from the playground exclaimed in shock. Holy, this is something a first-rank rookie royal trickster can challenge? Zhang Xiaoquan growled, I guess quite a few old man imperial tricksters can't even do it. This isn't just a deliberate attempt to keep Fan from passing. No. Wei Sherman beside her shook her head. Since the Xia officials threw this Yin soldier to the 18th floor of the trial tower, it proves that there had been a newcomer who was able to successfully challenge it. And, you see, in fact, this Yin soldier trickster general isn't in very good condition, its battle armor is all broken and its weapons are absent. So, it's not like there's no possibility of the challenge succeeding, but of course there's only a sliver of a chance of success. After Wei Sherman finished her serious and emphatic analysis, her tone turned again, however, I believe in Sufan. He. After she surpassed Su Langtian, she exited the trial tower, and then squarely opened her white Kaziran eyes and stared at Sufan within the screen, cheering for Sufan and rooting for him along with the others. The high and cold face, however, was flushed red. Originally, everyone was still quite confident in Sufan passing the trial tower. But when the third-order mature body realm in soldier guile general appeared, the suffocating sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire arena. Everyone's heart sank. This was simply not something that a first-ranked guile master, or a newcomer, could match off. The battle on the 18th floor of the Purgatory Tower was imminent. The Yin Soldier Guild General didn't give Sufan a chance to prepare at all, launching a surprise attack with endless killing intent and pressing in. The turtle's back exploded, the fist wind wrapped in black underworld chi, and in just one move, it attacked away from Vajra's thick defense. The turtle armor around his body was flooded with piercing cracks. King Kong wailed in pain. King Kong, be careful. Sufan was alarmed. Roar. Vajra raised his neck and let out a war cry as the symbiotic tree snake on his back built up its strength and fiercely wrapped around. The tree serpent and the trickster general collided violently, intertwining and entangling as the tawny underworld chi and black underworld chi continued to twist in the air. Boom! An explosion passed. A section of the front end of the tree snake was violently peeled off, green blood splattering at the break. The Undertaker trickster general was bathed in green blood, his eyes dead, and his battle robes behind him looked even more hideous. Human race, die. Jean Gang hissed in response but didn't dare to move. Vajra. Sufan was a little heartbroken. This was the first time that Vajra had suffered such a serious injury. There was simply too much of a difference between a guile general at the mature body realm and a King Kong at the juvenile body realm. Moreover, he now had one more thing to worry about the most. General burial. The rotting throat of the Undertaker trickster general suddenly let out an ancient whisper. When Sufan heard it, his face changed instantly, the most feared had really come. He immediately yelled towards King Kong. Vajra, retreat. Holy! What a fight this is! The battle techniques are all there. The students watching let out a wail. Damn it, it was already 2 realms higher, and now it can use battle techniques, how can this be fought? The officials threw such a thing to the 18th floor, who on earth can beat it? At this time, Ren Dihai, who had ended his conversation with Ma Chunkai, also let out a long sigh upon seeing it. Alas, this is pure and simple realm suppression. It has nothing to do with the strength of the Imperial Guile Master himself or the Guile Beasts. Ma Chunkai looked at Sufan on the screen and similarly sighed. But for Sufan to have gotten this far, it can already be proven that he is very good. At this moment, Ma Chunkai no longer had any resentment towards Ren Dihai. No one knew what Ren Dihai had talked to him about. The battle continued. After the Yin soldier guildsman made use of the general's burial battle technique, for a moment, the entire 18th floor was filled with underworld chi. Jin Gang, as well as Sufan, seemed to be drowned in a black storm. King Kong's hissing voice was intermittent, and the black underworld chi kept wrapping towards it. Outside the trial tower, Ren Dihai's face was gloomy. Now that the screen had gradually started to go dark, their vision was severely obstructed. General Burial, this is one of the strongest battle techniques of the Yin soldier guild general. Now that the entire 18th floor has been filled with underworld chi, Sufan and that guile beast of his have no chance of trying to fight against it alone with their strong physical strength. On the side, Wei Sherman looked towards the giant beast Vidra who was struggling in the underworld chi as well as the teenager Sufan and murmured softly. Sufan, you said you wanted to reach the top, are you going to stop there? At this moment, the 18 floors of the New Oda, around Sufan and King Kong, seemed to have turned into an oceanic vortex in a large sea. The underworld chi was constantly converging. Flooding. General Burial, Sufan and Jin Gang were going to be buried in this sea of underworld chi. Roar! With a helpless roar, the black meditative chi around Vidra grew and squeezed it, and it gradually became unable to move. As everyone watched nervously, the screen had gone completely dark. The last scene they saw. It was Vidra's huge head struggling outside, and his huge body had been completely enveloped by the underworld chi. When Jion, the principal of Lancheng No. 1 Middle School, breathed heavily and looked worried. No, this trial match, it's almost time for it to end. Sufan and his trickster beast are strong, but ultimately, they are no match for a mature body realm trickster beast. In front of absolute realm suppression, everything is futile. I'm going to end the trial match now. The big picture had been decided, and everyone felt that it was time for this trial match to come to an end. But at this moment, there was no panic on Sufan's face. Looking around at the black underworld chi that was so dense that it had already severely blocked his sight, coldly grunted. The Undertaker trickster was clearly planning on burying Vidra when he did. In the meantime, he would bury himself as well. It's dark and you can't see anything, so? Sufan's voice swirled in the thick ink like darkness as he raised his left hand and looked at the purple fate palace floating in his palm. This was Vidra's fate palace. The other hand lightly knocked upwards, and an even more demonic purple color suddenly tore through the black fog. Then it's time for you to come out and move your muscles, Morning Puma. As soon as the words fell, a purple fate palace blossomed in the palm of his right hand, and runes emerged from it. Boom! Surrounded by the dark gas like glass crack, a vicious and ugly body black as ink, back carrying a huge book and brush giant tiger walked out. Chapter 27 Victory. Although Zhong Kui Morningbia was nowhere near as large as King Kong, the aura emanating from his body was like wild waves and angry wolves, even more majestic than King Kong. Funeral Biao, release King Kong first. Hearing Sufan's order, Morning Biao waved his tiger claw, only to hear a few clicks and clicks. The underworld chi on King Kong's body was torn into pieces and flew in all directions. It was as if it had a natural restraint on the meditative energy. As soon as those black underworld chi came close, they quickly retreated or melted away. Sufan was overjoyed, but before he had the chance to be happy, the black chi on Vidra's body that had been dispersed and had not completely dissipated, instead, quickly converged again as if it had a life. He wanted to submerge and bury King Kong again. Roar! King Kong issued a roar, since it will not be obedient to die huge body activity tumbling. With Zhong Kui cooperation together to resist the underworld chi. The surges stirred up the clouds of underworld chi around them. Outside the trial tower, everyone was in an uproar of disbelief. They couldn't see the scene inside. Su Yun and his trickster beast still seem to be struggling? There's a difference of 2 great realms, and Senior Sufan is still a newcomer. There's no possibility of defeating him at all. Below, Su Langtian's face was extremely distorted due to his jealousy of Sufan being given attention and cheered by the entire Lan City's teachers and students. But at this moment, he laughed coldly. Hee, Sufan, I thought how powerful you are, but it turns out to be nothing more than that. It's just luck that I contracted a mutated turtle. Su Langtian's state was keenly noticed by Ma Chunkai on the side, and he shook his head. Sighing secretly, he had deep doubts about his vision of people. This child's heart is not as good as Sufan, who was slandered and mocked by everyone and still did not change his face. When the Su family is handed over to Su Langtian and his mother, Yi Jing, it is likely that the family will fall into disrepair. Ma Chunkai also just secretly sighed. Su family's fight, he can't participate in it, of course, also don't want to participate. Inside the trial tower, the underworld chi is getting denser and denser, and a large burial ground descends. General Burial. General Burial. Death to the human race, to those who rebel. The deadness in the eyes of the initiator, the Een soldier trickster general, increased by a few more points as he began to manipulate the underworld chi for the final step of his battle technique. Burial. King Kong is bitter. Even Sufan was being enveloped by the underworld chi at the moment and was about to be buried. Morning Biao. Sufan gave Morning Biao a look. Morning Biao understood. Roar. The tiger let out a roar, and his entire body transformed into a black light, drilling straight into Vidra's body. The black clouds were as dense as cloudy thunder, and the tiger's whistling was like thunder in the clouds. All the teachers and students of Lanchang No. 1 Middle School were shaken and showed surprised expressions. Why is there a tiger whistle? This sound seems like I've heard it before from somewhere. Senior Sufan, it seems like he's fighting back. He can still fight. Principal Wen Jian, who was about to shut down the trial summoning refining tower projection spell, stopped. Thinking for a moment. It's better to wait, in case Sufan can. Jin Gang changed. On his huge body, black flames slowly rose, and the symbiotic tree serpent was even wrapped in thick flames to become a giant whip of flames. The surrounding medieval chi was suppressed by the black flames, unable to approach in the slightest, forming an absolute area around King Kong. At this moment, King Kong was like a demon god from hell descending to earth. Well done. Sufan complimented. This was the Morning Biao ability he had discovered. Possession. The underworld chi was ineffective, the general's burial was ineffective, and a hint of fear actually welled up in the withered eyes of the Een soldier trickster general. Sufan blew the horn for a counterattack. The underworld chi raged up in the 18th floor like an ocean in a raging storm. With Zhong Kui Morning Biao's possessive enhancement, Vidra's entire physical body strength received a very terrifying boost. One must know that Funeral Biao was a monarch-level destiny that killed a soul-eating ghost spider of the juvenile body realm in a single move. Rumble. Huge front hooves, like heavenly warhammers, quickly slammed down on the tiny Een soldier trickster general. Die! 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 The Guile general's body armor was broken behind the battle robe stained, facing this forceful attack with 1,000 pounds of hard resistance with his body, even looked a little sad. I have no weapon. I don't even have a ing battle technique. This is bull. Sufan's eyes steepened, and he dryly gave orders to Zhong Kui Morning Biao King Kong. Slam this grandson with a tree snake. End the battle. Roar. King Kong roared in battle. Rumble. 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 Everyone's eyes widened with dismay and surprise, even though they couldn't see anything. However, they could hear Sufan and also the Guile general's conversation, as well as the loud rumbling sounds emanating from the battlefield. It was vaguely felt that the battle within the trial tower must have been very intense. And Sufan seemed to have the upper hand? The symbiotic tree serpent carried black flames like God's whip circling in the air as it fiercely lashed down. Wicked General's decaying face at this moment also surged with bile fear, mobilizing his entire body to resist. Nay, King Kong's physical strength at this moment had already seriously exceeded the standard, and under Morning Biao's augmentation, it had completely exceeded its own realm. It couldn't resist and let out an unwilling hiss. When I'm at my full strength, I will be able to defeat you. It turned into a mess of rotten flesh in the stormy whip. Retrieved Morning Biao and the purple vanity palace back to the spirit world. Plucked a crumpled third-order inner elixir from the meat slime and put it in his pocket. In your heyday? Sufan spat at the meat slime. You're in your heyday, I'm still fighting chicken feathers with you, I'm stupid. I've damn just awakened a newbie imperial trickster. It's not shameful for your third-rank shenanigans to be compared to me. The battle ended, and the underworld chi that surrounded the 18th floor gradually dissipated. The picture on the big screen also gradually became clearer. In the picture, the armor on the Een soldier trickster general was scattered all over the place, and the Een soldier trickster general had disappeared, leaving only a pile of rotting flesh. King Kong stood in front of Sufan, raising his head and chest to the sky in a battle cry. His domineering aura was awe-inspiring. The entire Lanchang No. 1 Middle School fell into a short silence. Principal Wen Jian was the first to react and picked up the microphone. Let's all congratulate. Student Sufan has successfully cleared the trial tower. He has refreshed the history of our first middle school. Amidst the overwhelming abuse, he and his trickster beast proved themselves. Moment. Applause and cheers rang out like a tsunami. Sufan and King Kong had used their strength to become the figures in the limelight of Lanchang No. 1 Middle School. Senior Sufan is really powerful, crossing 2 steps to challenge, and actually managed to succeed. Senior, you are so handsome. Woohoo! Woohoo! At this moment, all the previous rumors and slander against him were not broken. There were even people who deliberately spread the word that he was a waste before. It's evident that those people definitely had bad intentions. Thinking about it all feels fishy. How could Senior Sufan's talent be rejected by the Su family's ancestral land? And from what I've learned about Senior Sufan over this period of time, he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would insult the family elders. Shoo! Be careful with your words. I heard that the current acting parent of the Su family is Su Langtian's mother. Some students quietly pointed at Su Langtian before attaching themselves to their peers' ears to talk. Then, the companion also came to a realization. This scene took place in front of a number of students. Su Langtian's face was gloomy and dripping with blood, and the expressions of the schoolmates who had courted him earlier looked at him, causing him to feel a strong sense of shame. Looking towards Sufan in the screen, thick jealousy and killing intent arose from Su Langtian's heart. At the edge of the human race's territory, a huge otherworldly rift spanned across the sky, covering the entire half of the sky. Tens of thousands and hundreds of millions of bizarre beasts rushed out of it unceasingly, day and night. Wave after wave of the blackened and unseen trickster soldiers rushed forward to the city walls that blocked them. Inside the city, a loud laugh suddenly came out. Ha 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 ha, I told you that the barrier I set up had a little guy who could pass through it. At that time you old nobodies didn't believe it, now you believe it. Old friend, oh, that Een soldier clan's heavenly pride was really killed? It seems like a nice little guy has appeared in your Xia kingdom. Don't be too happy, it may not have grown up yet. Even if it grows up, you won't necessarily be able to recognize it yet, don't get cut off by the other legions. Ha ha ha, that's not for you to worry about, I have my own method. What? You actually put that thing in there, you're too far down the line. Hey, don't worry, I've finished emptying out everything inside, there's nothing left. Chapter 28, Space Ring. In the Awakening Class 1 area, seeing that Sufan was fine, Ren Dihai breathed a long sigh of relief. To the side, Ma Chengkai sighed. This student of yours, there is something this time it is indeed my fault, I will apologize to this kid later, I don't know if I will accept it, alas the old face is gone. That's for sure, this kid was the #1 in Lancheng First Middle School before. A recognized genius. Hearing Ma Chengsai's words, the smugness on Ren Dihai's face couldn't even be concealed. It's just that I experienced something a while ago and suffered a bit of a setback. Ma Chengkai didn't bicker with him either, and followed with praise. Yes, suffered a little setback, but on the contrary is a good thing. Look at Sufan now, how excellent. On the battlefield should be killed to kill, not a bit of softness, even in the rotten meat to pull out the inner Dan, but also not the slightest change of color. Composed and even terrifying. Ren Dihai was stunned. Indeed, it is a bit scary. Just now, he had overlooked Sufan's age, and had actually judged Sufan as a senior imperial trickster, but changing into a newbie imperial trickster would be a bit scary. Inside the trial tower, Sufan was about to leave and go downstairs. The top floor of the trial tower suddenly cast a white light. A ring slowly floated down from above, with an eye carved on its face in an ancient pattern. This is a space ring. Upon seeing the special reward on the 18th floor, the entire playground once again caused a sensation. A spatial ring, a kind of storage equipment created with a spatial spell formation. The crafting process was very complex, and it was an exceptionally precious piece of equipment. At this moment, even the principal of the first middle school, Wen Jiyon, was somewhat envious of Sufan, enough to see its preciousness. Not bad, this trial tower reward is not bad. Sufan put on the spatial ring, there was roughly 100 square meters inside, judging by the area, it should be of medium quality. Putting the loot from all the way 5 second order inner Dan and 1/3 order inner Dan into it. Next, Sufan attempted to put the Guile General's broken battle armor in. It turned out that as soon as these things arrived within the ring space, they turned into ashes and directly disappeared. Cheapskate, that little prop is not allowed to be taken. Sufan spat out a sentence about the trial tower before exiting the 18th floor, ending this trip to the trial tower. The moment King Kong carried that teenager out of the trial tower, the cheering came to an abrupt end. Everyone immediately remained silent, all looking at the teenager in silence. The sudden silence almost gave Zhang Xiaoquan, who was ready to rush over and be the first to cheer for Sufan, a whole lot of trouble. Until the teenager's flat voice came out. What? Sufan's mouth rose slightly. My one-man challenge to Awakening Class 2 was a success, right? Still not a waste anymore? Slightly with a tone of joking and teasing the crowd, there were still a few moments of the Dragon King's returning aura. The whole room sank for a few seconds, then cheered. Welcome back Dragon King Su, being hit in the face by the senior. Sufan, you're very good, it was indeed me who went too far before, I hope you don't mind. Senior, I was wrong. Before I was dog-eyed, from now on I'll be your loyal little brother. Senior, I've never mocked you, I've always silently supported you behind your back. You fart, Senior, this kid is not right, I watched every day this kid hug your photo at night to sleep. Chairman Sufan, I love you, I want to give you a monkey. Senior, can I touch your trickster beast, it's so domineering. Compared to the dead silence of the previous second. At this moment, the first middle school playground was as lively as a boiling frying pan. Because everyone was afraid, Sufan was too strong, so strong that they no longer dared to taunt. Especially the group of people who had mocked Sufan, they knew how excessive they were, how much more. Now Sufan's initiative to open his mouth was Sufan giving them a chance to apologize. Or rather, they were just some insignificant little characters, not yet worthy of Sufan's eyes. Sufan did not put them in his eyes. They understood, but didn't get angry about it. Instead, they were reveling and flocking for Sufan. This was human nature. When a person's strength far exceeds that of normal people, and the gap reaches heights that normal people can't reach, everyone's negative emotions towards him will be transformed into awe. This was the case with Sufan today. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost ready, Zheng Xiaoquan rushed towards Sufan with his fists clenched. Who knows that just halfway through his run, snapped, he was pushed from behind and almost had a close contact with the floor. Looking at the high-cooled young girl who pounced on Sufan but was deftly dodged by Sufan with an unhappy face, Zheng Xiaoquan yelled, "You robbed me alive." Principal Wen Jiyong wiped the few remaining hairs on his head and walked to Sufan. "Come, let's cheer for student Sufan together. Spend this exciting moment together." Wen Jiyong was all smiles as he applauded and cheered with the students in celebration, while speaking quietly in a voice that only he and Sufan could both hear. "Sufan, I admit that I had a bad attitude on the phone the other day. Next, before the national exam, the resources on the school side will be tilted in your favor." To people like Wen Jiyong, Sufan did not have a good feeling, coldly snorted, and was about to open his mouth. Wen Jiyong opened his mouth again. "You don't have to be in a hurry to refuse. It's fine to sulk, but don't mess with resources. I can sense that you are more precocious and a bit smarter than the other children, so I came over to talk to you about cooperation. I'm a tacky person, all my life is for the sake of my career. It's normal that you hate me. If you can do it, I'll help you with all my might. If you can't, I'll step on it ruthlessly to prove to others that I've set aside my relationship with you. That's how it was with you before. I was showing my attitude to the Su family head, also known as your sister-in-law. But it's different now. Your talent has far exceeded the benefits that the Su family can bring me. So next, I will do my best to mobilize all the resources that I can in my sphere of competence to help you, and all you have to do is to get a good ranking in the national exams. Your results are my political achievements. Think about it." Originally, these words were not something that Wen Jiyong, who was the principal, could say to Sufan, who was just a student, but Wen Jiyong said it. He opened everything up to Sufan and showed his cards. Because he didn't see Sufan as a student anymore. With other children, a few casual coaxes might be fine. But Sufan was different. This child had intelligence far beyond his age. Sufan was silent for a moment. "Good," he promised Wen Jiyong. "Wen Jiyong is right, it is fine to sulk, but do not mess with the resources. Moreover, Wen Jiyong, this kind of see the wind at the helm is actually much better than those who play dirty tricks behind the scenes." Sufan agreed, and the two reached cooperation. In addition to excitement, Wen Jiyong's eyes also added a touch of importance, and inwardly his evaluation of Sufan was raised by another layer. A brainless piker who could control his emotions and make the judgment that best suited his interests, rather than charging up out of a moment of anger or emotion. "I'm afraid that Sufan's future achievements will far exceed everyone's imagination." Wen Jiyong let out a deep breath, picked up the microphone, and after congratulating Sufan once again, ended this trial match. The rewards of the trial match would be delivered to everyone the next day. As some people rejoice, naturally, some people are sad. The star-studded Sufan, especially the space ring in Sufan's hand. Su Langtian, who was hidden in the celebratory crowd of Awakening Class 2, had a gloomy gaze like a poison snake's letter. Especially when his line of sight swept to the dark-patterned ancient space ring between Sufan's fingers. His face became even more grim. Chapter 29, King Kong Advancement. The crucial annual trial match of Lanchang No. 1 Middle School finally came to an end with Awakening No. 2 class teacher Ma Changkai leading all the students of their class to apologize to Sufan. At the same time, Sufan's strong battle record of passing the 18th floor of the trial tower would henceforth remain in the school history of Lanchang No. 1 Middle School forever. The red sun set in the sky and night fell. Sufan rested his hands on the back of his head, lying on the rooftop of the first middle school teaching building. Concentrating his mind, meditating and cultivating. The night breeze was light, and the corners of the school uniform fluttered slightly. Below, the lights of 10,000 homes were like stars, reflecting the outline of the city. Inside the spirit world, the aura that was inhaled into the body was extracted by the Fate Palace to produce purple and scarlet auras, which were ironed onto the walls of the Fate Palace, leaving dots of traces. Again and again. Until exhaustion sets in. The Imperial Natal Palace is only a small half of a stripe away, and the Mortal Natal Palace is a little more than that. Touch the black jade seal pendant hanging around his neck. The figure disappeared and appeared inside the Underworld Emperor's Hall. King Kong's huge body was currently curled up under a stone chair and fell into a deep sleep. The symbiotic tree serpent snaked and coiled around the thick tortoise armor, slowly rising and falling with the rhythm of its breathing. The wounds left behind by the battle at the trial tower had yet to fully heal, and the thick brown turtle shell was covered with fine cracks. But following each breath carried with it a newborn power that was slowly repairing itself as far as the naked eye could see. Sufan realized. Inside the Underworld Emperor Hall, there seemed to be a substance that could accelerate the recovery of Vajra's injuries. Especially the closer to the stone chair in the center. A wisp of a special black substance almost invisible to the naked eye. It escaped from the stone chair and then entered Vajra's body through his breath. The healing of the wounds on King Kong's body then accelerated. Touching the sleeping King Kong in front of him like a giant mountain, Sufan softly said, "Any powerful trickster beast grows up in the baptism of blood and fire. These scars will become your hardest armor." It seemed to have heard Sufan speak. The sleeping King Kong comfortably moved his body, and the symbiotic tree serpent also moved. At that moment, Sufan realized. A brownish-yellow faint film of light was gradually generated on Vajra's body. Sufan was stunned, then surprised. This is to advance? In the trial tower, King Kong had successively devoured 9 first-order juvenile body realm and 4 second-order growing body realming soldier guile beast inner pills. There was also the inner elixir of Meng Hui's legacy beast, the underworld bear turtle. That amount. It had far exceeded the limit of 10 first-order inner elixirs required for a first-order juvenile-bodied shenanigans beast to evolve into a second-order growth body. It seems that Vajra was close to advancing when he was at the vine-gnarled turtle. Then the battles along the way accumulated enough experience and energy to directly break through the breakthrough barrier. Roar! The Zhong Kui morning Biao who was practicing on the side roared. Obviously, it was a bit unpleasant to be overtaken in realm by a later junior brother. Sufan immediately scratched his head in some embarrassment. In fact, morning Biao had long ago accumulated enough experience for advancement. The current delay in advancing was due to the lack of a first-ranked trickster beast's inner Dan, and as for the second-ranked, it is because of himself. Zhong Kui is his initial trickster, not quite the same as Vajra. The realm is bound to himself. It could only advance when he himself advanced to the second rank. Benefits there are currently unseen, the downsides are currently seen anyway. Funeral Biao's grim look made Sufan a little embarrassed for a moment. Ahem. Soon. He himself delayed funeral Puma. Gotta hurry up and cultivate. Exit the Underworld Emperor Hall and continue cultivating. At the same time, he was vaguely excited that the next time Vajra appeared would be the growing body realm. "See, I told you Van was here." Zhang Xiaochuan's voice came. It pulled Sufan out of his meditative cultivation state. Opened his eyes. Sufan inquired Zhang Xiaoquan and Wei Sherman, "Why aren't you two in class?" Look at what Van said." Zhang Xiaoquan looked at Sufan's lazy stance, a touch of envy surfaced on his face. "Brother Fan, I am really envious of you, being able to be specially authorized by the principal not to have to attend theory classes. One person practicing on the roof of the building, the multitudes below, and the cosmic universe above. So damn dashing. And so damn pretentious." Finally Zhang Xiaoquan added in a whisper. Sufan blankly glanced at the bastard. "I can get a perfect score in theory knowledge, can you? If you can, I'll immediately tell the principal to take you out of class too." Zhang Xiaoquan choked. "Forget it, don't compare with this guy Sufan, this guy is simply a different kind of person. Not to mention that he has a ridiculously strong trickster beast strength, even his trickster beast theoretical knowledge is so strong that it leaves people speechless. There's really no place to reason. Brother Van." Zhang Xiaochuan's eyes twisted about, and he gave Sufan a wink to indicate Wei Sherman on the side. "Dead mushroom head, you have something to say, eyes shaking like a ing electric shock, when I'm blind?" Then, Wei Shimon's eyes turned to Sufan look instantly implicit, such as spring water melted away the frost. "Yeah, I just happened to stop by and saw you." "Holy. Wei Sherman, you've gone too far, you're the one who insisted on following me to find Brother Fan, and now you're starting to cross the river? Passing by? How can you pass by the roof?" Now Zhang Xiaoquan wasn't squirming and shy towards Wei Sherman. This woman was good looking, but liking Fan had nothing to do with him at all, so he treated her as normal. Moreover, Wei Shimon's existence also gave Zhang Xiaoquan a strong sense of crisis. The position of one's loyal little brother could not be snatched. Hearing Zhang Xiaochuan's words, a touch of red rose on Wei Shimon's cold face. "Dead fatso, you wait. I'll kill you when I catch up with Sufan and become your sister-in-law." "What's wrong? Is something wrong?" Sufan looked at Wei Sherman's eyes and inquired. Meeting Sufan's gaze, the latter immediately wimped out, her eyes not daring to meet Sufan's. Looking down at his toes. I. This wriggling and squirming was suffocating Zhang Xiaoquan on the side. "Brother Fan is like this, Wei Sherman wants to invite us for dinner." "Damn mushroom head, I don't need you to tell me." It's like this. You managed to pass the 18th floor, this is something that will go down in the history of the first middle school, so of course we should celebrate." "Celebrate? That's fine too." Sufan nodded his head and answered. It was fine to have a meal with Wei Sherman and Zhang Xiaoquan to maintain their relationship. Right, Brother Fan has something else. Zhang Xiaoquan sneered at Wei Sherman. Leaning over to Sufan's ear, he avoided Wei Sherman and whispered, "Brother Fan, take a look at this." At the same time handing Sufan his own cell phone. Zhang Xiaochuan's posture of a traitor made Wei Sherman huff and puff. Ignoring the two, Sufan took over. On the screen of the cell phone was an Orchid City newsletter, and at the bottom of the newsletter was a picture. The picture was a side view of a teenager in a cartoon mask, riding a large black tiger. Mighty and very dominant. After reading the text on the missive, his brows furrowed slightly. The Orchid City Security Department is looking for me? And a bounty has been posted? Chapter 30, Su Langtian, Wei Sherman likes you. The Orchid City Security Department surprisingly issued a bounty on me. Anyone who provides key clues will be rewarded with Xiagua coins. 10W. Seeing the reward amount at the bottom, Sufan's breath shortened quite a bit. He wanted to report it to himself. A loan of over $100,000 was actually quite stressful. Right, brother Fan, obviously helped them solve that soul-eating phantom spider, but they still want to put a bounty on you. They really can't figure it out. Zhang Xiaoquan said indignantly. Sufan thought for a moment. Forget it for now. The only one who knows my identity at the moment is you. Keep it a secret. Or else. Aha! Smiled slyly towards Zhang Xiaoquan while making a neck-wiping motion to scare him. Zhang Xiaoquan uncharacteristically winced and stated that he would definitely not be exposed. Only then did Sufan let him go. Actually, ever since Sufan contracted that vine-gnarled bearded turtle at the trickster beast shop, Zhang Xiaoquan realized it. Sufan had a secret. Sufan has already summoned a trickster beast to save him. But then a trickster beast was contracted. Can a first-order royal guile master contract two summoned beasts? This is too counterintuitive. Zhang Xiaoquan didn't know how Sufan did it, but he knew in his heart that this matter could never be leaked out. Otherwise, it would definitely cause an uproar among all the imperial guile masters. Sufan instinctively hid it. And Sufan didn't even hesitate to expose it in order to save him. And afterward it was just pretending to scare himself like today. Looking at Sufan's face that scared him, Zhang Xiaoquan was touched. Secretly swearing that no matter what this matter would rot in his stomach. I'll go down for my last night's study session and come over to you later. By the way, remember to change into civilian clothes for convenience. Wei Sherman snorted before going down first. Zhang Xiaoquan, on the other hand, was at the edge of the rooftop, striking a pose that he thought was lazy and spontaneous, but was actually no different from a dead pig lying on its back. He planned to follow Sufan's example and cultivate for a while. But when he just set it up, he saw that it was dark below and everything was tiny. I was afraid of heights and I winced. How can you let go of your mind and meditate with this? But it's just so strong that it won't go down. That pose of Sufan was too handsome. He also wanted to pretend. He kept dawdling until the class bell rang, and only then did the bastard run back. After Zhang Xiaoquan left, the roof of the building once again returned to tranquility. Sufan leaned against the raised wall, the wind gently blowing the corners of his school uniform, looking into the distance and murmuring softly. The security department. What do you want with yourself? Awakening Class 2. The rules of the first middle school are strict. Both ordinary people and the children of the world must wear school uniforms. Su Langtian was no exception. However, it was obvious that Su Langtian's school uniform was delicately cut at the edges. It fit the body very well and perfectly, and it appeared that the whole person was quite noble. Now Su Langtian is full of gloom sitting in his seat, Xiazizi silenced, like sitting on pins and needles. Since the end of the trial match, Su Langtian is like this. Xiazizi didn't even dare to spread her jiao, and only dared to obediently sit next to her. At this time, the classroom door was pushed open, and Sun Yichao swaggered in with a few juniors. The originally noisy classroom instantly quieted down for a few moments, and the students of Awakening Class 2 looked up, their gazes carrying a few moments of teasing and disdain. Sun Yichao, however, walked straight to Su Langtian as if he didn't see it. Luangshan, I've heard something that you might be interested in. Sun Yichao's face was piled with a fawning smile, even more exaggerated than before. Ever since kneeling down to Sufan in front of the entire school, his dignity shattered to the ground, he suddenly figured it out. He was just a small character with no background. What was the use of having a face? As long as he could climb onto the high branch of Su Langtian and hitch a ride with the heir of the Su family, he could do whatever he was told to do. Thinking of this, the smile on Sun Yichao's face became more and more attentive, and his waist bent even lower. What is it? Su Langtian responded coldly, the ever-gentle smile on his face disappearing without a trace. If it wasn't in front of the entire class, he wouldn't even look at Sun Yichao. Sun Yichao, as his little brother, lost to Sufan and even knelt down in public. This was simply a great shame to him. It lost his face. It's about. Sun Yichao glanced at Xia Zizi at the side, somewhat hesitant. It's fine, Zizi is one of us, say it. Xia Zizi, who pretended to take a pen and read seriously, but actually eavesdropped on the conversation between the two, a sweet smile unconsciously appeared on that cute and adorable face, and her eyes shone with a happy light. Su Langtian's words. She was moved for a moment. It felt like it had been worth it that night. Although she was violently destroyed, but now with Su Langtian's attitude, it was all worth it. The legs of the black silk sheathed in school uniform pants swayed on the stool. She had already begun to fantasize about the future, the day when Su Langtian became the head of the Su family and she became the female head of the Su family. Alright. Sun Yichao continued to speak, it's Sufan's class that has a very pretty girl who likes you. LOL. The pen in Xia Zizi's hand fell. Sun Yichao shrugged, ignoring, and continued. That girl is quite extraordinary, so I think I should let you know about it. If it's something like that, don't bother me. Su Langtian's afterglow glimpsed that Xia Zizi was eavesdropping and coldly interrupted Sun Yichao. Okay. Sun Yichao smoothly placed Wei Shimon's photo in front of Su Langtian and twisted his head to leave. Humph. Xia Zizi narrowed her eyes at Sun Yichao's back, the corner of her mouth hooked up with a sneer if anything. Sun Yichao's behavior had undoubtedly annoyed her. Surprisingly pushing other women for Su Langtian. And still in front of her. When she became the female head of the Su family, the first thing she would do would be to abolish him. Su Langtian's mouth said no, but his gaze unconsciously glanced at the photo. On the photo, a high-flying young girl wearing a duck tongue cap stood in front of a huge white Medusa bird. The eyes were indifferent. With just one glance, Su Langtian was stunned by the young girl's face. It was more than a notch higher than Xia Zizi. Especially that cold and arrogant temperament that rejected people, instantly arousing a strong desire for conquest within him. An evil fire rose from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't wait to immediately ruthlessly ravaged, using this way to vent the shame of today's trial tower. Subsequently, when his gaze landed on the white bird beside the young girl, his entire body froze violently. Daywalker. No. The looming black inscription on the white bird. Su Langtian stood up tang, the chair fell heavily on the ground, the huge noise scared everyone in Awakening Class 2 with a jolt. Who is it? Su Langtian, it's fine. A second generation of a worldly family who was reciting theoretical knowledge was disturbed and roared angrily, but after seeing that it was Su Langtian, he wilted again. Ignoring that person, Su Langtian stared dead on at the young girl in the photo and the white bird in front of the young girl. Breathing was quite shortened. Day and Night Wanderer. What's her name? Su Langtian shouted at Sun Yichao, completely losing his previous stance. Luan Tian. Xia Zizi's face turned pale. Su Langtian's gesture made her earlier complacency dissipate. In its place was a strong sense of crisis. It seems to be Wei Shimon's. Sun Yichao replied. Su Langtian was shocked, the imperial capital Wei family. Chapter 31. A handful of good cards played to pieces. She really likes me? A thick surprise hit him, and at this moment, Su Langtian was even a little afraid to be sure. That was the imperial capital Wei family. No one understood the gold content of the Wei family better than him. In front of the Wei family, he, the Su family heir, was a humble ant. 1,000 times true. The whole school knows this high cold girl at that time, in order to rank her name and your name together, has been controlling the score. Just ask around and know. In the end, Sufan rushed to overtake. She had no choice but to start charging upwards, seemed to want to avenge you, but it really can't be helped that Sufan rushed too fiercely, so she withdrew. However, the two of you still have your names together, so she came out quite happy. Su Langtian was stunned after hearing this. The expressions of the other students on the side were also telling him that Sun Yichao hadn't lied to him. Thinking back carefully, there was indeed such a thing. At that time, he thought Wei Shimon was a strong opponent. But Wei Shimon was strange, always behind his ass and not surpassing himself. It turns out that he likes himself. At this moment, Su Langtian's heart blossomed. Imperial capital Wei family. Moreover, since Wei Shimon could contract the sun and moon swimming god, her identity was definitely not simple. Su Langtian shook his head again, but why would she like me? One clearly has no interactions with her. No. Because of the Night Wanderer. The evolution of the Night Wanderer and the Day Wanderer is the Day and Night Wanderer. Could it be that the battle for the heir of the Imperial Wei family is about to begin? Because Wei Shimon is a woman, she must select a heavenly pride contracted to the Daywalker god or Nightwalker god from one of the Wei family's affiliated clans as her future husband, thus challenging her instead. Right. It must be like this. Su Langtian understood everything. She knew that I would definitely be the heir of the Su family in the future and would definitely contract the Night Wanderer, so she kept secretly getting to know herself when she didn't know until she finally fell in love with herself. Thinking about it, everything became clear to Su Langtian. He had considerable confidence in his charm. Damn Sufan. Su Langtian's face became extremely grim as his fists clenched and cackled. Without Sufan, Wei Shimon and himself would have occupied first and second place in the rankings. Perhaps, when it was over to enjoy the crowds cheering and celebrating, Wei Shimon would have taken the opportunity to confess her love for herself. But Sufan's appearance stole all the limelight that should have belonged to him, and he himself left forlornly. Sufan. Thinking about it, Su Langtian let out a silky low roar from his mouth. Once again, you have ruined the chance that belongs to me. At this moment, Su Langtian's hatred towards Sufan directly reached its peak. Sufan had ruined his chance to change his destiny. Compared to the Wei family in the imperial capital, the Su family in Lanchang was nothing. Luan Tian Yu. Xia Zizi hurriedly held Su Langtian's arm. Su Langtian's appearance made her a little scared. But who knows, next? Su Langtian actually violently threw her hand away in front of the entire class of Awakening 2. From now on, you and I part ways. Why? Just because of that damn woman? Snap. A loud slapping sound rang out. Wei Sherman, is it not for you to insult? No, that night in the hotel bed you didn't say this to me. Xia Zizi covered her face, and there was a bright red palm print on her cheek. The classroom was dead silent, everyone held their breath. Prepare to eat melon. Bull, don't slander me. Everything is you seducing me while I'm drunk. You has been craving for my body, wanting to get a room with me, and being rejected by me many times. In the end, you even got me drunk and brought me into the hotel. Afterward, he even threatened to send out the photos if I didn't talk to you. Su Langtian said in front of everyone, he had to get rid of Xia Zizi now. He couldn't let Wei Sherman be embarrassed later. Xia Zizi was just a tool for his pleasure and lust. Compared to Wei Sherman, whose face value and background are perfect, there is no need to choose. No, it's not like that. Xia Zizi looked at Su Langtian incredulously. She didn't expect that Su Langtian would fabricate and denigrate himself out of thin air. Tears welled up in her eyes. At the moment everyone in Awakening Class 2 was pointing towards her. Especially the boys, all sorts of obscenities were coming at them. This moment. She felt like the whole world was against her, clearly before these people were envious of their. As for the originator, Sun Yichao shrugged his shoulders, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Su Langtian, what virtue, know how to read the words and colors of his natural no, otherwise would not have given Wei Shimon's photo to Su Langtian. Su Langtian's immediate demeanor proved that he had done the right thing. Su Langtian wouldn't kick him away as if he was trash. As for Xia Zizi. Ugh. You're nothing. How dare you look at me with a superior attitude? In Sun Yichao's eyes, a woman like Xia Zizi is worse than the traitor he is. Obviously can evening Sufan that behemoth, the results of their own work. Pure garbage. Even if Su Langtian doesn't abandon her now, he will still abandon her when he gets tired of playing. Do you really think you can become the mistress of the Su family? Don't even bother to look in the mirror. A good hand of cards played to pieces, yuck. The evening study hall was soon over. Ichao, I don't have any dirt on my face, do I have my clothes on? Boss, how many times have you asked? You look more handsome than usual now. Su Langtian and Sun Yichao stood at the entrance of Awakening Class 1. LOL. The door to the first class of Awakening was opened. The members of the first class came out of the classroom one after another. Yan, I'm so envious of class president Sufan, not having to listen to the little old man's nagging. If you have the strength of a class president, you can too. Shoo. Su Langtian. After seeing the glorious Su Langtian standing outside the classroom corridor, the members of the first class were first stunned and finally all tacitly chose to leave in silence. Although Su Langtian is not much good, but his identity is there, no one dares to offend him easily. Boss, she's coming out. The moment Sun Yichao lowered his voice to remind him, Su Langtian violently straightened his back, his fingertips quickly smoothing out the folds of his school uniform. The gesture of passing by chance allowed passers-by to see just the outline of his side face. The corners of his mouth once again raised the gentle, bland smile. He took out what he thought to be the most perfectly handsome stance, believing that he would be able to easily take down Wei Sherman, who was already interested in him, and go on to become the imperial capital Wei family's son-in-law. The sound of footsteps came from far and near. Su Langtian sidestepped at the right time, the knot in his throat slightly moving in preparation to speak. You. Ladaha, I have something. Who knew that the girl didn't even look at him and ran straight through quickly, as if she had something very urgent to do. The hand that was halfway up froze in mid-air. Su Langtian's expression was frozen. There should have been an emergency and I didn't see you. Sun Yichao was embarrassed and awkward as he hurriedly explained. Where's Zhang Xiaoquan? First middle school, school entrance. Sufan looked at Wei Sherman, who had changed into civilian clothes, and asked. He had to say that when he first saw Wei Sherman just now, Sufan was indeed stunned. After changing out of her school uniform, Wei Sherman had less of the youthfulness of her student days and more of the beauty of youth, and her whole person exuded a different luster. Especially that cold temperament was much stronger. Ahaha, he suddenly had an upset stomach and said he couldn't go. Wei Sherman laughed dryly twice, her eyes fluttering a bit. Sufan held his mouth. What a bummer, let's go then. In front of the teaching building, in a certain green belt, a fat, mushroom-headed man in civilian clothes, obviously well-groomed, was lying in it, and both his legs were still twitching from time to time. Chapter 32 Sun eating extreme cold centipede. You sent me all the way here, sure you don't want to go up for a cup of tea? No. Or you can sleep at my place and I promise not to move. Forget it. Sufan, Wei Sherman let out a deep breath, ready to use her wine to speak her heart to Sufan. Twisting his head. Froze. The back body was empty, and Sufan had long since lost his figure. Stomping his feet. Humph. You can't get away. After saying that, Wei Sherman huffed and walked into the exquisite apartment she had rented. The crisp footsteps were particularly clear in the quiet environment. On the roof of a building next to the apartment, Sufan sat on the back of the morning puma tiger, looking at her back from afar. Until Wei Sherman arrived home. Alright, the flower escort mission is complete. Morning Biao humanely rolled his eyes, expressing his disdain for Sufan. Sufan shrugged his shoulders, and a helpless smile grew at the corner of his mouth. What does this bastard, Morning Biao, know? Imperial Wei family. That's a ing sinkhole. Head spinning for a moment, rubbing it. That ninny, she just poured too much wine into me at dinner. Patting Morning Biao Tiger's head. Let's go, take the boss for a ride to sober up. Roar. Orchid City. A loud and clear tiger whistle ripped through the night. This was Morning Biao's response. Can't let people sleep at night, watch your tiger. Many sleeping people were awakened and cursed. Wait a minute, tiger? Hindsight thrill face. Morning Biao's gnarled muscles glowed coldly in the moonlight, his sharp claws snapped the rooftop fence, and the moment the masonry erupted, he leaped violently into a stump to pounce on the opposite side of the building. Several floors high, the night wind was hit by the raw popping. Sufan backhandedly clutched the mane between the neck of the funeral puma, the coat was blown and rolled like a flag, clattering. Ha 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 ha. Jumping back and forth between the skyscrapers, letting the cold wind pour into his chest, laughing uncontrollably. Woohoo! Cool. The stars, neon signs, and streams of headlights shone on the one man and one tiger. At this moment, Sufan completely let himself go. The same was true for Morning Biao. All worries are behind him. What loans, what national exams, what competition for the throne of the community, are all bull. Sufan and Morning Biao's huge tiger head glanced at each other. At this moment, both the man and the tiger felt that the connection between them was much deeper. Sufan did not pay attention to it. In the center of his hand, the lines that had been ironed into the walls of the Mortal Destiny Palace quietly added a few more. Boom! The luxury mall building suddenly exploded. A giant centipede curled and coiled around a mall building, dangling in the sky. Hiss! A numbing hissing sound came out. At this moment, those who were enjoying the nightlife saw through the glass what the source of the triggering earthquake was. The bodies subconsciously froze. Oh my god! It's a trickster beast! The residents of Orchid City had rehearsed the scene when the trickster beasts invaded many times, but when they practically felt the huge, hideous body and the terrifying flesh, their brains instantly went only blank. Rows and rows of jagged centipede legs and a wild covering of fluff. Fishy saliva dripped slowly. The creepy face, whose hideousness took up the entire window, was staring at them menacingly. Like looking at a delicious dessert. Immediately after, a white cold stream was spat out from the mouth of the giant centipede. Run! 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 I don't know who shouted. The fear of facing a giant object directly had completely lost the steadiness he should have as an adult. Hold on for a while, the guard department will be here soon. A person stood out and tried to sovereign the general situation, stabbing however, a white cold current instantly struck. Before the next sentence was spoken, the entire person was frozen into an ice sculpture. Crunch, crunch. Chewing ice sounds. This completely caused everyone in the building to panic. Run away, I don't want to die yet. Instantly everyone was all in a mess, panicking and crowding towards the door to escape. Another building rooftop. Sufan sat on the back of Morning Biao's tiger, looking down at the bizarre beasts rioting below, muttering, the sun-devouring extreme cold centipede of the five strange trickster clan, it looks like it has already reached the second stage of the growing body realm, and just take a ride to sober up and still allow himself to run into it. King Kong is still in the evolutionary stage, Morning Biao, can you do it? Roar! When Zhong Kui Morning Biao heard Sufan's words, he immediately roared a few times in response with displeasure. It was one of the 4 judge clans of the Guile clan, the punishment of evil division clan, a guile beast of the king's destiny. Morning Biao was a bit upset with Sufan, too snobbish. Vajra second stage realm now, to fight the first impression is thought of Vajra. Ah, just kidding, walk down to sober up. Sufan patted Morning Biao tiger head. A small sun-devouring extreme cold centipede, laughable laughable. Ayo, right, first go down and find me a mask to wear. Roar! With a tiger's roar, Morning Biao swooped down from a high altitude with Sufan in tow. Sharp claws clasped the wall, and rubble flew. Sufan wore a cartoon mask, full of alcohol, and let out a loud laugh. If you want to save it, figure it out. Help! Help! Bai Yijuan had a nice chat today with her blind date whom she has known for over a month at the mall for dinner. She thinks she should have found her other side. The male, like him, was part of a coalition against the imperial trickster. She had a feeling they had a lot in common. After paying the bill, the guy implied that she shouldn't go back today, and she agreed. After all, to get married. But, who knows? There was a loud boom. The appearance of a hideous centipede trickster beast broke everything. The previously graceful matchmaker changed his face the moment the giant beast appeared. Pulling her hard in front of him, he blocked the splashing rocks. At the moment, her entire body was smashed by a boulder, unable to move. And without looking back, the blind date blended into the crowd in an attempt to escape. Wang Jia, don't abandon me. Bah! What are you? Do you really think that labor wants to marry you? It's just because you have a few good looks and a few assets that you want to play around. Want to be my Wang Jia's woman, are you worthy? Clattering, the creepy sound of that giant centipede crawling. Watching the hideous beak that gradually approached and opened up ready to eat itself. Am I really going to die here? Bai Yijuan's heart completely died. No one saved her. Everyone was concerned with running for their lives. Subconsciously closing their eyes to meet death. Stab. Boom. Hiss. The behemoth in front of him suddenly hissed in agony for some reason, and snapped. Something seemed to splatter onto his face in a ball. Opening his eyes. The trickster beast that was hideous and brutal just a moment ago had a few more claw marks on its face that were deep enough to be seen on the bone at this moment. On her face, on the other hand, was the fishy blood spilled by the trickster beast. She was saved. She was saved by a teenager wearing a cartoon mask and riding a giant tiger like trickster. It's that teenage imperial trickster. Great, we're saved. Those who hadn't fled out yet began to cheer. Most of the people in Orchid City had heard about the deeds of the teenage imperial trickster. He knew he was saved. Shopping at the mall? Got enough money with you. Morning Biao looked small in front of the sun-devouring extreme cold centipede, like a child facing a long train. But the aura was not the least bit fearful. On the contrary, when the sun-devouring extreme cold was struck by Death Puma, it was so painful that it rolled around crazily inside the building, and in the end, it even directly began to bang around. Roar! Morning Biao let out a tiger roar. Sufan also sized up the sun-devouring extreme cold centipede and looked at the several centipede legs all over its body that made his denseness phobia go off. Suddenly thinking of a joke, he burped and laughed hee. You guys, buy shoes, merchants are going to die of joy. By the way, are any of you shoe sellers? Big customers, why don't you welcome. Chapter 33, I'm a good citizen. Are there any shoes for sale? Definitely not at the moment anyway. Sufan's cold joke could almost scare them to death. No one picked up on it, and Sufan felt so meaningless. Che, a bunch of guys who don't understand humor. Bai Yijuan looked dumbfounded at the teenager in front of her who was blocking her way, and her large pupils trembled within her beautiful eyes. She was a member of the Anti-Guildmaster Organization. All members of the Anti-Guildmaster Organization have a natural resistance to the Royal Guildmaster. They believe that the Imperial Tricksters always have a superior stance towards ordinary people, and also enjoy extremely high treatment in Xia. They felt it was unfair. They were disgusted with the Royal Artificer. They often call on ordinary people to rebel, to speak out. Why should the Imperial Trickster be above it all? They also wanted the Summer Kingdom to create a city for them where no Imperial Trickster existed. But at the moment, Bai Yijuan suddenly realized how naive their thoughts were. Between life and death. All she knows is, it was this teenage sentinel who had saved her. All she knew was, without this teenager, she would be dead at this moment. Without the Imperial Trickster, they, ordinary people, are just desserts on the trickster's table. On the contrary, Wang Jia, who is also an ordinary person but sets himself up in a moment of crisis. Bai Yijuan glanced at Wang Jia, who was peacefully enjoying Sufan's aid in the crowd. It was as if this was what Sufan had to do. Ha, what a cutie yourself. Whether it's an ojuji or a normal person, they're all equally human. It's just the bad people with dirty hearts that I hate. Bai Yijuan's almost hysterical gaze made Wang Jia, who was wearing a suit in the crowd, a little scared. With resentment, he looked at Sufan. Can't you come out a little later? Disgusting guy. What gives you guys all this power? The sun-devouring extreme cold centipede surprisingly didn't flee after being heavily injured by Death Biao, and began to crash around after burrowing into the interior of the building. Hissing. It was a stream of cold air, and it was going to freeze everyone present. That extremely cold white air spread rapidly. Crunch, crunch. Some of the large carrying items were frozen by the spreading white gas and lost their original hardness and broke. Various decorations fell like hail. Trying to struggle? Sufan was very subdued on Morning Biao's back. Hiss. The white chi struck towards him, and Morning Biao left a shadow in place, his figure having long since flashed above the sun-devouring extreme cold centipede. This much skill and you come out to harm people. Morning Biao's tiger claws glowed with cold light and swung down. First stage juvenile body realm hadn't learned any battle skills yet, but it was enough to deal with this sun-devouring extreme cold centipede. Just because of its king destiny. The sun-devouring extreme cold centipede saw that its cold chi battle technique was ineffective against the nimble morning puma and the human. Irritated, it stepped away from the fear-dense foot limbs. Against its huge body, the speed of the sun-devouring extreme cold centipede was surprisingly more agile than the soul-eating ghost spider that Sufan had encountered before. Its target was the crowd. Aha! Run away! Where were the ordinary people, its opponents, instantly panicking in a mess? The crowd was about 20 meters away from it, but this sun-devouring extreme cold centipede killed it in 3 seconds. One of its foot limbs even slapped towards a man in a suit who had been pushed to the front by someone unknown. Sufan was startled and subconsciously prepared to rescue him. Looking at a giant leg of a centipede that was almost as big as him, Wang Jia was scared less and rolled to avoid it. Then immediately, he pointedly rebuked towards Sufan who was rushing towards him. "Why did you let it over? If I hadn't dodged fast, I would have been killed." Sufan, who was halfway through his charge, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Hiss! After failing to score a hit, the sun-devouring extreme cold centipede's body once again increased its speed, and its several giant legs trampled the floor below to the point of splattering rubble. It once again went after the man in the suit. "Ah!" the man in the suit exclaimed. "Hurry over here and save me. Protecting ordinary people is an obligation you must undertake." Sufan sneered. Wang Jia's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Sufan to really not intend to save him. Clanging, the huge body of the sun-devouring extreme cold centipede came into sight. "Look all of you, this is those high and mighty imperial guile masters watching ordinary people being attacked by guile beasts." Wang Jia attempted to get everyone to follow him and accuse Sufan, thus forcing Sufan to save him. Ran. He realized that no one was even paying attention to him at this moment. Instead, they were looking at him with the same eyes that he had just looked at Bai Yijuan. Ka-ching! A red light flashed, and the huge foot limb of the sun-devouring extreme cold centipede viciously wheeled into his lower body. With great difficulty, he looked downward. It was empty. Nothing. The lower body had been punched right through, reduced to a crumbly froth that floated in the air. Consciousness darkened. "Morning Puma, settle your opponent." With Wang Jia dead, Sufan coldly grunted without delay and ordered to settle the fight. Roar! Morning Biao's strong sharp claws cut through the airflow with a whistling sound, and in the eyes of the crowd, it was incomparably eye-catching as it pounced on the sun-devouring extreme cold centipede. The sun-devouring extreme cold centipede struggled desperately, but in the end, it still turned into a huge carcass of a bizarre beast. The mouths of the crowd of onlookers were wide open after seeing this scene. Awesome explosion, alright. The strength of this teenage imperial deity master was simply heavenly. No cool battle skills were as strong as the aesthetics of blood-soaked violence. From the body of the sun-devouring extreme cold centipede, the inner elixir of the trickster beast was found. Wow! Sufan sat on Morning Biao's back and smoothly rescued a woman who was crushed by rocks. Then without talking to the crowd, he leapt down from the large hole that the sun-devouring extreme cold centipede had crashed through. It disappeared from the crowd's view. "Is this the Imperial Guile Master? It's so powerful, my child will awaken next year and hopefully become such a powerful Imperial Guile Master as well. Without him we would be dead by now. That man in the suit really deserved to die. I was there and I saw him push the girl under a rock. I saw it too, so when I was running away at the time, I kicked him out. If I'm going to find someone to die anyway, I might as well have him." Oof. Brainless guy, and you dare to threaten the Imperial Trickster. I know this kind of people the best. They usually treat other ordinary people with absolute exaltation, believe it or not. It's good to be alive. Everyone was glad to be alive. Bai Yijuan, who had been rescued by Sufan, looked at Sufan's back as he moved away, and a thought arose in his heart. She was going to quit the anti-Guildmaster Alliance and follow this teenager who had saved her from now on. She must tell the story of today to her future children. If her child was fortunate enough to be able to become an Imperial Trickster, then go and worship this Imperial Trickster. Provided, of course, that this Imperial Trickster can look at her child. To Sufan, it was just a drunken and casual act, but to the crowd it was a major matter of their life and death. The gears of fate began to turn. "Captain, look! We seem to be late again." Pang Guiyong, who was clad in a black robe and came flying, took a look in the direction his teammate pointed. A teenager in plain clothes was sitting on the back of his trickster beast, jumping over a building. Pang Guiyong was stunned, then growled. "Live and ing robbed. Hurry! Don't let this kid get away from me again." No. Wearing a cartoon mask, Sufan sat on the back of the Morning Puma tiger and looked around at the black-robed guard agency personnel and the various vicious and bizarre beasts beside or underneath them. Helplessly, he said, "Uncle Shu guys, I'm a good citizen, what's stopping me?" Chapter 34, Joining the Security Department. The direction Sufan and Morning Biao ran just happened to burrow into the pocket trap that the guard department had set up in advance. That's how they were stopped. However, Sufan also wanted to ask what the Orchid City Security Department was looking for him for. Behind the leader's muscle-bound uncle, a 3-meter-tall, equally huge and muscular ape. In his hand, he held a thick iron rod. Whirling it whistling in the air, he stared menacingly at Morning Biao underneath Sufan. Morning Biao bowed the tiger's back and hissed in a low voice. It was no longer as easy as before with the soul-eating specter and the sun-devouring extreme cold centipede. Sufan muttered, "Third stage mature body realm, making the staff-wielding Guile clan Chaos Guile Ape." It was rumored that the making staff-wielding Guile race was once a messenger of the Guile Emperor's clan, and in the end, due to specializing in too much violence and evil, and having no compassion in their hearts, they were relegated to the ordinary Guile race. Pang Guiyong snorted, kid, quite literate This attitude of Pang Guiyong made Sufan speechless. He shrugged, I'm really a good person. Good people? Just after Sufan finished speaking, the thin man wearing glasses beside Pang Guiyong immediately snorted coldly, glaring, overbearingly opening his mouth to refute. Why don't good people register with the Imperial Guild of Guilemasters? Any third-ranked or higher Grim Reaper who doesn't register is considered a Dark Grim Reaper. The skinny man's initial trickster was as formless as a soul body state, the witch specter cloud of the underworld trickster clan. It surrounded him, appearing eerie throughout. After the skinny man finished speaking, Sufan was stunned. Everything was understood. No wonder the Orchid City Security Department had been looking for him. It turns out that they're treating him like a third-ranked Imperial mechanic. However, it was also true that with a destiny at the level of a funeral Puma monarch, a third-order mature body realm or lower trickster beast could be killed at will. Just like the soul-eating ghost spider that he encountered earlier, and the sun-devouring extreme cold centipede just now. No wonder it was treated as a third-ranked Imperial trickster. Do you believe me when I say that I just advanced? Sufan said somewhat less confidently. He also didn't want to explain that he was just a newcomer Imperial mechanic. Otherwise, the Lanchang Security Department would be able to find out that he was a student of Lanchang No. 1 High School as soon as they checked. Subsequently, he would not be able to hide the matter of his dual awakening. Shin. Sufan was dumbfounded. That's all it takes to believe? Well, believe it. Pang Guiyong nodded. The skinny man next to him and the other members nodded equally neatly. Sufan was a bit unresponsive for a moment. This was not quite what he expected. There were quite a few words of explanation in his head. Don't think too much, you didn't do anything bad in Orchid City, instead you helped us a lot, so we're willing to trust you. However, I need to take you to the guild to register now. Pang Guiyong retrieved his trickster beast. Of course if you lie to me, the guild will be able to check it out inside. Okay. In the central area of Lan City, inside a splendidly built 24-hour business guild hall. In the registration office of the Imperial Guildmaster, a fat woman in a summer establishment uniform stared at her dead fish eyes and opened her mouth emotionlessly. Name, gender, age, realm, trickster. It would be strange for her to give a good face on the night shift as an establishment member. Don't want people to know all your trickster beasts, hide your strength, just put initial beasts, note it has to be initial trickster beasts. Service attitude aside, the ability to work is still there, what should be said and some additional matters are not left behind. Pang Guiyong full supervision, Sufan is very honestly fill out the form. Name, Zhang Xiaofan. Gender, male. Age, 23. Realm, third order guru. Spooky beast, mutant species nightmare gale tiger malaria ghost clan. It's all fake except for the gender. It's understandable to fake your name, age, and realm. As for Morning Biao, it was mainly because Morning Biao's race, the punishment of evil division clan, was too powerful. The worst thing was that the punishment of evil division also belonged to a ing hostile relationship with the human race. Sufan is not stupid, how could he write? However, it was fortunate that he scored full marks in the subject of trickster beast recognition, and quickly found a race in his mind that looked somewhat similar to Morning Puma and wrote it down. Pang Guiyong picked up the completed registration form and stared wide-eyed. Looked toward Morning Biao. Sufan's heart fluttered. Pang Guiyong looked at it for half a day. Sufan, huh? Well, that's good. Pang Guiyong patted Sufan's shoulder hard, quite happy. You kid is only 23 years old and you're a third-order Imperial mechanic, the future is promising. Good luck, good luck. After registering, go to the Fate Palace extraction room on the side and summon the Fate Palace. The registration room will record your Fate Palace tattoo in the file book. The tattoos on the Fate Palace of each Imperial Guildmaster are unique, and are no easier to fake than an ID card. If you've registered before, the same will be found out. The fat woman pointed to a small room off to the side. Sufan didn't think much and went in and obediently summoned the Mortal Destiny Palace out. A burst of busy work. By the time he walked out of the Imperial Guild of Guildmasters, it was already past 2 in the morning. Can I go now? Sufan summoned Funeral Puma and was about to leave. It was time to say no, one more identity would be quite convenient to do something in the future. No. Sufan was stunned. Big brother, what else? I can be considered a real good citizen now, you can't bully me. Join us, become my team member. Pang Guiyong was all smiles and opened his arms. The atmosphere lapsed into a brief silence. Sufan didn't say anything, just patted Morning Biao Tiger's head and twisted to leave. What the hell? He's not joining the Lancaster City Guard. He hates going to work. Especially this kind of Xia's official Imperial Sleuth unit, one didn't need to think about it to know that there were a lot of constraints and restrictions. What ass can only sit halfway, what can only step left when entering the door? I've even heard of places that even regulate what color underwear their employees wear. There's a paycheck. And you belong to the external staff, you don't usually need to clock into work to get a paycheck. Of course, if you have some free time and come over to help with some cases, you'll also be paid handsomely. Harness. Sufan, who was already in the air, pulled Morning Biao Tiger head and refold back to Pang Guiyong. So what if I never take the mission? Pang Guiyong laughed. Don't worry, Xiaoguo will always pay your salary. About how much a month? Not much. Just started over 10,000 summer dollars, I think, and that's after deducting 6 insurance policies and 1 pension. Well, can guess not much, ahem. Halfway through his sentence, Sufan choked. Although the bar, to the official work binding restrictions is a little more. But then again, he himself wants to make a contribution to the officialdom for the Summerland. Okay, dry up. Good. From today onwards, you're a member of the Orchid City Security Department. Yulan Chang Guards Department received a black robe symbolizing the Guards Department's Imperial Artificer Enforcement Team. Sufan sat on the back of the funeral puma and went far away while Pang Guiyong and the other squad members watched. Captain. You trust this guy so much? Until now we don't even know what he looks like. The thin man grunted as he looked at Sufan's back. Wearing a funny cartoon Spider-Man mask, maybe his name is fake. Pang Guiyong didn't care about the words of the skinny man. Imperial Guile Masters, especially powerful ones, have a lot of eccentric personalities. Some of them are just more timid, afraid of offending people, and don't like to show their true faces. However, Zhang Xiaofan's Fate Palace tattoo has already been registered with the guild for the record, so everyone can rest assured. Unless. Pang Guiyong paused and said something he thought was humorous in a sly way. Zhang Xiaofan has 2 natal palaces. The members sniffed and laughed. 2 natal palaces? That's impossible. Ha 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 ha. Funny. Chapter 35, You and I are partners. It was too late, so Sufan didn't return to school. Using the key, he opened the door and carefully pushed it open. Walk in gently. Little lowly Xinyan curled up on the living room sofa, sweetly asleep. The game character on the TV in front of her is still constantly hissing. Sufan took out a blanket to cover her. Boing Boing let out a cry. Opening her large green eyes, she looked at Sufan. Then obediently wrapped his arms around Sufan's neck, and his legs that were covered with white long anime stockings were directly erected on Sufan's body. Little Fan, want a hug? Sufan had no choice but to give her a hug back to the house. It took a while before he walked out of the room. Don't get me wrong. After telling a children's story for a while, Xinyan fell asleep. It's also quite strange. Xinyan was obviously 15 or 16 years old. Her mind is sometimes like a child's, but sometimes it is very mature. Returning to his house and lying on the bed, Sufan began to summarize the end of the trial tower and all the gains until now. Killing those soldiers inside the trial tower, I obtained 5 second-order internal elixirs and 1 third-order internal elixir. A spatial ring, a scoring reward after clearing the level later on, and a first-order trickster inner Dan, a C-rank trickster nutrient solution, the right to use the primary spirit-gathering conductor for 10 days as well as a trickster battle skill bearing stone. Alright, there's also the inner Dan of the second-rank sun-devouring extreme cold centipede that I killed just now. Dragon Kingdom market price. First order inner elixir, 50,000 Xiaoguo coins. Second level inner elixir, 200,000 Xia coins. Third level inner elixir, 500,000 Xia coins. Grade C trickster nutrient solution, 300,000 Xia coins. Trickster battle skill bearing stone, 500,000 Xia coins. After accounting, Sufan was in a much happier mood. He even had the feeling of getting rich overnight. For what he had acquired so far, leaving out the spatial rings and spirit gathering guides that didn't have a market price, there were at least 2.5 million Xiaoguo coins. Worth over $1 million at this? Dare I think he couldn't get enough to buy a trickster a few days ago and needed to go borrow from a trickster loan shark? Suddenly there was some disdain for the Lanchang Security Bureau's $10,000 salary in January. Ahem. Okay, inflated myself. The value of these resources is high, but they're all resources that one needs to consume at this stage. So, Sufan collapsed again. One is still poor. The loan owed to the boss's wife, it's better to pay her back when she gets paid, and she's in no hurry to get it anyway. Oh right. Looking at the yellowing ceiling of the roof, Sufan's pupils suddenly trembled. He suddenly remembered a very frightening thing. This house rent expired a few months ago. Is the landlord looked at himself and Xinyan pity back to postpone a few days. Seems like it can't be pushed any further. It's time to pay the rent. Let Xinyan pay it? How can she afford it? The little money my brother transferred isn't enough. The next day, Su's homestead. Su Tianyu woke up early in the morning and took a rag to start wiping the floor. This was the work that his sister-in-law had arranged for him, saying that it would exercise him. He likes the job too. Because, for every clean floor, his sister-in-law would give him 10 summer dollars as a reward. If he worked just a little bit more, he could share a little bit more for his brother. Su Tianyu hummed and happily wiped and wiped and wiped. Suddenly, a pair of feet stepped on his rag. Su Tianyu looked up. A face was looking down on him from above. It was cousin Su Mingzhi. Cousin. Su Tianyu called out, then pumped the rag hard. As a result, it still couldn't be pumped. Su Mingzhi's eyes narrowed slightly. Cousin's shoes are dirty, give cousin a shoe shine. Su Tianyu was stunned and smiled sweetly. Good. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Su Tianyu, who was seriously shining his shoes, Su Mingzhi's heart gave birth to a feeling of satisfaction. Sufan. So what if you're strong? Your own brother still has to obediently shine my shoes. What's going on? Suddenly a voice filled with majesty rang out from behind, and Su Mingzhi trembled. Third grandpa. Su Mingzhi shouted nervously. Humph. Su Nanchun wore a black practice outfit and had just returned from outside. He grunted towards Su Mingzhi, his eyes signaling him to leave. Su Mingzhi smiled sarcastically and quickly ran away. San. Third grandpa. Looking at the old man's majestic face, Su Tianyu was nervous and did not dare to meet his eyes. The day he drove his brother out of the Su family, the words the old man said in that face, Su Tianyu could not forget it in his life. Su Tianyu could feel that Su Nanchuan's gaze had been on himself and had not left. His nervous palms were sweating. Suddenly. Ah, Xiaoyu is even starting to work. Xiaoyu has grown up. Ah, he can even contribute his strength to the family. Su Tianyu was stunned. Third grandpa. Smiling at himself? And praising himself? Third grandpa. It was sister-in-law who made me work, saying she wanted to exercise me. Ha, your sister-in-law is doing a good job. Look at how she's worked little you into a man. Su Nanchun touched Su Tianyu's head. Su Tianyu was shaking all over. Ever since dad and uncle disappeared into the Tianlan Peak battlefield, third grandpa had never touched himself like this before. Su Nanchun had a kind face. Alright, don't be nervous, third grandpa has something he wants to say to you. Will you help third grandpa pass it on to your brother? Ah. You and your brother are both members of the Su family. Sometimes you need to consider the interests of the Su family. Do you know that? For example, if one obtains something precious. Su Nanchun pulled Su Tianyu's hand and walked into a side office with a smile. Orchid City First High School, Principal's Office. This is your reward from the Trial Tower, a juvenile body realm trickster beast inner Dan, a bottle of Great Sea trickster beast nutrient liquid, and a trickster beast battle skill bearing stone. Principal Wen Jiyong handed the rewards to Sufan, who glanced at them and directly stuffed them into his spatial ring. Looking at the things instantly in Sufan's hands, a wave of envy ran through Wen Jiyong's eyes. He, the principal, didn't even have a space ring. After slowing down, Wen Jiyong continued. As for the 10-day right to use the Primary Spirit Gathering Guide, the Primary Spirit Gathering Guide is our school's public resource and needs to be used on a rotational basis, and logically, you being first should be the first to use it, but... He made a look towards Sufan. I've lined you up last, for you to use when everyone has rotated out, all the way up to the time of the national exam. About 40 days or so. After listening to Wen Jiyong, Sufan froze. So top? Is this what it's like to have a backstage? It's almost too good to be true. Well, thank you, principal. Sufan made an unprecedented effort to say thank you to this principal that he despised from the bottom of his heart. No matter what Wen Jiyong's purpose for helping himself was, he had indeed helped himself. His biggest problem right now was his slow cultivation speed. Morning Biao had been stuck at the First Order juvenile body realm for quite some time. Sufan was polite on his side, but Wen Jiyong was unhappy instead. He patted Sufan's shoulder. You don't need to be polite with me, I already made it clear to you that day. You know clearly what kind of person I am, you don't need to be grateful to me. You and I have a cooperative relationship, I don't owe you in the same way you don't owe me. Sufan nodded flatly, indicating that he knew. And Wen Jiyong pulled out another envelope and handed it to Sufan. Inside here are all sorts of miscellaneous scholarships, about 5W or so for you, the former heir of the Su family. It's just a drop in the bucket, but now I guess you're quite short, so I'll just let the teachers apply for all the ones you should apply for. Oh yes, there are also a variety of outstanding titles, advanced recognition, and so on honorary titles, also all for you to get. You can also use it if you want to take the career path in the future. In Sufan's shock, when Jiyong raised his hand in the middle of a seal, oh, teachers apply, I approve the strip. In a nutshell. When Jiyong's voice trailed off. Looking towards Sufan, he solemnly said. You don't have to think about the school aspect, as long as it can be considered I've considered it for you, and what I can't consider I'll fill you in when I think of it. All you have to do is to prepare for the battle with all your might. The National Exam. Chapter 36, I'm the son of the Su family, I'll never bow down. The ancestor is above. Sufan was rejected by the ancestral land for incompetence. Sufan disrespected the elders of his family as being immoral. Being immoral and incompetent is no longer worthy of being the successor of the Su family. Today I, Jing Yi, the acting great head of the Su family, will depose him as the successor and have the best of the Su family's children, Su Langtian, succeed him. I've just been rejected by the ancestral land, and you've thought out the words to depose my heirship. Ignoring the taunts and mockery from the Su family crowd, Sufan raised his hand to point at the woman and sternly questioned, "Speak. Is it possible that you have tampered with me? If you have the ability, let me enter the ancestral ground again in front of all the clansmen." The woman's face changed drastically. Unbridled. Third grandpa. Kneel down. Apologize for Jing Yi. Third grandpa. She was the one who wanted to depose me. Can't you hear what I'm saying? Kneel down immediately now. Yi Jing is the acting grandmaster of the Su family. Can't you be insulted by a punk who was rejected by the ancestral land? Third grandpa. Are you calling me a waste too? Sufan understood all with a start. I said that Yi Jing, a foreign surname, how could she become the acting great head of the Su family? So it turns out that she's been working in tandem with some people. At this, third grandfather's face instantly grimaced. Dog dare. You dare to repeat it again? Sufan clenched his hands without the slightest fear and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. You're afraid you're not having an affair with her. Boom. A black light flashed and came at Sufan. Sufan's eyes snapped open and his body swayed, almost falling down the stairs. Just now, the mental power was overconsumed, and I actually fell directly into a coma. Thinking of the scene in his mind just now where he dreamed of once being expelled to the Su family, Sufan's face became gloomy. Yi Jing, Su Langtian, Su Nanchun, and those Su family members. All wait for me. The insults you have inflicted on me will be doubled in the coming day. At this time, the cell phone rang. Seeing the contact on it, the gloom on Sufan's face disappeared in an instant. Connecting the gentle opening. What's up, Tianyu? Is there something wrong? Brother is practicing hard. Wait for the national exam to give you a surprise. Ha 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 ha, then I'll wait for brother to surprise me. On the other end of the phone, Su Tianyu laughed out loud. Then, he changed his tone. Brother, today third grandpa talked to me, and he told me a lot. Sufan was silent. Brother, why don't you give Su Langtian the identity of the Su family's heir? Don't fight with him. I'm worried when you're out there alone. The joyful expression on Sufan's face from his brother's call became stiff. His hand gripped the cell phone so tightly that his knuckles turned slightly white from the force he exerted on it. That guy, Sunanchun, what the hell did he say to his brother? Brother. Are you listening? Aha, I am. On the other end of the phone. Su Tianyu hesitated for half a day before opening his mouth to Sufan once again. Brother, third grandpa had no choice that day at the ancestral land, and his anger has subsided now, so take the opportunity to apologize to third grandpa and his sister-in-law and come back. In the Su family, although they are living a bit miserable and still have to work, but they are thinking of their father and uncle, at least. After a pause, his voice became a little aggravated as he remembered what happened in the morning. At least it will give us a bite to eat. Actually, he understood all of that. Including the morning when Su Mingzhi asked him to shine his shoes. It was actually making things difficult for him, and he knew it all. But Su Tianyu thought. Even if Su Mingzhi and these Su family people went overboard, they could only insult like this to take out their anger. My brother was out there alone, cultivating and raising the beasts. It won't work at all. Why don't we take advantage of the change in third grandpa's attitude today and return to the Su family? Third grandpa said that we are all members of the Su family, so we should think more about the big picture of the Su family. The family won't treat us poorly either. Ha 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 ha. Sufan was exasperated by his brother and laughed. My silly brother, remember one thing. Su Tianyu, brother, you say. Any of you can concede and compromise, but not me. I am the son of the Su family representing the Su family, and I must never and will never be allowed to bow down. In the future, if you call or want me to apologize, stop calling. The voice became steeply authoritative and cold. Tell Su Nanchun to keep his hands off what's on me. After saying that, Sufan directly shut off the phone. This was the first time he took the initiative to hang up his brother's phone. He felt that his brother's nature was too soft and was a little disappointed. This kind of patience and compromise on his part in exchange for sympathy from others was the last thing he despised. Brother. I'm just worried about you. Looking at the dark cell phone screen that had already been hung up, Su Tianyu was a little aggravated. He felt that what he did was not understood by Sufan. Sufan cultivated for a while. It was really distracting. The fire is too much. Straight away, he walked down to the roof of the building and came to the door of the Awakening 2 class. Su Langtian. Get your ass out here. How many times have I said that the grudge between us should not involve my brother? Can't understand human language, can you? Get out. You only play dirty tricks, don't you? Dare to come out and fight with me? Sufan angrily scolded Su Langtian outside the classroom of the second class. Inside the classroom. Su Langtian sat in his seat, his body trembling with anger, his face so gloomy that it was dripping blood. He knew why Sufan was angry. He was the one who told Su Nanchun that Sufan had obtained a spatial ring at the trial tower. But now he was forced by Sufan's strength. Without exposing the night-traveling god, he was simply unable to fight against it. Therefore, he could only allow Sufan to call for battle outside and be a shrunken head turtle himself inside the classroom. Letting my brother come over to persuade me? Can you think of any more underhanded tricks? You, Su Langtian, remember that my identity is more honorable than you than any Su family member. I still remember the groveling look you gave me when my father was around. And now you're getting all high and mighty and not coming out? Talk. Get your ass out here. If it wasn't for your mom holding my brother in the Su family and not letting me take him away, I would have killed you long ago, and you think you're so powerful. Speak. Sufan was still cursing angrily, directly putting the Su family's fight out in the open. The members of Awakening Class 2 ate a big melon, chattering and pointing at Su Langtian. Su Langtian's facial expression appeared to be very plain, but the hand under the desk was already clenched in death, and he couldn't wait to drill into the ground. In the end, the teacher, Zhong Kui, had no choice but to step in and pacify Sufan. It took a lot of persuasion to send Sufan back. But Su Langtian's reputation was stirred up by Sufan, and it was considered to be stinking in the first middle school. Even his title of the number one in Orchid City had now become a synonym for shame. Everywhere he went, there were people talking behind his back. The number one person in Orchid City? Ha, is that the shrunken head turtle that was blocked at the door by Sufan and didn't even dare to show his head? Su Langtian had originally planned to go to the door of Awakening Class 1 to continue creating a chance encounter with Wei Sherman, striving to push Wei Sherman within a few days. But in this situation today, the plan could only be put on hold. Wait for the wind to pass and come in. And the other side. Sufan, who had cursed Su Langtian, had a much smoother heart. Even the speed of cultivation was much faster. The lines on the walls of the Imperial Destiny Palace changed every day with the naked eye. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before it was completely covered in full. Chapter 37 Second-ranked Imperial Trickster. Holding his breath, he carefully controlled the scarlet-colored aura cloud to iron out patterns on the Fate Palace. This time Sufan was more careful than usual. Until the lines were successfully ironed on, after the entire Fate Palace was covered with a thick layer of lines. Sufan exclaimed in surprise. It's been 3 weeks since the end of the trial match, and the Imperial Destiny Palace is paved over. Ka-ching! There was a crisp ringing sound within the spirit world. It was followed by. One could only see that the Imperial Destiny Palace, which was originally only one level, had steeply climbed one level higher below. It became a small 2-story tower. The uppermost layer was covered by thick lines, and the Black Natal Palace Tower was ironed with scarlet lines of divine splendor. The lower layer was bare, not yet ironed. Becoming a second-rank Imperial Guile Master myself. A streak of scarlet airflow converged in the palm of his hand, and Sufan was thrilled. This was the red aura that uniquely belonged to the Imperial Destiny Palace. Running the Hidden Dragon Reverse Fortune Heavenly Deity skill, the red aura turned back into a purple aura. It was exactly the same color as the Fate Palace pattern. A second-ranked sentinel can then mobilize aura. When trickster beasts fought against each other, except for some special races that came with their own natural type of battle skills, the rest of the battle skills that they learned to unleash required the cooperation of the Imperial Trickster's aura. Therefore, the strength of an Imperial Trickster's own aura value often measures how powerful an Imperial Trickster is. At the same time, at the moment of the Imperial Destiny Palace advancement, Sufan felt a warm current flow from within the spirit world to his entire body, nourishing the meridians of his entire body. After moving his limbs, Sufan was astonished. The power of one's physical body has, once again, increased. His fleshly body power had been elevated once before, and this time it was elevated again. If he was allowed to enter the trial tower again, that soldier, he can definitely beat it. Roar! At that moment, a ferocious hissing sound came out from within the hall of the Underworld Emperor. Vajra has awakened. He couldn't wait to disappear directly into the Underworld Emperor's hall. Today's King Kong, than before also a full circle, the turtle armor is more thick, tree snake is also much thicker, around the body of the brownish-yellow baleful gas is more solid. Good fellow, you're not really developing towards Xuanwu. Sufan muttered. Sufan felt more and more that it wasn't impossible. Roar! Morning Biao, who was practicing on the side, roared in dissatisfaction. His little brother had grown into the somatic realm, and he, who was the big brother, was still in his infancy. It would be strange if he could be happy. Ah, funeral Puma you, although the realm is low, but King Kong still cannot beat you ah. Sufan consoled somewhat vainly. Morning Biao's stuck level was his fault. His mortal Fate Palace cultivation was too slow. The last time he and Funeral Biao went out to sneak around the Fate Palace, speed increased a little, but it was still quite a bit short. Now that the Imperial Fate Palace was full, the Mortal Fate Palace was still a quarter short. The heavens guarantee that I'm definitely not biased. The cultivation of both the Mortal Fate Palace and the Imperial Fate Palace is half and half. Jin Gang also rubbed against Morning Biao with his tree snake at the side, pampering him, indicating that he would always be the little brother. Moreover, Sufan was indeed right, although it had already grown into the somatic realm, it still had a palpitating feeling when it faced Morning Biao. There was no way. A monarch-level destiny is just too strong. The Vajra hegemonic fate, in the end, was nothing more than a paranoid lord with a limited pattern. Morning Biao, on the other hand, was a true king. The king who swallows the mountains and looks down on the world. Strength is king. Bloodline pressure is king. Cough. Morning Biao's eyes made Sufan a little weak, and he lightly coughed twice and said, "Let's put it this way, the next national examination before all cultivate the mortal Fate Palace." Cultivating both Fate Palaces together was definitely not as fast as cultivating one Fate Palace. In a few more days, with the addition of the Spirit Gathering Guide, I believe that soon the mortal Fate Palace will also be able to be second-ordered. And, as his initial trickster beast, Morning Biao's advancement was also a great boost to his personal strength. Just as Sufan was preparing to exit the Underworld Emperor Hall, a ball of light appeared. It's a reward. The Imperial Destiny Palace has elevated the Underworld Emperor Palace to give itself a reward. The successive surprises that smashed Sufan were a bit fluttering at the moment. In the center of the light cluster, a piece of inheritance stone was suspended. It was quite similar to Vajra's inheritance stone from last time, yet it was worlds apart. A deep ethereal blue color, the surface was like molten lava from hell flowing with a fiery blue light. Fine scale patterns are spread all over it with blue flames, sometimes rising, sometimes falling. Morning Biao, can you use this? Sufan eagerly asked Morning Biao. The enhancement after King Kong ate that inheritance stone last time was tremendous. It would be unimaginable if Funeral Biao could be boosted as well. However, Sufan was disappointed. Morning Biao shook his head, indicating that although the inheritance stone was strong, it was not suitable for this inheritance stone. The unknown land of nothingness. Who stole my clan's inheritance stone? A voice containing endless pressure came out. Ha, your family lost something just like that, unlucky guy? Taunting voices came from the dark place in the void. Then the existence that had made the last roaring sound was filled with rage. Joan, don't you fool around, it'll be your turn next time. Ha 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 ha, my clan's treasure trove is heavily defended, it won't be the same as you two unlucky bastards. The owner of the endlessly oppressive voice, you. Come and fight. Rumble. Rumble. A huge trembling sound that destroyed the sky and earth and the void. The existences that had just been talking warred together. Exiting the Underworld Emperor Hall, Sufan returned to the Awakening Class 1 classroom. Today was the last day of the week. After this class will be released Saturday weekday. Still have to give Rindy Hai, the little old man, some face. Humph, isn't this suited genius? How come he still personally came over to take old me's class? Really flattered. As soon as he entered the classroom, Rindy Hai said in a conspiratorial manner towards Sufan. Sufan laughed and returned to his seat amidst the admiration of the Awakening Class 1 students. In this world, strength is honored. Since the trial match, Sufan had proven himself with undisputed strength. The doubts and taunts that were once there all dissipated, and were replaced by the admiration and respect of all the students. Sufan sat in the back row by the window, at a single table. Brother Fan. Just sat down before his ass was even warm. Zhang Xiaoquan then called out to him, twisting his head to look at Zhang Xiaoquan. What's wrong? Zhang Xiaoquan hemmed and hawed, then pointed behind himself. Behind Zhang Xiaoquan was a large red trash can. A strange odor. He had tried to put the trash can to the other side before, but was always intimidated to put it back by his classmates. Now that Sufan was back, it was definitely time for Sufan to back him up. After learning the causes and consequences. Clanking up, Sufan got up. Not caring if Rindy Hai was in class or not, he lifted the trash can and pulled it to the other side of the classroom. Then he gave Zhang Xiaoquan a finished gesture and sat down lightly. Zhang Xiaoquan replied with a fan's awesome expression. On the other hand, the two students in front of the trash can dared to be angry and had to return a smiley face to revive Fan. Sufan's appearance, Rindy Hai on the podium watched in his eyes the whole time and snorted coldly. Look at what Sufan has been slammed into by Principal Wen Jiyong. He's such a nice kid. Now he's the biggest prick in middle school. Suddenly, a voice came from within the spirit world, and Rindy Hai's entire body was stunned. What you said is true. Sufan is really second. Second stage. Rindy Hai looked at Sufan and fell into deep thought. Should we let Sufan give it a try? Chapter 38. The third elder of the Su family, Su Nanchun, finds his way to the door. Brother Fan, accompany me to the trickster beast shop later. My grandma knows about my trickster loan, took out the coffin book and told me to pay it back first. Zhang Xiaoquan, like Sufan, was a two-parent Ascension level player. But he was slightly better off, having a dependent grandmother to live with. Okay, I'll pay a little back along the way. Sufan nodded and agreed. He had met Grandma Zhang Xiaoquan. The old man was very kind, and his eyes were already blind. Zhang Xiaoquan was brought up by a handful of urine, and was a bitter man. However, now that Zhang Xiaoquan has become an imperial Gui master, he has survived the early stages, and his grandmother's lives will slowly get better later on. Wei Sherman had also wanted to accompany Sufan to the trickster shop, but suddenly received a call from the imperial capital, and then hurriedly headed to Lancheng Airport. It seemed to be her own brother, Wei Jichuan, who was favored by many as the most promising heir to the Wei family. When he was engaged in a trickster duel with someone at school, he was mistakenly injured by the opponent's trickster battle technique. He is still in the imperial capital hospital. Life and death are unknown. When she left, Wei Shiman's face was quite gloomy, while there were also a few hints of powerlessness. If something really happened to her brother? Sufan watched the whole thing with his eyes and could only helplessly shake his head. As the one who had been kicked out of the Su family, he could best understand Wei Shiman's mood. The battle for the heir of a family has always been like this. Together with Zhang Xiaoquan, they came to the trickster beast store. Yo, little fatty kana, it's only been a short time and you've paid back the money. The beautiful boss lady, Ji Yuerua, counted the Xiaogua coins that Zhang Xiaoquan handed over and flirted. At the same time, she also threw a wink at Sufan. The latter remembered the scene from the last time he purchased a vajra and subconsciously rubbed his waist. Today, Ji Yuerua wore a black OL secretary uniform, dry with a hint of sexiness. The slender legs were wrapped in black stockings with letters, the lines were smooth and elegant. There was a rimless glasses on her face, and her long, big wavy hair was casually draped. Pure desire wind pulled full. And Zhang Xiaoquan thought the boss's wife was winking at him. A shiver ran through his body. Then there was no feeling for the boss's wife. And that was that. Beauty would only affect the course of his Zhang Xiaoquan's martial arts. I'll pay back 30,000 first, and the remaining 135,000 will be paid back later. Sufan took out 30,000 to repay from the 50,000 scholarship given by Wen Jiyong. The remaining 20,000 had paid the rent 2 weeks ago. Ji Yuerua licked her lips. It's 100,000. Sufan was stunned. 100,000, isn't it 135,000, didn't you miscalculate? It could be 100,000. Ji Yuerua held up the frames of her glasses and threw a wink. Koizumi, you go back first. Van, what are you doing? Something suddenly came up. Sufan rubbed his waist. Ow ow ow. Zhang Xiaoquan walked out of the trickster beast shop with doubts. Clunk. The door to the trickster's store was closed from the inside out, along with a sign that it was temporarily closed. A gust of wind blew by. The sign swayed regularly. The sky is dark. The temperature is somewhat cooler. Sufan, who walked out of the trickster beast shop, shivered. Snapping out his jacket from his spatial ring, he draped it over his body and returned to his apartment. Practice is the only standard for testing truth. After the real gun battle test, Sufan could obviously feel that after the second stage of the Imperial Destiny Palace, his physical quality had enhanced a lot. Now that he was allowed to encounter the young body realming soldiers in the trial tower again, he was absolutely certain to kill it. Back home. The little lowly Xinyao sniffed her nose and frowned slightly. Little Fan is back. Well, stopped by and bought you candy canes, nah. Xinyao likes to eat sugar gourds. Sufan passed by and happened to buy one on the side. Seeing the sugar gourd, Xinyao lovely face instantly surged with joy. Oops jumped and pounced on Sufan. By the way, little Fan, today there was an old grandpa who came over to look for you. I said that you weren't here and asked him to come over tomorrow. Old grandpa? Suyun's brows furrowed. Who? He said he is your third grandfather. Sufan's expression was instantly gloomy. Su Nanchun. Su Nanchun knocked on the door for half a day and stood outside the door for half a day before there was finally a response. Old grandpa, little Fan is cultivating. He said yesterday that he wouldn't see you, so go back. The one who opened her mouth was a little lowly. What kind of a thing are you? The heretic that everyone shouted at back then turned out to be secretly hidden here by Sufan. Get lost. Su Mingzhi, the junior behind Su Nanchun, led a group of young men from the Su family branch to rudely push Xinyao away and directly rushed in, looking menacingly around the living room. Su Fan. Get the hell out of here and make third grandpa stand outside for so long. Is there any respect for the elders? Little Fan. Don't sulk, you're a Su family member no matter what, and I'm still your third grandfather no matter what. Su Nanchun walked into Su Fan's apartment, not caring whether he had forced his way into the house or not. In his opinion, all of Sufan's money was given by the Su family. Then this Thai house would be considered a Su family asset. Xinyao, who was pushed to the ground at the doorway, had her eyes directly reddened. How can this group of people be like this? This is clearly his and Xiaofan's home. Both big bad guys. When Sufan came out of the meditation emperor hall to cultivate, he heard a burst of noise outside. With a frown, he walked out of the bedroom. Sufan, you finally dare to come out. The corners of Su Mingzhi's mouth spread into a grim smile. And after Sufan saw Xinyao collapsed on the ground at the doorway, his face was instantly gloomy. Who gave you the guts to break into my house and hurt Xinyao? Sufan. Isn't all your money given by the Su family? If you really want to count, this Thai house of yours is still the Su family's. Ah. Su Mingzhi was just talking when Sufan leaped directly in front of him like a fierce tiger. Before he could react, a fist blasted into his face. The whole immediately fell to the floor in a sorry state. And without swinging his hand, Sufan then gave him another kick to the door. Imperial Destiny Palace Advancement. Sufan's first stage trickster beast flesh body is not Su Mingzhi and not yet awakened can deal with. In only 2 blows, he spat out a mouthful of bruised blood. Xinyao, did he push you down? The young man from the Su family who followed Su Mingzhi along said angrily when he saw Su Mingzhi being treated like this by Sufan. Sufan! Su Mingzhi is Su Langtian's person, how dare you? Sufan snorted coldly. Rushing towards the person who opened his mouth, he swung his fist down. What a good dog! Accompany your companion. With 2 more half-dead people at the door, the rest of the Su family youngsters were instantly honest. Warily, they looked at Sufan. There was no more of the overbearing stance that he had just rushed into the house on the strength of Su Nanchuan's presence. Sufan walked to the door, stepped on Su Mingzhi's face, and helped Shi Xinyao up. Turning his head, he looked at Su Nanchun. You let them do this? Saying that, the face directly deformed under the force of his foot, concave inward. Su Mingzhi constantly wailed. Third grandpa, save me. Su Nanchun didn't care about Su Mingzhi who was wailing, walked over to Sufan and raised his hand wanting to rub Sufan's head with his hand like when he was a child. With an adult posture softly said, enough anger, don't make a tantrum. Don't be hypocritical. Su Nanchuan's hand had just been raised in mid-air when Sufan ruthlessly slapped it away. Chapter 39, Tearing Apart. Pushing Su Nanchuan's hand away, Sufan said in a cold voice, get the hell out of my house immediately. Otherwise, you and Su Mingzhi will end up the same. Sufan violently kicked Su Mingzhi in the face. Bang! Su Mingzhi directly and heavily hit the staircase railing outside the door, his face severely deformed. Life and death unknown. Seeing the scene, all the Su family youngsters froze. They did not expect that Sufan would dare to threaten third grandfather. The other one lying on the ground frantically mayfly his body and rolled towards the outside. Fear of stepping into the dust of Su Mingzhi. A trace of grimness flashed across Su Nanchuan's face, but he quickly hid it and continued to look at Sufan with a kind face. Little Fan, you are still young, there are some things you don't understand. When you grow up, you'll also understand third grandpa's good intentions. You're a Su family member, there are some things to think about for the greater good. That kid Luang Tian is very good unlocking the 8th Order Phase Fate Palace, of course you are also very good only a little bit worse than him. As a member of the Su family, with you in the front charging for Lang Tian, and him in the back leading the whole situation, the Su family will definitely be able to move to the next level. Listening to Su Nanchuan's words, Sufan couldn't even hold back the boredom on his face. I'll give you the last 10 seconds. Get out of my house. Make yourself think about the greater good, say the crown. Nowadays, does the Su family still have a place for themselves in the big picture? Don't give your face away. Seeing that it was useless to come soft, third grandpa coldly snorted. Su Langtian will soon be the successor of the Su family. As a member of the Su family, if you don't assist him, who will you assist? Even if you obtain some good resources, you should give them to him. Hand over the temporal ring you obtained at the trial tower and what the Xia Kingdom officials gave you. Su Nanchuan's hand stretched out to directly ask for Sufan. This kind of retarded logic, Sufan didn't care to argue. I told you what was going on, compelling my brother in being a good old boy. So Su Langtian hit on the idea of the time and space ring on my hand. He's too cowardly to come over, and sent you, an old miscreant who's metastasizing with his mother, over. How dare you? Su Nanchun was furious, a scowl spreading across his face before he slapped his palm at Sufan. Today. The temporal ring and the things given by the official Xia Kingdom, he took it for sure. The palm carried a shimmering light, stern and unusual. The corner of Sufan's mouth smiled coldly, his right hand violently clenched his fist, and in an instant, the purple aura rose, violently blasting towards Su Nanchuan's fist against it. Bang! Fists clashed and low explosions rang out. Sufan didn't move in place, while Su Chunan took several steps backward. Seeing this scene, the Su family's group of youngsters were shocked. Su Chunan's strength of a third-ranked royal artificer was fighting against Sufan, but he had actually fallen into a disadvantage. Su Nanchuan's heart was shocked. He knew that Sufan had achieved first place in the trial tower and had a strong physical body talent. But he didn't expect Sufan to be so strong. The strength of his flesh body was even higher than his. At this moment, Su Nanchuan's eyes surged with a murderous intent. Sufan's growth had already caused him to feel a crisis. Looking at Sufan dead on, he said in a cold voice. Sufan, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the time and space ring and the things that the summer country officials gave you, and if you're willing to return to the Su clan to counsel Su Langtian, all the better. I heard that you still owe a lot of money outside. The Su family will help you pay off the loans you owe. The Su family will not treat any clan member who dedicates themselves to the Su family poorly. Su Nanchun said generously. Sufan ing laughed. He really didn't know where Su Nanchun got his sense of superiority from. 100,000 xia coins just to get his hands on the time and space ring. Are you dreaming? Good. Sufan, you forced me. Since he had completely torn his face off, Su Nanchun didn't pretend anymore. The palm of his hand violently erupted with a brilliant yellow color, and a three-tiered palace emerged. Sufan did not show any weakness and prepared to summon the Destiny Palace. Jin Gang was already at the second rank, and with the addition of Morning Biao and Su Nanchun a third-rank Imperial Guildmaster, he had no chance of a battle. As for exposure, everyone present, kill them all and you'll be fine. Hey, I say, too. This is a residential area. Battles between Mikage masters are not allowed, don't you know? If the two of you intend to continue, I'm going to have to arrest you on behalf of the guard department. Pang Guiyong, who was clad in the black robe of law enforcement, suddenly appeared, and the chaotic guy behind him even waved a stout iron rod, staring menacingly at Sufan and Su Nanchun. The threat level was drawn full. To Pang Guiyong and Pang Guiyong's chaotic trickster ape, Su Nanchun was scornful. With a cold snort, he left with a group of young men from the Su family. Sufan, you don't deserve to be a member of the Su family at all. Just you wait, you'll regret what you did today. Su Nanchun and the others left. Pang Guiyong held his chin and carefully sized up Sufan. Why do you kid look so familiar? Have we met somewhere before? Maybe I'm more famous. Sufan shrugged and laughed at himself. Su family trash. Ha, kid, you are very much to my liking. Pang Guiyong laughed out loud. Su Nanchun, that old guy on the basis of his own is Su family old, do dirty things can be quite a lot. Pang Guiyong put his arm around Sufan's shoulder. By the way, which of you reported the case? Sufan looked at the little lowly Shi Xinyao. Little lowly Shi Xinyao was a little confused. She didn't report it. Sufan was confused. Shi Xinyao didn't report it. He didn't report it. Who reported it? Hey, forget it. See, you're a student. In the future, which old guy still dares to bully you, you just report it like this time. That's also the duty of our security department. Professionally, Pang Guiyong subconsciously wanted to glance into the house. Sufan remembered something, immediately a jolt, hurriedly blocked his line of sight. Thank you, Uncle Shu. Ah. The law enforcement black robe was still hung on the coat rack in the living room by him. If Pang Guiyong found it, it would be over. Nothing is missing? Pang Guiyong glanced to his right. No. Sufan blocked to the right. Is there anything damaged? Pang Guo probed to the left. No, there isn't. Sufan reached to the left. My sixth sense tells me that you are strange. Pang Guiyong's gaze was ghostly. Sufan was in a cold sweat, worthy of being the first captain of the security department. Zzz. Zip captain, don't dawdle up there, the general headquarters just gave the order, there's an anomaly on the far outskirts of the East City. At this time, the walkie-talkie that Pang Guiyong had pinned on his chest rang. Sufan listened to it, it was the voice of the skinny man. Well, go. Pang Guiyong patted Sufan's shoulder. In the future, if there is anything, report it directly. Strange thing, who made the call? Muttered. Walked straight to the staircase window and jumped from the third floor. The chaotic guy sniffed at Sufan's face. Then, with a huge hand, he gently pinched Sufan's face. Smiled. Then, similarly, he followed Pang Guiyong and jumped down from the window. Sufan's mouth twitched. That monkey, did he find out? But he wasn't too worried now that he was at the second stage. The matter of possessing two trickster beasts could also be explained. Inside the apartment on the opposite floor of Sufan's house, a room that was covered by curtains that only leaked out a small part of the room, the sound of a call came out. Report. Protection officer, the danger has been lifted. Good, hard work. Sojourner Garden. Su family head's office. Su Langtian, who was wearing a name tag, walked back and forth, waiting. Longer, just don't worry, your third grandpa will go over there and definitely get back what you want. Yi Jing looked at Su Langtian with love. As long as you want something, Mom and your third grandfather will get it for you. Mom, you don't know, Sufan, he's simply soft and hard. LOL. The office door was pushed open from the outside. Su Nanchun walked in with a gloomy face. Seeing Su Nanchun, Su Langtian and Yi Jing displayed smiles on their faces at the same time. Nanchun. Third grandpa. However, what the mother and son did not expect was Su Nanchun, who walked in, directly grabbed Su Langtian's lapel and lifted him in mid-air. Tell me honestly, what kind of talent has Sufan awakened in the Fate Palace? Chapter 40, Self-Introduction. Su Nanchuan's hand tightly gripped Su Langtian's lapel as he coldly said, Tell me, what talent of the Fate Palace has Sufan awakened? Su Langtian held back his redness, cough. It's the handsome Fate Palace that's one rank lower than me. Third grandpa. I'm breathing. Can't get it on. I don't believe it. Tell me. What kind of Fate Palace did Sufan awaken? Su Nanchuan's expression was grim. Why did the handsome Fate Palace obtain the official Hidden Dragon decision, while your Xiang Fate Palace did not? Tell me. Ahem. Su Langtian was about to be strangled to death. Nanchun. Let go. Yi Jing rushed over. If something happens to Langtian, I won't be able to live, you won't be able to find someone to serve you in the future, oh. Ran. Su Nanchun remained unmoved. If you guys treat me as one of your own, tell me the truth. What kind of fate palace is Sufan? One fate palace lower than Su Langtian? Su Nanchun sneered, one whose physical strength is not weaker than mine in the slightest, but one who is carried in the air by me like a chicken. You guys treat me like a little cutie. A flash of panic surfaced on Yi Jing's beautiful face and she wiped the tears from her cheeks. I'll tell you everything, let go of Langtian. Yi Jing had already planned to tell Su Nanchun everything. It's a 10th rank Ho Fate Palace, ahem, Grandpa Third Master, Sufan is a Ho Fate Palace. As Yi Jing was about to open his mouth, Su Langtian spoke up first. Hearing Su Langtian's words, Yi Jing was stunned, then she also understood what was going on and shut up. And on the other side, Su Nanchuan's face instantly changed drastically after hearing that Sufan was a 10th rank Ho Life Palace. The hand was loosened. Subconsciously, he took a few steps back and muttered. Kings and marquises. Sufan is a marquis life palace. The same fate palace talent as Wei Jichuan, the heir of the imperial capital's main family. This moment, Su Nanchun was actually in a bit of a trance. Everything was because Ho Destiny Palace's talent was too strong. The highest 10th ranked Guile Master. 10 beasts. Seeing Su Langtian, who was greedily breathing air on the side. A wave of anger rose in Su Nanchuan's heart, good guts. Why did you deceive Sufan about his true talent? Su Nanchun raised his hand and swung it towards Su Langtian. If Su Langtian told him about Sufan's true talent, he wouldn't have gotten so upset with Sufan. The Ho Destiny Palace was simply not something that he, a third-ranked imperial trickster, could afford to mess with. Most of all, Sufan was once still the heir to the Su family. If this was known to the other clans. Just as Su Nanchuan's hand was about to swing at Su Langtian, Jingyi appeared and blocked in front of Su Langtian. Hit me if you want to, I'm the one who made Langtian hide it, oh. Tears streamed down Yi Jing's cheeks once again. After Qinghuai disappeared into the battlefield of Tianlanfeng, I secretly followed you, what am I trying to do? Apart from mutual affection with you, isn't it because I want Luonger to stop groveling behind Sufan, that bastard's ass? You can just kill my mother and son today, all as if my mother and son had looked at the wrong person. In vain, Wang Tian even privately called you a dad. When Langtian took the position of the family head, it wasn't you who was the last to pay homage. Whoa whoa. Yi Jing cried with pearly blossoms, and Su Nanchuan's raised hand, in the end, did not swing down. Sighing, hugged Jingyi and softly soothed her. Alas. If you guys had told me earlier, you wouldn't have gotten so bouncy with Sufan. And Yi Jing took advantage of the situation and pressed her front breasts towards Su Nanchun. Su Nanchuan's complexion was averted. Forget it, it's just a talent that's 2 orders higher than Luang Tian. Su Nanchuan's words were like this, but there was still a bit of entanglement in his tone. Yi Jingxing saw that Su Nanchuan's mood had recovered, and with a hardened heart, she said towards Su Langtian at the side, Langtian, you go out, I have something to say to third grandpa. After saying that, she walked to the makeup mirror and started to organize her appearance, smearing the tear stains from earlier with powder. Su Langtian watched Yi Jing's movements, and a strong sense of shame struck him. He knew what his mother was going to do next with his third grandfather. Grimly, he walked out of the office. In the distance, Su Tianyu was holding a rag, lying on the floor, wiping the warm marble floor with all his heart. His mouth was also humming a cheerful tune. Anger instantly swept through Su Langtian's entire body. Su Fan! If I can't bully you, can't I bully your brother? Where's Su Mingjie? Get him over here. Brother Langtian. Su Langtian's voice caught Su Tianyu's attention, and Su Tianyu called out sweetly. Su Langtian smiled coldly towards Su Tianyu, and receiving a response, Su Tianyu continued to start working. I've scrubbed a lot of floors this month. Sister-in-law should be able to pay more, Su Tianyu thought joyfully. Luang Tian, Su Mingjie was crippled by Su Fan, he is still in resuscitation, if you have anything, you can look for me. Go find a group of people and beat up Su Tianyu. Then lock him up in the Su family's underground warehouse. The young man from the Su family who wanted to lean on the big tree of Su Langtian looked at Su Tianyu, who was painstakingly scrubbing the floor in the distance with some reluctance. What's the reason? Su Langtian was already in a rage, glaring fiercely at that young man, holding back his anger and saying word by word. Reason, Su Tianyu took the Su family's money and gave it to that Su Fan, who was no longer a member of the Su family, to pay off the loan. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Xiao Fan, what are you doing out there? The guard department's law enforcement team has suddenly issued a mission call, eat by yourself for lunch, don't wait for me. Su Fan picked up the black robe of law enforcement hanging on the coat rack. At the same time, he put the Spider-Man mask he brought back last night on his face and walked out of the apartment. Morning Puma. Zhong Kui Morning Biao came out of the Fate Palace at Su Fan's summons. For the sake of maintaining law and order, Imperial Guile Masters were not allowed to summon guile beasts in public in the city center. But unlike the law enforcement team, there was no such restriction. Since he could act like a pussy, Sufan naturally wouldn't miss it. By the way, the location of this mission seemed to be where Zhang Xiaoquan lived. Roar! Morning Biao let out a tiger's roar and carried Sufan through the skyscrapers at a rapid pace. The figure cut out a black residual shadow in the steel jungle. Every time he jumped, he attracted pedestrians to stop and look up in awe. Wow! That day's teenage Imperial Guile Master's guile beast. I was right, he really is from the guard department. All dressed in black robes, so handsome. The east end of Lancashire, the far outskirts of the city. This is where the poor, who have few assets, and the refugees, whose homes have been destroyed, gather. The neighborhoods are full of dilapidated, cheap rental housing. In Orchid City, the number of Imperial Guildmasters was already scarce, and those used to maintain law and order were even more limited. As a result, the civilian slums here, which were remote from the city center, were basically unattended to in normal times. In front of a crumbling dangerous building, Pang Guiyong and other team members gathered here. Soon, Sufan arrived on a funeral puma. Brother Zhang Xiaofan is here. It was too late that night to formally get acquainted. Let me introduce you to our comrades. I'll introduce myself first, haha. Pang Guiyong put his arm around Sufan's shoulder and started to introduce himself. Chapter 41. We have to talk about science. I'm Lan Chang Guards Department's 3rd Group Captain, Pang Guiyong, a 4th-ranked Imperial Trickster, initial Trickster Beast Chaos Trickster Ape. Hundredfold, 3rd Order Imperial Trickster, initial Trickster Beast Witch Spectre Cloud. The thin man whose entire body was surrounded by witch spectre clouds and whose entire body was eerie opened his mouth second. The girl on the team who looked very subtle smiled sweetly. Hello, my name is Hiroyan, 3rd Order Imperial Trickster, initial Trickster Spectral Evil Demon Cat. My name is Mafu, just call me Afu like everyone else, 3rd Order Imperial Trickster, initial Trickster Rock Armor Titan Turtle. The man with a face full of fat folds pinched his fat belly and said with a smile. Lu Yunqi, 3rd Order Imperial Guile Master, Xian Pupil Demon Rabbit. The most silent long-haired youth, coldly introduced. Sufan looked at the team members who were a few, 10 or even dozens of years older than himself. It took a moment to freeze before introducing himself. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Xiaofan, a 3rd-ranked Imperial Guile Master, with an initial Guile Beast Mutant Nightmare Blizzard Tiger. Zhang Xiaofan, I see that you're relatively young and probably don't have much experience, so I'm going to remind you, don't think that just because you're a 3rd-ranked Royal Trickster that you're amazing. Be careful at all times and don't lose your life. A woman wearing a fiery red power suit with a very hot figure said coldly. Ha, this is Yi Lin, Vice Captain of Group 3, 4th rank Imperial Guile Master like me, initial Guile Beast, Dragon Horn Dragon Vulture Bird. Pang Guiyong laughed and introduced the woman to Sufan. Sufan glanced at the woman. Yelin? Holy, it's her. Yi Lin. The Yi family, Julia Ye's maiden name. Sufan had an impression this Yi Lin and Su Langtian were related. She seemed to be Su Langtian's sister-in-law. This Yi Lin was also a heavenly pride of Lan City before. However, after attending university, there was no news, and now it seems that after graduation, she returned to Orchid City for employment. Sufan immediately felt some egg pain. Lan Chang was so damn small, how could he join a guard department and still run into Su Langtian's relatives? Now, even more so, I can't expose my true identity. Good, now that we've all gotten to know each other, I was going to treat Zhang Xiaofan to a couple of drinks, but now that the situation is urgent, I won't waste any more time. Pang Guiyong's expression tightened and opened his mouth seriously to the crowd. In recent times, the security department has been receiving reports from residents here, who say that this place becomes foggy at night and that people keep going missing. At first the people from the Orchid City Guards department thought it was nothing, they thought they were joking and didn't pay any attention to it, then after more reports were made they sent someone over at night to take a look and it turned out that the law enforcement officer disappeared strangely after entering the fog. Disappeared? Disappeared without any conscription? Sufan subconsciously asked. Even if he had encountered a trickster beast, it wouldn't have directly disappeared without leaving any information at all. Of course, if it is a very powerful beast can be a blow and the law enforcement officers did not react to the time to kill him, but if it is that level of the beast, but also to hunker down in the civilian caves to what nothing. Yeah, the second before it disappeared it was talking to its teammates, and suddenly it disappeared. Pang Guiyong said. Just a moment ago, another person reported that the fog that was supposed to appear only at night. Pang Guiyong pointed to the shaky unit building in front of him. Now daylight appears. Yilin, Haoningtian, Hiroyan, Mafu, Lu Yunqi, and Sufan's gazes all looked along with Pang Guiyong's finger. A wisp of white mist, like a ghost, seeped out from the cracks of the unit building wall and spread silently. Thick nothing could be seen, slowly devouring everything around it. Like a living fog, it escaped outward. The voices of the residents living in the hallways of the unit building, the sounds of quarrels, children crying, and whispered conversations, if any, came out. Combined with what Pang Guiyong just said just now, it seems particularly creepy. The crowd all shivered. Captain. This should be classified as a paranormal event, right? Should we find a mage to do the spell? Ma Fu weakly opened his mouth. Psychic your ass, mage your ghost. Pang Guiyong blankly glanced at Ma Fu and said in a bad mood. Everything in our world is about science. Sufan was stunned and looked at the imposing morning gal. Is this world scientific? The world itself is not scientific, is it? Everyone was silent. On the contrary, the slim man Hao Ning Tian was a bit excited. This white mist was somewhat similar to his initial trickster beast which specter cloud form. So he didn't panic much. The white fog seemed to be there on Monday, but the idiots sitting in the office thought it was fake and didn't give a, and I don't know how many people have disappeared in that period. That's how those self-righteous guys are. They always think it's the plebeians who are lying to them, and when things really happen, that's why they're in a hurry to arrange for us to deal with it. Yellen snorted coldly. Obviously there was a beef with some people from the guard department. Listening to the discussion, Sufan frowned. A week already? That does seem a bit long. It's been a long time since people have gone missing from this slum, due to the fact that so many of the identities of the people here were not counted in the Ranch City archives. So the Orchid City Security Department can't tell if they're missing or not. It's just a lie that these people are making up to try to get their attention. It wasn't until the disappearance of a law enforcement officer that the seriousness of the situation was realized, and arrangements were made for Pang Guiyong's squad to come over and check out the situation. Wait. Sufan's heart suddenly jumped. Zhang Xiaoquan seemed to live here, and it seemed like he hadn't contacted himself since he returned home yesterday. Captain, I'll make a call, you guys discuss it first. Without saying a word, Sufan left the crowd and took out his cell phone to call Zhang Xiaoquan. What's wrong with Zhang Xiaofan? Why are you suddenly in such a hurry? Who knows, keep analyzing. Beep, the number you have dialed is not in the calling area. Sufan's face sank. Obviously, Zhang Xiaoquan was probably in trouble. Returned to the squad. Finished with the loafing? It was Yellen's voice. Sufan turned around to look. This woman had a proud capital in her front chest and a slender thigh that was pleasing to the eye. In addition to this, talk always makes people feel with a little bit of yin and yang, dislike of people's broken mouth. Noticing that Zhang Xiaofan seemed to be somewhat at odds with Yilin, Pang Guiyong hurriedly snorted. Well, since Xiaofan is back, everyone first split up to explore the surrounding of this unit building, look for nearby residents to inquire about the white mist, see if there is anything else to discover. Before dusk, converge in front of this building. Without my permission are not allowed to enter the building without authorization. At present, the Security Bureau does not know a little about the white fog. No one knows if there is something inside, so Pang Guiyong did not dare to risk letting the squad members go in. Pang Guiyong began to allocate personnel. I go alone to the north area, Haoningtian, and he Royan Yu south area, Ma Fu and Lu Yunqi west, Yilin Yu and Zhang Xiaofan to the east. Zhang Xiaofan was a newcomer, so Pang Guiyong had Yilin, the only fourth-ranked imperialist in the team besides him, lead the way. It was also considered a guarantee. And Yilin a team, Sufan natural body twisted, thinking about whether to open to Pang Guiyong mention, change a little. Good, stay behind me, talk less and be less curious, no trespassing without my permission. Before Sufan could say anything, Hua Kaitang with a bit of condescension had already started ordering him. Chapter 42. This is a ghost city. This area on the far outskirts of Orchid City is very large. These dilapidated neighborhoods carry nearly 3 times the population of downtown Lanzhou City. Up to 5 or 6 people are even crammed into one house to survive. Sufan followed Yilin towards the inside. The walls of the surrounding houses were crawling with cracks. The windows were broken while the iron doors were rusted. Even the air gave Sufan a depressingly dull feeling. Some people are waving their money around, but some people are struggling to survive. Sufan muttered. Yilin glanced at Sufan. She was the ones in front of her in Sufan's mouth, so she was the least able to empathize with Sufan's words. She also couldn't figure out why Sufan, a third-ranked imperial sleuth master, whose status was so honored in human society, and especially so in the tiny Lan city, would be lamenting these words. Densely packed heads quietly poked out from the windows of the houses on both sides, in the hallways, or from the corners of the streets. Cautiously watching the duo, not daring to make a sound at all. To the people living here, Sufan and Yilin, who were clad in the black robes of law enforcement, were the high and mighty lords of the heavenly dragons. Fearful that they would accidentally anger them and suffer an undeserved disaster. Dang. Knock knock. Suddenly, a lone basketball. It rolled to Sufan's feet and rubbed against the black robe on Sufan's body, imprinting a stain. The air seemed serene at this moment. The faces of the people around them changed drastically, and fear surfaced. Picking up the basketball full of patches, Sufan looked that way. The owner of the basketball was a young boy with unhealthy skin showing a dark state. A smile surfaced on his face under the mask. Come here, brother asked you something. The adult's teachings made the little boy fear Sufan. But the basketball in Sufan's hand still let him pass. This boy, who was about the same size as his own brother, Sufan rubbed his head full of kindness. Brother asked you a few questions. After you answer, brother will return the basketball to you, okay? The little boy nodded weakly. Have you heard of anyone disappearing lately? The little boy shook his head. So have you run into or heard from the adults about any strange phenomena happening here lately? Like the white fog that appears at night. Again the little boy shook his head. On the side, Yilin crossed her arms and snorted, laughing at Sufan's behavior. It would be strange for a kid to ask something. Yilin didn't notice. Sufan's expression under his mask had changed. Sufan was keenly aware that every time he asked the little boy a question, the little boy's pupils would quiver for a moment and then use his afterglow to look at the people around him. The little boy was lying. What's around him that scares him? Sufan rubbed the little boy's head, his tone gentle. Okay, last question. Have you ever heard of an older brother who wears the same clothes as your older brother coming here? The little boy still shook his head firmly. Well, here's the basketball back to you, along with this. Sufan half squatted down and pulled out a cartoon mask of the same model as his face and handed it to the little boy. This is given to you by your brother as a prize for answering questions. Just in case, Sufan had a dozen of the same cartoon masks stored in his spatial ring. The little boy put the mask on his face, picked up the basketball from Sufan and ran away. Waste of time, follow me next and don't talk. Yilin said in a condescending manner and continued to walk inside. She didn't notice that Sufan's entire body was frozen in place at the moment. Sufan's entire body had goosebumps. Because, when the little boy took the basketball, he whispered in his ear. Brother, make sure you get out of here before the sun goes down, they will come out. Sufan swept his gaze over the surrounding, densely packed human faces looking straight at him. This moment. It actually felt a little creepy. Creepy. There was fear, panic, and depression in the expressions on these people's faces. But it seemed. There was a hint of the elusive airy on some of those faces. And I wasn't paying attention before. Some of the neck craning seemed a little off. At dusk, all the members of the three groups of the security service mixed in the cell block where they had just started. Now the white fog has begun to spread towards the outside of the cell block. The crowd backed up several meters in order to avoid it. This place, it's so damn weird, I don't know what's going on when I ask, it's really leaning. The slim man spat out. Yilin said, there's nothing out of the ordinary, and asking the residents here also says there's no problem. After Sufan, she also asked several adults living here and got the same result as Sufan. Even in the end, they started to intimidate, and there was nothing. A few of the remaining members likewise spoke up and said they hadn't found anything. After hearing everyone's replies, Captain Pang Guiyong frowned. It seems like everyone ran into the same situation. Is it possible that there really is a mistake? There's actually nothing here, it's just some people deliberately messing things up? The slim man, Hao Ningtian, said. How do you explain that white fog? It's obviously not normal. It was the first time that Pang Guiyong had encountered this situation. Just charge straight in. Yilin finished speaking and was ready to rush in. No way. Sufan pulled her arm, blocking her. I think it's better to go back and think long and hard first. Yilin tried to struggle, but realized that she couldn't even break free. She was a fourth-ranked sentinel master. Sufan repeated what the little boy had said to the crowd and stated his own deduction. So, this place is probably a trick city, and a lot of things are mixed in with the residents. After listening to Sufan's words, Pang Guiyong fell into deep thought. While Yilin laughed, a child's words you also believe ah. What if it was deliberately fabricated by that child's adult to scare the child so that he wouldn't run around at night? Even if it's really something, what's there to be afraid of with me and Pang Guiyong, the 2 4th-order Sentinel Masters, plus the 5 of you 3rd-order Sentinel Masters? Yilin was very confident in her abilities. Although Yilin's tone was a bit arrogant, the rest of them nodded. The combat power of their 3 groups was at the top of the guard department now. If they didn't run into a 4th-order complete body realm or above trickster beast, there was no need to panic at all. As for the complete realm above the commander realm's trickster beasts, that's a monster boss, a commander-level monster, and it's cowering in this place? And do all the ghoulish, scary tricks? The crowd was full of confidence. Sufan's side was flustered and had egg on his face. Full stop, he only felt awake 2 months ago. It's only just the 2nd rank at the moment. The trickster beasts after the 2nd rank haven't been contracted yet. The 3rd-order mature body realm trickster beast that he had truly encountered was still the castrated, shriveled-up-bean soldier in the trial tower. Don't say that you'll really encounter a mature body realm beast later on. What Sufan was afraid of was in case he ran into a 4th-stage full body realm beast. Then what to do? What's the difference between this and a newbie blundering into a boss room? As for the 5th-order commander realm trickster beast, Sufan really didn't dare to think about it. For the first time, he was skeptical about this decision to join the guard department. Chapter 43, The Monster Appears. The great sun set in the sky. All the squad members, except for Sufan, followed the Vice Captain Yilin's advice and rushed into the unit building together to see what was going on. What kind of bulls, ghosts, gods and snakes are all bull in front of powerful firepower? The crowd unanimously agreed, and Sufan was out of options. He could only silently pray in his heart that he wouldn't run into a fourth-order complete body realm trickster beast. Night arrived, the neighborhood was dark, with only a few houses having faint lights. Electricity is a big expense for all the residents here. I don't know if it's an illusion either. The cell building in front of them gave them a much creepier feeling. None of the occupants' lights were on. But the crowd could hear the sounds of people living inside, and it was lively. The white mist that oozed out also got a lot faster as night fell, and began to pour outward like a white torrent. Sure you want to go in? Sufan asked Yilin. Go in. Enter, what are you afraid of, just stand behind me later. Yilin was obviously also a little scared, but her mouth remained hard. The squad members entered the unit building one after another. Ta-da. Da-day-day-day. The thick white fog caused Sufan to only be able to see Yelin's slender hindquarters, and Mafu behind her. As for the others, all of them were invisible. Even the sound was gone, only the sound of footsteps. In order to prevent the loss of contact, everyone was holding on to the waist of the person who came before them. It should be said or not, Yelin's figure is really good, without a trace of fat around her waist. But Sufan didn't think much of it. First of all, this is Su Langtian's sister-in-law, and secondly, if you are still lusting at such a time, you really don't want to die. Sufan was very gentlemanly and only tugged the corner of the clothes on Yilin. It's really weird, it always feels like there's something around looking at me. Sufan explored around. Shut up. Yilin was startled. Hey. The arrogant and unable Yilin was scared, and the little bad taste in Sufan's heart was satisfied. Then he furrowed his brows again, holding his chin in contemplation. As dusk approached, he made another call to Zhang Xiaoquan, and it still didn't connect. This time, it completely materialized the speculation in his mind. Zhang Xiaoquan had most likely had an accident. I hope it's still too late. Cluck. Cluck. Suddenly, a chewing sound came from behind the security door of a residence house. Along with this sound, Sufan smelled a sickening putrid odor. There's really something dirty? Suddenly. Holy. Where's Yelin? Sufan looked at the cloth of clothes in his hand and was a bit confused. He had lost Yilin. Afu, grab gently, my damn waist is about to be broken by your grip. Sufan shouted towards Mafu behind him. This dead fat man, his hands were not light or heavy. Zip, zip, zip. The pocket walkie-talkie went off. ZZ Sufan, where did you run off to? I was left alone, ZZ came Mafu's voice. Sufan. LOL, LOL. The chewing sound was still coming, but this time the sound turned out to be behind him. Swallowing hard. Yelled, Morning Puma. A flash of purple violently erupted from Sufan's palm, and a two-story palace emerged. Ship him for me. Pretender. Roar. Scared? Sufan snorted coldly. Non-existent. If he had been in that world before, he might have been scared, but this was the world of the royal artificer. With Zhong Kui Morning Biao and King Kong in hand, he was scared of nothing. After summoning Funeral Biao, Sufan also drew himself out, and only then did he see the thing that had just grabbed at his back. Sufan could not think of any species words in his mind that could describe the thing. It could only be described as a primordial humanoid. The entire torso was as if it had been glued together by a mass of various organs and limbs, with red and yellow foul-smelling liquids flowing horizontally. On the contrary, it was a humanoid, standing on that piece like a human being, with two eyes like yo-yo balls, hanging on the face that came from the patchwork to stare at Sufan. The hand still maintained the posture of holding Sufan's waist, and the mouth was still chewing raw meat of some kind. It's so damn disgusting. A blood-eating trickster beast of the trickster clan? Sufan, who had a perfect score in the creepy beast recognition subject, surprisingly didn't recognize what this creepy beast was. Or rather, it's not a trickster beast at all. Roar! Morning Biao directly pounced on him. Let's call it a monster. The spliced monster's body trembled violently and seemed to be coalescing. Just as Funeral Biao pounced on it, a scarlet red light shot out of the spliced monster's mouth in a flash. Funeral Biao changed its trajectory in the air to avoid it, and the scarlet light went straight through the thick white fog and hit the stairwell wall. Ka-ching! A big hole was born in no time. Holy! The battle techniques are all there. Looking at the large hole in the wall, Sufan was horrified in his heart. Third-ranked trickster beast now. ZZZ. Where are you all? Holy, what a monster! Marv's voice came over the intercom. Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Sufan spoke into the intercom, but no one responded, and Marv's voice was gone. At this moment, Sufan had a very frightening speculation. It was so thrilling that he couldn't believe it a little. The spliced monster let out a scream from its throat and once again built up its strength to gather the scarlet ray. Morning Biao was actually a little too scared to go forward. Sufan was appalled. The stairway terrain was narrow. If this bastard shot on like this, sooner or later he would become a target. He had already begun to mobilize the Imperial Destiny Palace with his spiritual power, to call out Vajra to come out and help himself. With King Kong's size coming out, the building would probably collapse. But he couldn't care less. It was better that the building had collapsed. Armor, Titan's shield. Sufan had just summoned the Fate Palace out of his right-hand heart when a thick voice came out from below. Immediately afterward, Sufan saw a thick shield of boulders and earth appear in front of himself and also Morning Biao. Boom! The scarlet light shone on the shield in front of Sufan, dispersing to the shield as a whole, turning into countless splashes of dirt with the sound of zipping. Sufan did not hesitate to cut off the summoning of the Imperial Destiny Palace, and a fat figure rushed out right in the white mist below. Ma Fu's round face had a naive smile on his face. On his crotch sat a large tortoise covered by covered rocks that was about the same size as Morning Biao. This was Ma Fu's initial trickster beast, the rock-armored Titan turtle of the Protector Hungry Trickster clan. Sufan happily shouted, "Ah Fu, you've come at a damn good time. Worthy of being a third-ranked Imperial Artificer, you resolved the battle so quickly." However, after Sufan uttered these words, Ma Fu, however, scratched the back of his head. "I didn't solve it." Ah? Sufan was puzzled. Then, Sufan saw that behind Ma Fu's ass, a spliced monster just like his side similarly rushed out. Boom! At the same time a scarlet ray of light shot in. Holy! What the hell are you up to? Why did you even pull one over? My trickster beasts are all majoring in defense. I have high defense and very low attack. Ma Fu scratched his head a little badly. There was a moment of silence. Sufan immediately jumped onto Funeral Biao's back. Then why wait for God and Demon? Run upwards and look for Captain Yilin. Chapter 44: A Wise Choice, The Might of Battle Skills. Sufan, Ma Fu, you two retreat to the back, leave these three monsters to me. Sufan and Ma Fu managed to pull two monsters for Yilin, who was fighting the spliced monsters on the floor above. In front of Yilin, a huge raptor eagle with a dragon's horn on its head was using its sharp grappling hook to continuously tear off pieces of rotten meat from the spliced monster's body. The spliced monster hissed, but the light coming out of its mouth couldn't do much damage to the eagle. Dragonhorn Dragon Vulture Bird, Elite Fate Talent Trickster Beast, the Limit Realm can reach the 4th stage Complete Body Realm. Obviously this Dragonhorn Dragon Vulture Bird Trickster Beast of Yilin is already 4th stage. Sufan stared at Yilin's back and muttered, "No wonder she has arrogant capital. Don't look at Vice Captain Yilin, who is usually fierce, but in fact, her heart and also her strength are very wow." Ma Fu said smilingly. Sufan nodded. He admitted that because of Su Langtian, his first impression of Yilin was not very good. But behind Yilin's performance, apart from being a bit brutal and dictatorial, was indeed a good teammate who could deliver his back. Against one spliced monster, Yilin's Dragonhorn Dragon Vulture Bird was at ease, but against three at the same time it was a bit of a struggle. The three berserk spliced monsters would always take advantage of the Dragonhorn Dragon Vulture's ability to deal with one of them, and then take advantage of the opportunity to strike back hard. Sufan anxiously asked, "Why don't you summon two more trickster beasts? Yilin is at the 4th rank, she should have 4 trickster beasts. Go together. Beat them in a group." However, what responded to him was Ma Fu looking at him with the eyes of a retard. "Zhang Xiaofan, I'm wondering if you're a 3rd-ranked royal trickster. Summoning trickster beasts doesn't require spiritual energy, I'm really not." Sufan said this in his heart. At the same time, he was a bit puzzled. He didn't feel much spiritual energy consumption when he summoned Morning Biao and Vidra. You also know that I'm just at the 3rd rank. That's understandable. Ma Fu continued, "The summoning and sustaining of trickster beasts requires spiritual power, especially after the trickster beasts have acquired battle techniques at the 3rd stage. Their strength is a huge increase, and the spiritual power requirements for trickster masters will be even higher. As such, the vast majority of Imperial Guile Masters would only summon a Guile Beast to fight in a rotational manner during battle. Of course, the exceptions are those heavenly prides with high Fate Palace talent, who can summon 2 or even more Guile Beasts to fight at once at the same time." Now Sufan understood. No wonder 3rd-ranked Imperial Guile Masters had to report to the labor union. It seems that battle techniques are indeed an overwhelming boost to a trickster's strength. Sufan was vaguely looking forward to what battle techniques he would be able to learn after the next stage of the mature body realm of Jinkong. Roar! The First Order Juvenile Morning Puma roared. It was still in the First Order. Sufan laughed out loud. All of the resources this time will be given to you first." While Sufan and Ma Fu were talking, Yilin's Dragonhorn Dragon Vulture Bird was being somewhat agonized by the 3 berserk suture monsters that were fighting with many against one. 3 disgusting things. Do you really think that I can't do anything about you, old lady?" Yilin snorted coldly, her pretty face still calm. Dragon Wyvern releases battle technique, Demonic Flame Horizontal Splitting Claw. Sufan barely saw the change in Yilin's palm's natal palace before a medium green-colored aura appeared and surged into the Dragonhorn Dragon Vulture Bird. The Dragonhorn Dragon Vulture Bird let out a loud hiss as it built up its strength and began to release its battle technique. However, after the Dragonhorn Dragon Vulture Bird began to release its battle technique, Sufan could clearly feel that Yilin's face weakened a little. He realized in his heart, was this the release of a battle technique that consumed spiritual energy? And when the three stitching monsters saw the dragon horn dragon vulture bird lingering in the air, they even directly topped their two eyeballs and killed Yilin's followers at an extremely fast speed. Don't look at the fact that these three stitching monsters were covered in spliced organs, but their speed wasn't slow at all. The release of the dragon horn dragon vulture bird battle technique probably needed a few more seconds to build up its power, but the three monsters quickly killed Yilin. Sufan was shocked and couldn't help but worry if Yilin would lose her life as a result, shouting towards Ma Fu. "Ah Fu, that shield battle technique, hurry up and put it on Yilin." Ma Fu was also an afterthought, and under Sufan's reminder, he hurriedly mobilized his aura to order his trickster beast to release the battle technique. Little A, Titan's shield. Ma Fu's battle technique release was fast. Soon, a large shield made of boulders was placed over Yelin's body. Hiss. After realizing that the attack fell short, the three stitching monsters immediately came back towards Sufan and Ma Fu. Ah Fu. A, Titan's shield. Little A, Titan's shield. Two stone shields were generated in front of Sufan and Ma Fu. Releasing multiple battle techniques in a row, Ma Fu's brain was crazily spiking with false sweat. Ah Fu, good job. Sufan sighed, however, laughed heartlessly. Immediately afterward, three scarlet rays of light ruthlessly struck the shield in front of him. Stabbing, stabbing. The dirt splatters and soon can't afford to punch a hole through it. Then it shattered like falling broken china. Holy! How do you set fire to me? Thanks to Sufan's strong physical strength, his speed was quite fast to dodge before the shield shattered. On the side, Morning Biao took the opportunity to slash and pull a claw hard on the three stitching monsters. Hiss! The three-headed stitched monster let out a hiss of pain. They had suffered a lot of damage from Death Biao's strike. Everything happened in a flash of lightning. Sufan didn't even think about it and acted on his body's subconscious. When he saw the hole in the building that had been pierced, his body hairs stood up. This was completely different from the environment in the school's trial tower. He had just, literally, locked eyes with the Grim Reaper on the brink of death. This moment, Sufan felt like he had grown. Awakened quite a bit. Trying out at school and actually fighting are not the same feeling at all. Sufan suddenly felt that he had made a very wise choice in joining the guard department. Practice was the only standard for testing truth. Only after non-stop battles, only by constantly facing these monsters like this, could one continue to improve one's true strength. Three disgusting guys, taste the flavor of my dragon vulture battle technique. Sufan and Ma Fu delayed for a long time, and on the side, Yilin and her trickster beast dragon horn dragon vulture bird battle technique were ready. At this moment, Yilin's confidence soared. The dragon horn dragon vulture bird in front of her had a hot burning demonic flame rising from its entire body. The black flames reflected on Yilin, who was dressed in a strong suit. The corners of her mouth carried a bit of disdain at this moment. Demonic flame cross-splitting claw. Yilin shouted, and that magic flame of the dragon horn dragon vulture bird instantly gathered into its claws, cutting through the dead darkness of the building, incomparably bright as it came towards the three stitching monsters. The three suture monsters seemed to have sensed the power of the dragon horn dragon vulture bird's battle technique. Cunningly, they even separated to dodge. There were even two that ran in front of Sufan and Ma Fu. This monster still has a brain. Yilin, you won't be empty big. Empty big? Hearing Sufan's words, Yilin snorted. The black flame that the dragon horn dragon vulture bird transformed into first landed on the stitching monster beyond Sufan and Ma Fu. There was a piercing sound. In the blink of an eye, a small handful of fire burned on the stitched monster. Next, bang! The blazing and colorful black flame flower exploded violently in that small handful of flames. Chapter 45 Fifth Order Commander Realm. Bang! A hot flower of black flame exploded and spread in the surrounding area, carrying the shattered pieces of the stitched monster with it. The remaining two suture monsters saw this and struggled even more desperately, scurrying wildly towards Sufan and Ma Fu. Completely lost the arrogance of just now. Only to see that the dragon horn dragon vulture bird turned a 90-degree angle straight up in the air, and once again rushed successively towards Sufan as well as the stitching monster in front of Ma Fu. Bang! Bang! Two more overbearing to the extreme bursts. Empty grate? Yilin ghostly repeated the words that Sufan had just questioned him about. Disdain filled his demeanor. After seeing this scene, under the cartoon mask, Sufan's face was stunned. It was too awesome, alright. Is this a battle technique? This unrivaled and domineering effect, it simply doesn't give the stitching monsters a chance to live. This suture monster is at least in the third stage complete body realm. Seconds? I lost it. If King Kong of that size had learned the battle technique, what a style it would have been. It would be awesome. At this moment, Sufan's heart was surging. Thinking that it wouldn't be long before he could also master battle techniques, his desire to cultivate skyrocketed. Sufan believed that if he could master battle techniques, not to mention Su Langtian, even if those clan elders of the Su family were to take the field, they would never be his opponent. Roar! Morning Biao roared twice at Sufan. Ahem, don't worry Biaozi, said that the resources before the national exams are tilted towards you. Well, it's better to upgrade Zhong Kui Funeral Biao first. Funeral Biao has been stuck in leveling for too long. Now it was obvious that he was feeling a bit overwhelmed against the enemy. It wasn't as easy as before when dealing with the juvenile body realm and growing body realm rogue beasts. It couldn't be helped. The gap between the growth body realm and the mature body realm was too great. Yilin resolved the fight, taking Ma Fu and Sufan both towards the upper floor to climb, and soon ran into the rest of Pang Guiyong and a few other squad members. Like Yilin's side, the skinny man Hundredfold, He Ruoyan, and Lu Yunqi were similarly incapable of resolving the stitching monster. They lured the suture monster to Pang Guiyong's side, which was eventually resolved by Pang Guiyong. Sufan also roughly deduced from this that the strength of the stitching monster was between the 3rd and 4th rank. The white mist within the building also began to dissipate due to the deaths of several suture monsters, revealing the originally dilapidated walls. What kind of monsters are these? There are no fragments of inner Dan, they can't even be considered shenanigans. The skinny man, Hundredfold, was a little disappointed after picking through the pile of broken meat for a while and not finding the trickster beast inner Dan. It's fine if the problem is solved. Pang Guiyong gasped and said. Solving the 4-headed suture monster was not a small exertion for him. Really solved it? Sufan said. Nowadays, he felt that guess in his heart was becoming more and more accurate. Zhang Xiaofan. Don't crow. Yilin growled at Sufan, her face equally pale at the moment. Sufan shrugged. I remember the captain saying that the law enforcement officers suddenly disappeared without any message. If it's just a couple of stitching monsters, it's not so bad that they can't leave any message, right? And these things, all of them look pretty much the same, so they're obviously not the ones behind it. Sufan pointed at the suture monster corpses on the ground, and everyone fell into silence. So what's next? Should we continue exploring or go back and discuss it again? Pang Guiyong asked all the members. Sufan's words made him also feel that this place was a bit unusual. The rest of the squad members all felt creepy in this building at this moment. Captain, why don't we leave first? Ma Fu weakly said. I think so, at least exit this building first and check the situation outside. Even the skinny man, Hundredfold, was scared. He couldn't even beat the suture monster, and it completely knocked his arrogance out of him. The crowd wanted to retreat, and Yilin was immediately a bit displeased. All exploring is almost done. Zhang Xiaofan scared you all with just a few random words? What small guts! The rest of the members, except for Yilin, all felt that it would be better to withdraw first. Pang Guiyong thought for a moment. Since the vast majority of people have a united opinion, we should withdraw first, and when we get out, I will call the law enforcement squads from the other security departments to come and support us. At this time, Sufan noticed that after Pang Guiyong finished speaking, Yilin's expression was a little unhappy. Soon the crowd came from the 5th floor to the bottom floor. Just as the crowd quickly walked out of the building to reach the outside. Finally Yilin, who was at the very back of the crowd, spoke up. We've come all the way down here, the white fog has completely dissipated, I think the problem has most likely been solved. Sure you want to leave now? In case we call the other squads over, and it turns out that there is nothing, we shall not be laughed to death. It's just a matter of re-exploring, you guys go out first, I'll go check it out alone. Said also did not wait for Pang Guiyong to agree, return. Don't go. Sufan immediately went after her and pulled Yilin's arm. For some reason, his heart was beating chaotically, as if something horrible would happen next. Abruptly. Suddenly. A white mist, thicker than before, poured out of a room on the top staircase. In an instant, it instantly enveloped the entire floor. Pang Guiyong immediately yelled at the crowd, everyone, run outside. Clang. A loud bang came from the front. The big iron door of the cell block was slammed shut. Sufan and Yilin were at the door, one step short of going out. Not a moment later, the white mist came whistling in, and it enveloped the two of them. Sufan could only feel himself pulling Yilin's hand, but he couldn't see anything. The iron door was right in front of him, but it was deadlocked and couldn't be opened. There was only white, as far as the eye could see. Holy! Look now, are you still capricious? Sufan angrily roared towards Yilin on the side. Coming so close to escaping made Sufan furious. This woman was reckless based on the fact that she had a bit of strength, she was simply too capricious. I made an error in judgment. Yes. I'm sorry. Yilin's voice with self-reproach was still coming from the side, but the feeling given to Sufan was getting farther and farther away. Sufan said, no matter what happens, don't let go of your hand. He even heard his own voice. Yilin? No voice responded. Obviously, he could clearly feel the temperature and touch coming from Yilin's hands, but Sufan had the feeling that he was in an empty and deep space. He couldn't let go, otherwise he would completely lose contact with his teammates. The silence was terrifying. Forbidden to see and hear anymore. Yilin. There was no response. Where's Morning Bill? Something touched his waist, and instantly Sufan's scalp went numb. What is it? The thing pushed against Sufan's waist again. What the hell is it? Not being able to see anything, it would be a lie for Sufan to say that he wasn't panicking, but slowly behind him he had a feeling that something wasn't right. Tentative opening, morning biao? Feeling the feedback again from his waist. Sufan was delighted, it was really morning biao. Morning biao was actually not affected by the white mist. Morning biao, I will ask you a few questions next? If yes then 2, if no then headbutt me, understand? Zhong Kui funeral biao responded to him with 2 hits to show understanding. Okay, am I still standing with the others, only sensually far away? Morning Bill bumped him twice. Sufan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Ha 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 ha, it's still true. Then, he swallowed his saliva and asked that question. So? Is there something approaching us? Morning Biao responded to him twice. Sufan. Thriller. Something is approaching them. Is it powerful? Can you fight through it? Morning Biao responded first, then responded to him twice. It means it's awesome, can't beat it. Sufan went numb. He tried to take Yelin's hand and tip her off. But Yelin took his hand in a deadly grip, not giving any chance. A lot of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Currently in the team, the only 2 combatants, Pang Guiyong and Yilin in this situation, completely became blind and deaf. Suddenly, Sufan was startled. Yilin's hand that was pulling him was jerked away. Morning Bill, where's Yelin? Morning Biao didn't respond. He was once again deaf and blind, and this feeling of powerlessness enveloped his entire body. Morning Bill? Funeral Puma? Funeral Puma? There was another touch on the body. Sufan was relieved. Funeral Biao came back on the line. Phew, you scared me to death. Why did Jilin suddenly draw her hand out? Was she captured by the trickster beast? After asking, Sufan counted the number of times. Once, twice. Well, twice, and it was really taken. Just as Sufan was about to mourn for Yelin. 3 times. A chill arose from the back of his spine and went straight to the sky. Sufan's entire body exploded in sweat. Are you mourning Biao? Chapter 46, First Order as Fifth Order. Pain. It hurts. Forbidden to hear and see. East and west, south and north are completely indistinguishable. Sufan could only tell through gravity that he was being slapped hard in the air by something at the moment. It was falling downward. Powerlessness. Completely defenseless. Is this a Fourth Order complete body realm trickster beast? But he could no longer see or hear anything. The black jade seal around his neck lit up. A moment of clarity appeared before Sufan's eyes, and he vaguely saw something. What kind of face was that? And Yelin had turned into a bloody man collapsed in the doorway. Morning Biao ran over dragging his broken body. With a swing of the tiger's paw, as the guy was about to slap Sufan, the tiger's mouth bit into Sufan's arm and pulled away for a quick and wild run. Rushing towards the iron gate at an extremely fast speed. The guy didn't seem to mind, walking slowly. Perhaps in its eyes, it was nothing more than a mole cricket. Vajra! Sufan shouted, and the very intense purple color in his hand cut through the dead white. The incomparably large Vajra appeared with a battle cry. Zhang! Zhang Xiaofan! Feeling herself being wrapped around something thick and then placed on a huge, thick platform, Yilin froze. Was this Zhang Xiaofan's second war beast? Although she couldn't see anything, she could feel it. This war beast of Zhang Xiaofan was very strong. Yilin murmured, Zhang Xiaofan. I was wrong, I shouldn't have disobeyed you. Everyone, attack the iron gate together, quick. Everything happened very quickly. The captain who escaped to the outside world, Peng Guiyong's face changed drastically, ordering his teammates to rescue Sufan and Yilin who were trapped inside. All the members of the squad looked panicked and immediately ordered their trickster beasts to attack the iron door. However, the iron door was very solid, and their attacks were not even the slightest bit effective. And, Captain, look around. Hundredfold, the skinny man, yelled. The crowd sensed that there were quite a few suture monsters around them, surrounding them towards them. Unlike the building, the faces of these stitch monsters, many of which they had seen during the day. It was the same residents who had been hiding in the corners, secretly watching them. All of them were greatly alarmed. They screamed that it was not good. Zhang Xiaofan was right at that time, this place had just become a ghost city. Meet the enemy! Meet the enemy! Roar! Inside the building, a giant hammer made of symbiotic tree snakes rumbled and crashed against the iron door. The tree serpents hit the iron door hard, and with each strike, debris could be seen flying around the door. The continued impact of the iron door had become a sheet of iron, a white pattern wrapped around the top of the iron sheet, crazily blocking Vajra's attack so that it couldn't break through the block. At this time Funeral Biao bumped Sufan a few times to remind, that thing is close. King Kong, step it up. Sufan didn't know if King Kong could hear him. Roar! A time of life and death crisis. The black jade seal around his neck lit up once again. Roar! Morning Biao, who was already seriously injured on Vajra's back, hissed and coalesced with a metaphysical colored bizarre chi, followed by a cloud of black flames. The white mist that possessed the power of forbidden vision couldn't even cover the flames. It was blazing and throbbing. Wrapped. Like a blazing, burning blade of the heavens, Morning Biao lunged at the thing. Boom! Boom! Sufan didn't know what was happening. Then, Morning Biao rushed towards the white lines that were sealed in front of him. Rumble! Ka-ching! The sound of shattering came. This time Sufan heard it. Unblocked. There was a piercing tremor in space, and dazzling, blinding light exploded over the white lines blocking him. Vajra, your big brother is too damn powerful. 1 rank as 5 ranks, awesome bomb ah! Sufan roared with excitement. Now hurry and rush out quickly. At this moment, he couldn't care less if Vajra would be exposed. Saving his life was important. Roar! King Kong wrapped up Morning Biao, who was even more disheveled at the moment, and rushed out of this unit building carrying Sufan and Yilin. After rushing out for a split second, Sufan lay on King Kong's back panting heavily. Inwardly, he was a million times more terrified. Fifth order. Just now, vaguely, he got a good look at what that guy looked like. With that, he quickly discerned what kind of trickster beast it was. 5th rank, Commander Class. This place, it's actually hiding a Commander Class trickster beast. The confusion along the way made sense, no wonder there were so many spliced monsters. It simply wasn't something that a 4th stage complete body realm trickster beast could display. A commander ranked rogue beast hiding within Lan City, this matter would definitely cause an uproar once it was reported. Holy! It's too damn exciting. If it wasn't for Morning Biao exploding in the end, would he himself be cold? Sufan's heart was beating wildly. As a 2nd rank Imperial trickster, he had escaped under a 5th rank commander level trickster beast. That's pretty cool. That's when Sufan realized that although he had rushed out of the unit building, there was still a white haze in his sight. The white mist had already covered a huge area from the unit building to the periphery, the same situation as the person who reported the case before. Zhang Xiaofan, you rushed out. Where's Yilin? Pang Guiyang's voice with thick shock, and a few moments of disbelief came from not far away. He did not expect Sufan to be able to break through the iron door that several of them could not open. Haningtian, Mafu, the 2 of you and I will be back to back, protect the seriously injured Lu Yunqi and Hiruoyan, don't let these damn guys break through the defense line. Captain, I can't hold on much longer either, my aura is drying up. Mafu spoke with difficulty. Listening to the sound, Pang Guiyang and the squad members seemed to be fighting, and the battle seemed to be extremely fierce. Captain, it's me, Yilin is seriously injured on my side. Good job, little fan, I'll give you a big credit when we get back. Is there any fighting left now? Come over quickly, we can't hold out much longer. Captain, we need to evacuate in a hurry now. Inside the unit building is a 5th stage commander realm trickster beast. Sufan passed the message he knew to Pang Guiyang. A 5th order commander realm trickster beast. No kidding? Pang Guiyang was stunned, and there were a few tremors in his voice. It's a misty fiend underworld demon, of the underworld Guile clan. Sufan spoke out the specific type of Guile beast. Sufan said helplessly, actually, at that time, when we dealt with the 7 almost monsters at the staircase, we should have guessed it. However, everyone didn't dare to think towards the commander realm. I'm sorry. It's my fault, my own capriciousness has led to this current situation. Yilin on Vajra's back said weakly. She had already recognized how much damage she had caused to the team by her own capriciousness. Apologizing is of a few use. Do you know what Lu Yunqi and Hiruoyan have become now? As the team's vice captain and the only 4th rank sentinel besides me, this is what you've brought to the squad. To Sufan's surprise, Pang Guiyang directly cursed towards Yilin. Not the slightest regard for Yilin's woman body. But think about it. If it wasn't for Yilin's capriciousness, the squad might have successfully evacuated. They were a squad, a group, and whoever made a mistake could result in the casualties or destruction of the entire squad. After all, they were facing trickster beasts, and trickster beasts never showed mercy to humans. Yilin bit her lip, not a word of retort. She knew what a stupid question she had committed. Just now, she had thought she was going to die in that white foggy world with no hearing and no sight. Who knew that Zhang Xiaofan, whom she had somewhat despised before, had stepped in and saved herself? Xiaofan, you did a good job, can you give me a hand? Pang Guiyang once again exported to ask for help, obviously the pressure on his side was very great. Roar! At Sufan's signal, Vajra let out a battle roar and rushed to Pang Guiyang and the others like a giant mountain. Chapter 47 worth 73W Iron Wing Armor. Orchid City Hospital, Corridor. The rather wretched Pang Guiyang walked to Sufan and patted Sufan's shoulder. Zhang Xiaofan, you performed well this time, the 2nd war beast was very strong, everyone thought that you, a just 3rd-ranked royal Guile master, would be weak in the knees when you encountered the Guile beast, but I didn't expect that in the end, we relied on you to save us. If it wasn't for you rushing here in the end, Hiruoyan and Lu Yunqi would have been in dire straits. The slim man who was not too welcoming to Sufan's joining earlier said the same. Yes, we all didn't expect Zhang Xiaofan to break through the seal of the Commander Realm's trickster beast and save Yilin. Sufan's performance just now had managed to gain Hao Ningtian's recognition. If Sufan hadn't rushed out at the end, it was estimated that the entire squad would have folded there. Moreover, Sufan had also brought out very important news. Commanding realm trickster beast. Ma Fu sized up Yilin and Sufan with lustful eyes. Jokingly. Yilin, this you mustn't treat Zhang Xiaofan well? Ha 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 ha. Surprisingly. Yilin, who had a fiery personality before, didn't refute Ma Fu's words with dirty jokes, bit her red lips, and shyly lowered her head. Without Sufan this time, she would most likely have died inside the unit building. The favor of saving her life was greater than everything. That said, Zhang Xiaofan, I'm curious as to what your second trickster beast is? Ma Fu asked again. Why is it that when your trickster beast comes out, my trickster beast rock-armored titan turtle trembles like it's seen an old ancestor? The others' ears instantly perked up. All were more curious. Zhang Xiaofan's second trickster beast was fierce. But again, they didn't see it clearly. Just as he was about to rush out of the white mist area, Zhang Xiaofan retrieved the trickster beast. Ha 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 ha, just an ordinary turtle. Sufan snorted. Of course he knew why the rock-armored titan turtle was afraid. It wasn't because King Kong's destiny was too high. The crowd was immediately a bit disappointed, but they didn't say anything. Zhang Xiaofan was a person who was already mysterious, and with a cartoon mask on his face to show people, it was understandable that the trickster beast didn't want to be exposed. Well, what comes next is not something we can handle. Zhang Xiaofan, when the payment for the guard department's mission arrives, I'll call the share belonging to you into your Royal Artificers Union account, which is about 3W Xiagua coins. Peng Guiyong looked at Sufan and said, nowadays, the more he looked at Sufan, the more he liked him. The third-ranked Royal Artificer survived the fifth-ranked Commander Realm Artificer Beast and also piggybacked on it to save his teammates. This is too heaven-defying, isn't it? 3W? Sufan was delighted. No wonder it was said that his life changed after becoming an Imperial trickster. Going on one mission was worth a year's salary for an ordinary person. It's just a little more dangerous. Peng Guiyong added a few more sentences to Sufan. It's such a pity that this mission release level is very low, or else with that Commander Realm Trickster Beast, there would definitely be a very high reward. However, you have provided quite important information. I'll immediately apply for a reward for you after Lan City's official confirmation. Don't worry, you'll definitely not be shortchanged. The doctor in the resuscitation room walked out, bringing good news. He Ruoyan and Lu Yunqi's lives were lifted, but they still needed to recuperate in the hospital for a while. Seeing this, the people of the third team of the security department did not delay in the hospital. They went back to their homes. Zhang Xiaofan. Yilin called out to Sufan, who was ready to get on the bus and leave. That. She squirmed a little. Thank you for saving me. Sufan smiled. It's fine, we're all teammates. Then, is there any time to have a meal together? After saying that, Yilin's face turned completely red as she suddenly remembered the attack of words that Ma Fu had just said. Some other time. Yilin actually wanted to have dinner with herself. Sufan immediately refused to step onto the bus. What a joke. And Yilin, their identity is not exposed. As far as Su Langtian's immortal relationship is concerned, it is better for the two to keep some distance. Yilin did not expect Sufan to reject her and was stunned in place. There were many men in Lanchang who wanted to have dinner with her, but they didn't have that chance. Seeing Yilin's appearance, Sufan was a little too impatient, poking his head out and explaining, my trickster beast is more seriously injured, I have to go back and treat him. Alright, then some other time. Returning to the apartment with the key to open the door, the little lowly Shirshinya was in the kitchen happily busy with their own cooking, does not seem to notice Sufan back. Sufan hit a cold shiver. He hurriedly and quietly drilled into his house, then disappeared into the underworld Emperor Hall. Morning Biao was prostrate in front of the stone chair, absorbing the black substance that escaped from the surface of the chair. The wounds on Morning Biao's body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the bones that had been broken by the Mist Fiend underworld demon were also gradually recovering. Looking at Morning Biao's appearance, Sufan felt a burst of emotion. Brother Biao, you're so damn fierce, with the First Order Juvenile Body Realm and the Fifth Order Commander Realm to fight, and still not die, simply hang ah. Who else? Who else? Zhong Kui. Morning Biao slanted his eyes and glanced at Sufan, who was at the moment yelling like a beanbatch. The tiger's torso twisted, but to butt. Pressing on not wanting to talk to him. Wasn't it because the bastard was in a crisis and he could with that guy himself? There was a difference of 4 whole realms. It was panicking too, alright. Morning Biao didn't care, and after Sufan was excited for a while, he also sat down on the stone chair and started practicing. The lines on the Mortal Life Palace were still a third short. Gonna have to step it up. In the security department, the captain of Law Enforcement Team 3, Peng Guiyong, was holding a box with a face of flesh pain. The Union merchants are so damn pitiful, and Iron Wing armor is actually priced at 73W Huaxia coins. Knowing that I'm officially reimbursed by Xia, Ming Pit is it? Peng Guiyong cursed loudly. Ma Fu and Hao Ningtian silently stood aside and did not speak. Vice Captain Yilin even pursed her lips and snickered from the sidelines. Yesterday, the official headquarters of the Summer Kingdom came and traveled to the far outskirts of Lan City, proving that what Zhang Xiaofan had said was true. This iron wing armor was the one that the official Xia Kingdom had rewarded Zhang Xiaofan with. However, we have to let Captain Pang Guiyong advance it first. As for reimbursement, with the efficiency of official Xia, I guess it'll be a long time. That's why Pang Kokyong, who advanced the money, is such a meathead. How come Zhang Xiaofan that kid hasn't come yet? His kid is kind of snuggled up to the point where I can't even afford to buy a set of my trickster beasts. Pang Guiyong said. Captain, I'm right outside. Sufan at the door hemmed and hawed. What are you standing outside for? Take it. Pang Guiyong handed the iron wing armor to Sufan. Haha, we are supernumeraries, we have to pay attention. Captain, you can let go. Go, what's the point of pretending? If you're polite again, I'll cut you. He, got it, Captain, let go. Pang Guiyong looked away and let go of the iron wing armor. Sufan's entire body leapt for joy when he got the iron wing armor. With this defensive spirit tool, Funeral Biao's disadvantage of having a weaker defense could also be made up for. This mission, it was so worth it. Have fun, but you deserve it, and also the guard department has given you some rewards. Chapter 48 Yi Songfeng. Pang Guiyong handed Sufan 2 more bottles of C-grade Trickster Beast nutrient solution. The Orchid City Security Department isn't as wealthy as the officials, but these 2 bottles of nutrient liquid are worth a lot. Copy that. Captain, I will definitely continue to perform well in the future. Sufan's eyes were full of blossoming light. The Trickster nutrient liquid could accelerate the progress of the Trickster's cultivation realm, and the C rank could roughly raise the progress of the Trickster by 20% at a time. Together with the bottle he obtained at school, he now had 3 bottles. It could boost the progress by 60%. Under a forced high, any Vajra without a Fate Palace level restriction could be quickly raised to the 3rd rank. Then they would be able to learn battle techniques. By the way, there's one more thing. Pang Guiyong patted Sufan's shoulder and said in a deep voice. Yesterday, the official people made a move, and it was determined that it was a commander-level trickster beast, the Misty Fiend Underworld Demon. It's the one that escaped from the rift earlier, though. There was a pause. But this Misty Fiend Underworld Demon is a bit special, and it still escaped while seriously injured. In order not to cause panic among the citizens of Lan City, the officials have ordered that the entire area on the far outskirts of Lan City be cordoned off while the news is blocked. After listening to Pang Guiyong's words, the smile on Sufan's face immediately froze. Originally, I thought that the officials had stepped in and this matter would end, but now you are telling him that you let the Misty Fiend Underworld Demon escape. Now it's hiding in a corner? That's too creepy. The Misty Fury Underworld Demon thing is capable of turning ordinary people into daytime normal nighttime sewing monsters. How many more civilian deaths must this cause? And who's to say it won't run from the far outskirts to the city? Xiaofan, don't worry too much, that Misty Fiend Underworld Demon has already been severely and seriously injured by the official Imperial Guile Master sent down. It will definitely not dare to commit any crimes in a short period of time. I believe it will soon be found and eliminated. Pang Guiyong's words, I'm afraid that even he himself would find it hard to believe. On the far outskirts of the area that nearly accommodated millions of people, trying to find a highly camouflaged commander realm trickster beast. It's as difficult as climbing up to heaven. Sufan frowned. Right now, apart from this matter, he was also more worried about another matter. Zhang Xiaoquan's well-being. Is Zhang Xiaoquan dead or alive today? He had thought of returning to the far suburbs to look for it when the officials were done with it. But now the far suburbs had been blockaded. Sufan sighed. Things had developed to the current situation, and it was far beyond his control. Still not enough strength. Sufan returned to the apartment. Entering the hall of the Underworld Emperor, he took out his iron wing armor and surveyed. The spirit tool form was very small and covered Sufan's palm. Sufan, who was seeing a spirit tool for the first time, was a bit confused for a moment. How should this thing be used? How do you put it on a trickster? Can it really withstand the attacks of demons and monsters? After some research, Sufan also knew how to use it. When the Guile Master probed into the iron wing armor with his spiritual energy, this iron wing armor would automatically enlarge and then fit onto the Guile Master's Guile Beast. It wasn't as big as a palm at this point. Rather, the wing armor covered the entire body of Funeral Biao, wrapping it tightly and arming it to the teeth. No wonder this thing is expensive. If the other party had iron wing armor when sewing up the monster, Death Puma would at least be able to resist a few scarlet rays. Emofan looked at the iron-winged armor in front of him, which presented a deep dark silver color, and its surface was covered with fine sharp armor pieces. A smile couldn't help but float up on his face. With this spiritual tool, his own funeral pugilist's strength had been raised by a large margin. Su Manor. The golden sunlight passed through layers of delicate glass. Su Langtian, who was dressed in casual practicing clothes, was barefoot, meditating on a high-grade mat made of rushes. Next to him, an exotic female private imperial trainer with a bronzed complexion sat on a soft gauze sofa with her slender thighs crossed. The lights suddenly dimmed. Su Langtian's brows knitted slightly, and with a slightly doting voice, Anna, don't be in a hurry, wait for me to finish my cultivation right away and give you extra practice. Yo, after becoming the heir of the Su family, the days are really nourishing. Su Langtian opened his eyes, a tall and thin man with rather handsome appearance in front of him. He was looking down on him from above. A trace of displeasure flashed across Su Langtian's face as he said with a gentle smile on his face, Cousin Songfeng, you're here. What? Not welcome? Yi Songfeng boldly sat down directly on the sofa and swept the female private imperialist into his arms in front of Su Langtian. Then play with the rounded ball. No? Su Langtian's face was gentle, cousin likes it, do whatever you want. Yi Songfeng was very satisfied and laughed. That's right, if it wasn't for the Yi family's help at the back, how could you sit in the position of the Su family's heir, cousin? You and your little aunt, you should always remember the Yi family's kindness. Su Langtian remained gentle and inquired, cousin, what are you doing here in the Su family? It's not because of the mess you made, little aunt begged me, I had no choice but to rush back from the academy. Yi Songfeng snorted coldly and asked with a playful smile while shoving his hand in. How is your cultivation progress now? The patterns embedded on the Fate Palace are still one achievement short of the second rank, a bit slow. Su Langtian said humbly. He was actually very satisfied with his cultivation speed. Saying so was also an attempt to pretend in front of Yi Songfeng. It is indeed a bit slow. Su Langtian didn't expect that Yi Songfeng didn't follow his routine, instead, he was really disliking him. The royal guile master who just awakened 2 months ago should average around 20% now, you're already 80%, very impressive and smug? Snickering, cousin, don't forget that you were awakened more than a year ahead of everyone else. During that time, you also used a lot of resources from the Su family and even our Yi family. Let alone you, even a little cutie. It's also almost second rank. No wonder you can't even compare to a guy who was expelled from the family. Yi Songfeng pointed at Su Langtian and insulted him with the output of his face, causing Su Langtian to clutch his hand in death, but did not speak. Sniffing his fingers, Yi Songfeng got up and stretched. Alright, I'm going to find my little aunt to discuss how to deal with that guy. Your name is Anna, right? The exotic female imperial guile master nodded seductively. Go wait for me in the room you and cousin Luangshan frequent, I'll be right there. Cousin, you shouldn't mind if cousin uses your things for a bit. Su Langtian's hand tugged at it in death, and after a moment, a smile surged on his face once again. Cousin, just take it away as you like. No, how could cousin take cousin's things? Cousin, just keep it, no throwing out, I want to see her next time I come. Yi Songfeng finished his speech and left in a bold manner. Su Langtian's face then immediately turned gloomy, and the exotic female imperial guile master trembled. Wha? Should we hide an eye down first? No. Su Langtian jerked his head around and glared at her grimly. Go wait in my bedroom. Su family head's office. Little aunt, I'm a little confused as to why a single first-ranked fellow has gotten you all so worked up. Yi Songfeng sat across from Yi Jing and spoke disdainfully. That guy has only been awakened for 2 months, right? That cheap bastard isn't an ordinary first rank, he is the only one in the history of Lancheng First Middle School who managed to clear the 18th floor in the trial tower, and his talent is also very high. Yi Jing took a sip of tea, her eyes flashed with anger towards Sufan. But, no matter what, he's only a first rank, and the trickster beasts are probably all trash trickster beasts bought with loans. Yi Jing's face was gloomy. You don't need to care so much, little auntie found you to help solve the problem, not to come over and point fingers. Fine, got it. Yi Songfeng scratched his ears. Anyway, the Su family is about to be swallowed by the Yi family, so little aunt's business is my business as the heir. Yi Jing's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly looked to see if the office door had been closed tightly yet. You, how dare you say this in the Su family? Beware of those clan elders of the Su family hearing it. Che, sooner or later. I'm going out, there's something else. Yi Songfeng waved his hand and left, leaving behind the frightened Yi Jing. She was afraid of being heard by others. If Yi Songfeng's words just now were heard by other people, it would definitely cause an uproar. The Yi family, a small family in Lan City, coveted their daughter's husband's family, the behemoth Su family, and is plotting to swallow. According to the current momentum, it will succeed soon. Hello, where is my cousin Luangshan's bedroom? Outside the office, Yi Songfeng asked a passing young Su family member about the address of Su Langtian's bedroom and rushed there with great fanfare. Chapter 49, The Second Order of the Mortal Imperial Fate Palace, Morning Biao Advancement. Monday. Orchid City First Middle School, Awakening First Class Classroom. You. Just walking into the classroom, Sufan looked at the mushroom-headed fatty who was sitting in the back row of the classroom bragging with his classmates as if he had seen a ghost. You're alive? Ha? What are you saying, brother Fan? Zhang Xiaoquan looked at Sufan in confusion. You. Sufan swallowed his saliva. Is your home in the far outskirts of Lanchang? Did you go back on Saturday and Sunday? Yes, went back. Sufan's current appearance confused Zhang Xiaoquan to no end. Have you ever come across anything more strange? Like white fog, monsters, or loud noises or something. Brother Fan, don't scare me, I spend the rest of my time at home playing games besides practicing. Zhang Xiaoquan was a little numb in his heart by Su Fan's question. I'm the one who should be numb, okay. Why didn't you answer the phone when I called you? Phone call? No. Su Fan snatched Zhang Xiaoquan's cell phone and there was indeed no record of him calling. What's your home address? Room 601, Unit 2, Block 7, Xilin Garden Subdivision, Maple Leaf Village, Far Suburban District, Lancheng City. Zhang Xiaoquan finished fluently. It was early in the morning. Su Fan's back was searching with cold sweat. The unit building where Zhang Xiaoquan lives is the one they entered at that time. No, ISNT, your area closed, how did you come out? I said I'm a student. The national exams are coming up, so they let me out. Zhang Xiaoquan revealed two large incisors and stared at Su Fan for a while. Laughing, Su Fan had goosebumps all over his body. Alright class, let's get to class. The little old man Ren Dihai walked in from outside the classroom with his textbook on a stand. Su Fan shook his head violently and returned to his seat. Today, we're talking about the 10 very strong in martial species groups among the trickster beasts, the Ghost King, the Daywalker, the Nightwalker, the Uncanny, the Ox Head, the Horse Face, the Leopard Tail, the Bird's Beak, the Fish Gill, the Wasp. Ren Dihai began his lesson. But his eyes stayed on Su Fan with a hesitant gaze. Should he let Su Fan try? Ren Dihai's perversity was also discovered by Su Fan. The little old man seemed to have something to say to himself. But since Ren Dihai didn't say anything, Su Fan didn't try to rush him. He came to the roof of the teaching building after class. Only the roof of the teaching building blowing in the wind could make Su Fan feel a hint of coziness. Started cultivating. Su Fan maintained his cultivation for the next few days. During that time there were 2 more missions on the side of the guard department's law enforcement team, and Su Fan, who had tasted the sweetness of the last time, took it. He didn't go on leave. Sitting directly on the back of the heeled bellhop, he scurried out. After following the law enforcement team to solve the mission, Su Fan was also considered to be completely out of the realm of the newbie imperial trickster. When facing the threat of a hideous trickster, he was able to calmly command the trickster to make a fight. Completely distanced himself from the strength of the students of the first middle school awakening class. Even many of the university imperialists were inferior to Su Fan. And fighting and cultivation are not in conflict. Instead, Su Fan realized that after each battle, his speed of inscribing lines would accelerate for a period of time. The speed of inscribing quickened, causing the cultivation of the Mortal Destiny Palace to undergo a metamorphosis. On the very day of Friday's vacation, Su Fan's Mortal Destiny Palace was successfully inscribed completely. But it was different from the Imperial Destiny Palace. It was probably because Su Fan's Mortal Destiny Palace was special, and its predecessor was the Emperor's Destiny Palace that was formed by the Jade Seal being knocked down. At the moment when the inscription was contained full, the entire Fate Palace occurred with a booming crunch. Then under Su Fan's gaze, the area fully doubled in size. Upon closer inspection, there was an additional small side hall inside. Yes, it didn't morph into a 2-story palace. It became more majestic. This was completely out of Su Fan's expectations. He realized that his Mortal Destiny Palace was indeed somewhat special and different. The Zhong Kui morning Piao who lived in the largest hall of the Mortal Destiny Palace mask. In the instant the Life Palace metamorphosed, immediately couldn't wait to urge Su Fan it to advance. First Order Juvenile Body Realm want to advance to the Second Order need to prepare 10 First Order Juvenile Body Realm Bizarre Beasts Inner Dan. Su Fan opened his mouth. There are not enough inner pills of the corresponding trickster beasts, and there are not enough materials for advancement. He currently only had 1 First Order Inner Dan. Roar. But none of this is a problem. Su Fan hemmed and hawed towards Morning Biao and pulled out 3 second-ranked trickster beast inner pills from his spatial ring. According to the approximate price of the Inner Dan, the First Order Inner Elixir is roughly 50,000 Chinese coins. The Second Order Inner Elixir is about 200,000 Chinese coins. With 3 Second Order internal pills, you can go to Jiyu Ruo, the owner of the beast shop, and exchange them for 12 First Order beast internal pills. After all, his relationship with Jiyu Ruo was there. Su Fan also didn't wait for the school vacation and left early. What? 3 Second Order for 6 First Order? Big sister, are you kidding? Pitiful. Trickster beast shop. Su Fan growled at Jiyu Ruo, who was wearing a short college skirt. Wind. You can't kill a familiar face like this. I'm only 4 years older than you, who are you calling big sister? Jiyu Ruo put her hands on her chest and raised an eyebrow. Besides, who's punking you? Pointing at the 3 crumpled Second Order inner pills that Su Fan placed on the counter. Take a look at yourself at the inner elixir you handed over, crumpled and crumpled, similar to what you have there. Half of the power inside is probably gone. For the second stage of a Guile Beast to enter the third stage, normally 10 second stage Inner Dawn would be enough, but with this one of yours you'll have to use 20 of them. I'm treating you very well, alright. The inner elixir is not the same as wine, it will lose its effect after a long time. Sufan choked. It seemed like such a thing. These soldier inner elixirs that one got from the trial tower were indeed almost something compared to normal inner elixirs. Fine, count me in for a bit of a loss. Give you 2 more, you give me 9 first rank inner elixirs and then convert the remaining 1 to 5 W Chinese coins for me. Sufan pulled out 2 more second rank internal pills from his space ring and handed them to Ji Ruo. With this, the 5 second ordering soldier guile beast inner dam that Sufan had obtained within the trial tower were all depleted. Within the spatial ring, there was another one obtained from killing the sun-devouring extreme cold centipede. That one had just been obtained to be more mellow, so Sufan didn't take it out. Yo, the space rings are all there. After seeing Sufan's empty hands, he took out 2 inner dawn. Ji Ruo's eyes immediately lit up, and then extremely charmingly pasted onto Sufan's body, touching the time and space ring on Sufan's hand. Licking her lips, she enchantingly threw a wink. Junior Lang Jun, if you're willing to give me this spatial ring, then Slave is willing to let you ravage it as much as you want. Saying that, the long white legs wearing board shorts without the slightest silk product powdered toward Sufan's body rubbed one by one. Think beautiful, on our 2 conditions, you give me space ring is more or less. Sufan wasted some pain, he immediately and ruthlessly refused. He got a blank stare from Ji Ruo. Ji Ruo pulled out 9 first-order juvenile body trickster beast inner pills and 50,000 Chinese coins and placed them on the counter. Sufan accepted the beast pills, 50,000 Chinese coins, did not take the 50,000 Chinese coins and pulled out the 30,000 Chinese coins that the security department had given him as a bonus. Isn't there 20,000 left on the loan? I'll give it to you when I'm done with this week's mission payment. The loan of over $100,000 was about to be paid off, and Sufan felt a lot of relief. Who said 20,000? Ji Ruo said quietly, it's 55,000. Sufan was stunned. Wasn't it you who said last time that it could be 100,000? Is there evidence? Black and white words here, you don't want to renege out. Ji Ruo took out the contract that Sufan signed with her at that time. It was clear on it that there was indeed a difference of $55,000. Sufan muttered, you're blanking me. However, I'll give you a chance to be completely free, it depends on whether you can do it or not. Ji Ruo took a roll of the contract in her mouth and threw a wink. Sufan held his waist and threw 10 first-order internal pills to Morning Biao to let it go to the Underworld Emperor Hall to evolve on its own. The trickster shop is temporarily closed. After this day he, Sufan, will be debt-free. Chapter 50, Brother Lost. The Imperial Guile Masters waiting outside the Guile Beast shop who wanted to buy Guile Beasts or materials had thought that the boss's wife, like the previous 2 times, was just having a temporary problem. It would reopen for business in a while. But who knows, it was hours of waiting. It was getting dark. LOL. The door to the trickster shop opens. A handsome teenager wearing the uniform of the first high school walked out from inside. When did you go in? The passerby asked. The boss's wife accidentally shut me in just now, and it was hard to get out. Everyone, the boss's wife is really lackluster today, you guys go back. Sufan finished speaking and left with his head held high under the gaze of the crowd. Practice is the only standard for testing the truth. After the battle just now, he clearly felt that his physical body power was much stronger again. The advancement of the Mortal Destiny Palace had boosted him too much. Sufan vaguely felt that his physical strength and second-ordering soldiers could also tangle with each other. What's all this? Don't open the door and say it earlier, waiting for nothing. That's right, what kind of business is this? The crowd that had been waiting for half a day left in anger. Sufan returned to the first middle school just in time to catch the class teacher Rin Dihai reminding the members of the first class of the precautions to be taken during the vacation. It was almost finished before Sufan came, and the little old man grunted in displeasure. In his heart, he said, next week, I will throw you into that place to properly frustrate you. The latter was quite thick-skinned and returned to his position. The ass is still warm. Ren Dihai snorted coldly and took a vacation. Zhang Xiaoquan wanted to go home, but Sufan said nothing to let him go back. There are some situations in the far suburbs of Lanchang right now, I can't tell you for now, but you trust me, don't go back for this period of time. Sufan gave Zhang Xiaoquan, you will first live in my house and make do for 2 days. That severely injured Misty Fiend underworld demon hadn't been found by the officials yet, and the area Zhang Xiaoquan was in was still dangerous. It wouldn't be too late to let Zhang Xiaoquan go back when the officials had resolved the matter of the Fog Fiend underworld demon. Last time, Zhang Xiaoquan might have been lucky and did not run into that commander-class trickster beast. That might not be the case in the future. Zhang Xiaoquan, as the little brother who had been following his ass since he was a child, he was still quite attached. Zhang Xiaoquan's eyes stared straight at Sufan, and for some reason Sufan felt straight hairy in his heart. What? Want to usurp the throne as the boss? Sufan ferociously said. Which is not, hey, I believe in brother Fan. I'll give grandma a call later, I won't go back this week. Zhang Xiaoquan hemmed and hawed. Van. Suddenly I feel like, staying. Your house. Zhang Xiaoquan looked at the small lowly Xinyo who was dragging a small rabbit cotton mop in front of Sufan's apartment. His body trembled and stuttered. It's a bit presumptuous, I'd better live in the school dormitory. Brother Fan, you take care. After saying this, Zhang Xiaoquan didn't even wait for Sufan's consent and directly ran away. It was as if he had seen a strange beast. What the hell what shy, Xinyo all did not dislike you this dead fat. Sufan shouted at Zhang Xiaoquan's back. The latter heard the body a stagger almost rolled down the stairs directly. Xinyo pursed her lips and snickered. Che, this kid just doesn't have the bitter heart on to eat, don't care about him. Sufan waved his hand. Zhang Xiaoquan really, with himself still see outside, dormitory can be as comfortable as staying at home? Anyway, I have said what I need to say. Zhang Xiaoquan does not live, then I do not blame him. Bang. The door of the house was gently closed by Xinyo. The night was uneventful, and the red sun slowly rose from the eastern sky. Sufan spent the night practicing in the Underworld Emperor Hall. Morning Biao was impacting the second order growing body realm, and it was estimated that he would succeed in about 2 days. Suddenly, Sufan, who was sitting on the stone chair resting his mental power, was startled violently. Holy, my own path seems to have gone astray. Why do we need to cultivate both fate palaces together? Cultivate the mortal fate palace first. Sufan muttered to himself. Just now, he suddenly figured out something. To the Imperial Guile Master upgrading into the Fate Palace. It can increase the maximum amount of aura held within the Imperial Guile Master's body, raise the strength of the physical body, and increase the number of contracted Guile Beasts. The most crucial of all was the realm restriction on the initial Trickster. For a First Order Fate Palace, the initial Trickster Beast would only be able to have a First Order Juvenile Body Realm. But, Sufan muttered. For the two Natal Palace it makes a difference. Aura enhancement, physical strength, and whatnot. Mortal Life Palace enhancement also has The Royal Fate Palace's Trickster Beasts have no limitations in terms of realm. A second order Royal Fate Palace can reach the mature body realm, the complete body realm, the commander realm, until the top of its talent. For example, Vajra. Sufan glanced to the side, as lofty as a giant mountain was sleeping and cultivating the mature body realm Vajra. Vajra reached the second stage realm when he himself was still a first stage Guile Master. So one's main focus should be to cultivate the mortal fate palace, instead of cultivating both together. After pondering for a while, Sufan made sure of it. The path is indeed crooked, trying to take care of both ends results in both ends being slow. It would be better to refine one first. There can't be a situation where, again, the card Morning Biao realm is stuck. Moreover, the feedback given yesterday after the Mortal Destiny Palace was upgraded. Sufan could feel that compared to the Imperial Destiny Palace, the Mortal Destiny Palace had boosted his aura and physical strength more significantly. Thinking about it, Sufan became more and more determined in his judgment. In the future, focus on cultivating the Mortal Fate Palace. Upgrading the Imperial Fate Palace is just one more Trickster Beast bar that can be contracted to oneself at this stage, and the increase in strength is actually not as big as that of the Mortal Fate Palace. The increase in the Morning Puma realm is a real surge in battle power. And this kind of thing, Trickster Beasts, in fact, it seems that it's not a good thing to have more of them for oneself at this stage of resource scarcity. For one thing, one hasn't come across the one of one's choice, and for another, one can't afford to raise one's own. There are still 2 trick animal pens that are empty right now. Coming out of the Underworld Emperor's Hall and walking out of the bedroom, the little lowly Xinyo fell asleep again curled up on the living room sofa. Snoring lightly, a few drops of saliva were still dripping from the corner of her mouth. Sufan shook his head and took out a blanket to cover her. Putting on his clothes, he walked out of the apartment and bought breakfast from the vendor who set up a morning stand below and brought it back. Re-entering. Xinyo had already woken up, bouncing in the mirror and brushing her teeth. Forever with a very happy look. Sufan smiled and put breakfast on the table. Every time he saw Xinyo, he would think of his brother. That said, it's been a while since I'd been in contact with my brother since the last time I messed up with him. Xiaoyu didn't call himself for such a long time, is this still being angry with himself? Sufan shook his head, took out his cell phone and found his brother Su Tianyu's number and dialed it. It's just a thing. He is the older brother, can he still be bothered with his younger brother? Say a few good words, coaxing should be fine. But, the voice coming from the other side of the phone. The number you have dialed is turned off. Jean, Sufan's face sank. Chapter 51, Returning to the Su family. The number you have dialed is turned off. Sufan called a few more times, and it still sounded the same. His face sank completely. Before he was kicked out of the Su family, he had specifically given Su Tianyu the message to always keep his cell phone battery healthy. And nowadays, this situation. Something must have happened to my brother. The Su family estate, deep in a dark and damp cellar. A thick putrid odor filled one's nostrils. This was a dungeon privately built by the Su family to punish some of the Su family members who had violated the rules of the clan. In the innermost iron cage, Su Tianyu, who was covered in whip scars, lay weakly in a pile of grass. Two Su family young men stood outside, pinching their noses as they looked at him. This guy hasn't eaten for days, he won't starve to death. Don't worry, he won't starve to death. Clunk, clunk. Su Fei, the young man of the Su family who had gotten Su Langtian's order to drag Su Tianyu to the dungeon to abuse him that day. Opening the iron cage, he walked in. Su Tianyu's face was filled with horror as he moved his tiny body with difficulty to shrink towards the haystack. He didn't cry, and remained resolute as he looked at Su Fei. If you mistreat me like this, when brother Luang Tian and sister-in-law know, they will punish you. Hearing Su Tianyu's words, Su Fei and the other young man, Su Dahu, looked at each other and laughed out loud. This little cutie is still so naive even now. You yourself will move you without Su Langtian and Yi Jing instructing you? Su Fei surfaced with a scowl and kicked the rancid rice onto Su Tianyu. There was a clang. The steel basin for the dog's food fell to the ground, and rancid rice grains fell all over Su Tianyu's body. Su Fei grabbed Su Tianyu's hair. This meal, you have to eat it even if you don't. Eat it for me. If you're really starving to death, besides your punk brother who was kicked out of the Su family, who else will feel sorry for you? I won't eat. Don't let my brother know that you're treating me like this, or my brother will kill you. How could Su Tianyu not give in? Bah! Do you really think that your brother is still the high and mighty young master he once was? Kill me? Do you see him daring to step into the Su family now? Looking at Su Tianyu huddled in the corner, Su Fei shuddered for a while. A very exuberant feeling welled up inside him. A few days ago when Su Langtian asked him to beat up Su Tianyu, he was still a bit scared. After all, Su Tianyu was the former second young master. In particular, the favor that Sufan, who was once the heir of the Su family, had for Su Tianyu was known to all the Su family members. But after the whip in his hand first hit Su Tianyu, after he saw the pain on Su Tianyu's face due to his own whipping, he was instantly free and clear for quite a while. Look! The once high and mighty second prince is now nothing in my Su Fei's hands, and will only let out a miserable wail. And so these days, he, as well as Su Daho, almost crazily abused Su Tianyu to satisfy his inner desires. You two will get retribution for this. An old voice shouted from a side cage. The one who opened her mouth to speak was an old woman whose body was covered with pus sores due to staying in a dark and damp place for a long time. She was the nanny who used to serve Su Fan and Su Tianyu. Ever since Yi Jing became the acting head of the Su family, she was imprisoned here. Clunk! Su Dahu opened the door and rushed in. A few heavy kicks went hard and furious. Old undead. You have the right to speak. Every time you talk too much, you don't learn your lesson, do you? Tianyu, good boy, it's alright. When the family master returns from the Tianlanfeng battlefield, all these guys will die. The old woman was being beaten up while still gently comforting Su Tianyu. Su Daho smiled coldly. Ah, don't dream. It's better to believe that the family head can come back from Tianlan Peak than to believe that I'm Qin Shi Huang. Today's Su Daho kicked extra hard. Suddenly, kicking and kicking, the old woman stopped moving. Hello? Playing dead? Another hard kick and a sardonic laugh. It's useless to pretend to be dead. Lousy will beat up as usual. Being the nanny of two losers, you should have the consciousness of being beaten up. Move. Scream. Su Daho realized something was wrong. No matter how he tried to move, the woman didn't respond. Trembling, he reached his hand to the woman's nose. Her legs gave out and she fell to the ground. Dead. On the other side, Su Fei was stunned, his face equally white. A dead man. They killed people, where the two had experienced. Auntie Zhang. A miserable cry came out. 2 lines of hot tears flowed down from Su Tianyu's eyes as he looked at the woman who had been constantly comforting herself during this time and gradually cooled down her body and cried sadly. This woman has been around since he and his brother were born, almost half of his family. My brother will kill you when he gets here, ooh. Brother, you're right, being soft will only make these bad guys even more arrogant, woo. Su Fei twisted his head to glare at the crying Su Tianyu. A hint of viciousness flooded his eyes. Then he grabbed Su Tianyu's head and wanted to slam it against the wall. What are you doing? Su Dahu, who was still somewhat stunned, subconsciously asked. Su Fei coldly said, kill him. No one knows we went down to the cellar today. As long as we kill him, no one will know we killed someone. Otherwise, Su Fan will definitely kill us when he realizes that this old woman was killed by us. Su Fei's expression became extremely hideous. You also know about Su Fan's talent. Su Dahu was stunned, and the same red light glowed in his eyes. Good. What are you doing? Stay back. Outside. An uninvited guest arrives at the Su estate, where luxury and tranquility are intertwined. Sufan stood in front of the towering large iron gate inlaid with intricate golden patterns, and the topmost part of the iron gate, the Su family crest, glittered in the sunlight. He let out a cold snort. Enter. Walk down the cobblestone paved avenue. The Su family gardeners on both sides who were meticulously trimming and tending to the lawn flower beds suddenly changed their faces upon seeing Sufan. What's he coming back for? A quick glance was exchanged and a small run was made to inform the others in the manner. Sufan snorted coldly and did not stop them. When Sufan walked to the huge fountain in the center, a group of Su family youngsters came from the luxurious villa in front of him and blocked his way. Sufan, what is he doing back here? I don't know. It may be that he was aggrieved outside, and now he's starting to be obsessed with the Su family heir identity again. I reckon, just want to come back to make a living. Sumingjer, who had previously been punched by Sufan to the intensive care unit, was alive and well at this moment, directly pointing at Sufan's nose, and said in a pompous manner, Sufan, you still attempt to return to the Su family? There is no place for you here anymore. I advise you to dispel such unrealistic fantasies before it's too late. Be sensible and hand over your heirship to Su Langtian now. Sumingjer and Su Langtian both came from small branch lineage clans, and Su Langtian squeezing out Sufan of the main lineage large clan gave Sumingjer a feeling of honor and glory. So in many public occasions, he would go to support Su Langtian as well as humiliate Sufan. Sumingjer started ahead, and the other Su family members instantly attacked Sufan with their tirades and gibberish. Competing with Su Langtian? He, Sufan, is worthy? He was expelled from the ancestral land while insulting the family head. What face does he have to come back? That's it. Sufan is a waste, not worth a single finger of Su Langtian. Su Langtian has been awakened for an unknown amount of time before him, or is a phase Destiny Palace talent. I heard that it seems like he's already in the second stage of the Imperial Trickster realm. And he still doesn't know what kind of trash talent he has. I don't know what kind of face he has to come back. Shut up. Instantly, it was as if the entire crowd had the pause button pressed. Everyone quieted down, and after a moment of silence, the faces of the crowd of Su family youngsters gradually turned red, feeling humiliated. Surprisingly, they were bluffed by Sufan. A bunch of shabbies. Although Sufan's voice was gentle, it inexplicably carried an unquestionable aura, as if every word was knocking heavily on people's hearts. This was precisely the majesty that he had once harbored as the heir of the Su family, the son of the Su family. Even now that he was far away from the family, that innate aura was still impossible to ignore. In the crowd's stunned or complicated gazes, Sufan walked calmly towards the person surrounded in the center of the crowd. In a cold voice, he said, Su Langtian, where is my brother? Chapter 52. Bright and straightforward Su Langtian. Su Langtian, where is my brother? Regarding Sufan's questioning, Su Langtian, who was surrounded by the young men of the Su family, shrugged his shoulders and said, Your brother is lost, why ask me? Probably scrubbing the floor in that place. Where Su Tianyu was, of course Su Langtian knew. Su Langtian said sinisterly in his heart, Sufan, this is the Su family, it is not your turn to be arrogant. After Su Langtian finished speaking, all the Su family youngsters present laughed out loud. Sumingjer beside him covered his waist and laughed so hard that his mouth couldn't close, pointing at Sufan's nose. Sufan, you're too funny. If you want to go back to the Su family, just go back. Why did you come up with such a lame excuse? Laughing to death, your own brother lost, looking for Su Langtian. I saw that little cutie the other day. Smilingly scrubbing the floor. After Sumingjer finished speaking, another young Su family member pointed at Sufan's nose and said towards the side companion, I heard that the family head took pity on Sufan's younger brother and gave him a few dollars for every piece of floor he wiped, and then Sufan's younger brother wiped the floor every day until the night just to save up money to give to his unproductive brother. The companion was a bit shocked. Really? What do you think? Otherwise, what does Sufan eat and drink at school? Hearing the words of the crowd, the veins on Sufan's hands popped up. It turned out that his own brother was living this inhuman life in the Su family. Glaring at Su Langtian with bloodthirsty eyes. Su Langtian, is this how you treat my brother? Meeting Sufan's gaze, the latter winced. Sufan, who had joined the guard department and participated in many life and death missions, was not at all comparable to Su Langtian, who lived in a greenhouse. Very indisputably, he took 2 steps back in front of the crowd. After noticing the amazement of the young people of the Su family, he immediately felt somewhat unable to hang on to his face. Sufan, I said that your brother has nothing to do with me. I advise you to leave quickly, or else. The tone was tough, but there was some lack of gas in his voice, or else I will not be blamed for being ungracious. That's right. Su Langtian is very much teaching this punk who doesn't know the heights of heaven a lesson. What strength is brother Luangtian, what strength is Sufan, a glowing fire still wants to compete with the white moon. Some of the surrounding young people who were not aware of the truth also followed the coaxing. Their faces were full of contempt and arrogance towards Sufan. They thought that in front of Su Langtian, Sufan was nothing more than an ant that could be trampled on at will. The surrounding clamor rose and fell. In the cellar, the two of them, Su Fei and Su Dahu, racked Su Tianyu's body and prepared to slam it against a sidewall. Pay attention to the angle, make sure to create the illusion that Su Tianyu killed the dead old woman and then tried to commit suicide by hitting the wall, do you hear me? Su Fei instructed sinisterly. Don't. My brother will definitely come when he knows I'm missing. Help! Help! Panic also appeared on Su Tianyu's face at this moment. Su Fei was furious. Nima, shut the hell up. Saying this, he lifted up and slapped Su Tianyu's mouth. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. Sufan's heart ached fiercely, and his mother suddenly appeared in his mind. His mother's eyes were beaded with tears, as if she wanted to say something to him. King Kong! It can't be delayed. A flash of colorful purple erupted in the heart of Sufan's left hand. Roar! A deafening roar resounded throughout the entire Su family estate. King Kong, whose size was even a circle larger than before, violently appeared, and his gigantic paws directly crushed the fountain in the center. Instantly, the turbulent water stream mixed with broken rocks splashed in all directions. The originally gorgeous fountain was a mess, and the scene was suddenly thrown into chaos. There were screams and exclamations. The young man who had just flaunted and mocked Sufan was even more in a sorry state, screaming as he dodged the splashing debris and water, panic and terror written all over his face. Roar! Another low, murderous-filled roar from Vajra. Sufan stood on the thick turtle back of the King Kong, his expression cold, his gaze like a sword, while on his side. Su Langtian and Su Mingzhi were tightly entangled by the thick tree snake, hanging in midair, unable to move. Especially Su Mingzhi, his face was pale with disbelief and fear written all over it. He didn't expect Sufan's trickster beast to be so terrifying. Moreover, he was aware that Sufan was daring to make a move. He had just returned from the hospital. Su Langtian didn't have that self-satisfied look he had just had. Sufan, don't force me. You have no idea what kind of existence you're messing with. A shadow was vaguely about to emerge behind him. If not for the fact that all of the Su family's youngsters were present, the Night Wanderer couldn't be exposed. Moreover, the eyes of many Su family elders must have converged at this moment. Otherwise, he must have summoned the night-traveling god to kill Sufan. Zhong Kui was vaguely about to end his charge in the hall of the Underworld Emperor. Sufan laughed coldly. You also have no idea what kind of existence you're messing with. Among the young people of the Su family, a handsome teenager who was out of place with the people around him. Sizing up the Vajra on Sufan's crotch. Murmuring softly. No wonder, Su Langtian couldn't solve this fellow. This fellow is, indeed, an opponent. However. After a pause, Yi Tsongfeng snorted, but that's all, just lucky to have contracted a mutated bizarre beast. Everything is bull in front of absolute strength suppression. Looking towards Sufan, a ray of killing intent passed through Yi Tsongfeng's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that there are many people at this moment and it's not appropriate to make a move, otherwise I would have killed you right now. The commotion triggered here made Su Nanshan and Yi Jing, who were doing their business in the family head's office, notice. When what happened here in the gap, the two of them changed their faces drastically and rushed over in a hurry after putting on their clothes. The rosy-cheeked Yi Jing was in a state of shock when she saw her son in a very sorry state being held in the air by Sufan. Her face turned blue and she shouted in a sharp and piercing voice. Sufan! You uneducated bastard! This is the Su family, not a place for you to be wild. Put down my son, the future heir of the Su family, immediately. Su Nanshan on the side was equally enraged, striding forward and chiding in front of all the Su family members. Sufan! You were expelled from the Su family long ago, what face do you have to roll back? Now immediately put down Su Langtian. Otherwise, don't blame me for not remembering the last bit of kinship to strike. With that, he summoned the Palace of Destiny. Su Nanchuan's voice was like thunder, shaking the surrounding people into silence. But Sufan remained calm. What was right and wrong before is not what I want to explore today. At this moment, I only want to know where my brother is. Su Nanshan sniffed and looked at Su Langtian. Langtian, you made a move against Su Tianyu? At this moment, Su Nanshan was a bit annoyed. Su Tianyu was no longer the bloodline of the previous family head Sufan's father, Su Chang. If Su Langtian really did this, it would cause the clan elders within the clan to be furious. No. Captured in the air, Su Langtian said with difficulty. Of course Su Langtian knew that, so he wouldn't admit it no matter what. Sufan, do you hear me? Quickly let go of Su Langtian. Damn bastard, let go of my son. My son has always acted honorably, how could he possibly do those underhanded things? The originally panicked crowd gradually stabilized. The Su family's young men began to talk to each other in whisper. There were a few moments of skepticism and disdain in their eyes as they looked at Sufan. It seemed like they felt that Sufan's behavior at the moment was a bit excessive. Some even speculated that he was deliberately using this opportunity to return to the Su family. After all, Su Langtian's character was well known in the Su family, and he had always been known for his integrity and openness, so how could he possibly have done those unseemly things? Chapter 53, Opening the Killing Ring. You dead bastard, let go of my son. Yi Jing's voice was sharp and angry. The Su family youngsters were also somewhat indignant for Su Langtian. Sufan, if you have the ability, let go of Su Langtian and let him have a fair duel with you. Sufan ignored the crowd, his eyes looked towards Su Langtian with bloodlust and snorted coldly. Refusing to speak, huh? Sufan's voice was cold and low, as if it carried a piercing chill. He raised his eyes slightly and faintly spat out a few words, King Kong, show this hypocrite. As the words fell, Vajra violently opened that bloody mouth that was big enough to swallow a person. It approached Su Langtian's face. In front of the crowd's horrified gazes, he swallowed Su Mingzhi in one bite. Ah! Don't! Sufan, this has nothing to do with me. Su Mingzhi's miserable screams came to an abrupt end, leaving only creepy chewing sounds echoing in the air. You ask Su Langtian. It's all his doing. In Vidra's mouth, it came out brokenly, filled with despair and fear. Cackle boom. Cackle boom. A few seconds later, King Kong spat Su Mingzhi out again. He who was intact just a moment ago was now covered in hideous teeth marks, his clothes were broken and bloodstained, and his entire body was unconscious, as if he was a torn-up muppet. The scene was dead silent. Su Langtian's face turned pale, and even his breathing seemed to have stopped. I'll give you one last chance, my brother is there. For some reason, Sufan's heart was beating madly. Su Langtian was completely stunned at this moment. Whether it was in school or in the Su family, he had been spoiled by Yi Jing to the point of lawlessness. Where had he experienced such a terrifying battle? Su Nanchen coldly snorted, Sufan, this is the first time you made a move to maim your fellow clan members. Now even if I make a move, those clan elders of the Su family won't say anything. Good guts. Sufan you. Just as he was about to summon a wave of his hand. In the cellar. Su Langtian's weak voice came out. Boom. Su Nanchen was stunned. There was only one thought in his heart, Su Langtian, this rotten guy who couldn't hold on to the wall actually. Imprison Su Tianyu? It's over. In the cellar where the wine was stored and now converted into a prison. Su Langtian was afraid that Sufan hadn't heard him, and repeated himself. Now, Su Nanchuan's entire body completely froze, it's over. He clearly knew. Sufan had made a scene in the Su family, yet no one had stepped in to stop him so far. Obviously, it was the Su family's clan elders who were hiding in the shadows, coldly watching all of this. And Su Langtian's performance. It was really disappointing in the extreme. Compared to Sufan's calmness and dominance, it seemed so unbearable, completely not on the same level. Looking towards Sufan, Su Nanchuan's face grimly flashed with killing intent, his hands quietly. But suddenly, a powerful and unrivaled sense of oppression struck. His entire body was instantly disheveled. There really were clan elders watching this place. At this moment, the Su clan youngsters clamored. Many were too shocked to speak. They never expected that the usually spring-like and gentle Su Langtian would actually lay his hands on Sufan's younger brother. Moreover, Su Langtian's behavior in the face of Sufan was completely inconsistent with the publicity. This was too much of a crotch pull. Taking in the expressions of the crowd, Sufan let out a cold snort and casually flung his hand, dropping the stupefied and unresponsive Su Langtian heavily on the ground like a useless piece of waste. Quickly running towards the cellar. You punk, use some strength. Su Fei roared hideously towards Su Dahu, his eyes filled with madness and viciousness. Su Tianyu, whom the two of them had tackled to death, had already had his head knocked to the point of bleeding, and bright red blood dripped down his forehead, staining half of his cheeks. Su Dahu tightly covered Su Tianyu's mouth, not allowing him to make a single sound, but his hands were trembling slightly and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Get up off. Let me do it. Su Fei impatiently pushed Su Dahu away, his face becoming more and more hideous. He hugged Su Tianyu and fiercely slammed towards the wall. Brother. Su Tianyu's voice was weak and trembling, as if he had used up his last strength. I may have to leave. Su Tianyu recalled his brother in his mind, so happy to be following him since he was a child. But in the future, the younger brother can't follow your older brother. Hurry up and die. Su Fei said hideously. Rumble. Just then, an earth-shattering sound erupted. The cellar wall above their heads was violently torn apart, in the midst of Su Fei and Su Dahu being shocked into attending. A huge tree vine that was thick with a ferocious head broke through the wall. With an unrivaled force, it clicked in directly through Su Fei away, heavily smashing into the distant railing. And then, there was another loud bang, and the entire floor of the cellar was lifted up hard, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. The sunlight poured from above, illuminating the dim corners of the cellar and casting on Su Tianyu's blood-stained face. The tree vine head rubbed against Su Tianyu and sniffed the blood on Su Tianyu's body. Immediately, it judged that this was Sufan's younger brother. Gently wrapping him up, he placed him in Sufan's arms. Brother. When Su Tianyu saw Sufan, tears sprang out of his eyes. Brother. I hurt so much. It hurts so much. The strength she had before completely broke her defenses the moment she saw her brother. There was only a strong aggression. Anger. Endless anger. Seeing Su Tianyu's dying state at this moment, especially after seeing the corpse of that old woman in the dungeon, Sufan's face turned livid. Auntie Zhang, the only auntie who remained loving to himself and his brother after his father and uncle disappeared into the battlefield of Tianlan Peak. Auntie Zhang, to have died at the hands of you two bastards. Su Fei and Su Dahu's faces changed drastically when they saw Sufan, and they hurriedly looked at the double-eyed Su Langtian. Young lord. Just as he was about to speak, Su Nanchen suddenly jumped down. Before the two could react, a punch blasted them down. How dare you? As a member of the Su family, how dare you mutilate your fellow soldiers? No. It's. Su Fei still wanted to explain. Su Nantian coldly snorted, huh? A smile surged on Su Nanchuan's face as he looked at Su Fan. Nephew and grandson. I will severely punish Su Fei and Su Dahu for bullying your brother. How about we call it quits? Su Nanchun would not let Su Fei and Su Dahu dump this matter on Su Langtian. However, under the gaze of the crowd of Su family members, Su Fan didn't pay attention to him, coldly crossing over him and rushing to Su Fei, one hand captured on his neck and lifted him up. In a stern voice, he asked, "My brother, did you do this? Auntie Zhang was killed by you," said the finger pinching down hard. "Third grandpa, save me, save me." Su Fei's mouth constantly hobby. Su Fan did not give himself face in front of the many younger generations, and Su Nanchun was furious. Su Fan. Su Fei is a member of my Su family, you who was expelled from the Su family dare to. Su Fan, I'm wrong, let me go, let me go. Su Fan did not stop in the slightest, the two of them had not even finished their words. Ka-ching. Su Fei's neck was directly twisted and exploded with his bare hands by Su Fan's strong physical strength. Su Fan snorted coldly and dropped Su Fei's corpse at Su Langtian's feet. Looking up at him, your people? Rolling blood was still spraying at his neck, splattering onto Su Langtian's thoroughly stunned face, his body unable to stop trembling. At this moment, Su Fan was a devil from hell in Su Langtian's eyes. Even Yi Jing was a little afraid. Looking at Su Fan, a strong fear arose in her heart. With this scene, all the Su family youngsters in the arena froze. However, Su Fan hadn't stopped yet and charged towards Su Dahu. Seeing that Su Fan still wanted to kill Su Dahu, Su Nanchuan's face changed drastically, unbridled. Chapter 54, Su Fan, this son, must not be retained. Su Fan pinched and exploded Su Fei's neck, and the entire arena was silenced. In particular, the young man of the Su family who had just clamored for a show of bravado had a pale face. They didn't expect that Su Fan really dared to kill. At this moment, they completely changed their minds about Su Fan. No longer did they dare to mock or taunt Su Fan. When Su Fan similarly lifted Su Dahu's neck, Su Nanchuan's face changed drastically and his entire body directly pounced on Su Fan. If he allowed Su Fan to kill two people one after another in front of him, his authority within the clan would definitely suffer a blow. Knowing Su Fan's strength, Su Nanchun didn't have the slightest bit of reticence to use 10% of his strength and ruthlessly slapped at Su Fan. With the sound of breaking wind, it was exceptionally harsh. Su Fan let out a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, his other hand clenched, and he once again blasted against Su Nanchun. Boom! An even more violent explosion sounded than the last time. Su Nanchuan's sleeves were directly shattered. Ka-ching! Su Fan still had the strength left to lightly crush Su Dahu's neck to burst. The latter didn't even react, thinking that he was saved by Su Nanchuan's strike. Poof! Spit out a mouthful of heart blood. He took several steps back in a row. Your fleshly power has increased again. Everyone in the arena was astonished by this scene. As the third grandfather of the Su family, Su Nanchun was a solid peak third-order Imperial Artificer realm. In their perceptions, Su Fan was only a newcomer who had just awakened, and there was a difference of 2 whole realms from Su Nanchun. Surprisingly, he was able to force Su Nanchun to such an extent. Yi Jing, who was supporting Su Langtian, was shocked. In Su Langtian's mouth, she was aware that Su Fan was gifted and had cleared the first 18 floors of the first middle school trial tower. However, she also did not expect Su Fan's battle power to be this strong. Su Fan must die. With this thought, the killing intent in the depths of Yi Jing's eyes became even more intense. If Su Fan did not die, her son Su Langtian's position as the heir apparent would be in danger. Yi Zongfeng, who was in the group of young Su family members, looked at Su Fan, who had lightly thrown Su Dahu's body in front of Su Langtian's heel, and even more killing opportunities appeared in his eyes. He admitted that he had looked away. This son, Su Fan, must not be kept. Otherwise, it would be difficult for his Yi family to annex the Su family. Su Fan jumped onto Vidra's back, rubbed Su Tianyu's head, and softly said, "During the time that brother was not here, who else bullied you? Brother helped you out." Su Fan's face carried a gentle smile, but in the eyes of the crowd of Su family youngsters who were onlookers, it was the devil's smile. And Su Tianyu, after getting his brother's backing, actually did start sweeping through the crowd. This was a shock to the crowd. Frantically backing away, afraid that Su Tianyu would point at them. Su Tianyu was picking on someone. Su Fan jumped to the ground with a sharp point of his toes and walked towards Su Langtian. The culprit was not forgotten by him. Under Su Fan's oppression, Su Langtian and Yi Jing's mother and son were terrified and flustered. Su Fan, I'm the acting head of the Su family, you can't touch me. At this moment, Yi Jing could no longer maintain her former arrogance and composure. Toward Su Nanchun, who was covering his chest, she pointedly shouted, "Su Nanchun, protect me and Langtian. Summon your trickster beast ah. He's just a first-ranked guilemaster, what are you afraid of? Kill this bastard for me ah ah." Yi Jing's words caused Su Nanchuan's eyes to flood with ruthlessness as well, and the Fate Palace emerged in his hand, about to summon his own guile beast. Sufan was not the least bit afraid of the situation. A second-order Vidra, he wasn't worried in the slightest and continued to walk towards Su Langtian. Just at this moment, a light voice came. "Alright, little fan, you killed 2 Su family members, your anger is out, this matter, how about calling it quits?" In the distance, an old man dressed in a white practicing suit with white hair walked slowly. Shocking. For a distance of hundreds of meters, the old man took only a few steps. Upon seeing the old man, Yi Jing and a group of Su family members from Su Nanchuan's family changed their faces drastically. "Greetings, great elder. You're here, second brother. Second grandpa." Everyone looked respectful, even Yi Tsongfeng, who was lawless in the Su family, hurriedly lowered his head, fearing that he would be detected as disrespectful. Everything is because of the old man's identity. The Su family's grand elder, the last previous Su family head, Grandpa Sufan's own brother, Su Lailan. Realm, Lan City can count on one hand, one of the 5th-ranked Guile Masters. The old man smiled and nodded his head in response to the crowd, then took a step in front of Sufan. Smilingly, he exclaimed, "Little fan, after not seeing you for a few months, your growth has shocked second grandpa." There was relief in his voice, and his gaze flickered with unconcealed approval. "Greetings, second grandfather." Sufan's voice was flat as he shouted, Su Lailan showing up as he was preparing to make a move on Su Langtian. It would say everything. Sufan looked at Su Langtian. Su Langtian was behind what happened to my brother, he must be punished. Su Lailan laughed. Whether or not Su Langtian is the mastermind behind this is still not certain. Is it okay to give second grandpa some time? If Su Langtian is really the mastermind behind this, second grandpa will definitely punish him properly. Will it work? Sufan nodded. Yes, let me take Su Tianyu. This was his condition. He could spare Su Langtian this time, but his brother he would take away. When Sufan finished speaking, Yi Jing's face changed drastically. No way. Great elder, Su Tianyu cannot be taken away by Sufan. Yi Jing's sharp voice said. Su Tianyu was her means of restraining Sufan, and she could never leave the Su family. Especially since the strength Sufan was displaying at the moment frightened her. How could she dare to let Su Tianyu go? The corners of Sufan's mouth were hideous, and the killing intent in his eyes was like substance. You poisonous woman, what else do you want to keep my brother for? Isn't the torture my brother suffered in the Su family enough? Sufan's eyes scared Yi Jing, and she even started to sputter, her voice shrill and hysterical. No way. When I say no, I mean no. You father-born, fatherless bastard can't take Su Tianyu. These words completely enraged Sufan, and with surging killing intent a fist went towards Yi Jing's life gate. Poisonous woman. Die. The crowd of young Su family members were staring at each other with jaws agape. At this moment, deep suspicion actually arose. This was the Su family's acting senior chief? Yi Jing's shrewish behavior made Su Lailan shake his head, but he still took a step to block in front of Sufan. Bang! Sufan's entire body was shaken away, and his tiger's mouth shook with raw pain. While Su Lailan was unharmed. In a soft voice, he said, Sufan, you are also a child of our Su family, you must think about the greater good of the Su family. Luang Tianfei's natal palace, outstanding talent, is the future of the Su family. I hope you can understand second grandpa. Tianyu, stay in the Su family first. Following you is better than staying in the Su family. Don't worry, from today onwards Tianyu will never be bullied by anyone again. The peak of the 5th rank was slow to advance further. Su Lailan valued talent very highly. No one knew better than him what a good Fate Palace represented. With Su Langtian's 8th Order Phase Fate Palace, the highest he could reach was the 8th Order Gui Master. The Su family would definitely be able to go even more brilliantly in Su Langtian's hands. At the same time, he also felt somewhat sorry for Sufan. Just now, he had watched Sufan's performance all the way, it was simply not too perfect. Other people might be afraid that Sufan would make a move to kill someone. In Su Lailan's opinion, this kind of killing and decisive character was too suitable for the Su family's succession than Su Langtian, who was completely scared silly at the moment. Unfortunately, it's just that the talent is too low. Listening to Luangshan, it seems to be the 4th stage of the Night Destiny Palace? Even if it was 1 or 2 orders lower than Su Langtian, he would still consider it. But this was just too much lower. Especially, it was also rejected by the ancestral land. LOL. A mental sigh. Chapter 55 Kill. Again for the greater good. Sufan said in a cold voice, can one sentence of high talent negate those who have worked hard? Su Lailan narrowed his eyes and smiled, not answering. No sound is better than sound. The Su clan youngsters who were previously skeptical of Su Langtian were no longer bewildered. That's right, Su Langtian's talent is good. Sufan is just laying a good foundation before, in the future, he will only slowly be inferior to Su Langtian. The expressions of the crowd all fell in Sufan's eyes. Sufan snorted coldly. A bunch of eye candy things. At this moment, he even wanted to display his 12th stage Imperial Destiny Palace in front of Su Lailan and the Su clan's youngsters in front of him. Tell these guys who the real heavenly pride was. Su Langtian's talent was nothing compared to his own. However, Sufan didn't dare to gamble. Ever since his father and uncle disappeared from the Tianlan Peak battlefield, Su Lailan had completely secluded himself behind the scenes, allowing Jingyi and Su Nanchun to stir up the Su family into chaos. He simply couldn't tell whether Su Lailan was a foe or a friend. If Su Lailan and Yi Jing were secretly in cahoots, he would be completely lost in the Su family. Rubbing his somewhat sore fist, he smiled coldly. Still, that agreement from before, if I beat Su Langtian in the national grand exam, Su Langtian won't be worthy of the position of the Su family's heir. However, I'm adding a clause today. Saying that, Sufan looked straight at Su Lailan. If I win, I'm going to take my brother away. That's right, even if he won, Sufan did not intend to, or rather he never intended to return to the Su family. The performance of the Su family had completely disappointed him. Su Lailan's 5th-ranked Guile Master's strength was simply too strong, and it would be unrealistic to forcefully take his brother away today. Su Lailan's eyes narrowed as he laughed. Little fan, you are still young, you don't understand second grandpa's good intentions. However, can this condition? Second grandpa agreed. Sufan nodded his head and looked at Su Langtian. How is it? Second grandpa has agreed for you, do you dare? Let's go on the life and death stage, do you dare? The stage of life and death. The arena was in an uproar. The life and death stage, the trickster beasts and also the imperial trickster masters were responsible for their own lives and deaths. Often, the imperial guile masters on the life and death stage are having conflicts that cannot be regulated. To go up there is to be immortal. Sufan's gaze made Su Langtian tremble. Sufan had really killed people. But when Su Langtian saw the expression of his second grandfather, Su Lailan, he could only stiffly respond. May. Can. The national examination I will. Must kill you. Can't even speak well. Sufan hummed. Then he swept his eyes at the Su family's young people, his voice carrying endless killing intent. If my brother is harmed again, call me with the complaint. Kill. A single word kill carried endless killing intent, and the crowd of young people were shivering with fear. After today's incident, if they were given 10 more guts, they wouldn't dare any more. After saying that, Sufan didn't say anything else, rubbed Su Tianyu's head and blew on the deep wound on his forehead. Bandage it properly later, take a picture and send it to old brother, do you hear me? Aha aha. Su Tianyu nodded heavily. Then Sufan, sitting on Vajra's back, left the Su family. Su Lailan looked towards Sufan's lonely but domineering back, feeling more and more pity in his heart. Smiling, he looked at Su Langtian. Langtian, tell second grandpa honestly, what kind of talent does Sufan have? Yi Jing and also Su Nanchuan's faces changed drastically when they heard this. Sufan's marquee life palace must not let second brother know. Sufan's imperial destiny palace must never let Su Lailan know. Grandson didn't lie, it's a 4th-ranked knightly destiny palace. Su Langtian respectfully said. After Sufan's rounds of fright just now, he had grown a lot. And the matter of lying was something he was already good at. So it went straight to hand. Su Lailan smiled and stared at Su Langtian for a long time. Su Langtian still did not change his face. Ha ha ha, Langtian grandson is worthy of being my Su family's unicorn son. Good. 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 Su Lailan patted Su Langtian's shoulder and said 3 good words in a row. Su Nanchun, take Tianyu to have his wounds properly bandaged, before Tianyu's treatment recovers later. Seeing that Su Langtian was not exposed, Su Nanchun breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Su Tianyu away. The others leave, I have something to discuss with Su Langtian. This sentence somehow brought with it a coldness. The crowd shivered and obediently obeyed the order to leave. Grand Elder, Langtian, he. Yi Jing was a little afraid of what Su Lailan would do to Su Langtian. You leave as well. Su Lailan's tone grew colder and colder. Yi Jing obediently retreated, a grimace surfaced on his face after twisting, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes as he cursed in his heart, old undead, you wait for me. Everyone left. Su Lailan opened his mouth with a single sentence, directly causing Su Langtian to wince all over. Su Lailan turned his back to Su Langtian and looked at the wreckage of the building that had been violently destroyed by Su Fan in front of him. Do you know that there is an aura about you that I can't even cover up in my eyes? Tell me. When did you contract the Nightwalker? Click. Su Langtian's body went limp and fell directly to the ground. Second grandpa is joking, how would grandchildren dare? What? You don't dare to admit it now? Where's the guts you had when you took the clan order your mom gave you to force a contract? Su Lailan asked again. Do you know what it means to indenture the Night Wanderer in advance when you don't yet possess the status of an heir? Second grandpa I. Cold sweat dripped from Su Langtian's forehead. I'm afraid I can't beat Su Fan. Ow, you didn't see you could beat him even after you contracted the Night Wanderer? Being hung up and wantonly insulted by Su Fan in front of all the Su family members. The face of the indentured servant of one of the 10 grading marshals, the night traveling god, has been disgraced by you. Su Lailan turned his back to Su Langtian, no emotion could be heard in his tone. A strong sense of shame welled up from Su Langtian's heart, rising violently. That's because I'm hiding my strength. That's true for the trial match in the first middle school, and it's also true for being insulted by Sufan just now. If I were to summon the Night Wanderer, I can guarantee that Sufan would definitely be no match for me. That trickster beast of his was just acquired by pure luck. If I had exposed myself as a Night Wanderer, how could those honors have happened to Sufan? Su Langtian's fists were clenched tightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion, his eyes were red, anger and unwillingness burning in his eyes, as if he was an enraged beast ready to pounce and tear at any time. Good, remember your current state. Nationals, I hope you don't let me down. Otherwise. Su Langtian blinked, and Su Lailan's figure in front of him had long disappeared. Su Lailan's attitude caused Su Langtian's face to look a little angry. Mom was indeed right, none of the Su family members even consider themselves as their own, only the Yi family is his roots. Next, I want to cultivate. I'm going to kill Sufan at the national exam. With less than a month and a half to go before the start of the big national exams, time is running out. Saturday and Sunday passed quickly. At the door of the Awakening Class 1 classroom, class teacher Rin Dihai signaled the class to be quiet and not get too excited. Why were the students in Class 1 excited? It was because today was the day that the school rotated the Trial Tower Ranking Reward Polyglot Spirit Guide to Class 1 student Zhong Ming. Everyone wanted to witness what the Spirit Gathering Guide looked like. Chapter 56, Zhong Kui Morning Biao Promotion, Heaven and Earth Anomaly. Spirit Gathering Guide. It is the most coveted auxiliary type of artifact for the cultivation of an Imperial Guile Master. The amount of time that each Imperial Guile Master has to cultivate each day is limited due to their spiritual power. Especially for them, the newbie Imperial Tricksters, basically 4 hours was the limit. The rest of the time could only be spent learning theory or doing something else. This is for some students who want to advance quickly. It's just too long and there's nothing you can do about it. But the Gathering Spirit Guides changed everything. It allowed the Royal Guile Master to sense the auras in nature more keenly, achieving the effect of saving spiritual energy and increasing the time for daily cultivation. The Imperial Guile Master's cultivation was like dripping water through stone. A little bit more than others every day, that accumulated over a long period of time, one could leave behind their peers by several realms. The effective talent, cultivation efficiency varies from person to person, there is fast and slow, but with the Spirit Gathering Guide, even people with extremely low talent can lead others. This was also the reason why the children of large lineages were all stronger than their peers. This kind of cultivation artifact, as newly awakened newcomers, how could they not be curious? Although they couldn't use it and could only look at it. As a matter of fact, the first place Sufan and the second place Wei Sherman were both from the awakening class. But Ne Sufan was somehow placed last by the school. And Wei Sherman was on vacation again. Therefore, in the end, instead, the people in the second class were the first to open their eyes, and they walked dejectedly every day. It was as if they had used the Spirit Gathering Guide for Su Langtian for those 10 days. Zhuang Ming, as the fourth place winner of the trial competition, you have the right to use the Spirit Gathering Guide for 10 days, so be sure to cherish it. Ren Dihai handed over an exquisite long wooden box to Zhuang Ming with a serious face. Zhuang Ming opened it and let the brothers see it. The entire classroom was abuzz. Zhuang Ming didn't let everyone down and opened the wooden box on the podium. It was a long shape similar to a wrought emerald stone with intricate patterns carved into it. There was a base at the bottom. When the cultivator puts it down, it will automatically generate a spell formation to assist in cultivation. The functional device was a spirit stone set in the center groove. Wow, Zhuang Ming lent it to me for a day, he. A student who was on good terms with Zhuang Ming shouted. Ren Dihai glared and told the students to be quiet. Gathering spirit guides are not allowed in the outside world. While there is a locator spell formation on it, I hope that there will not be any incidents of lost guides in our class. It's good for everyone. Ren Dihai scanned the class, and several students' eyes fluttered, not daring to meet his gaze. Did not say anything. Being a teacher for a long time, he had seen all kinds of students. Zhuang Ming, you go down. The rest of the students don't need to be envious. The trial match is just the first test, the national exam in a month or so. If you're lucky enough to get into colleges and universities, you'll still have plenty of chances to go and get spirit gathering guides. Ren Dihai snorted coldly. Aside from Sufan in our first class, everyone else is a child from an ordinary family. Many of you don't like the examination system in Xia, and feel that it's unfair to decide a person's life by virtue of a single test. But let me tell you something very realistic, something like a spirit gathering guide that you find rare. Su Langtian and Manhwa, both of whom are in the second class, use it for 2 or 3 months a year or even the whole year. Have you guys ever thought that without the official national examination that was immediately arranged not long after the Unified Awakening, how would you be able to fight against these children of the world? Many people lowered their heads. The national exams are the only ones that are still fair. If you get good grades, it's something that can really change your family class. With the official support of the Summer Kingdom, good college cultivation resources may not be inferior to the great families. Therefore, within the last 50 days, I hope that everyone will put away their playfulness for a bit and work hard. The sweat you shed during these dozens of days will reflect the light of your own future. Cheer up, everyone. Do you hear me? Rendi Hai did the mobilization before the national exam. Many of the students in Class 1, this moment dawned on them. Their eyes were filled with longing for the future. I hear you. The big national exam. High school exam? Sufan below said softly, this set of the Xia kingdom of the royal Guile world is not that different from your own original world. And Rendi Hai was right, many children from poor families in the original world changed their lives just because of the college entrance exam. For example, Lei Zi from a certain east. In the world of Imperial Guile, where gatekeepers were much more serious, the official national exams organized by the Xia kingdom were really a chance for a lot of kids. A chance to leap the dragon gate with a carp. I'm going to shine on the national exam. Rendi Hai's words brought back Sufan's memories of his last life when he was in his senior year of high school sprinting for the college entrance exam, igniting his fighting spirit. Brother Fan, were you really that extravagant in the Su family before? The spirit gathering guides were available for a year. Zhang Xiaoquan came over to Sufan's table with an envious face. Sufan gave him a blank look. I wasn't even awakened at that time. What would I do with a spirit gathering guide? Oh wow. Also, Zhang Xiaoquan shrugged. Brother Fan, you really didn't get any benefits from being a second generation. Sufan was stunned. You little fatty, you've changed quite a bit. You all dare to taunt me. Sufan. Zhang Xiaoquan. Get the hell out of the back and stand there. Roger. Roger. The bright moon was floating in the sky, and the entire first school was dark. The rules of the first middle school are strict. Both ordinary people and the children of the world's families must be accommodated in the school, unified management. At this moment, the entire dormitory building was silent. On the rooftop of the dormitory building, Sufan sat on the water storage tank and cultivated. He liked to be alone. Quiet. The scarlet aura was constantly being refined and then ironed onto the mortal destiny palace. Little by little, time passed. A pinprick of tingling feedback hit. It's at the limit again. Sufan reluctantly withdrew from the cultivation. The progress of the second order mortal destiny palace had only reached a little bit. I really hope, when Ziyong can quickly gather spirit guides for himself so that his cultivation speed can also be accelerated quite a bit. Sufan sat weakly on the water storage tank. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to move a bit. And just at this moment, in the sky above, countless purple clouds suddenly gathered as if they were all being pulled, and soon, the clouds tumbled, and a low thunderous sound faintly echoed. However, other than this dormitory building that Sufan was in, the other places were bright moon floating in the sky. Not only that, a purple divine thunder that contained the energy of heaven and earth rumbled and exploded. As this divine thunderbolt appeared, followed by the second, the third. Rumble, rumble. Destructive potential energy. Looking at a heavenly thunderbolt above that was ready to strike at him, Sufan was startled. Then he realized. Morning Biao, you've advanced? Roar. Inside the hall of the underworld emperor, Death Puma, who was a circle larger than before, rushed out. The tiger's eyes glared deathly at the sky dome with provocation. Holy! How come your promotion is such a big bout? This is to split us to death. At this time, Sufan's sweaty hairs as well as his hair stood up all over his body. His heart pounded. Looked up. Pupils instantly dilated. Boom! An incomparably thick purple thunder, wrapped in a heaven-destroying potential energy, was splitting straight towards him. Holy! I'm going to be split. The black jade seal around his neck trembled slightly. Pang! Loud noise. Heaven and earth seemed to stand still at this moment, and time froze. The purple light reflected on Sufan's face, reflecting his slightly dull expression. Above, the black jade seal hovered, helping Sufan block the heavenly thunder. The clouds gradually dissipated. All is calm again. Sufan, hair one by one with antennae-like, legs a little soft, in the funeral puma's support, trembling walked down the water tank. Then returned to the dormitory. However, the impact caused by the heaven and earth vision of Morning Biao's promotion had only just begun. Chapter 57, My son, Su Langtian, is a supreme heavenly pride. Lanchang First Middle School. It triggered a vision of heaven and earth, suspected to be caused by one of the students. The entire Lan city shook. The world. There were some tricky beasts that would attract heaven and earth visions when they broke through or learned certain powerful battle techniques. This kind, which was generally very rare, would only appear when some high realm guile beasts broke through. But now, Lancelot I has appeared. At this moment, the gazes of everyone in the entire Orchid City, especially the elders of those worldly families, all gathered in the sky above Orchid City No. 1 Middle School. Inside the Su family garden. Su Nanchuan room. Yi Jing, who was lying in Su Nanchuan's arms, was first stunned and finally remembered something. She excitedly got up. I remember that Luanger's Night Wanderer is to be promoted in these days. Then, Yi Jing couldn't care less about getting dressed and looked excited. Picking up the phone, she called. At this moment, everyone in Lanchang was speculating about who had caused the heaven and earth anomaly. Orchid City First High School, in a certain dormitory. Su Langtian's face was ecstatic as he felt the heaven and earth visions in the outside world. His night-traveling god had just broken through. It had broken through from the first-order juvenile body realm to the second-order growing body realm. It was just that the time was slightly a few minutes earlier, and this heaven and earth vision had just begun. At first, he wasn't quite sure if this heaven and earth anomaly was caused by himself. A moment later, laughing. In the entire Orchid City other than his night wanderer, who else can attract this kind of heaven and earth greatness? It seems that his own contracted night wanderer is highly talented. For the national exam, I, Su Langtian, will shine. The phone rang and Su Langtian answered it. Wanger, that vision. Before Yi Jing's voice on the other end of the phone could finish, Su Langtian answered. Mom, it's me, my night wanderer just broke through. His voice was loud and not hidden in the slightest, and the other 5 housemates were instantly shocked. Luang Tian, you triggered that heaven and earth anomaly? Holy demon! Can you summon the trickster beast to come out and take a look? What are you talking about? The old man of the hostel will get a lecture if he finds out. Hey, what are you afraid of? Su Langtian is now a supreme talent. The housemates bragging instantly wrapped Su Langtian up, and Su Langtian was smug. The present day summoned his Sagittarius palace to show his housemates his nightly wanderings. Nowadays, the second grandfather, Su Lailan, already knew about his contracted night wanderer. He no longer had to hide it. When the giant bird that was similar to Wei Shimon's trial tower trickster, but with a pitch-black body, appeared, the entire dormitory let out a gasp. Holy, Van, you went out to get your hair done? It's like a sea urchin. Go go go. Sufan's gaze glared slyly at Zhang Xiaofan. I realized that since last week, you've become a bit arrogant and started taunting me. What's going on? Sufan's gaze caused the latter to tremble, revealing his large teeth and grinning. He, it's not getting better with Brother Fan. Ha? Sufan was silent, just staring. Sufan, Zheng Xiaoquan, you two stop fooling around for now, quickly look in the class group. The cause of the heaven and earth anomaly just now has been found. It's Su Langtian's initial trickster beast, the night wanderer, that has broken through. The voice of his roommate interrupted the two. Sufan took out his cell phone and saw the picture of the second class forwarded in the class group. On the picture, a mighty, huge black bird with pitch-black underworld chi wrapped around its body stood in front of Su Langtian. The entire dormitory looked very crowded. Upon seeing this photo, Sufan's hand holding his cell phone turned white. Su Langtian, you actually secretly contracted the night wanderer. Su Lailan. I was fortunate that I didn't reveal my talent yesterday. Sufan was furious. Are you alright, Brother Fan? It's just a trickster beast with a commanding fate talent, he definitely can't beat you, Brother Fan. Zhang Xiaoquan sensed Sufan's emotions and comforted him. Sufan shook his head. He didn't care about the night wandering god, what he cared about was the meaning contained behind the night wandering god. Su Langtian did not have the identity of the Su family heir, yet he obtained the night traveling god, and now he dared to issue it with great fanfare. It was absolutely impossible for Yi Jing alone to allow it. The other clan elders of the Su family definitely agreed as well. At this moment, he was completely chilled to the Su family. Ever since his father and uncle disappeared, he and his younger brother Su Tianyu had been targeted and suppressed by Yi Jing since the beginning. At first, he was suffering in silence because the Su family was the place where he grew up and was his home. However, since he had been rejected by his ancestral land by Jing Ye's design, these Su family members had done a series of things. Had made his heart completely cold. First, he had ignored Yi Jing's bullying of himself and his brother, and then he had allowed Yi Jing to privately call upon the family's resources to give Su Langtian cultivation. To this day, even the night wanderer that only the next prospective family head was worthy of contracting was given to Su Langtian. Thinking about this, Sufan smiled. It's just, anyway, one is no longer a member of the Su family, so what's the point of thinking so much? After the national exams, take my brother and leave Lanshan completely, never coming back, never socializing with the Su family again. Zhang Xiaoquan nodded, Brother Fan, with your talent in first order battle. Strength, the Su family losing you is definitely a regret for them. When the time comes, you'll establish a Su family that's even more powerful than the Lan City Su family, and then this group of people won't be allowed to join even if they want to, gasp and blow them up. During the time Zhang Xiaochuan's mouth scooped, Sufan didn't hear much, but the words that followed made him laugh. That's right, where there is him, there is the Su family. He, Sufan, is the Su family proper. He, Sufan, is the Su family heir hand-picked by the previous Su family head, his own grandfather, and the previous family head, his own father. Cultivate. Inside the Su family. Yi Jing hung up the phone, her entire body trembling with excitement. It's Luang Tian triggered it. My son, Su Langtian, is a supreme talent. Her voice grew louder and louder, and on the side, Su Nanchen shuddered tremendously. It's really Luangshan, that night wanderer god he contracted with should be extremely gifted amongst the night wanderer god clan as well. It might be able to break through the racial talent limit. As Su Nanchun pondered, Yi Jing began to put on her clothes. She couldn't wait to tell all the clansmen about this news. Moreover, she was going to take this opportunity to tell the clansmen about Su Langtian's contract with the Night Wanderer. Not a moment later, the entire Su family shook. Second elder Su Lailan would also have numerous clan elders and Su family members coming to Yi Jing's front, asking again and again. Until Su Lailan once again called Su Langtian and determined that Su Langtian's night traveler had indeed just advanced. Now, the entire Su family raised their clan in jubilation. There were even some clan elders who were dedicated to the Su clan and were dedicated to the Su clan who knelt in front of Yi Jing and bowed respectfully. Excitedly, he said, "Ever since family head Su Cheng disappeared to Tianlan Peak, our Su family has become weaker and weaker, and many families have hit on the Su family's assets. But today is different. With the deterrent of the Luang Tian talent, it's time for those guys to be honest. Thank the heavens for favoring our Su family, thank the heavens for favoring the family head, and thank the heavens for favoring Su Langtian." Countless Su family members followed and cheered. Yi Jing was clustered in the center, her face red and glowing. The wretchedness and gloom from yesterday when she was threatened by Su Fan had long been swept away. In its place was a smile of confidence and calmness. Everything was because of her son, who was the supreme heavenly pride. At this moment, the entire Su family was boiling. Everyone knew that Su Langtian's early contract with the Night Wanderer was inconsistent with the clan rules. However, everything became unimportant after Su Langtian's Night Wanderer advancement caused a heaven and earth vision. They completely recognized Su Langtian and Yi Jing. The rest of the forces in Lan City, on the other hand, had rather ugly faces. Chapter 58, The Su Family Boils. Guard Department. Peng Guiyong's face was quite shocked as he looked at the heaven and earth anomaly in Lanchang No. 1 Middle School. An absolute heavenly pride has come out. Our Lanchang is also getting stronger. When this little fellow becomes a giant on one side in the future, just a casual remark will be enough to send our Orchid City soaring into the sky. At this time the phone rang. Peng Guiyong connected. On the side of Yi Lin light suspicion, I also do not know which student. The kid in the senior year of the first middle school is only a few years younger than you. Why are you heartbroken? I'll have to snitch on brother Zhang Xiaofan if you're like this. Ma Fu snickered. Yi Lin blushed and was about to refute it when Peng Guiyong, who had finished answering the phone, spoke up. It might not be possible to do what Yi Lin wants. The person who triggered the heaven and earth anomaly has been found. Peng Guiyong looked at Yi Lin. It's your nephew, Su Langtian. Within Lan City, countless phones rang at night, and every family in Lan City received the news that Su Langtian's trickster beast, the Night Wanderer, had triggered a heaven and earth vision. Lan City was not big in the first place, and the rivalry between Su Langtian and Su Fan was even more well known. Now, under the rumble of heavenly thunder. Not a moment later, there was news of a demonic genius, Su Langtian, from the Su family. The entire Lan City knew about it. Even some ordinary people had heard a little about it. In the Meng family of Lan City, an old man looked at the message in his hand with a rather ugly face. What a Su family, Su Langtian, actually attracting heaven and earth anomalies. Someone summoned the masters of the Hua, He, Zhuang, and Yi families to come and have a talk. No, the Yi family should not be invited. Family head, it's a big night. The subordinate was a bit torn. Don't worry, feel free to inform, they definitely won't be able to sleep now. The old man looked at the purple clouds that were gradually dissipating in the sky. Su Langtian, who had previously been publicized as the light of Orchid City, was quite talented. However, being able to attract heaven and earth visions was not an evaluation of high talent. It was pure evil. Alas. The old man sighed. The siege plan against the Su family seems to be on hold. Present-day Lan City is a person who is not a little cute. All know that the Su family is going to rise. This rise is not to restore the glory of the previous time when Su Cheng was there, not in Lan City, but in the entire Xia country. Even the entire human race had. The old man muttered, truly, a demon that can trigger a heaven and earth vision is too strong. The Su family's revelry continued. The entire Su family estate was lit up, and both the Su family and the employees working in the estate were boiling. The Su family's second grandfather, the Su family's real spokesman, Su Lailan, even directly ordered. The daily expenses of all Su family members and workers were raised by 10%. Not only that, the Su family's acting great head, Jing Yi, also proposed to directly appoint Su Langtian as the Su family's heir. Regardless of the outcome of the battle with Su Fan at the national exam. Su Lailan hesitated for a moment and nodded his head in response. Now, the entire Su family was boiling. One must know that previously, although Su Langtian said that he was the heir, he hadn't actually been truly recognized by the Su family elders. Su Lailan's recognition meant that Su Langtian was the true number 2 of the Su family, and in the future, he was going to become the head of the Su family. Although it is too early to decide, may let Su Langtian share away part of Su Lailan's authority, slowly shaking Su Lailan's foundation. However, Su Lailan doesn't mind, so what are they worried about? Furthermore, as for the clan rules, Su Langtian had yet to formally defeat the previous successor, Su Fan. So what? Compared to Su Langtian, who triggered the heaven and earth anomaly, Sufan was nothing. In the future, Su Langtian was going to lead all of their Su family to break out of Lan City. In the crowd, Yi Tsongfeng looked at the Su family members who were caught up in the revelry and frowned. Trouble. Yi Tsongfeng felt that it was estimated that apart from that Su fan, it seemed as if he was the one who didn't want to see Su Langtian being powerful the most. As the Yi family heir, he wanted a Su Langtian who was in control, not a Su Langtian with a demonic talent. In that case, Su Langtian would likely threaten his position as heir. Who knew if the Yi family would have any other ideas after knowing that Su Langtian had triggered the heaven and earth vision? A few moments later, Yi Tsongfeng let out a cold smile. Su Langtian, from now on, you are my Yi Tsongfeng's enemy. I was thinking of killing Su Fan directly for you in the past few days, but it looks like I'll have to drag it out later. Compared to Su Fan, you, the demon who triggered the heaven and earth anomaly, is more worthy of my attention. After saying that, he left and no longer participated in the Su family's revelry. The palace of the Underworld Emperor. After the round of cultivation, Su Fan didn't exit the Underworld Emperor Hall but waited with bated breath. After waiting for half a day, that desired light mass did not appear either. It looks like I got greedy. Combined with the previous times he had gotten the light cluster, Su Fan probably understood the mechanism of the light cluster. The reward mechanism would be triggered by the ascension of the Fate Palace or the advancement of the Trickster Beast. But only once. The ascension of the Mortal Fate Palace and the Imperial Fate Palace will only be triggered once, as will the advancement of Vidra and Zhong Kui Funeral Puma. Looking at the Morning Biao, which had grown a circle larger and more imposing than before, and was at least twice as strong as before, Su Fan was ecstatic. He now felt that if he let Morning Biao fight with the suture monster that he had encountered before, there would be no pressure. Fighting across the ranks was simply like a routine for Funeral Puma. When my brother Piao was at the first rank, he had fought a 5th rank Misty Fiend Underworld Demon. Seems to think of something. Su Fan's brows furrowed. How come that 5th order Misty Fiend Underworld Demon hadn't been found yet? Moreover, combined with this period of experience, he had a very bad guess inside. That bastard Zhang Xiaoquan. Something's wrong. The next day, Su Fan came to the classroom and realized that the eyes of all the people in the Awakening Class 1 classroom were looking at him with some changes. What's wrong with you, Grips? Su Fan laughed and scolded. Most of the students in the first class of Awakening were from civilian families, and their relationship with Su Fan was gradually turning back after the trial match. Zhang Xiaoquan walked up to Su Fan and said softly, Brother Fan, didn't Su Langtian trigger a heaven and earth vision last night? The entire Su family is boiling over, and I heard that he has already been formally named as the heir of the Su family. Crossing over to duel with you. Zhang Xiaoquan and the members of Awakening Class 1 nervously looked at Su Fan, fearing that Su Fan would act on impulse and do something out of character. After hearing Zhang Xiaoquan's words, Su Fan was first a little angry at the decision made by Su Lailan. But then, remembering last night, he released a smile, patting Zhang Xiaoquan on the shoulder. Don't worry, I still have this bit of stamina. In the national exam in a month or so, you guys will watch how I abuse him. Su Fan coldly snorted in his heart. Su Langtian triggered a heaven and earth anomaly? A bunch of little cuties from the Su family. It's not clear who triggered the heaven and earth anomaly until now. Even Su Lailan was old and confused. When the national exams are over, he himself will personally destroy their guy who is now giving much hope. Su Fan, come out for a moment. The little old man Ren Dihai stood in the corridor and shouted, there's something to discuss with you. After saying that, he left. Don't look at the little old man. Usually to the class president is not cold-eyed too, engage in targeting, in fact, more than anyone else care. Yeah, I guess yesterday's heaven and earth vision of Su Langtian made the little old man anxious as well. After all, the national examination is just around the corner. A class of students began to talk to each other. Go, I haven't even left my person yet. Crickets in front of this me? Su Fan blankly glanced at the Awakening Class 1 students and walked out. The national exam, will the class president be able to do it? I don't know, Su Langtian's creepy beast is too unbelievable, the Su family heritage beast. That pair of mother and son from the Su family just took advantage of class president's father's disappearance at Tianlan Peak to frantically suppress class president, or else with class president's talent, that heaven and earth anomaly would have been triggered by class president. Well, Su Fan really left. This time the Awakening Class 1 students completely let go. Chattering away, the words were less confident in Su Fan. It couldn't be helped, it was really Su Langtian's trickster beast that was too heaven-defying. At this time, Zhang Xiaoquan smiled with a cold and ghostly expression that had never appeared before. I have personally experienced the strength of that trickster beast Su Fan, so you guys can rest assured. It's bound to win. Chapter 59, Do you know about dragons? The hallway. Little old. Old Ben, you train, I'll listen. Go, no time to train, you big prick. Go, take me to your secret base. Secret base? Su Fan froze. Ren Dihai gave Su Fan a blank look. It's the place where you don't go to class every day, or you cat. Hey, just the roof of the building. Come to the roof. Not bad, indeed a good place to practice. You kid is quite good at enjoying yourself, much more dashing than we were back then. Sufan rubbed his head and laughed. He was a little confused as to why Rendihai was looking for him. To comfort himself? Or in combination with this time, it seems to have something to say to himself, and it shouldn't be just to chat either. Rendihai's gaze sized up Sufan's body for a while. He patted Sufan's shoulder. Su Langtian's contracted night wanderer has triggered a heaven and earth anomaly. Is the pressure too much? Sufan shrugged his shoulders. It was okay, even wanted to laugh. Could one not want to laugh? The others had misidentified the person who had triggered the heaven and earth phenomenon. What is the situation with this Su Langtian? Doesn't he know how much he weighs? Rendihai was stunned and thought that Sufan was holding on strongly. He said in the classroom that day on Monday that the national exam was an opportunity, and it was for ordinary children. In fact, there was still some difference for Sufan. With Sufan's talent and background, he was destined to go and compete with the children of those families. His path was much tougher than that of an ordinary child. Kicked out of the Su family, he had to rely on himself for everything. For example, this time, Su Langtian's trickster beast, it was clear that Sufan's talent was better than Su Langtian's, but because Su Langtian stood behind the Su family, he contracted a trickster beast that could trigger the heaven and earth. Now Sufan was at a disadvantage again. It made him worry, and he no longer hesitated, which led him directly to Sufan. Rendihai looked at Sufan. You answer me a question first, are you at the second stage? Still short of a suitable trickster beast? I lost it, old class, how do you know? Sufan was shocked. He cultivated the hidden dragon reverse fortune heavenly deity skill. The talent and realm should have been hidden. How did this little old man know? Besides, he was more than just one proper trickster beast short, he was too short alright. There was an empty palace in both the Mortal Destiny Palace and the Imperial Destiny Palace yet. Rendihai twisted his body to look at the scenery downstairs and angled his head. I'm your introductory teacher on the path of the Imperial Guilemaster. There's a lot you don't know. Well, old class is awesome. Sufan gave a perfunctory cry. It was still quite easy for him to get along with Rendihai. This little old man, who didn't have so much heart, was bent on thinking about his students. Not only for himself, but he was quite attentive to the other students in the first class of awakening. Therefore, Sufan was still quite fond of it. Compared to this, the teacher of the second class, Ma Chengkai. Aha! Don't look down on Sensei. Sensei was a member of the Demon Suppression Division before. Alas, forget it. Rendihai saw the taunt in Sufan's eyes and waved his hand with a sigh. A good man doesn't mention his courage back then. Deflated, besides, you boys can't touch that class. Sufan gave a blank look. It's not just the Jin Demon Division, he was invited on the day of the awakening, but he didn't even bother to go. He doesn't want to pretend to be a bully. You're still fooling around, little old man. At this time, Rendihai suddenly turned his head, stared straight into Sufan's eyes, and said something that made Sufan's heart jump wildly. Rendihai's tone was ghostly. Do you know about dragons? Outside the first high school campus, the sojourn has been decorated with lights. Su Langtian had specially rushed back from school to attend the banquet Jingyi had organized for him. And, almost all the dignified people in Lanchang were invited. To congratulate Jingyi, the Su family, and Su Langtian. Especially at the banquet, the younger generation of the Su family was now even more arrogant. Directly claiming themselves as the Su family being the number one in Lan City, the juniors from other families were obediently holding up. There is no way. Who let others produce a supreme demon, Su Langtian, who was as good as the sun? Even the chief of the security department, who represented the official Xia state in Lanchang, was in attendance. It could be said to have given the Su family enough face. Compared to the bustle outside the manor, the Su family's waiting room was quite a bit cooler. Su Lailan, the actual head of the Su family, was sitting on the eunuch's chair in a clean and sharp practicing outfit, his eyes closed as he pretended to sleep. His hand gently tapped the chair handle, waiting for something. At that moment, Su Nanchun walked in. Second brother, the actual power holders of the Meng, Hua, He, and Zhuang families are here and are waiting outside. Su Lailan faintly said. Nanchun, go tell them that I'm on my lunch break and can't receive guests for the time being, I'll see them in half an hour. Su Nanchun hesitated for a moment and walked out. After Su Nanchun left, Su Lailan's eyes slowly opened, flashing with a hint of confidence. My Su family's unicorn son, Su Langtian, has come out. It's time to let this group of wolves know who is the strongest lineage of the Lanqing people. After saying that, his eyes slowly closed again. Luang Tian's nature is not too good, too cowardly when confronting Sufan, but it doesn't matter, it can be sharpened in the future. Outside the big, luxurious iron gates of the Sojourner's Garden, Su Nanchun nodded to the three old men and a middle-aged man in front of him, Elder Meng, Elder Hua, Elder He, and Master Zhuang. I'm really sorry, but my second brother is taking a lunch break. He can't be woken up during his lunch break, but the four of you can wait for half an hour, and then second brother will wake up. Meng Huairo, the head of the Meng family, said in a cold voice, You mean, you want the few of us to wait for half an hour in front of the Su family? Su Nanchun nodded. Of course, you guys can leave on your own. After saying that, he turned around and left. There was absolutely no need for him to fear these guys now. Ever since the previous head of the family, Su Chang, answered the official call of the Summer Kingdom and disappeared with his brother to Tianlan Peak, the Su family's strength had fallen to pieces. Although it was currently not as powerful as these families, both all Su family members and Su Nanchun were convinced. Under the leadership of Su Langtian, the Su family would be an existence that these few families would not dare to look up to. Of course, Su Nanchun was also convinced that these few old guys could figure this out as well. Definitely won't leave. Su Nanchun sighed in his heart. Everything was a change brought about by Luang Shana. At that time, Wang Tian even called himself a father. He himself was considered to have a good son. As Su Nanchun left, the faces of Meng Huairou and the others at the entrance of the Su family home were as ugly as walking down the road and being hit by a pile of. Meng Huairou said in a cold voice. Su Lailan is really big now. The head of the Zhuang family, Zhuang Linchuan, spoke. Now that the Su family has produced a Su Langtian who has attracted heaven and earth anomalies, naturally they don't need to put us small players in their eyes. Worthy of being one of the top 10 in marshals, the trickster beast. On the side, the Hua family's power holder, Hua Yuni, stroked his beard and laughed. It's true that one man can win. The entire Su family is considered to have ascended to heaven because of the Su Langtian. The Su Lailan took advantage of the situation to set up our frame. It's really arrogant. Hiruogo, the head of the He family, snorted coldly. What makes you guys think that the mobilizer of the heaven and earth anomaly is this Su Langtian? At that time, there were so many children in Lanchang No. 1 middle school, how could it not be someone else? That Sufan who was kicked out of the Su family, his talent can be just as high, and he was the first one to pass the 18 floors of the trial tower in our Orchid City. How come it won't be him? Chapter 60 Ren Dihai's Secret, a Scaly Dragon. After saying that, the four of them were silent for a moment. Hua Yuni, the leader of the Hua family, shook his head. I don't think it's likely. No matter how confused the Su family is, this matter shouldn't be wrong. Zhuang family head Zhuang Linchuan also nodded. I also think it's unlikely. Sufan doesn't have the resources to cultivate. How could his trickster beast advance in just over a month, and coincidentally advance alongside Su Langtian's Night Wanderer? No way, such a coincidence. After Zhuang Linchuan finished speaking, he looked at the expression of Hiruogo, the head of the Yi family, who was still a little less convinced. At that moment, Meng Huairou, the Meng family's power holder, snorted coldly. I can be sure that Sufan is not. Sufan's rogue beast. My family Menghui said that it is just a vine gnarled bearded turtle that luckily produced a mutation. Mutated trickster beasts, as we all know very well, are very strong in the realm without battle techniques, but not so strong that they can trigger heaven and earth anomalies. Meng Huairou almost gritted her teeth and finished her words word by word. Her tone was filled with undisguised disgust and hostility towards Sufan. The remaining three also sensed it and glanced at each other, tacitly choosing to remain silent. They were all clear about the cause. Sufan instructed the trickster beast to devour Meng Huairou's grandson, Meng Hui's initial trickster beast Inner Dan. This enmity was too deep. Meng Hui's foundation was considered to be given back by Sufan, and the future was completely hopeless. Hiruogo, if that's the case, then Sufan is indeed unlikely. Alright, the person who triggered the heaven and earth anomaly is Su Langtian. This is undoubtedly true. Don't forget the main thing we came for today. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit heavy and the topic was a bit skewed, Hua Yuni, the Hua family's head of power, hurriedly pulled the topic back. He looked towards the crowd with a very solemn expression. Previously, several of our families were still hesitant to join forces due to various interest calculations, but now it seems that when we meet with Su Lailan later, it will not work if we do not join forces. Moreover, we all know one thing, the official activated the tongue-plucking grand formation on the day of awakening. The officials are hiding the talent for Su Langtian, so it is evident that Su Langtian's talent is terrifying. After Hua Yuni finished speaking, Meng Huairou, Zhuang Linchuan, and Hiruoba glanced at each other. Nodded their heads. Obviously, Su Langtian's talent and Su Lailan's attitude towards them. It forced them to join forces. To face the meeting with Surailan in half an hour. Do you know about dragons? Would you believe me when I say I contracted a dragon? Ren Dihai said quietly. Sufan's heart beat wildly, as a pure bloodline Yan Huang descendant. Can not know the dragon. Ren Dihai stood on the roof of the first middle school building, overlooking part of the scenery of the first middle school and even Lanchang. His robes were blown by the wind. This moment. Ren Dihai, who was hunched over and didn't have a few hairs on top of his head, was inexplicably filled with aura in Sufan's eyes. Sufan's pupils trembled. Little old man. You're not bragging. Old man, let this student of mine meet you. A flash of light blue color erupted from Ren Dihai's hand. Looking at the 8 layers of the Fate Palace in Ren Dihai's hand, Sufan was astonished. 8th rank Guile Master. He didn't expect the little old man who was usually hunched over, with few hairs on top of his head and dirt buried up to his neck. Surprisingly, he was an 8th order Guile Master. The strongest in Lanchang today was only at the 5th rank, right? When he saw that Ren Dihai was summoning the trickster beast, Sufan was even more shocked. No way, little old man, you're for real. You really contracted a dragon? Although his mouth was disbelieving, Sufan was already vaguely looking forward to it inwardly. That was a dragon. Even if this world was unscientific, the dragon was to Sufan, a Chinese. That was deeply rooted in the soul. Humph. The summoning array appeared. Ren Dihai hummed condescendingly, ready to enjoy the compliments of his students. A gust of wind blew by. The few remaining hairs on Ren Dihai's head fluttered. Nothing happened. The light blue summoning array was empty. Sufan. A few crows flew by. Still nothing came out. Sufan's mouth twitched. Teacher. How about? Let the student go and take a look next time there's a chance. Sufan was a little disappointed, but it was also true that even if there really was a dragon, it was a lofty existence. How could it be contracted by a little old man? Next time teacher will talk to you. Ren Dihai walked on. Only the waist was hunched over even more, and it was inexplicably sour to see Sufan. Shook his head. Prepare to cultivate. Just as he was preparing to enter the underworld Emperor Hall and cultivate, the little old man Ren Dihai grinned a leaky tooth and ran up again with a loud laugh. Well, my old buddy says it's ready. Teacher you. Sufan's words were not yet finished. Eyes. A voice that sounded like a bull roaring came out first from the summoning formation in front of Ren Dihai. After hearing this voice filled with a sense of majesty, Sufan was shocked. It's true. Little old man, you really contracted a dragon. Ren Dihai raised his head high and proud. Was there anything more pleasing than having your favorite student praise you? Sufan was so shocked that his address changed accidentally, and Ren Dihai was too happy to notice. In Sufan's shock, a head that was particularly similar to the description of the Xia Kingdom's totem, a huge creature unfolded in its entirety. It was a majestic four-clawed dragon. The huge mountain-like body stretched for dozens of feet, constantly sinking and floating, covered in dragon scales with an ethereal blue luster. The dragon's head was huge, and its eyes were like burning lava, radiating a heart-stopping majesty. At the same time it was written with vicissitudes. Shock was written all over Sufan's pupils, then he was stunned. A dragon, indeed, but... There was a pause. Sufan pointed to the bare patch on the huge dragon head. Little old man, on this dragon's head, why is it bald like you? Ren Dihai and Sufan were in mid-air in front of them. The only thing out of place. It's the dragon, the part above the dragon's head, it's bare, like a person's bald. It's really no wonder that Sufan couldn't help but. This dragon is like a grandpa of age. It's hard to imagine that majesty and dominance can be combined with baldness. It instantly pulls down the class a lot. You kid, you're really as big a prick as Oldrin said. A majestic voice came from the dragon's mouth. It was obviously dissatisfied with Sufan's words just now. Sufan trembled and trembled as he pointed at the bald old dragon. You can talk. Your grandpa dragon, I've lived for thousands of years. Can't I learn a simple human language? The bald old dragon spewed out a stream of hot dragon breath from its dragon nose, draping Sufan's entire body into it. Whether it was a human or a trickster beast, could one be happy being said to be bald? The white mist steam was so hot that it scalded Sufan's teeth and danced in place. Longua, I was wrong. Old buddy, Sufan. You two stop it. Sufan, I didn't summon my old buddy out to fool around on you either. Ren Dihai looked at Sufan with a solemn tone. I am trying to get you to similarly go and contract a dragon just like me. A spirit dragon with a higher talent than Su Langtian's Night Wanderer talent, a sixth-order inquisitive fate. Chapter 61, Incident of the Falling Dragon. Sufan, do you still remember that I didn't deal with the second-class teacher Ma Chunkai before? That old den even taunted me, but he apologized in the end. He's still a man of his word, better than those with wilting hearts. Sufan replied. Ma Chunkai had apologized to him, and there was no longer any grudge between him and Ma Chunkai. Chunkai wasn't actually like that before, because of one incident, that's why he became like that. Have you ever heard of the falling dragon incident in Joko Town 30 years ago? You younger ones have heard less. Heard of it. I heard Grandpa talk about it, but in the end, didn't the official say it was a rumor? Ren Dihai was stunned and laughed. I almost forgot your identity. Your grandfather was a highly respected figure at that time, or your grandfather sent us over. That incident wasn't actually a rumor. Okay. Sufan's expression was first shocked, then it also quickly flattened out when he saw the bald old dragon glaring at him in front of him. It was because of the falling dragon incident 30 years ago that Ma Chunkai and I had a falling out. I remember that when Joko Town was raining heavily for several days, there was a rumor that a living dragon had been found in the reed field. It was a big deal, and many ordinary people and royalists heard about it and went to see the real dragon. In the end, I don't know whether it was a natural or man-made disaster, but quite a few people disappeared, even quite a few of the official royal guile masters. The matter got bigger and bigger, and I, Ma Changkai, and the remaining 3 members of the 73 Squad, which is affiliated with the 3rd Legion of the Demon Suppression Division, were instructed by our superiors to go and find out about this matter. Rendihai touched the bald old dragon's carcass and spoke to Sufan slowly. A gust of wind blew, and Rendihai, as well as the few remaining hairs on top of the bald old dragon's head, fluttered slightly at the same time. Sufan shuddered. The bald old dragon's huge dragon head was stuck in front of Sufan's face, glaring in death. Sufan had a serious face and shrugged his shoulders. Teacher, you continue, what's next? Rendihai nodded and continued. It was only after arriving at Joko that I realized that the reed field had been transformed into a secret realm independent of the real world. Secret realm. That's right, it's the secret realm that can only be generated by an 8th order trickster king realm trickster beast. Sufan was startled and looked towards the bald old dragon that was plastered against his face. Kid, you're not stupid. Your grandpa dragon I was a genuine Guile King realm Guile beast before. The bald old dragon circled majestically in the air with a self-satisfaction in his voice. Before? Sufan found the key point from it. Now, the self-satisfaction on the bald old dragon's face instantly disappeared and became despondent and pale. This kid's mouth really owes. Ignoring Sufan and his old buddies bickering, Rendihai continued. I, Ma Changkai, and the remaining 3 comrades were so bold in their art that they directly rushed in, and in the end, we really ran into the dragon that people were talking about, a 4-clawed scaly dragon that was dying in the Guile King realm. A Guile King realm Guile beast's entire body is a treasure, let alone a dragon. So then, a few of us wanted to take advantage of that dragon's serious injuries. Kill the dragon to get the treasure? Sufan added. Yeah. Rendihai sighed quietly. Yeah, we got greedy, but we were wrong, all of us. That dragon isn't an ordinary Guile King realm at all. It was severely injured by lightning punishment because it was a failure of the Guile King realm to impact the Guile Emperor realm. Impacting the Guile Emperor realm. Sufan was shocked. Holy, were you that hung up before, Brother Long? The bald old dragon's dragon head was about to raise slightly in triumph. Who knew Sufan's next sentence came out? In other words, that piece on your head was struck by lightning? The scene is briefly silent. Rendezvous. Bald old dragon. Ah. Little prick. You've angered Grandpa Dragon me. The bald old dragon lunged towards Sufan with open teeth and claws. Forget it, old buddy, forget it, don't bother with the kid. Rendihai blocked in front of Sufan. It was only after a while that it was quiet. The dragon that had impacted the Guile Emperor realm, even if it was seriously injured, it was not something we could cope with. Within a few rounds, all of us had our Guile beasts knocked back to the Fate Palace, and our individuals were deeply and seriously injured. Among them, Ma Changkai was the most seriously injured and directly fell into a coma. Falling into reminiscence, Rendihai was shocked in his eyes. Just when we thought we were going to fall here. That severely injured Augur dragon, however, changed, seemingly due to the battle with us, which intensified its injuries. At that time, that Augur dragon began to tremble violently, its massive body rippling through the air as if space was being torn apart. Immediately after that, cold sweat oozed from Rendihai's several wrinkled forehead as he gasped for air. Immediately after what? Sufan asked. Rendihai's back was turned to him, and he wasn't able to see Rendihai's state. Still spitting in his mind, this little old man, what kind of air change at a critical time, on purpose? Silence for a moment. Immediately after that, all died. Only Ma Chang and I survived. All died? Sufan was silent. Well, it was a deafening roar, the entire secret realm trembled, and the comrade at the forefront of the defense was instantly shaken to death. Rendihai had a choke in his voice. The other 2 comrades also shielded me and Ma Changkai, who was in an unconscious state, before the shockwave hit, and similarly sacrificed. At this moment, Sufan gathered his playfulness. He probably knew why Ma Changkai had trouble with Rendihai. Ma Changkai thought it was the little old man who abandoned his teammates. Living alone. Rendihai, who had his back to Sufan, waved his hand. You're very smart, my beef with Changkai arose from this, but these aren't important to you, what's important is what's behind. After the explosion, that augur split and transformed into hundreds of uneven and spiritually intelligent dragon-like trickster beast detachments. Most of these trickster beasts were weak, gifted with ordinary destinies to extreme destinies, and were just a bit more berserk. Among them, there were 2 that stood out. One resembled a scaled-down version of an augur dragon, and the other was a spirit body that resembled an augur dragon, false and real. These 2 guys, with extremely high talents, possessed an ultimate fate. The one I want you to contract is the augur dragon in the spirit body state of one of them. Rendihai waved his hand towards the bald old dragon. Old fellow, give the item to Sufan. After Rendihai finished speaking, the bald old dragon bared another mouthful of dragon breath towards Sufan. When Sufan opened his eyes again, the bald old dragon had already disappeared. 5 palm-sized dragon scales were suspended in front of him. This is? Rendihai responded, this is a voucher to enter the secret realm, equivalent to a key. After the death of that augur dragon, the entire secret realm was hidden into space and time, and the portal only appears once every 10 years. And the key to enter the portal is the dragon scale on the old fellow's body. There's a maximum of 5 people at a time, so go to our class and find some trusted kids to go with you. Help each other out, you contract that spirit dragon, and a few others contract the other augur's doppelgangers. Sufan let out a deep breath and reached for the dragon scale suspended in front of him. Just at this moment, a gust of wind blew in front of him. His eyes blinked. 3 of the dragon scales were missing and only 2 remained. And there was one more next to Rendi Hai. Rendi Hai, Ma Changkai, why are you here? Why did you take the 3 dragon scales? Chapter 62, I Want Fairness. I guessed you were on the roof when I heard the dragons roar just now, and sure enough, I heard the secret. Ma Chingsai's voice was flat. This matter can't be exclusive to your first class, my second class wants 3 spots. Rendi Hai's face turned shy. I've already explained to you what happened before. Even if you think I abandoned my teammates to live alone, I've paid the price. Don't joke about Sufan's future. Give me the dragon scale. I'm not joking. That augur dragon's spirit body is Sufan's. Our second class won't fight with Sufan, but the rest of the augur dragon doppelgangers are also highly gifted trickster beasts, so naturally your first class can't have it all to yourselves. Ma Changkai resumed his previous arrogant stance. He and Rendi Hai were the teachers of the 2 classes respectively. He naturally had to fight for resources for the students in his class. You? Rendi Hai was stunned. In case something goes wrong, Little Fan will miss out. Now Little Fan is already quite a bit behind Su Langtian. Furthermore, most of those kids in your class are from excellent families. Wouldn't it be better to leave the opportunity to us ordinary kids in general? Ma Changkai shook his head and said with great certainty. It won't be. I will find a few students with good character. The first thing they need to do is to cooperate with Sufan, and wait for Sufan to finish before contracting the other trickster beasts. Moreover, you can't deny those kids a chance just because their families are well off. I want fairness. Ma Changkai didn't wait for Rendi Hai to respond when he finished speaking and left directly. Rendi Hai gave a bitter smile to Sufan. Just now I should have reminded my old buddy not to be too dejected. 3 less places not to mention. I'm now a little worried that the kids in the second class are tripping over you. I also understand some of the grudges between the kids of the second class and you. Rendi Hai was a bit chagrined. Sufan, on the other hand, patted his chest. Teacher, you don't have to worry about that group from class 2, they're all just dirt and dogs in front of me. Rendi Hai's approach had already moved Sufan. Moreover, he was going to contract a dragon himself. Although the talent of the augur spirit body was only an ultimate destiny, 1 rank lower than Vidra's overlord destiny. Okay, was drifting a bit myself, the dragon of the inquisitive fate. Bunker, okay. Sufan was vaguely excited. You continue to cultivate. This Saturday and Sunday just happens to be the day when the secret realm portal opens. You find a trustworthy one to enter together. I will tell you the precautions on Friday, the day of vacation. Thinking about having 3 dragon scales taken, Rendi Hai was a bit depressed. He waved his hand and left, handing over the rooftop to Sufan. Sufan actually still had some questions he wanted to ask about Jiaolong, but Rendi Hai had already left. Just now, after that bald old dragon sprayed a white mist at himself, he vaguely seemed to see it change its appearance, and before he could see it clearly, it drilled into the Fate Palace. The 4 of them, Manhwa, Huayuni, Hiruogu, and Zhuang Linchuan, waited for nearly an hour in front of the Su family's door before being welcomed into the Su family's welcoming parlor by Su Nanchun. The 4 people's faces were very ugly. Su Lailan, the actual ruler of the Su family, arrived late. Old brother Zhuang Xian nephews, sorry about that, old age is starting to make me drowsy. Let all of you wait a long time, forgive me. Nanchun, why don't you even serve a cup of tea? Meng Huairo squeezed out a smile on his old face. Where brother Su undertakes a large family foundation, labor we understand. In addition to Zhuang Linchuan, everyone present is buried in the soil to the neck of the old undead. This kind of polite words to say is not at all blush. When Su Lailan sat down and the service staff served the tea, he glanced at the 4 people, narrowed his eyes and smiled. The 4 of you have come to visit together today, I guess you have something to do. Huayuni touches his beard and laughs. Hey, Su Langtian's Guile Beast Awakening has led to heaven and earth visions. This is a happy event for our Lan City, so a few of us came uninvited. Congratulations. Brother Su. Congratulations. Congratulations. The remaining 3 also congratulated together, whether they meant it or not was unknown. Su Lailan laughed. My Su family heir, Su Luang Heavenly Fate Palace is extremely gifted, and the initial Trickster Beast advancement also triggers a heaven and earth phenomenon, so it is indeed favored by the heavens. Thank you 4 for coming to congratulate us. Then, Su Lailan smacked a mouthful of tea and leisurely said, Is there anything else? If there isn't, all of you old brothers as well as your virtuous nephews you can head to the front and go to the banquet. The 4 of them, Meng Huairo, Huayuni, Hiruogu and Zhuang Linchuan, glanced at each other. This old bastard knew exactly what he had come over for now he was purposely being endearing. Eventually, Zhuang Linchuan, the youngest of the 4, was the first to rise. He performed a cupped fist salute towards Su Lailan. Elder Su, as several of our families are based in Lan City at the same time, some conflicts and frictions are inevitable. My Zhuang family has had many unpleasant things happen with the Su family. Here, I ask for Elder Su's forgiveness. Zhuang Linchuan rose, and Hua Yuni, the actual head of the Hua family, also rose and clasped his fists. Buddy Su, my Hua family has also offended the Su family quite a bit, so I'm here to make amends. Next was Meng Huairo. Brother Su, after I go back this time, I will definitely discipline the Meng family juniors properly, so please don't mind Brother Su for what happened before. The last Hirowogu also reluctantly got up. Su Lailan, many apologies for what happened before. The Meng family and the He family could be said to have the deepest conflicts with the Su family, especially the He family. The Su family's previous family head, Su Chang, had stepped on the He family's heir to the throne. And Su Chang's child, Sufan, stepped on Meng Hui, the heir of the Meng family. Coupled with other conflicts, it could even be said that they were mortal enemies. But now, both the Meng and He families and the Zhuang and Hua families are going to bow down. This is because an extremely talented heir has appeared in the Su family, and the trickster beast is also capable of triggering heaven and earth visions. If we don't bow our heads again, we will wait for the day when the Su family takes off in the future. It will be too late. Then, regarding their lowly apology, Su Lailan just pursed his tea without saying a word. With Su Lailan remaining silent, the atmosphere in the Su family's welcoming parlor was instantly heavy. The young middle-aged man, Zhuang Lintian, the head of the Zhuang family, looked towards Meng Huairo, the oldest of the four, whose soil was already buried up to his head. The latter smiled faintly. Brother Su, we are all people in Lanchang. Lanchang is very small, just a bullet place. We are frankly neighbors because of some things to start some friction is normal. Today, our brothers and sisters will explain the words. Now your Su family is bound to rise. Lanchang is ultimately a small pond, cannot raise the real dragon. Your Su family's rival will be the Xia state, those powerful families, rather than us, these small players, is not it, Su brother? Su Lailan put his teacup down. Since Brother Meng has opened his mouth, it would be out of order for me to hold it up any longer. How about this? Su Lailan opened his mouth, and the four of them immediately listened, knowing that Su Lailan was going to make a condition. Su Lailan smiled languidly. My Su family has had a bad time being suppressed by you all these years. How about this, for the next 20 years, how about giving the right to mine the spirit veins and gold mines on the east side of Lan City to our Su family? Su Lailan's words fell. The welcoming living room was instantly quiet. Chapter 63, I, Zheng Xiaoquan, will defend Brother Fan to the death. Su Lailan's opening caused the crowd's faces to sink. Even Hirowogu, who had the hottest temper, directly became angry. Spirit veins and gold mines. What do the families in Lan City stand on? Naturally, they relied on the spiritual veins of cultivation resources and the gold mines of economic resources. And all the conflicts and clashes between them and the Su family over the years were because of the spirit veins and gold mines on the eastern side of Lan City. Because the veins and mines in the east were the richest. The rest are all barren minerals. A few years' production is not as much as a year's worth of eastern mines. Now that Su Lailan opened his mouth for 20 years of opening rights, it meant that their family would not have any resources coming in for more than 20 years. The clansmen of the family needed to cultivate or live every day. With only out and no in, the clan would sooner or later perish. Although 20 years was not enough, it was enough for them to drink a pot of water. The smile on the face of Meng Huairo, who opened his mouth hid down, did not speak, lowered his head and sipped his tea. The rest of the few people's complexions were also ugly to the extreme. Just now, they had all agreed at the Su family's entrance that they could make a little resource concession to the Su family. However, they didn't expect Su Lailan to ask for so much. The atmosphere in the welcoming parlor was icy cold. Su Lailan took a sip from his teacup and narrowed his eyes. If you all are unwilling to do so, then let's call it quits. However, I heard from Langtian that he has been taken by a girl from the Wei family of the imperial capital, and her status is quite impressive, and she has already contracted the sun and moon swimming god. I think that after Langtian triggered the heaven and earth anomaly this time, that Wei family girl has probably made up her mind even more, and it seems that the Wei family's heir contention is just a few years away. At those words, Meng Huairo and the others' complexions changed. Imperial capital Wei family. The imperial capital Wei family is actually looking at Su Langtian. But thinking about it, Su Langtian's talent was outstanding, and it was nothing wrong to be looked at. This further solidified that the person last night was Su Langtian. And the words Su Lailan said were undoubtedly a threat to them. An undisguised threat. Telling them that the Su family was just eyeing the spirit veins and gold mines. Once Su Langtian hooked up with the Wei family, then it would be a matter of a snap of the fingers to deal with them, these small families, or even exterminate them. Thinking of this, Meng Huairo got up and glanced at Hua Yuni, Hirowogu, and Zhuang Linchuan, all seeing the helplessness in each other. Finally, they clasped their fists. It was indeed my four families who apologized to the Su family before. The right to mine the spirit veins and gold mines on the east side of Lan City will be given to the Su family for 20 years. Su Lailan laughed. Good, since all of you are so bold, my Lan family will not be stingy, and the grudges of the past will dissipate. Meng Huairou nodded. Brother Su, I won't eat the banquet if I'm not feeling well, so I'll take my leave first. Zhuang Linchuan then said, Elder Su, my family is busy with affairs, so I won't bother you anymore. Huayini and Hiruogu then also took their leave one after the other, having been nibbled on by the Su family for a big bite of meat. A few people were no longer interested in eating. A 10-minute conversation was all it took to decide where the vein mines on the east side of Orchid City belonged. After sending a few people, Su Nanchun returned and looked at Su Lailan. Second brother, this time we have completely flipped with them, offended to death. Flip-flop? Su Lailan sneered. The current Su family is afraid of them? Once Su Langtian's talent materializes, isn't joining the Wei family to annihilate these small lineages just a matter of words? Erasing the previous grudge by just giving them the mining rights for 20 years is already merciful on my part. With a cold snort, Su Lailan whisked his sleeves away. Very domineering. All because Su Langtian gave him confidence. Leaving the Su family, Meng Huairou and the others arrived at a luxurious restaurant in Lan City. Bang! Hiruoga flung his wine glass onto the table with a grim expression. Simply too deceitful. Next to him, Huayuni also said in a sardonic voice, the Su family gaining power is really going to drive us to our deaths. 20 years of no resources coming in, and with the barren resources of the other several mines, our brothers and sisters are doomed. Hiruoga coldly said, it would be better to let Sufan be that heir. At that time, that stupid Yi Jing and Su Nanchun engaged in uncle-daughter-in-law incest to become the head of the Su family, and I thought the Su family was going to be finished. I didn't expect that this would produce a son of the Zhongxing. The youngest Zhuang family head, Zhuang Linchuan sighed, perhaps due to the Su family's contribution to the Xia kingdom at Tianlan Peak, it caused the fate of the Xia kingdom in the underworld to not want the Su family to fall. But what does that have to do with Su Langtian? Shouldn't it be Su Fan? Don't argue about these unimportant ones. Meng Huairou shook her head. Things have happened now. Su Langtian was able to attract heaven and earth visions, not to mention us. I guess even the clans that are part of the same Tenin marshals as the Su family, they can't look at them anymore. Now, all we have to do is endure. Meng Huairou drank a cup of strong wine. Of course, don't be bluffed just by listening to Su Lailan's one strike of words. Time will prove everything. Let the Su family jump around for a few days during this period of time, and wait for some time to see if that Su Langtian is the son of Zhongxing or not. The three of them looked at Meng Huairou at the same time. Elder Meng, are you saying that? The national examination? Orchid City First High School, the roof of the senior building. Mushroom head Zhang Xiaoquan looked toward Su Fan, who was meditating at the edge of the rooftop. Brother Fan, you're looking for me? Saying that, he directly stood on the edge of the rooftop, overlooking the panoramic view of number 1 middle school. Su Fan's eyes glanced at Zhang Xiaoquan, standing at the edge but not shaking his legs at all. Plainly, he said, well, looking for you to help with something. Hey, Brother Fan, just say what you have to do. Zhang Xiaoquan twisted around and patted his chest. Su Fan took out a dragon scale and handed it over to Zhang Xiaoquan. Zhang Xiaoquan was instantly stunned and almost fell small from the rooftop without standing still. Dragon! The dragon scales of a dragon. How did you have this, Brother Fan? Awesome, Brother Van. Su Fan did not answer Zhang Xiaoquan's question in the first place, but said quietly. I didn't say what this thing is, did I? How do you know it's a dragon scale? And also know that it's the dragon scale of a scaly dragon? Zhang Xiaoquan was first speechless. Then, he raised the dragon scale and pointed to the lines on it. Coincidentally, I read it from a book, I saw the resemblance of the lines on it and said so, I didn't expect it to be true. Su Fan stared straight at Zhang Xiaoquan for a long time. The latter scratched his neck and hemmed and hawed. Well, this thing was given by the teacher. Su Fan opened his mouth flatly, elaborating what Ren Dihai had just said to Zhang Xiaoquan. And the person I trust the most is you, so I gave the dragon scale to you. On Saturday weekday you will accompany me to the secret realm and help me to contract that spirit dragon, and you can also contract any of those doppelgangers that have high talent within them. Zhang Xiaoquan immediately stood upright. I, Zhang Xiaoquan, will defend Brother Fan to the death and guarantee that Brother Fan will successfully contract the spirit dragon and then storm Su Langtian. Zhang Xiaoquan left. Su Fan stared at his back and sighed. Difficult to get. Chapter 64, I can't get past the inspection. Don't think it's unfair. Why can Su Fan contract that spirit dragon of inquisitive destiny and you guys can't? Because this thing was originally taken out by Ren Dihai for his beloved disciple to contract, it's not a school resource at all. There is no place for our second class, I snatched it alive. If you still feel indignant, I'll just give these 3 spots back. After Ma Changkai finished his sentence, the 3 second-class students across from him who looked a bit tired immediately didn't dare to say anything else. They hurriedly said that they would definitely cooperate with Su Fan. The performance of the 3 students Ma Changkai was very satisfied. These 3 were the students he had selected whom he considered to be both moral and academic excellence. Your primary purpose is to cooperate with Sufan to contract that spirit dragon. You guys take this 3 dragon scales, and when the time to enter the secret realm arrives, I will notify you. Make sure to keep it a secret, especially not to let Su Langtian know, understand? Understood, teacher. Ma Chunkai distributed the dragon scales that he had brought from Rendi High. After saying a few words, he left. He thought it was fair. Class 1 only had 2 slots even though they had contracted the spirit dragon of the inquisitive fate. Their second class had 3 slots, which made up for it. Ma Chunkai left. Seeing the teacher leave completely, Hua Haoxing, the burly one of the 3, grunted in displeasure. Being well endowed is cool, the trickster beasts of the inquisitive fate are fed directly into their mouths. Zhuang Xueo nodded and giggled. According to what teacher said, what about us also have to thank Sufan, the spirit dragon of the ultimate fate? I guess even if I were to contract it, the spirit dragon wouldn't look at it. I just need to be able to contract a dragon-type trickster beast of the commander fate, then I'll be fine. She had a longing on her face. She was the only girl in the top 5 in Class 2's grade rankings, her looks were on par with Xia Zizi's, and she had many suitors. Hua Haoxing bristled. I say, do you like Sufan? I remember that you seem to have pursued someone before Sufan was kicked out of the Su family, but that green tea Xia Zizi got there first. What, now that you see that Sufan is powerful, you've resurfaced again? Zhuang Xueo looked flustered, her cheeks instantly reddening. Ah. What are you saying? Hua Haoxing returns to the classroom. Displeased as he was, Sufan was really strong. As a person who had been expelled from the Su family, without the slightest resources, he was able to clear the 18 floors of the trial tower. He obeyed. Zhuang Xueo stomped his foot and followed into the classroom. Of the 3, Himuyun, the only one who didn't say anything, had a gloomy face the entire time. Sufan! Your father nullified my father's initial guile beast, causing my lineage to directly lose the qualifications to compete for the He family's heir. This time, you still want to contract a spirit dragon of the inquisitive fate and turn over Su Langtian against the wind? Not allowed to tell Su Langtian? Himuyun said in a cold voice. I will not let you have your way. Inside the palace of the underworld emperor, Sufan was sitting on a stone chair practicing non-stop for the upcoming national exam. On the side, Zhong Kui, Morning Biao and Jin Gang were similarly cultivating frantically. Funeral Biao had its own enemies in the punishment of evil division clan, and all it had to do was become powerful and more powerful. While Vajra's cultivation was most of all for the protection of Sufan. Protecting this teenager who once didn't look down on him when he was weak. The one man and the 2 trickster beasts were extraordinarily hardworking. Especially Sufan. He was holding his breath. Although he said he was relieved in front of Zhang Xiaoquan, it was the family he used to live in for more than 10 years. He must ruthlessly slap the face of those who looked down on him at the national examination. Su Langtian, right. Su's unicorn son, right? The light of Orchid City, right? On the national exam, let your halo be completely shattered. Time always flies when you are practicing, and before you know it, it's already Wednesday. After a few days of fermentation, the ethos of the first middle school has also changed once again. A portion of the students thought that Su Langtian, who had triggered the heaven and earth visions and contracted the Night Wanderer, had far surpassed Sufan in strength. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to be exposed at that time, it was probably Su Langtian who was the first one to pass the 18th floor. There was also a part that supported Sufan, thinking that Sufan's mutated vine-gnarled turtle was very strong, and definitely not something Su Langtian's Night Wanderer could touch. The 2 parties were not convinced by anyone, and there were even quite a few clashes. And surprisingly, the teachers of Lancheng No. 1 Middle School didn't try to stop them and just let the conflicts develop. Sufan lightly laughed and patted Zhang Xiaoquan's shoulder. In fact, the current atmosphere of No. 1 Middle School doesn't exactly fit that group of teachers. The corner of his mouth was tinged with amusement. After all, only those who kill in competition are the true Wolf King. Zhang Xiaoquan spat a mouthful of saliva in displeasure. But it's quite hilarious, just that trashy punk is worthy of being compared to you, Brother Fan? And Brother Fan does not know, the most disgusting are those Su family. Su Langtian has not yet won you, one by one, but first shaking up. Now the children of the Su family walk hate to use the nostrils to look at people, really think of themselves as a heavenly dragon people, the son of the rich and powerful. Bah! Zhang Xiaoquan spat again. Sufan sat on the edge of the rooftop with his legs crossed, the breeze ruffled the corners of his school uniform. He slowly turned his head, his gaze stabbing straight at Zhang Xiaoquan. Alright, say so many unnutritious words, say what's the matter of suddenly coming up to find me? He. Zhang Xiaoquan scratched the back of his head. Nothing can escape Brother Fan's eyes. Sufan blankly glanced at him, it's not like he's stupid to be attentive to nothing. Zhang Xiaoquan hemmed and hawed and continued, Brother Fan, I haven't been home for a long time, I kind of miss my grandmother, and I want to go back tonight. As you know, I lived with my grandmother after my parents left. Brother Van, don't worry, I'll definitely be back on Friday and won't delay your big event. Sufan shot a glance at Zhang Xiaoquan, if you want to go back, just go back. What are you giving me? You are also an Imperial Gue Master now, can a school wall that low still stop you? Can't go back. The entire far suburb area is sealed off. It's full of official Imperial Guile Masters sent down by the Summer Kingdom, lol. After a pause, Zhang Xiaoquan looked at Sufan, his eyes flickering. I can't pass the inspection. Sufan looked with a playful shrug. Why can't you pass the inspection? Besides, you can't pass it. How can I pass it? Zhang Xiaoquan's complexion was stagnant. Brother Fan, Oh. You? Zhang Xiaoquan's fists were clenched white, and his face had an extremely complicated expression. Liang Long. A gasp with a slight tremor cut through the silence. Zhang Xiaoquan raised his bloodshot eyes, his voice hoarse. Brother Fan, the fog fiend underworld demon from that day. It was hidden in my fate palace. It took a lot of guts from Zhang Xiaoquan to say this. Because he knew that Sufan also knew. That misty fiend underworld demon had killed many of the residents of the far outskirts of Lan City, many. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to go back to see his grandmother to renew her irichi after a long time, Zhang Xiaoquan would never show his face to Sufan. He could sense that Sufan had already discovered that the misty fiend underworld demon was in his fate palace. Both of them hadn't stated it all this time unspokenly. He doesn't want to leave the choice between his moral conscience and his brotherly feelings to Sufan. Sufan was silent for a long time and asked, What happened to your grandmother? Chapter 65 I want to atone for the sins of the dead. What happened to your grandmother? Sufan asked. He had a headache at the moment. The misty fiend underworld demon's hands were stained with the blood of many Lan Chang people. Lung cancer is in its late stages, and it needs the misty fiend underworld demons to keep renewing its life. Zhang Xiaoquan looked bitter, his pupils slightly red. Please Fan, I heard the Misty Fury underworld demon say that you are from the Guard Department's law enforcement team, which belongs to the official personnel of the Summer Kingdom. You were able to send me in. Saying and, 2 lines of hot tears flowed down from his eyes. The usually cheeky Zhang Xiaoquan completely cried into a tearful person. I know that the Misty Fiend underworld demon has killed many people. I wanted to refuse at that time, but it said that it could let my grandmother live. Brother Fan, I grew up following my grandmother. I can't live without her. Brother Fan, as long as you promise, I'll work for you as an ox in the future. The pupils of Sufan, whose legs were coiled, dilated as Zhang Xiaoquan's thick legs bent and his knees hit the ground heavily. Boom! A kowtow was given to Sufan. He knew it was humiliating, but for his grandmother, he was willing. Just as Zhang Xiaoquan was about to continue kowtowing, Sufan hurriedly popped down from the rooftop and stopped. No, you're poisonous, you're kowtowing to me for chicken hair. Curse me to death. Sufan was shocked. If he didn't stop, this Zhang Xiaoquan was going to give himself an in situ ascension. What are you hot-blooded for? Sufan said angrily, did I say I won't help? You're like this, if I don't help, I'll become a bad person. Don't do that next time. Looking at the cursing Sufan, Zhang Xiaoquan looked dumbfounded, his pupils trembled, and he choked. Brother Fan, you promised to help me? After saying that, he was ready to pounce on Sufan, only to be deftly dodged by the latter. Testament. No killing. No killing. No killing. Do you hear me? Zhang Xiaoquan nodded heavily. Don't worry Brother Fan, it's been beaten up by the official imperial trickster of the Summer Kingdom to the point where it doesn't even recognize its own parents. It's completely honest, and it's also become my trickster beast, bound by a contract, so I'll be even less likely to let it harm humans. Your kid previously cried out every day that he wanted to contract a Commander Destiny Guile beast. I didn't expect to really let you pick up the slack, and it's not a destiny, it's directly a Commander Realm Guile beast. The cultivation of the trickster beast was saved. I really don't know whether to say you're lucky or unlucky, there's no sense of participation at all. Sufan deflated. Zhang Xiaoquan's situation. What's the difference between being a happy father? And the child was even older than him. Zhang Xiaoquan scratched his head, not that he minded. I can send you in. Saying this, Sufan's expression became solemn. What do you plan to do in the future? Zhang Xiaoquan was silent, he knew what Sufan was asking. In any case, it was an indisputable fact that the Misty Fiend underworld demon had killed many civilians. There was no way to cover it up. The officials of the Summer Kingdom would not rest until they could find out where the Misty Fiend underworld demon had gone. And letting the Misty Fiend underworld demon keep hiding in his fate palace would not sit well with his conscience. Besides, there was still Sufan. Sufan is a law enforcement officer of the Security Bureau. If he wanted to hide it, perhaps Fan would help him. But wouldn't that be putting Van in a spot of conscience? There was a long silence. Zhang Xiaoquan raised his head. Brother Fan, I've thought it over, I won't take the national exam. Hearing Zhang Xiaoquan's reply, Sufan was vaguely disappointed. Zhang Xiaoquan had refused the national examination, which meant that he was going to go and take the Misty Fiend underworld demon into hiding. Zhang Xiaoquan spoke again, I want to atone for the sins of the dead. I'm going to join the army and go to the Xia border to defend against the Gue clan. When the day of the national examination comes, I will take the initiative to tell the truth to the officials of the Xia kingdom, and at the same time, I hope that they will give me and my Misty Fiend underworld demon a chance to atone for those people's sins. Zhang Xiaoquan's solemn words echoed beside his ears, but Sufan was somewhat stunned. For a newbie imperial elementalist, joining the military was undoubtedly the least promising option. The resources in the military are scarce, far less profound than in the academy, and even the most basic cultivation materials have to be exchanged for military honors. And military service, that is a real life for out. The promotion path is still less, you may fight hard to become a non-commissioned officer, and the result is that those who graduated from colleges and universities come in to be your supervisor. Looking at Zhang Xiaochuan's resolute look, it seems that he has made up his mind. Sufan patted his shoulder. Sufan, wasn't wrong about my little brother, you, Zhang Xiaoquan, are a man. Right or wrong, right or wrong. When Zhang Xiaochuan's body is wrapped in horse leather and his battle achievements are great, let the future generations comment on it. Zhang Xiaoquan left. Sufan entered the Underworld Emperor Hall and pulled out 3 laboratory glass measuring cylinders thick potions from his ring. Grade C Trickster Beast Nutrient Solution. After a moment's thought, all of it was given to Vajra. For the trip to the secret realm in 3 days, even though the little old man said that all those augmented dragon doppelgangers were weak, it was still necessary to make some preparations. Just in case. Receiving the Trickster Beast Nutrient Liquid handed over by Sufan, King Kong did not hesitate and directly swallowed even the glass bottle. Immediately afterward, King Kong's huge body began to emit a faint pale light. It was digesting the massive energy contained in the nutrient solution. Vajra has already cultivated for a long time before, and the energy contained in a single C-rank nutrient solution can probably boost the Trickster Beast's cultivation progress by about 20%. It's 60% with 3 sticks, and I don't know how much is left before King Kong breaks through. Roar! King Kong hissed in response to Sufan. Sufan was overjoyed to hear it. Are you saying that after swallowing these 3, you're almost only 2 achievements away from a breakthrough? Sufan recalled someone in his mind. If I get you another nutrient solution, is there any certainty that you can break through the 3rd order mature body realm? Roar! King Kong hissed confidently, indicating that another nutrient fluid and the Trickster Beast's inner pills needed for advancement would be absolutely fine. Good. I'll get a C-grade nutrient solution for you later. Then Sufan looked at Zhong Kui Morning Biao, who was practicing on the side, and said with some embarrassment. Biao, sorry about that, the resources have been given to Jin Gang again, I'll make it up to you later. When the time comes to enter the secret realm in addition to Zhang Xiaoquan and a few people from the 2nd class, Zhong Kui Funeral Biao can't be exposed, otherwise he will give the nutrient solution to Funeral Biao. Previously agreed to give it first. Roar! Morning Biao gave Sufan a very anthropomorphic blank look. Are you saying you don't need these nutritional potions? You want to rely on your own cultivation to raise your realm one step at a time? Morning Biao nodded. Sufan was stunned. Well, together with himself, he had thought too much. People are not rare at all. Sufan touched King Kong's big head and laughed. Your big brother doesn't need these things, then you're cool. Roar! King Kong hissed in excitement and happiness. Unlike Morning Biao's kind of strength school style of practicing hard one step at a time, King Kong didn't care about this, as long as he could gain power and improve his strength. A few days after the trip to the secret realm, Sufan murmured softly, if the 3 people in the 2nd class are honest, then everything will be happy. But if... A murderous intent surfaced in Sufan's eyes. Exiting the Underworld Emperor Hall, he headed to the Trickster Beast store. Chapter 66, Vajra wants to be 3rd ranked and is in debt again. Walking into the Trickster Beast store. The owner, Ji Yuarua, wore a long blue and white porcelain pattern dress today with an elegant temperament. She came to Sufan with swaying steps. Yo, this little handsome guy, what do you need? Sufan gave Ji Yuarua a blank look. The length and depth are known, but also put aside to pretend to be a stranger. I want to buy a C-grade Trickster Beast Nutrient Liquid, acquaintances give me a little cheaper. Ji Yuarua pushed a strand of her long hair behind her ear, her vermilion lips lightly opening. The market price of C-grade Trickster Beast Nutrient Liquid is 30 WA piece, my acquaintance over here is 35 WA piece. Sufan's pupils trembled as he looked at Ji Yuarua. Ji Yuarua's complexion on her fair cheeks did not change in the slightest. It was as if saying again that the price was not negotiable. 4 hours later. The Imperial Guile Master Lu Rengda, who was waiting for the opening of the Guile Beast store, exclaimed when he saw Sufan walking out from within the Guile Beast store holding his waist. Holy, little brother, you got locked in again? Sufan twisted his head to look at Lu Rengda, his mouth twitched. It's a bit backward. Leaving the trickster store to return to Lanchang First Middle School. Gave the C-grade nutrient solution to King Kong. King Kong, you have to fight for the boss me. In order to buy this nutrient for you, I'm laboring and hurting myself, and I'm in ing debt again. Sufan remembered that the 100,000 or so treasury that he had managed to save from doing missions in the guard department during this period of time was gone again, and to the point where he owed Ji Yuarua 160,000 Chinese coins was heartbreaking. After grinding for half a day, in the end, he still charged me 29 Huaxia coins. What a man-eating goblin! Sufan grunted. He could guarantee that at 29 W a single, the single Ji Yuarua was definitely still earning. Calculated, he is a big loss. Roar. Swallowing the C-grade nutrient solution given by Sufan, King Kong hissed and began to refine the energy contained in the nutrient solution. With the Manhwa, He and Zhuang families of Lanchang compromising with the Su family, the entire Su family swelled at once. Before, because the Su family's family head, Su Chang, had taken his younger brother and disappeared together to Tianlan Peak, the entire Su family was explicitly the #1 family in Lan City. In fact, it had already failed to live up to its name, and was even somewhat humble in front of several families. But now, because of Su Langtian, the Su family had a bottom line. Whether it was the young people of the Su family or the Su family members who had already come out from the campus, they all began to reclaim themselves as the #1 family in Lan City. Even some of the older members of the clan felt this way. Almost all of Su's family members treated Su Langtian in a way that they were afraid of melting in their mouths and afraid of breaking in their hands. Of course, when it came to Su Langtian, there was another name that couldn't be shaken off: Sufan. Many of the Su family members were thanking what Su Langtian had brought about a change in their identities and lives. At the same time, they also remembered Sufan, who had made a big fuss about the Su family some time ago. How come Sufan doesn't dare to come over this time? Does he dare to come over? Is Su Langtian still a rival to the newcomer royal artist in Lan City now? No, even in the entire Xia kingdom, Su Langtian is still the best. Sufan doesn't even deserve to lift his shoes now. Indeed, if Sufan had immediately handed over his identity as the successor, he might have been able to save face, but the national exam in a month's time will be watched by people from several districts and towns, and in front of so many people, Sufan will be abused. Who cares? Do you know how cool we are in Lanchang now? Yesterday I ran into someone from the Meng family. I went up and glared at him through my nose. He didn't dare to say a word. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Me too. I and the female friend who has been pursuing for a long time to eat at the Golden Royal Hotel. I ran into a Zhuang family to grab a seat. I came up and told him to get lost. He heard that I'm from the Su family and grayed out, and that woman immediately agreed to be my girlfriend. That night, ha laughter. Isn't that right? Now Lanchang is not our Su family's world? Even the official staff of the summer country have to give us a few points of thin face. This is all brought to us by Su Langtian. If Sufan is the heir? If Sufan had been the heir, we'd still be in this position. We'd be thankful if the family didn't disband. Let's go. Lantian hasn't gone to the first middle school in the past 2 days. Let's pay a visit. Let's go. Let's get in touch with the future head of the family. The scenery of Su Langtian and Yi Jing was boundless in these 2 days. Everywhere they went, there were clansmen bragging about them. After Su Langtian was stimulated by Su Lilan, his entire disposition changed slightly. He began to cultivate on his own initiative without Yi Jing's urging. Su Langtian knew. At the moment, he was very honorable, but if he lost to Sufan on the national exam, he would. All hell will break loose. Also, like the once high and mighty Sufan, Su Langtian's transformation made Yi Jing and Su Nanshan secretly delighted. They realized that it had been a long time since Su Langtian had happily played with that exotic female imperial guile master. There were even a few times when they saw Su Langtian exuding an expression of boredom towards that female imperial guile master. After all, if Su Langtian really didn't like that female royal artist, he could have just thrown her away. But no. That proves that Su Langtian still likes it. He was restraining his desire. It's just too unbelievable. If a man can abstain from women, what else can he not overcome on the path of cultivation? Especially Jingyi. Because of Su Langtian, some of the Su family's clan elders who had previously opposed her had also changed their attitudes towards her, and their authority had gradually expanded. She directly mobilized the Su family's resources to give Su Langtian cultivation. The actual person in power, Su Lilan, also acquiesced to all of this after learning about it. And so, under the constant infusion of rare resources, the Night Wanderer, who had originally just broken through the second order growing body realm, was hardened and piled up to the peak of the second order. All that was missing was realm sense. This couldn't be helped, requiring the trickster beast to cultivate itself. But even so, Su Langtian's strength was not what it used to be. Su family, cultivation room. A flash of deep blue erupted from the center of Su Langtian's hand. A double-layered exquisite fate palace appeared. The bottom layer of the life palace was already covered with lines, and the top layer was nearly half ironed out. Looking at the fate palace in his hand, Su Langtian revealed a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth, still 5 achievements short of the 3rd rank. In the entire Lanchang generation, is there anyone who is higher than his own realm? Then Su Langtian glanced at the huge blackbird night traveler behind him and murmured softly. The Night Lord is one's initial trickster beast, first of all in one's own realm, coupled with the fact that he just broke through the 2nd stage of perception is not enough, so in a short period of time he will not be able to break through to the mature body realm. It's time to consider contracting another trickster beast. He stroked the Phase Destiny Palace, his eyes flashing with a brilliant light. With my current spiritual energy reserves, summoning 2 trickster beasts to battle at the same time shouldn't be a problem. At that time, the battle power will take a qualitative leap. Sufan. The corner of Su Langtian's mouth hooked into a cold smile. What can you with just a trickster beast fight against me? Even if you break through the second stage, I don't believe you'll still have the good fortune to contract a mutated trickster beast. With that, Su Langtian glanced at the exotic female Imperial Guile Master sitting on the side with a haggard bronze complexion, and couldn't stop being fed up in his heart. Yeet Songfeng. You also wait for me. You and Sufan will all die. Noticing Su Langtian's gaze, the female Imperial Guile Master said in a delicate and pitiful manner, Nest, I want to return to my kingdom. Not allowed. Before I'm sure of finishing off Yeet Songfeng, you'll stay obediently in the Su family. This appearance of the female Imperial Guile Master annoyed Su Langtian even more. He walked up to her and wanted to vent, but felt disgusted. Hesitation again and again, or did not do it. A cold grunt. Time to go back to school. Let off some steam with Xia Zizi first. Wait for Wei Sherman to come back and then shake it off. Su Langtian had a rising pain. It's all because Wei Sherman actually took a vacation to return to the imperial capital, or else we would have taken it down for her in the past few days. Just as Su Langtian was preparing to leave, Yi Jing pushed the door in. Luang Tian, your classmate is looking for you, saying he has something to tell you. It's from the He family. What's his name? Oh right, He Muyun. Chapter 67, On what grounds? What? On the basis of what? What does he, Sufan, have the right to do? Upon hearing He Muyun's words, Su Langtian's complexion became extremely hideous. What right does he, an ordinary person, have to contract an inquisitive fate's sneaky pet? And it's a dragon too. On what grounds? This is the resource that the other Ren Dihai gave to his beloved disciple. He Muyun shrugged his shoulders and continued to add fuel to the fire. TSK, Sufan's talent is already high, and if you add a dragon guile beast with an inquisitive fate. My god! I dare not imagine. Su Langtian, I think your good days are coming to an end. No way! Su Langtian yelled, Sufan absolutely cannot contract a spirit dragon. Su Langtian was clear about his current realm. If Sufan contracted a trickster beast that was one rank higher than his night-traveling god talent, then he definitely wouldn't be able to beat Sufan on the national exam. At that time, everything he has today will dissipate in an instant. Especially Su Lailan. He didn't have the slightest doubt that Su Lailan would absolutely kick his ass as he did with Sufan back then. Raising his head violently, he looked at He Muyun with madness in his gaze. Reaching out. Give me your dragon scales. He Muyun was stunned and took a few steps back. Hey, big brother, what are you asking me to do? You go find a teacher. He Muyun was truly surprised that Su Langtian reached out and asked him directly for it. He had come to tell Su Langtian about this matter, causing trouble for Sufan. But he didn't want to give Su Langtian his chance to enter the secret realm. Although he couldn't contract that spirit dragon of the inquisitive fate, the commander fate one would be fine. That was the same talent as the Su family's inherited beast. He came up and asked for it, so why should he give it to him? Should I give it to you? Su Langtian's face expression had become distorted from jealousy at this moment. What makes me not have it? You, Hua Haoxing, and Zhuang Shuido all obtained dragon scales, so why not me? I'm the first in class too. Without even changing his clothes, Su Langtian rushed straight to the first class. He was going to question Ma Chengkai. Why was Sufan able to contract a spirit dragon and he couldn't? He was also a second-ranked royal guile master, and he also lacked a guile beast. On what grounds? What gives Ren Dihai the right to give Sufan? The spirit dragon of the ultimate destiny should be his Su Langtian's trickster beast. Hey, don't say that I'm the one who leaked it to you. He Muyun trotted to follow. He snorted coldly in his mind. This kind of cargo that was spoiled by Yi Jing and felt that all the good things in the world should be his own became the heir to the Su family. Sooner or later, the Su family will be finished. Let the Su family fool around for a while. At the same time, He Muyun was secretly happy in his heart. Thanks to that guy Sufan being expelled from the Su family, otherwise the Su family would really take off. Lancashire First High School. Sufan looked at the growing body peak realm Vajra who was looking at him with bated breath. There was a slight headache. King Kong, true to his word, did peak and had everything ready to go. But now, there's a problem in front of him. There were still 9 inner elixirs of the second stage growing body realm trickster beasts to go. Market price, 1 second order inner elixir is 20W, and for 9 it would be. Counting, Sufan's eyes twitched and he nearly fainted as he stumbled. $1,800,000. The moment. Sufan suddenly felt very small. 1,800,000 with a little more added to it would be able to buy a luxury residence in the center of downtown Lanzhou City. Sufan felt ridiculous for laughing at Zhang Xiaoquan just now. He also disliked the fact that the person had directly contracted a commander realm trickster beast without enjoying the fun of raising it. First stage inner elixir 5W Huaxia coins, second stage inner elixir 20W Huaxia coins, third stage inner elixir 50W Huaxia coins, fourth stage don't know the price by themselves, but according to the doubling of the price index the higher up you go. And each advancement requires 10 inner pills of the same realm. Hiss. Sufan hissed. Holy. Wouldn't Zhang Xiaoquan have directly picked up tens of millions of dollars? Damn it, Zhang Xiaoquan is now richer than himself. No wonder it was said that Imperial Guile Masters were not something that poor people could afford to play. No wonder the vast majority of people only cultivate one trickster. Looking at the King Kong that was waiting with bated breath like a giant mountain, he also looked at Zhong Kui Morning Puma, who was diligently cultivating and didn't know when he was going to be at the peak of the second stage ready to advance. Also thought about the price of the spirit gathering guides needed for their own cultivation. Sufan swallowed his saliva. He felt that his future days might not be too good. Right, there was also the spirit dragon that was about to be contracted. Sufan was in a trance. Seeing this, the tree snake on the back of the Vajra-thick turtle was thoughtful enough to help up. It's okay, King Kong, I just suddenly wandered off and didn't stand properly, just rest. Sufan waved his hand and exited the Underworld Emperor Hall. At this moment, he was like a poor old father who heard the powerless and haggard feeling of his child getting into a prestigious school, but he himself had no money to pay for his child's schooling. Alas, if the cheap old father hadn't disappeared in Tianlan Peak, and he himself was still the heir of the Su family, how could he be in this kind of trouble? Standing on the rooftop, Sufan looked at the distant scenery. A dry wind whistled past with hot currents, and the sweat was quickly vaporized just as it seeped out of his pores. Renewed fighting spirit. If you don't have the money, take the mission. It's just 9-second order internal pills. This is just the right opportunity to enter the secret realm. Jean Gang originally intended for you to break through before the secret realm, but now it seems that you can't. There should be inner pills on those trickster beast dividers. Roar. A roar filled with wariness from Morning Biao was emitted from within the black jade seal around his neck. It responded to Sufan, stating that even though he didn't have the third rank, he would definitely perform well within the secret territory. Su Langtian, who was wearing an exquisite cultivation outfit, came to the teacher's office in a rage. Turning to Ma Chengkai, he asked, "Teacher, as the number one in our class, on what grounds am I not qualified to enter the secret realm? I need an explanation. There were only 2 awakening classes in the first middle school. Therefore, there were only 2 people in the large office, Ma Chengkai and Ren Dihai." Su Langtian's questioning stirred up echoes that were extraordinarily harsh. Ren Dihai, who was preparing the teaching materials, directly slapped the materials in his hand heavily on the table, and coldly grunted as he picked up a thermos cup to drink tea. The expression was very unhappy. "Eyes fiercely gouged out Ma Chengkai, this is the guarantee you Ma Chengkai gave me?" The secret realm was originally his resource that he gave to Sufan, and it had nothing to do with the school. Giving you Ma Chengkai 3 places is on the basis of previous friendship, and repeatedly instructed to hide it from Su Langtian. This is your concealment? I knew you, Ma Chengkai, had become such a person now, how could I not give you a quota at that time? What kind of character Su Langtian has, he has been a teacher for decades, and he can see it at a glance. Plus what Su Langtian and his mother, Jing Yi, had done to Sufan. The impression was already bad. What right does a student with extravagance and poor character have to get my Ren Dihai's resources? On Ma Chengcai's side, it was embarrassing enough for him to be questioned by a student in front of his longtime rival, not to mention the fact that he had previously given Ren Dihai repeated assurances that he would not let Su Langtian know. The knuckles of his fingers that clutched the pen whitened as he squeezed out an amiable smile on his face. "Luantian, this is not a school cultivation resource, so you don't have the right to ask about who the teacher gives it to." He felt that his words were euphemistic enough. But, unexpectedly, Su Langtian still had the same sentence. On what basis? Chapter 68 Sinful Mirror Formation. Su Langtian coldly said, "Teacher, you're biased. It was clearly me who triggered the heaven and earth anomaly, why wasn't it me who went to contract that spirit dragon? In terms of talent I'm higher than Sufan, in terms of status I'm nobler than Sufan. Why is Sufan, that trash with no status whatsoever, the one to contract the spirit dragon? Does Sufan deserve it?" Su Langtian. Seeing Su Langtian go further and further over the top, Ren Dihai finally couldn't hold back and slammed his thermos cup towards the table. "The secret realm is my Ren Dihai's resource, not your teacher Ma Chengcai's." Ren Dihai looked at Ma Chengkai and said indignantly, "Settle this yourself, or return those 3 spots to me." After saying that, he huffed and puffed out of the office with his thermos. He had been teaching for decades, but it was the first time he had encountered this kind of student. Simply spoiled. If it wasn't for the fact that he was mindful of Su Langtian's status as a middle school student, he would have pointed his nose and cursed. This kind of kid, beating him up was for his own good. Otherwise he'll be absolutely screwed in the future. What Ma Chengkai and Su Langtian said, Ren Dihai didn't know. He only heard Ma Chengkai, who had never moved in anger, growl a few times. Afterwards, Su Langtian walked out of the office with a grim face, and when he came behind Ren Dihai, he even gave an evil and sinister look. Walking into the office, Ma Chengkai smiled helplessly. Before, I still felt that this child Su Langtian was quite obedient, treating people with elegance and gentleness, but since Sufan's rise to power, he's completely changed his appearance, and the whole person is shady as hell. Ren Dihai hummed. Don't dump the pot on Sufan, the proof is that he hid it well before and Sufan exposed him. Ma Chengkai was speechless and Ren Dihai continued. You return those 3 dragon scales to me, and don't go in your second class. Had to get involved in a scene, assured himself of the loudness, now it's good, making such a big scene. Seeing that Ren Dihai actually asked him for the dragon scales, Ma Chengkai's complexion was suddenly gloomy. Ren Dihai, what do you mean? At first that secret realm our team all went in, how come it's really your private resource now? Bang bang bang. Ma Chengkai slapped the table. These 3 spots, my second class must go. Originally, his own students had lost face by questioning loudly in front of him. If one were to take back what one had already given down, what should those students think of themselves in the future? Thud. Slamming the thermos on the table in the same manner. Good. If you don't give it, if Sufan makes a mistake this time because of your meddling and doesn't contract the spirit dragon, you'll just wait for me. Ren Dihai carried the lesson plan and left the office in a huff. He was serious, if Sufan really made a mistake, he would never forgive Ma Chengkai in his life. At night, after study hall. There's a Misty Fury underworld demon of the unified realm now, so it should be able to keep up with me, right? Sufan put on his law enforcement black robe and cartoon mask. Sitting on the back of the morning puma tiger, he lowered his head and opened his mouth to Zhang Xiaoquan below. Zhang Xiaoquan hemmed and hawed, no problem, although the Misty Fury has been seriously injured, there's no problem in utilizing the strength of the third order mature body realm. Sufan's mouth twitched under the mask. Really damned can pretend, funeral puma go. After saying that, Morning Diao transformed into a black light, jumping between several school buildings, and in no time, he jumped out of the campus. Zhang Xiaoquan hemmed and hawed and smoothed the mushroom hairstyle on his head. The green-colored nightly fate palace in the palm of his hand flashed, followed by a white mist steaming around him, enveloping him all over, then enclosing him in a white cloak. A white mist was generated with a casual jump, easily keeping up with Sufan's pace. It was like a super plus fattened version of Superman. Sufan. No, why does it feel like this guy is even more pulling his weight than he is? Sufan and Zhang Xiaoquan came out of the first middle school. Jumping back and forth between the tall buildings, they soon came to a majestic and imposing building. Above the main door, the Xian iron badge was glowing with cold light, and the intertwined thorns and sword totems made the backs of some petty criminals shiver just by gazing at them. This is it. The corner of Sufan's coat on the back of the morning puma tiger was still swaying slightly. Behind him, Zhang Xiaoquan, who had collected the Misty Fiend underworld demon into his fate palace, looked at the Lan Chang guards department and unconsciously gulped his saliva. Brother Fan, are we sure we want to go in? Sufan turned his head to look at Zhang Xiaoquan and said coldly and quietly, what do you think? The entire guard department is enveloped by the sinister mirror grand formation. Under the sinful mirror formation, any bizarre beasts that have mutilated the human race have no way to hide. Do you think your Misty Fiend underworld demon can escape? Zhang Xiaoquan winced. Yi Lin will be out soon, wait here. Hearing Sufan's words, Zhang Xiaoquan instantly let out a sigh of relief. The badge that represented the security guard department, the cold light that glowed from it, made his heart jutting out. By the way, don't reveal my identity, my name is Zhang Xiaofan, got it? Brother Fan, your name is Zhang Xiaofan? What about me? You're just called Zhang Xiaoquan, it's fine, I don't mind. Zhang Xiaoquan's expression was dumbfounded, it should be I don't mind. Didn't he wait long? Yellen, also clad in the black robes of law enforcement, walked away from the security department building. Upon seeing Sufan, Yi Lin's face instantly surfaced with a sweet smile. Then she trotted all the way over. Sufan jumped off of Funeral Biao's back and came to Yi Lin with an apology. I'm really sorry to bother you in the middle of the night, mainly because there's something that I need to trouble you about. He was from the guard department's law enforcement team, but was only an outsider with no credentials. He was afraid that the official Imperial Guildmasters in the far suburban area wouldn't release him, so then Sufan thought of Yellen. Yellen guffawed, what's the trouble, most of the shifts at the guard department are night shifts, and I wanted to thank you for letting me out for some air. This woman had a problem with Fan's attitude. Zhang Xiaoquan on the side watched Sufan and Yi Lin chatting, secretly nodding his head and speculating in his heart. This woman definitely had thoughts about Brother Fan. Every time she looked at Brother Fan, there would always be an undetectable glint of a strange light in the bottom of her eyes. It was definitely not the eyes of an ordinary person. Zhao Xiaoquan couldn't help but feel a burst of envy in his heart. Sufan really had peach blossoms wherever he went. Although the law enforcement black robe on Yi Lin was wide, it couldn't hide Yi Lin's slim figure. Together with her handsome face, she instead had a different kind of allure. You call this the seduction of a female guard? What's on your mind? Van. Sufan's voice pulled Zhang Xiaoquan out of his final fantasy. Yi Lin, this is the guy, help me send him into the suburbs, Sufan hesitated for a moment and decided to tell Yi Lin about Zhang Xiaoquan. Otherwise, he really couldn't think of any good excuses. Instead of being discovered by Yellen herself, it was better to take the initiative to confess. Sufan's body was pasted next to Yilin's ear, and the latter's face instantly developed a touch of redness. What is Zhang Xiaofan going to do? Ran. What Sufan said next directly caused Yilin's expression to stagnate. Then, the green fate palace was born from the center of his hand, and the summoning array appeared. The bizarre beast dragonhorn dragon vulture bird came out. It blocked in front of Yilin and Sufan. Her voice was cold. Is that misty fiend underworld demon that brutalized several Doran city people on him? Chapter 69 Eerie Beast Lordicide. Yilin's gaze with murderous intent caused Zhang Xiaochuan's back to break out in cold sweat. Sister. We'll make up for the mistakes the misty fiend it made. Make amends? Yilin snorted coldly. Those dead people are already dead. What are you going to make up for? All you make up for is your heart, the condemnation of your own conscience. You're only excusing yourself. Yilin's words caused Zhang Xiaoquan to fall silent, and then his face fell. Yilin was right. In any case, those who died are dead. Yilin's words caused Sufan to be stunned and finally sighed. Yilin, that misty fiend underworld demon, committed a monstrous crime, a crime that cannot be cleared no matter what. It's a bit cheap to let it die straight away. It's better to let it go to the border battlefield of the human race and fight for the human race, and Zhang Xiaochuan's grandmother needs the misty fiend underworld demon to renew her life. Sufan felt that he was all quite conflicted right now. He also wanted to directly slaughter that misty fiend underworld demon just like Yilin. However, the mist fiend underworld demon had found Zhang Xiaoquan and directly transformed into Zhang Xiaochuan's trickster beast, and most importantly, it also concerned Zhang Xiaochuan's grandmother's life. In fact, Xia's official means of treating the commander-class trickster beasts was even more extreme. This kind of powerful trickster beast with a very high realm, once it fell into the hands of the summer country's officials, was destined to shed its last drop of value before taking its last breath. What a lean! I now seriously doubt that the misty fiend underworld demon found you just because you're my brother. Sufan exploded. Zhang Xiaoquan was stunned when he heard this. He recalled the scene of contracting the misty fiend underworld demon at that time, and it seemed like it was really something like that. The fog fiend underworld demon had approached him in the first place just to stay alive. If the fog fiend underworld demon had sought out anyone else, it really wouldn't have been able to survive. Zhang Xiaochuan's entire being confabulated. Originally, there was no such thing as a burst of luck. Mortals changed their destiny against the heavens, all because of their own relationship with Sufan. The atmosphere descended into sullenness. For a long time, Yilin looked at Sufan and finally turned her gaze back to Zhang Xiaoquan. Are you sure you can completely control it? It may be obedient now that it's in a state of serious injury, but when it recovers, it's a commander realm trickster beast. It's not unheard of in human history for a trickster beast to kill its lord and flee the Fate Palace. Yilin finished. Morning Biao directly roared towards Zhang Xiaoquan in an attacking state. Yilin's words caused Morning Biao to become alert. It didn't want to repeat the previous scene of one rank fighting 5 ranks. Now, even Zhang Xiaoquan panicked, looking at the misty fiend underworld demon that was hibernating inside the Fate Palace, unable to hear the sounds of the outside world, and a chill ran down his back. Before, he was thinking that the misty fiend underworld demon had changed its conscience, but now he took a look. It had originally had impure motives in finding itself. Yilin, is there any way? Sufan opened his mouth and asked. At this moment, he was somewhat glad that he had to tell Yilin. Otherwise, if he really waited for the misty fiend underworld demon to recover, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yilin frowned gently, thinking. There it is, the symbiotic contract. Symbiotic contract? Sufan was puzzled. He hadn't heard of this type of contract. Yilin opened her mouth to explain. This is a contract I learned about during college. It's more overbearing. The symbiotic contract allows the trickster to be completely bound to the trickster master, one honor and one loss. If the imperial trickster is injured or dies, the trickster will also be injured and die. Similarly, the damage the trickster receives is equally shared by the imperial trickster. After the contract, the physical strength and life expectancy of the master will be greatly enhanced by the strength of the beast. Many Tan imperial guile masters who take the extreme route choose to add a symbiotic pact with their guile beast. After listening to Yilin's explanation, Sufan understood what was going on. Suddenly, Sufan stalled. His own physical strength was far beyond normal. Was it because there was also a symbiotic contract between himself and Morning Biao? No. Sufan shook his head again. Every time Funeral Biao was injured, it seemed like nothing happened to him. However, Yilin's words also gave Sufan a new understanding of the Imperial Guile Master. It turned out that there were various kinds of formations for contracting a guile beast. Then, there's no single awakening formation. Sufan clearly remembered that when he first awakened, the awakening formation was black. It was completely different from the formation on the second awakening day. I'm afraid that awakening formation within the Underworld Emperor's Hall hides a deeper mystery. The Hall of the Underworld Emperor. Black Jade Seal. Sufan murmured in his heart, this thing that sent him to this world was not simple. There was no telling what secrets it was hiding. He had a vague feeling. After he went to college, this secret might gradually reveal itself to him. You think about adding the symbiotic contract? Sufan asked Zheng Xiaoquan. The symbiotic contract had advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was a stronger lifespan and physical strength. The disadvantage was that it was easy to get injured, and the imperial trickster itself had become the weakness of the trickster beasts. Zhang Xiaoquan thought for a moment and nodded heavily at it. Truly, the Commander Realm's trickster beasts were too strong, and he was unsure of controlling them. If it was really as Yi Lin said, the Misty Fiend underworld demon was only contracting with himself to escape. Then the day he completely regained his strength would be the day of his own death. Yi Lin told Zhang Xiaoquan and Su Fan to wait outside and returned to the security department building. Then he quickly came out, holding a stone full of lines in his hand. Seeing the stone in Yi Lin's hand, Su Fan instantly recognized it, bearing stone. Yi Lin smiled. That's right, this bearing stone has recorded the symbiotic contract formation. Handing the bearing stone to Zhang Xiaoquan, it's very simple, learn it. Following Su Fan's prompts, Zhang Xiaoquan's hand gently pinched, and the carrier stone in his hand turned into crumbs, while a white light rushed into his mind. Su Fan had nothing to do turning his head to look at Yi Lin, suddenly realizing that the latter was looking at himself. There was some awkwardness as the eyes met each other, so he hurriedly twisted over. In his heart, he said, this is Su Langtian's sister-in-law, his family must not be tainted. The latter deflated his mouth. Zhuan Shuio and his companion held hands, laughing all the way down the tree-lined path back to the girls' dormitory. On both sides of the street lamps of the first high school flooded with a soft halo of light. Suddenly, walking, Zhuan Shuio realized violently. The chatter of passers-by disappeared. The summer cicadas disappeared. Even the rustle of the evening breeze through the leaves is eerily silent. It was as if the entire campus had been pressed on mute. At the same time, the surrounding area darkened with the naked eye. Yuezhu! Zhuan Shuio cried out in alarm. Because, the companion who was holding her arm just now had disappeared without a sound. Who's there? Zhuan Shuio's voice was clearly tinged with trembling. A pale green color appeared from the palm of her hand, and she summoned the Fate Palace. Okoyo, don't be afraid. It's me. A warm voice rang out in the dead silence. However, it caused Zhuan Shuio's face to change drastically. Su Langtian. She subconsciously took 2 steps back. You? What are you doing? Chapter 70 Su Langtian seizes the dragon scale. Su Langtian stepped out from the shadows, and he was followed by a huge divine blackbird. The Su clan's inherited trickster beast, the Night Wanderer. Su Langtian, you don't have a grudge against me. Zhuan Shuio looked nervous and shrunk. If you dare to bully me, my father will definitely not spare your Su family when he finds out. Su Langtian had once pursued her and was rejected by her. At this moment she was a little scared. Fear that Su Langtian would do something out of the ordinary to her. Su Langtian smiled and said, don't worry, I don't have any intentions towards you, I just want one thing from you. Ma Chengkai just told me about the secret realm. He said that I am ranked number 1 in my class and deserve a spot to enter the secret realm. He asked you to give me the dragon scale. At those words, Zhuan Shuio was stunned, then shook her head violently. She didn't believe it. Did someone tattle on you? Su Langtian's smile disappeared and became gloomy. Considering that your father is the Zhuang family head, obediently hand over the dragon scales, otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. Night Lord. The Night Lords behind Su Langtian unfolded their giant wings that covered the sky, and the violent air currents instantly set off a hurricane. Zhuang Shui's school uniform, which had been carefully repaired, whistled in the wind. She staggered back a few steps, her hair messily sticking to her fair cheeks. At this moment she finally recognized the disparity in strength between herself and her opponent. Seeing that the intimidation was almost over, Su Langtian smiled. Don't worry, I won't take your stuff for nothing. $3 million for your dragon scale. Zhuan Shuio, who are you passing off? Do you know what entering the secret realm means? Then blame me for being impolite and hot-headed. Su Langtian snorted coldly, and behind him, the night-traveling god came whistling directly, carrying a monstrous black underworld aura. Zhuang Shuiyu lost her color and summoned the trickster beast to fend it off. First-order juvenile body realm? Looking at the shivering flying Stygian phoenix snake in front of Zhuang Shuiyu, Su Langtian was filled with disdain. My Night Lord, it's the peak of the second-order growing body realm. Knowing that Su Langtian's Night Lord was already at the peak of the second rank, Zhuang Shuiu's face turned pale. You're not a thing, you're a hypocrite. Su Fan would never treat a girl like this, nor would he bully. Su Fan! Su Fan! It's Su Fan again. Su Langtian's face became distorted. Obviously I'm stronger than him. Why are you all surrounding him? Ha ha ha, the Night Lord got down to the point. Until she is willing to hand over her dragon scale. Picking up the dragon scale with blood, Su Langtian was first delighted. Then his expression became fierce. I must contract the spirit dragon in the secret realm this time. Su Fan, die for me. Orchid City Guard Department. Newbie. Good guts. I'm sure you're harboring evil intentions. Sufan crossed his eyebrows, and a cold aura surged in his eyes. In his gaze, a humanoid white mist monster was being surrounded by the light projected down by Morningbiao and the dragon-horned dragon vulture bird, as well as the symbols of the guard department. The monster's face was twisted and hideous, and the 5 senses condensed by the mist were constantly writhing, sometimes emerging as 7 or 8 agonized human faces, and sometimes transforming into a beastly and ghastly appearance. Just now, when Zhang Xiaoquan finished learning about the symbiotic contract, he summoned the Fog Fiend Underworld Demon and prepared to add the contract. The originally docile Misty Fiend Underworld Demon instantly went berserk and erupted with the strength of the 4th stage complete body realm. If it wasn't for Sufan's quick eyes and hands pulling away, Zhang Xiaoquan might have already been hit at this moment. Newbie! The Misty Fiend Underworld Demon once again let out a furious roar, trying to break through the siege against it. But the bright light cast down by the guard department had a natural restraining effect on it, causing its strength to drop severely. It was pressed and beaten by the second-ranked Morning Puma, while the longhorn dragon vulture bird became a spectator. Roar! Morningbiao let out an earth-shattering tiger roar, his bloody mouth fiercely biting at the Misty Fiend Underworld Demon, his sharp tiger teeth biting into the churning mist, tumbling violently and splattering in all directions like torn cotton wool. I don't know if it caused any damage to the Mist Fiend Underworld Demon, but it gave a great view. Yilin was shocked in her heart. This trickster beast of Zhang Xiaofan's was far too powerful than before. Moreover, she could clearly feel that her dragon-horned dragon vulture bird was no longer a match for the morning predator. Yilin's gaze looked towards Sufan, who was wearing a cartoon mask, and she murmured in her heart, "There are so many secrets in you. Misty Fury Underworld Demon." After dozens of rounds, Sufan burst out towards the Misty Fiend Underworld Demon. "You can't run away at all in your current condition." His voice was cold. "There are only 2 options in front of you. 1. Be a good boy and contract a symbiotic contract with Zhang Xiaoquan, and from now on, completely belong to the human race and fight for the human race, no more dissenting thoughts allowed. 2. You continue to struggle here and wait for the official personnel of the Xia Kingdom to arrive." There was a pause. Souls are flying away. At this moment, Sufan's gaze was unusually domineering. He was speaking the truth. There was enough commotion here nowadays that it wouldn't be long before someone from the security service building came over. By then, the Misty Fiend Underworld Demon would be completely exposed. Newbie! The Misty Fiend Underworld Demon let out a rather unwilling roar. It finally subsided. It knew that the teenager was right. It had no choice for itself. Sigh. The Misty Fiend Underworld Demon looked towards Sufan. Sufan, Zhang Xiaoquan, and Yilin were stunned at the same time. "You're going to become my contracted beast?" When Sufan finished speaking, the Misty Fiend Underworld Demon nodded. Since the only way to live nowadays was to go and submit to the human race, why not find a strong person from the human race, or at the very least, a very talented future strong person would be fine. Zhang Xiaoquan. The heart is cold. If his mood could be summarized by the weather, then at this moment, his mood was sunny to stormy. Of course Sufan didn't agree in the end. After all, it was Zhang Xiaoquan's trickster beast, and he himself, who was a big brother, would not go so far as to rob his little brother's trickster beast. Furthermore, he felt that the Misty Fiend Underworld Demon was a bit inadequate. That's right, Sufan was a bit unable to look at the Misty Fiend Underworld Demon. Although it was a great trick of the Inquisitive realm, it had reached its limit. Growth is not high. Nowadays, Sufan's Guilebeast, King Kong and Morningbiao, which one of them is not in existence with a top growth rate? The agreement was completed, the Misty Fiend Underworld Demon did not resist, and Zhang Xiaoquan successfully added the symbiotic contract to the Misty Fiend Underworld Demon. From then on, the Misty Fiend Underworld Demon will be completely submissive with him with 1 honor and 1 loss. At the same time, Zhang Xiaoquan also felt the strength of his physical body was much stronger, and he even vaguely felt that he might be able to wrestle with the rhinoceros. However, he was just a little bit unhappy. The mood was very mixed. It was just like his own wife, who resented himself for running off to another man's house, only to be disliked and kicked out, and had no choice but to come back and make do with himself again. That feeling, don't mention it. Under Zhang Xiaoquan's grudging gaze, Sufan coughed lightly. Alright, this matter is considered to be a happy one. Yilin, we'll have to trouble you to send Zhang Xiaoquan back next, and pick him up after he's finished renewing Grandma's Gui. Yilin nodded with a smile, then her gaze looked at the mask on Sufan's face, as if she wanted to see the face underneath through it. Then later, can you accompany me for dinner? The girl's bold invitation caused Sufan and Zhang Xiaoquan to be stunned at the same time. Chapter 71, Too Exciting. Su Langtian, give me back my dragon scale. This is what teacher gave me. Hua Haoxing collapsed in a pool of blood, his body covered in claw marks that were deep enough to be seen on the bone, dark red blood gurgling and oozing out. Su Langtian played with the 2 dragon scales he snatched in his hand and smiled. If you have the ability to stand up, snatch it away. Hua Haoxing's face was twisted from the intense pain, but his eyes still burned with mad hatred as he stared dead ahead. You shall not die a good death. Manhwa family is waiting for the moment when your Su family falls to the altar. Su Langtian shrugged. You won't be able to wait for that day. After contracting the spirit dragon, I'll only grow stronger. Ah, don't be a fool, you can't fight Sufan. Su Langtian's face was instantly gloomy. Night Lord, he's still too arrogant, beat him to shut up. On the national exam, I'm waiting for you to be abused by Sufan, ha ha ha. The Night Wanderer pounced on the blood-stained Hua Haoxing, but the latter continued to laugh. Ha, do you really think that we see you as the Su family's true heir? It's only because you and your mother dragged the glorious family, once full of loyalists, into a gutter rat's nest, so we're just giving you a bit of sweetness. Let me tell you, no matter how much a sparrow adorns itself, it can't turn into a phoenix. Ha 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 ha. Su Langtian's teeth clenched. Fan, why did you turn down that pretty girl's invitation? On the way back to the first middle school from the outskirts of Lanchang, Zhang Xiaoquan asked. That young lady from the security department is so good-looking, with a body and a face. He couldn't figure out why Sufan would refuse. Sufan gave Zhang Xiaoquan a blank look. Her name is Yi Lin, surname Yi, get it? What's wrong with surname Yi, Zhang Xiaoquan reacted. Brother Fan, she wouldn't be from the Yi family. What do you think? Not only is she from the Yi family, but she is also Yi Jing's sister, Su Langtian's sister-in-law. Sufan hummed and went far away. Zhang Xiaoquan froze in place. Su Langtian's sister-in-law liked Sufan. And Sufan doesn't get along with Su Langtian, meanwhile Yi Jing wants to kill Sufan. Damn yeah, this is too exciting. National exams are around the corner, so everyone should remember to practice at home. Work hard this time and it will be easier when you get to college. Okay, vacation. Sufan and Zhang Xiaoquan come to my office. Ren Dihai left and all the students of Awakening Class 1 happily rushed out of the classroom. Office. Ren Dihai raised his hand, which was as pale as a withered tree branch, and a touch of self-deprecation appeared on his face. You guys must pay attention when the time comes and live within your means. I was, at that time, not quite clear about the rules of the secret realm, and paid an extremely painful price before I contracted the old fellow. But it was mainly to save my life. Ren Dihai finished giving Sufan and Zhang Xiaoquan the precautions within the secret territory. At this time, Sufan thought of a problem. Little old. Teacher, dragon is just a scaled-down version of that Jiaolong? Then how big must the ogre dragon you encountered at that time be? Stretching hundreds of feet or even longer, like a moving mountain range? The size of the secret realm generated by the Guile King realm Guile beasts has a lot to do with their size and strength. The interior of that secret realm covers an area of 1 million square meters, roughly the size of more than 140 soccer fields, so guess how big it is? Ren Dihai said quietly. Holy! Sufan was shocked and all but exploded in foul language. At that time on the rooftop, his guess was still conservative. Somewhat admiringly, he looked at Ren Dihai. The little old man and the others were facing this kind of behemoth at that time, but they were not afraid. Instead, they got up the idea of killing the dragon and seizing the treasure. The little old man was also quite wild at that time. In the end it proved that it's better to keep a low profile. It's better to keep a low profile yourself in the future. Sufan's gaze caused Ren Dihai, who only had a few hairs left on his head, to twitch his old face. Kid. Why do I feel like you're not holding your farts in your heart? Ahahaha, no. Well, get the hell out of here, just make a date for the 5 of you to come over together tomorrow. Amidst Ren Dihai's curses, Sufan and Zhang Xiaoquan fled the office. The 5 dragon scales must be together to enter the secret realm. Ren Dihai's voice inside the office. Got it, little old man. The night before, the misty fiend underworld demon had given Zhang Xiaoquan's grandmother enough Guiqi to support her for a while. Therefore, Zhang Xiaoquan remained in the school's accommodation. Saying nothing, he didn't want to go to Sufan's house. No matter how Sufan asked, stammered, and could not understand, in short, just do not go. Bidding farewell to Zhang Xiaoquan, Sufan left the campus and went straight to the Trickster Beast store. The little old man Ren Dihai had just sent him a message on his cell phone. One about a contracted spirit dragon. In order not to turn into that dry look of the little old man, he had to go prepare something. In the office, Ma Changkai looked at He Muyun. Why are you the only one? Where are Zhuang Xueyo and Hua Hao? They didn't attend class for a day today and didn't know to ask for leave. Ma Changkai grunted. He was used to these children of the world's families, who disappeared at regular intervals. He Muyun scratched his head and laughed. Zhuang Xueyo and Hua Haoxing went back to cultivate within the family for the secret trip. I'll just relay it to them later. Ma Changkai grunted and didn't say anything, repeating to He Muyun the tips Ren Dihai had just given to Sufan and Zhang Xiaoquan. Even out of your safety, you must first help Sufan contract that spirit dragon detachment. Understand? He Muyun stood upright and patted his chest to assure him, don't worry, teacher, I'll definitely properly help him put the spirit dragon contract on. Well, leave. He Muyun's performance made Ma Changkai very satisfied, glancing at Ren Dihai triumphantly. The character of the 3 children he had picked out was still unquestionable. Ren Dihai returned his blank stare. I still don't know which one leaked the secret to Su Langtian. It might be this kid in front of me. When Sufan walked out of the Trickster Beast store holding his waist, the bright moon was already high in the sky. At the same time, his debt had reached a staggering 30 Chinese coins. Looking back, Ji Yorua, who was standing in front of the entrance of the Trickster Beast store watching himself leave, wearing a super short skirt. Sufan's legs trembled. At the same time, he left under the ghostly gazes of the many Imperial Guile Masters waiting to purchase something. How does this guy get locked in every time? That's right. Why does this guy give me a sense of stealing that he's been caught shopping in a brothel? I've discovered something. Lu Renga stared at Ji Yorua's long, white legs. Just now, the boss's wife was wearing stockings, but now they're gone. Ah. This. All the passers-by were shocked, as if they had discovered some heavenly secret. What are all talking about? I think you all have more Chinese coins in your pockets. Since that's the case, I'll satisfy you. All of you will get 11% off your purchases today. Ji Yorua's cold voice came out. There was a wailing sound. Don't, boss lady, I've worked so hard to save my small fortune. I shouldn't have been so cheap. The abomination ants will just have to ransom you back after a while. Don't worry, I'll remember everyone sitting here. No matter how many days pass, all of you will get 11% off unless you consume once. This is true for all the stores of our Ji family in the entire Xia country. Ji Yorua's cold and ghostly voice came again. Some of the Imperial Guile Masters who wanted to sneak out and leave again in a few days, such as Lu Rinjia who had just spoken, had faces that were suddenly as bereft as if they had died. Broken mouth. Chapter 72 The Necessities of a Magnificent Family. Lanchang Zhoko Town. Jushi Village, backed by a large mountain surrounded by green water. When you look at it from a distance, the mountain is surrounded by clouds and mist, just like an ink painting. Zhang Xiaoquan stood in front of the brook and combed his hair tartly into a center parting against the reflection. Brother Fan, today is the day of the appointment to enter the secret realm of Zhoko Town. Awakening Class 2's Zhuang Xueyo is a great beauty. I hope that I can hook up during the trial. Sufan surveyed the lofty mountain in front of him. According to the little old man, there were a total of more than 100 Zhelong split-road beasts within the secret territory. There were augur dragon doppelgangers at the young body realm, growing body realm, and mature body realm. Being careful with the 5 of them shouldn't be much of a threat. This time, they were allowed to come over, firstly, to contract an extremely gifted trickster beast, and secondly, they could also practice a bit. Around 12 o'clock at noon. 3 people from the second class of awakening came. Upon seeing that annoying guy, Sufan was simply speechless. Ma Qingcai's assurance was simply bull. Didn't he say that he wouldn't let Su Langtian come over? There is also He Muyun and Sun Yichao behind He Muyun and Su Langtian. These 3 guys, which one of them excelled in both character and academics? Sufan cursed Ma Qingcai in his heart, originally thinking that this trip to the secret realm would be easier. It seemed that it was going to take some effort. Just as Sufan was speechless, Su Langtian took the initiative to walk over and said in a cold voice, I'm a little curious, will you be able to contract that spirit dragon or me? Su Langtian, you need to have some face. This secret realm resource was given by the little old man to Brother Fan to contract the spirit dragon. What qualifications do you have to grab it from Brother Fan? Zhang Xiaochuan's eyes were burning with rage. He couldn't stop being sick and tired of hypocrites like Su Langtian in his heart. Ma Qingcai, how did he guarantee at that time, saying that the students of the second class would take one more place in exchange for helping Brother Fan to contract the spirit dragon, and now he deliberately let Su Langtian come over? Zhang Xiaoquan scolded Ma Qingcai. Really not a thing. Obviously the resources of the little old man. Now well, Ichiban instead suffered a big loss. He Muyun shrugged. Today's weekday, the last day of the secret entrance. Even if you tell Rindihai to change at this moment, it's too late. At this moment, the scene dissolved into 2 factions. On one side, Zhang Xiaoquan and Su Fan, and on the other side, Su Langtian was at the head, with He Muyun and Sun Yichao as his supporters. The swords were drawn. Su Fan's eyes glanced at Sun Yichao, who hadn't opened his mouth at the very back. He felt that Sun Yichao had some unspoken feelings. Hey, you knelt for me that day, do you want to kneel again today? Sufan took the initiative to open his mouth to provoke Sun Yichao. But to his surprise, in response to his provocation, Sun Yichao only snorted coldly. Sufan's brows furrowed. A subtle spatial ripple fluctuation appeared on a large mountain in the distance. It's appeared again. The entrance to the secret realm only exists for 15 minutes at a time. Su Langtian laughed. You guys haven't thought it through? Should we go in? Or keep thinking and wait for the next round? Su Langtian's mouth caused Zhang Xiaoquan to huff and puff in anger, and if it wasn't mainly for the fact that he was contracting a spirit dragon for Brother Fan, he really wanted to just leave. Don't even go in. Enter. Sufan looked over the entrance to the secret realm and said softly. There was no use in delaying the situation any further nowadays. He could only go in with Su Langtian and the others. The Vajra second stage growing body peak realm shouldn't have much of a problem dealing with Su Langtian and the others. The big deal was to let Zhong Kui funeral Biao make an appearance. Of course. When morning Gao came out, Su Langtian and these people had to die. Killing intent flashed in Sufan's eyes. If these people did not keep their eyes open within the secret territory, then he would kill them. A few minutes later, the five came to the foot of the mountain and raised the dragon scales in their hands together. A thick blue thunder struck, and the five disappeared into thin air. The secret territory was empty, surrounded by clouds and mist, and filled with weird chi. It was bright, but there was no sun in the sky. It was strange. A thick sea of blue thunderclouds swam in the sea, and it seemed to be the light it brought. Zhang Xiaoquan stepped on the floor filled with debris and whispered, "Is this the space opened up by the Guile King realm Guile Beast? It's too much, isn't it? It's simply a small world. Wouldn't all Imperial Guile Masters who possess Guile King realm Guile Beasts have a small world?" Sufan laughed and patted Zhang Xiaoquan's shoulder. "You guessed it right. The reason why a city as small as the imperial capital would accommodate so many powerful families is because their families are all in the small world. Yet, having a Ghost King realm royal Guile Master is the necessary condition to open a powerful family, otherwise it's just a small family, pseudo-powerful family." This was still what Sufan's grandfather told Sufan when he was alive. At that time, the old man envisioned that the Su family would one day be promoted to a powerful family. After hearing Sufan's words, Zhang Xiaoquan's eyes widened. "Holy, this is too bull split. Enough of this nonsense, let's go hunt down some lower-ranked splitters first, accumulate the splitter inner Dan, and then go find that spirit dragon." Sufan and Zhang Xiaoquan began to move. The secret realm was large, more than 140 soccer fields, but the number of doppelgangers was only about 100 heads. So they needed to go looking and hunt. On a mountain pile in the distance, Su Langtian stared at Sufan's back. "Sufan, on this trip to the secret realm, I will make it impossible for you to get out completely. This secret realm is your burial place." Su Langtian let out a cold smile, then turned his head towards Sun Yichao respectfully amidst Himoshian's disbelief. "Cousin, I'll rely on you later. Cousin, help me get rid of Sufan and the contracted upper spirit dragon, and when I inherit the Su family, I will definitely submit to you." Himoshian understood something. "You're not Sun Yichao." Sun Yichao sneered as his face changed and turned into another person's face. Upon seeing that face, Himoshian's face was shocked. "Yi family, Yi Tsongfeng? Aren't you at the Imperial Capital University?" Outside the secret boundaries of Bamboo Creek Village, the hunched Rindihai arrived below the entrance to the secret realm, followed by Ma Qingsai's late arrival. Looking towards Rindihai immediately taunted, "Yo, didn't you say you wouldn't come? Why did you come? I didn't expect your weak body bones to come earlier than me. Didn't you also come?" Rindihai disliked Ma Qingsai back. Ma Qingsai laughed as both of them were worried about their students. "I also don't know if the three Huahaoxing, Himuyun, and Zhuang Shuiyo will be able to do it. The three of them and Sufan are still a bit of a gap and haven't experienced much actual combat." Ma Qingsai murmured softly. Rindihai held his neck high and proudly said, "Don't worry, Sufan from our class will protect them well." Although he usually targeted Sufan all the time, anyone with a discerning eye knew that Sufan had become his most favored protege. Whether it was his temperament or ability, Rindihai was very satisfied. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out the secret spirit dragon and given it to Sufan, allowing him to fight against Su Langtian in the national exam. Rindihai had selfishness. He wanted to cultivate Sufan into a talent and then guard the Xia kingdom for himself. Saying that, an aura in his hand hit the ripples. Then a formation was generated. The scene within the secret territory was shown above the formation. "So worried about that favorite student of yours? Don't worry, the three students I picked with excellent character and academics will properly help Sufan contract the spirit dragon." Ma Qingsai unscrewed the thermos cup and took a sip of tea, continuing to taunt. He didn't notice that Rindihai's face turned iron blue. Chapter 73. Rindihai was furious and broke off. "These are the three students with excellent character and academics that you're talking about." Rindihai's wrinkled face was taut with veins. Pointing at Su Langtian, Himuyun, and Yi Tsongfeng on the array screen. "Ma Qingsai, I didn't expect you to be such a person. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the students I picked." Ma Qingsai snapped the lid of his thermos cup shut with a very unhappy expression, twisted his head towards the screen, and then his entire body froze. "Su Langtian, didn't he say he wouldn't go that day? And why did Yi Tsongfeng go in too?" Ma Qingsai was confused. He had picked three students, how come only Himuyun ended up going in? "What's going on?" Rindihai said angrily, "You're asking me?" At this moment, Rindihai was completely furious when Ma Qingsai had taken 3 places from him, giving him a guarantee that he wouldn't tell Su Langtian and then helping Sufan to contract the spirit dragon. Now what? Not only did Su Langtian go in, but even his once most favored student went in as well. If it wasn't for Ma Qingsai's own secret arrangements, he would have said nothing. Su Langtian plus Yi Tsongfeng, who was a 4th-ranked imperial trickster, went to compete with Sufan for the spirit dragon. Rindihai was enraged to the extreme and gritted his teeth. "Oh Ma Qingsai, you are really good at calculating." Ma Qingsai also didn't expect things to develop like this at this moment. "Dihai, listen to my explanation." "I'll listen to your explanation?" Yi Songfeng and Su Langtian have already gone in, what's the use of explaining? I, Ren Dihai, admire your empty glove move. Ma Qingsai's face paled, and the explanation that came to his lips became feeble. I was the one who gave Sufan the resources in the first place. It was you, Ma Chengkai, who had to get involved. Ren Dihai crossed his eyes and pointed at Ma Qingsai's nose. Licking a face that others owe you, asking for 3 places from me and giving me assurances of fairness in 3. Fair. That's what you call fair. My first class paid out resources and ended up getting in 2 people. Your second class paid out nothing and ended up getting in a 4th-ranked imperial trickster in Su Langtian, who was guaranteed not to be allowed in before. Ma Chengkai, you disappoint me. What if Yi Songfeng came in to help Sufan? Ma Chengkai said somewhat weakly, obviously not believing what he said himself. I will compensate Sufan. Hearing Ma Qingsai's words, Ren Dihai became even more furious, his entire body shivering with anger, and he burst out in foul language. Go to hell. What do you have that can compensate Sufan? Have you ever thought that if Sufan doesn't contract the spirit dragon this time, he might be ruined for life? Suddenly, Ren Dihai came to a realization. I see. You are afraid that Su Langtian will lose to Sufan, right? No, Dihai, listen to me. Ren Dihai laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, in vain I still believed in you in light of the many years of comradeship. Ma Chengkai, you and I will break off from now on. He took out the dragon scale for Sufan to contract in order for him not to lose to Su Langtian, who triggered the heaven and earth anomaly on the national examination a month later. This Ma Chengkai had come up with this underhanded trick in order to not let his student lose. From today onwards, his friendship with Ma Chengkai is completely gone. Comradeship. What's the point of comradeship with a man who never understands himself, who's so high and mighty that he feels he owes him something? Ma Chengkai also did not expect things to develop to this point. The face is no longer before the condescension. He knew that Ren Dihai had a crush on Sufan and had cultivated him as his most favored protege. When he took away the 3 spots at that time, he really didn't think of letting Su Langtian in awe. But now, I don't have it. However, no matter what, Ren Dihai ignored him. Things have already happened. Su Langtian and Yi Songfeng have already gone in. You Ma Chengkai do not put aside here to pretend to be innocent. Ma Chengkai sighed. He knew that he had indeed done something wrong this time. He had some regrets. He probably shouldn't have eyeballed taking those 3 dragon scales at that time. Now it was purely and simply a pain in the ass. Su Langtian and Yi Songfeng didn't know which means they used to obtain the dragon scales, but they definitely couldn't read their own favor. This side also completely offended Ren Dihai. Alas. Ma Chengkai sighed. Ren Dihai and Ma Chengkai. Break up. Ren Dihai's face was grim and serious. Sufan, I can't help you now. Everything depends on your own creativity. The spirit dragon of the inquisitive fate can't be snatched. Contracting a trickster beast of the commanding fate is fine. Wait until after you get to the university. Slowly close the gap with the others. Come on. Ren Dihai murmured softly on this side. Ma Chengkai heard his heart is even more disturbed. He completely became a bad guy. Time passes minute by minute. Zhang Xiaoquan, who was under Sufan's heel, surpassed Ren Dihai and Ma Qingsai's expectations, and gradually inspired bloodlust from his initial nervousness. Especially his trickster beast, the misty fiend underworld demon, incited the white mist, and his seemingly flimsy attacks were able to do amazing damage. A first-stage growing body realm, like a serpent's outer body, could be taken away in just a single strike by a Jiaolong detachment. When did Zhang Xiaoquan contract a second trickster beast, and its strength is quite impressive? Ren Dihai was overjoyed. He had thought that there was no hope at all, but Zhang Xiaoquan's trickster beast had given him another glimmer of hope. Perhaps Sufan and Zhang Xiaoquan still had a chance to compete with Yi Songfeng and Su Langtian. Not bad, really letting your kids snuggle up. Sufan laughed as he picked up the inner guts of the Jiaolong split's blood and flesh that was scattered with lightning arcs. Zhang Xiaoquan hemmed and hawed. Compared to his first trickster beast, the mist fiend underworld demon was simply many times stronger. Seemingly seeing what Zhang Xiaoquan was thinking in his mind, Sufan said quietly, but don't forget about your first rogue beast. That's your initial rogue beast. Don't hate the old for the new. The smile on Zhang Xiaoquan's face disappeared. It shifted to Sufan's face. Brother Fan, it's all your fault. Choosing that creepy beast for me. Zhang Xiaoquan was mortified. When I join the army in the future, I won't even dare to summon it out, or I'll be laughed to death by my comrades. He didn't even dare to imagine that image. What about the trickster attack, his own initial trickster coming out and drying up the battlefield? Sufan laughed out loud. You have to trust my vision. Cultivating it is definitely not worse than a misty fiend underworld demon. I guarantee it. He did not exaggerate. That succubus fire crazy Sun Teddy, but Zhong Kui Morning Biao personally named and picked it out for Zhang Xiaoquan. Morning Biao told Sufan that if that guy was cultivated properly, he might break through the talent limit. Very tough. On the battlefield, mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. I believe in you, Koizumi. After Sufan finished speaking, he sat on Vajra's thick turtle back and left to look for the auger split. Su Langtian and Sun Yichao and He Muyun and the others he didn't look at, but there was no way to help that there were many of them. If they had more Jiaolong split inner Dan counts than himself, the spirit dragon was going to be snatched away by them. Zhang Xiaoquan winced and hurried to follow. Chapter 74 Thunderbolt Underworld Python. The split form of the augur dragon was similar to that of a snake, and possessed some characteristics of a dragon respectively. Some have dragon scales, some have dragon claws. Moreover, these doppelgangers were very berserk, with a very strong sense of territory, and as long as they entered its territory, they would immediately take the initiative to attack. Sufan sat on Vajra's back and surveyed the entire secret realm. Su Langtian and the others had become a small black dot. In each of them, they were collecting the inner elixir of the detachment. Apparently Ma Qingsai's previous promise was indeed an ass. Let's split up as well. The Jiaolong split inner Dan is a good thing. Collect some not only to use when contracting spirit dragons, but also when upgrading your own trickster beasts. Send a signal immediately after encountering danger. Sufan pointed to the signal gun on Zhang Xiaoquan's waist. This was what Ren Dihai had reminded him of, and all 5 of them wore a signaling gun, in order to discover that Spirit Dragon could rush over together to help. Now that Su Langtian and the others had come in and discovered the Spirit Dragon, they definitely couldn't report it. It could only be taken as a distress signal. Brother Van, I understand. Zhang Xiaoquan didn't dawdle and left with his misty fiend underworld demon. Nowadays, he was quite confident in his strength. Su Langtian might be a bit overwhelmed, but he definitely had no problem dealing with Sun Icho and He Muyun. Zhang Xiaoquan left. Sufan sat on Morning Biao's back and headed in a direction. The Jiaolong secret territory was very empty. There were no large mountain ranges, only a lot of small dirt pile-like mountains. The augur dragon's doppelganger was most likely behind those mountains. Outside, Ren Dihai looked grave, staring at the screen. Nowadays, he no longer had the luxury of hoping that Sufan would be able to contract a spirit dragon. If he could contract a commander's fate split that was similar in talent to the Su family's successor beast, the Night Wanderer, it wouldn't be a waste of a trip. As a royal wizard, one slow step is a slow step. That was all he could help Sufan with at the moment. On the side, Ma Chengkai kept his eyes on Su Langtian and the others. As things had already happened, he could only hope that Su Langtian and the others were safe and not in danger. Jiaolong's secret realm. As Sufan walked, a deep blue sea of thunder appeared in front of him. At the end of the sea of thunder, a scaly dragon doppelganger was vaguely seen swimming. A third-order doppelganger. Sufan was overjoyed. Jin Gang's advancement to the 3rd stage required 10-second stage-growing body realm inner elixirs. He only had 1 second-order inner elixir today, falling short by 9. On the trip to the secret realm, he not only wanted to contract the upper spirit dragon, but secondly, he wanted to collect enough inner Dan to advance for Vidra. The value of a 3rd-order inner elixir was enough to exchange for 2 second-order inner elixirs. This sea of thunder in front of him had to trickle in. Thrust. Thrust. The thick thunder plasma swamp continuously emitted the sound of electric arcs colliding. A giant python revealed its large python head. Stabbing. The python bursts out of the lightning swamp and climbs onto the small mound of dirt. The python was no less thick than a 1,000-year-old tree. What attracted the most attention, the body of the giant python was clad in a layer of fine and thick dragon scales, with threads of lightning arcs swimming around, glowing with cold light. Name, Thunderbolt Underworld Python Augur Dragon Divergent Trickster Dragon Clan. Level, 3rd Order Mature Body Realm Mid. Talent, Commander's Fate. Battle Skills. Death Entanglement, entangles the enemy tightly, frantically contracting the body while releasing lightning. Plasma Jet, spews blue plasma from deep in your throat, dealing massive damage to your enemies. Stab La La. At the same time Sufan detected the Thunderbolt Underworld Python, the latter also discovered him. Re-drilling into the Thunder Sea, he kept approaching, his eyes fierce, his berserk and ferocious nature exposed. Outside. Sufan's encounter makes both Ren Dihai and Ma Chengkai aware of it. Ren Dihai was alarmed. According to his previous plan, if 5 people were together, he might still be able to have a fighting chance when he encountered this mid-3rd stage Thunderbolt Underworld Python. But now, Sufan alone would not be able to. Ren Dihai was a bit sorry. The Thunderbolt Stygian Python of the Commander's Fate was actually satisfied being Sufan's contracted Guile Beast. But nowadays, Sufan still needed to find some weaker rogue beasts. Contracting a trickster beast was even an order of magnitude more difficult than killing it. Ma Chengkai on the side had a flat face and similarly felt that Sufan could only leave in a roundabout way. But next, to the shock of Ren Dihai and Ma Chengkai, Vajra, charge into the Sea of Thunder. Sufan levitated the Fate Palace in his right-hand heart, and with a command, Vajra let out a fighting battle cry and rushed into the Sea of Thunder. Roar! Jab! Stabbing! With the addition of King Kong, the Sea of Thunder boiled and churned like a frying pan, and the area instantly brightened up. Name, Returning Ancestor Body Vine Gnarled Turtle Chacho's Clan Inheritance. Level, 2nd Order Growing Body Realm Peak. Talent, Overlord Fate. Battle Technique, None. That's right, Vajra was going to fight the Thunderbolt Stygian Python of the Third Order Mature Body Realm with the peak of the Second Order Growing Body Realm. It had no fear. Because his bloodline was more noble than the Thunderbolt Underworld Python. Ren Dihai's eyes glazed over. Of course, he couldn't see the exact value of the Vajra. What he was shocked by was the endless battle intent emanating from Sufan's trickster beast. This is that timid and fearful vine-gnarled bearded turtle? Whether it was Sufan in the trial tower or now facing the Thunderbolt Underworld Python, the vine-gnarled bearded turtle was too out of character. The appearance of this vine-gnarled bearded turtle or the surging battle intent emanating from an enemy that was a full step above him was too unlike the vine-gnarled bearded turtle. It was enough to shock the jaws of all the Imperial agents. It was too unrecognizable. Ren Dihai was in a trance for a moment. How did Little Fan do it? The mutation of the trickster beasts is understandable, but how did this nature change? Ma Changkai nodded, appreciation appearing in his eyes. Sufan is indeed a rare genius. Whether it's his strength or his cultivation of the trickster beasts, he has performed perfectly. Just because a guile beast's talent is strong doesn't necessarily mean that the Imperial Guile Master is strong. A truly talented Imperial trickster can not only utilize the strength of a trickster as it should be, but can even pull up the upper limit of the trickster. Ma Changkai muttered, in the Demon Suppression Legion, those demons weren't just like that. The elite Destiny Guile beasts could even exert the strength of the Inquisitive Realm in their hands. Ren Dihai simply ignored Ma Changkai's words. Directly shrinking the screen in front of him, he put it in the palm of his hand and walked to a very long distance from Ma Changkai. From the moment Su Langtu and Yi Tsongfeng entered the secret realm, there was no room for him and Ma Changkai to recover emotionally. The better Sufan performed, the higher his anger value towards Ma Changkai was. Obviously, he could have cultivated an excellent Imperial Guile Master for the Xia Kingdom, and it was by Ma Changkai that he was stirred up. Ma Changkai was stunned. His heart was agonized, knowing that nothing he could do at this moment would be of any use. Unless Su Langtian and Yi Tsongfeng helped Sufan contract the Spirit Dragon. However, with Su Langtian and Yi Tsongfeng's temperament, would that be possible? Sighing, he struck a formation that was the same as Ren Dihai's in the secret ripples to watch his student's performance. The secret realm of the dragon. The Thunderbolt Underworld Python swam through the Thunderbolt Swamp, and in an instant, it raided in front of Sufan. Chapter 75 turned into the shape of a Chinese coin. The Thunderbolt Underworld Python opened its mouth, and its two fangs nastily flashed with blue arcs of electricity, spewing out a large amount of thunder plasma. Vajra, use your back to resist. The tree snake wrapped around Sufan's waist to protect Sufan in front of King Kong's chest, and the thunder slurry poured onto King Kong's back like a waterfall. Rumble. Bursts of sound. Lightning colored the earth. Nothing could be seen in the entire area, only thunder and lightning swam. Ren Dihai was anxious. The thunder light gradually dissipated. Silky faint arcs of electricity flowed on the thick turtle back of the golden Vajra, other than that there were no wounds. Blocked. Sufan's guile beast has actually blocked the Thunderbolt Underworld Python's battle technique. Sufan's trickster beast's defense is so high. It can totally go the tank route, and it's also big in size. If it can still advance, it will probably be even bigger. Right now, the Dragon Kingdom battlefield lacks a giant tank-type trickster beast with a one-man defense. Thunderbolt Stygian Python, Mature Body Realm. Vine Gnarled Turtle, Mature Body Realm. There was a difference of one rank between the two, and the Sufan trickster beast had actually resisted it without the slightest loss. In other words, this guile beast of Sufan's fate was even higher than the Thunderbolt Underworld Python. The Thunderbolt Stygian Python bloodline fate quality was Commander, which meant that Sufan's this trickster beast had already surpassed the Commander level. Ren Dihai was breathing heavily. He might have been underestimating Sufan's strength. No. It was everyone who had underestimated Sufan's strength. Yes. Can it be simple to be seen by the official Xia Kingdom and given the hidden dragon reverse fortune heavenly deity technique? Roar. The tree serpent on Vajra's back followed Sufan's order and released heavy hammers continuously. Under the coverage of brownish-yellow guile chi, it was like a war hammer rumbling and smashing into the Thunderbolt Underworld Python. The rich smell of blood escaped from the Thunderbolt Stygian Python's body as it let out a miserable wail. It was enraged. It did not expect that a weak human, and a turtle, would dare to challenge it, a true dragon. The thick tail whistled with the sound of breaking wind. It wrapped around Vajra's body. Battle technique, death entanglement. Screw the real dragon. It's just a snake clad in dragon scales. Jean Gang, give me a bite on its 7 inches. Sufan was not afraid in the slightest. Roar. Jean Gang was very obedient, opening his Taotai mouth and directly biting the 7 inches of the Thunderbolt Underworld Python. Huge force bites. Ka-boom. Jab. With a crunching sound, the Thunderbolt Underworld Python was directly bitten off by King Kong. King Kong did not stop. The huge python head, in the mouth of the big mouth, blood and flesh was bitten and pressed a few times and then swallowed directly with the inner Dan. Roar. King Kong's battle spirit was high. Sufan on the turtle's back laughed freely. Then froze. Silly turtle. Spit it out. That's a third-order inner elixir. You're only eating a second-order inner elixir. You're losing money. Roar. King Kong weakly roared. It had already been swallowed. Then, a burst of thunderous energy escaped from Vajra's body, and the excess energy was released out of the secret realm. Rendi Hai, who was staring at the projection, had frozen. This was a mid-third stage dragon rogue beast. Even though it was a doppelganger that might be spiritually crippled a bit, it was still a third stage and it was still a rogue beast that commanded the destiny. Sufan's strength nowadays is absolutely fine on the national exam. Rendi Hai has some regrets. If he had known this, he shouldn't have taken out the dragon scale so early. Now instead, it's likely to fulfill Su Langtian. Rendi Hai's chagrin was naturally unknown to Sufan. Jin Gang's huge body was like a mountain of earth, traveling through the lightning swamp, rumbling and rumbling. The tree serpent entwined Sufan's entire body, protecting it tightly. The lightning couldn't harm it in the slightest. For others, lightning swamps may be difficult to pass through after all. These lightning bolts can have an instantaneous current of more than 100,000 amperes and temperatures as high as 20,000 degrees. But King Kong's tree snake defense could be said to be simply invincible, like an insulator wrapping Sufan. Next, Rendi Hai was a little worried. Because in his screen view, there was a bigger lightning swamp in front of Sufan. The augur detachments in there were surprisingly not alone, but appeared in groups. There might be a late third stage or even with a peak mature body realm augur detachment in there. An Imperial Guile Master must register with the Imperial Guile Master Guild if he possesses a third-order realm Guile beast. This was because the strength of a trickster after the third stage of its mature body was different from what it had been before. The first stage was divided into early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. The increase in strength of each small stage was comparable to a large segment of the previous one. And trying to kill a wild late third stage or even peak dragon-type trickster beast. The strength of the Imperial Trickster is straight out of the 4th rank. However, Sufan was only at the 2nd rank at this moment. The depths of the secret realm. It was clearly illuminated by the thick thunderbolt in the sky, but this place was even brighter. A lake of thunder that covered an even wider area appeared. King Kong's huge turtle eyes looked towards the lake, his vigilance value pulled full. What a dense lightning power! With Sufan on his back, King Kong raised his eyes to look. Thick and dense thunder pulp in a lake. Not far from the line of sight, there was a group of creatures swimming in groups in the Thunder Lake. In this lake, there are quite a few augur detachments. On Vajra's back, Sufan's originally relaxed expression gradually became serious. Bear, bear, bear. Inside the lake, a sound came out. A sound similar to the ejection of marbles. Sensing danger, Sufan warned in a low voice, King Kong. The symbiotic tree snakes on King Kong's back tensed up, forming a shield in front of Sufan. Several orbs made of lightning were like a cannonball attacking Sufan on Vajra's back straight from the lake. In the end, it was hard blocked by the tree snake and changed its trajectory. It smashed into a small mound of dirt to the side. Boom! A small pit appeared. Sufan looked at the group of augur dragon detachments that were similar in form to dragon shapes. Some had fish bodies with dragon scales, some only had bear dragon bodies, and some had snake bodies with dragon claws. Their mouths were all sucking in the power of lightning from the Thunder Lake, gathering balls of light and aiming them in Sufan's direction. Name, Augur Split Group Trickster Dragon Clan. Level, 2nd Order Mature Body Realm Early. Talent, Elite Fate. Battle Skills. Group Berserk, product of the Guile King Realm Augur's failure to cross the threshold. When the collective exists, the combat power is increased by 50%. There are members of the collective who die, the combat power is increased by 5%. Thunderbolt Marble, draws in the power of thunder and lightning, gathering thunderballs to attack. Upon closer inspection, a thunder arc linked the augur doppelgangers in the Thunder Lake one by one, baring their teeth, and each doppelganger's eyeballs were filled with berserk aura. Outside the secret land, Rendezvous was surprised. He couldn't see the data of the augur doppelganger, but was able to judge it based on his experience. As expected of a Guile King Realm Augur's doppelganger, it has battle skills at the 2nd rank. That one lightning arc actually boosted the combat strength of all the members. Bear, bear, bear. Within the lake, the sound of storing up power again came out. This group of doppelgangers is surprisingly different from what I understood before, not existing alone, forming a clan. Moreover, watching the number of these augur doppelgangers, it should be no less than 20. Rendi Hai was worried, with more than 24 2nd-ranked Jiao Dragon doppelgangers, could Sufan cope with them? Ha 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 ha. Sufan laughed out loud, his eyes turning into the shape of Chinese coins. Scared? Fear of chicken. In Sufan's opinion. Inside this lake, they were all walking 20 Chinese coins. Chapter 76, Wealthy, Wealthy. Blue thunder arcs zipped and strung chaotically as the domineering Vajra stepped into the Thunder Lake, and thunder and lightning instantly flew within the lake. Roar! Under the extremely high temperature and current, some of the substances in the air began to burn. King Kong transformed into a thunder and fire giant turtle wrapped in lightning and flames. Sufan was very submissive this time and didn't follow. There was no way, he was still a human being after all. With these high electric volts and high temperatures, in case Vajra didn't pay attention and didn't protect him for a moment, he'd be cooked in an instant. With King Kong entering the lake. In the lake, a group of augmented dragon doppelgangers whose bodies were filled with lightning arcs poked out. Sufan counted them. A total of 21. King Kong is going to be a tough battle next. King Kong, give it a try, say if it doesn't work, I'll have your big brother come up and help you. Roar! King Kong let out a battle-filled roar, indicating that he didn't need to use Funeral Puma to make an appearance yet. Sufan, don't get attached to the battle. Letting you guys enter the secret realm is for you to collect some inner Dan and contract a split, not to kill the augur split ah. Ren Dihai said anxiously. Su Langtian, Yi Tsongfeng, and He Muyun had come to this Thunder Lake before. Yi Tsongfeng, who had the strength of a 4th-level royal wizard, didn't even choose to come in hard. Obviously, there were too many augur doppelgangers here for him to take them down. Nowadays, Sufan could easily drag himself into a predicament like this. The Imperial Spectre also needs to know how to judge the situation and know his limits ah. Ren Dihai was worried. But he couldn't get in, and couldn't give substantial help to Sufan. Sufan grinned and pulled out a second-order trickster beast inner Dan from his spatial ring and threw it at King Kong. King Kong catch it, next depends on your performance, you are allowed to eat 8 split heads before, the others are reserved for the boss me. This second-ranked trickster beast inner Dan was obtained from killing the sun-devouring extreme cold centipede at that time. Jean Gang would be able to advance to break through the 3rd rank after eating 8 more second-rank inner pills. Roar! The tree snake on King Kong's back rushed high towards the trickster beast's inner Dan thrown by Sufan and accurately caught it. Then it was stuffed into King Kong's hideous mouth. Swallowed with a crunch. Roar! The thick hooves were wrapped in thick yellow bizarre chi, trampling on a scaly dragon doppelganger without mercy. Ren Dihai let out a bitter smile. This kid really never brings fear. Boom! The scaly dragon doppelganger that was closest to King Kong was directly trampled by King Kong into a meatloaf that it didn't even recognize from its own mother. Kaboom, kaboom! The tree serpent probed up the body of the augmented dragon doppelganger from the Thunder Lake and stuffed it into Vajra's mouth. The thunder arc accompanied by the blood and also the burning flames, stirred in Vajra's mouth like an incinerator, and finally transformed into the energy for Vajra's advancement. The death of one augur dragon detachment disappeared on the lightning arc that linked their bodies. The eyes of the other augur dragon detachments became even more scarlet and fell into a more berserk state. Battle technique, group berserk, their strength increased by another 5% on top of their 50% share. Then, they all spat out the marbles that had gathered half a day's worth of thunder power just now, forming a rain of marble arrows in the air and enveloping Vajra's massive body. As the surrounding thunder marbles increased, the thunder light plasma beside King Kong grew thicker and thicker, finally forming a huge plasma sphere around it. The 20 augur doppelgangers, surrounding the plasma body, let out hideous hisses, preparing to finish off the intruder in one fell swoop. Vajra, break it! Sufan didn't believe that Vajra could be trapped by a small plasma. As expected. Roar! After he finished speaking, a war cry with a strong delay came out from the plasma sphere. Then, the sphere began to shudder violently, becoming boiling and arcs of electricity jumped. The entire lightning lake was driven into a frenzy. A tiny crack cracked out in the plasma sphere while oozing out a thick brownish-yellow bizarre gas. Like a large brownish-yellow sphere. More and more. Until there was a loud boom. Roar! The plasma sphere shattered, and the augur detachments surrounding it collapsed. King Kong's massive body roared in battle as the tree serpent blossomed in a sea of thunder and lightning. This trickster beast's defense is heaven-defying. Compared to its previous performance in the trial tower, Sufan's guile beast has improved by at least double. Ren Dihai's pupils dilated in shock. When he thought about it, Sufan was in the trial tower. A few second-ranked guile soldiers had forced Sufan and his guile beasts into quite a mess. At that time, Vajra had shocked him when he passed the entire trial tower. Nowadays, King Kong was even tougher, and under the attack of 20 berserk status added augur detachments, he had actually carried through. This Tandu. It's so anticlimactic. The lightning arcs in the image gradually dispersed, and in the lightning lake, the 20 augur detachments shriveled. Obviously, the explosion just now had caused them considerable damage as well. At the same time, the battle technique group Berserk was rudely interrupted, and the negative effects came as well. Take him while he's sick. These augur detachments were so weak, it would not be polite. The thick tree serpent wheeled around, transforming into a battlefield scythe and frantically harvesting the bodies of the augur detachments. After a burst of electric arcs and thunder, fire splashed everywhere. In the lake where the lightning arcs flickered, a bloodied and mangled augur split body appeared. Crunch! Crunch! Jean Gang always remembered Sufan's order, and while fighting he also took the opportunity to swallow the inner Dan of the 8-headed augur dragon doppelganger along with his flesh and blood. One bite, one crunch. Ha 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 ha. The battle is over. Sufan crossed his arms and laughed. Looking at the remaining 12 auger split bodies, his eyes turned into the shape of Chinese coins. Getting rich, getting rich. 12-second order inner Dan a 20W, 2,400,000 into the account. ZZ. In a moment of haste, Sufan stretched out his leg and approached the Thunder Lagoon, and as a result, he was electrocuted before he even touched the surface of the lake. He hurriedly called out to King Kong to pick him up. Then he took in the 12-headed auger body as well as the inner Dan. This was a scaly dragon split. It must be worth a lot of money too. It's too damn good. This is how an Imperial Guile Master makes money. There's no way to make money on a mission like this. Meanwhile, Vajra, who had absorbed enough energy, radiated light all over his body and began his journey of advancement. Looking at Sufan, who was laughing maniacally within the screen, Rendihai's mouth twitched. To be honest, he really hadn't seen such a fierce beast. Is this a tantric fate? Don't tell me that Sufan has gotten a weird beast with an 8th order overlord fate? What a joke. Then one is still eyeballing a 7th ranked commander's fate spirit dragon for someone? Self. Still underestimated the strength of Sufan and his trickster beast in the realization just now. Rumble. Just then, the earth began to tremble violently for miles around with the lake as the source of the tremor. In the lake, the entire sea of thunder plasma completely boiled. A bursting thunder flower bloomed, piercing and stabbing, carrying an extremely violent voltage and heat. It was even more severe around Vajra. In the first instance, the tree snake on Vajra's back sent Sufan out of the lake. Sufan barely stood still and felt the breath in the center of the lake. This aura. It's the aura of a 4th stage complete body realm trickster beast. Chapter 77 Spirit Dragon appears, Morning Biao appears. The blandness on Sufan's face disappeared. The aura of a 4th stage complete body realm trickster beast. Could it be? Anon. A powerful dragon's roar came from within the thunder lake, and the sound waves were wrapped in a mighty pressure that swept away in layers. It shook the worlds. A behemoth rushed out of the lake, carrying out thunder arcs. It was a bizarre beast that was similar in shape to the bald old dragon that Rendihai had contracted. The only difference was that this scaly dragon detachment was transparent, and except for its scarlet eyes, its body was composed of blue aura. It looked even more divine. Holy, spirit dragon. No wonder so many augmented dragon doppelgangers have gathered together. This spirit dragon gave him a feeling that was far more shocking than the bald old dragon. Name, Spirit Jiao, product of Jiao Dragon's failed transition creepy dragon race. Rank, 4th order complete body realm early stage. Talent, inquisitive fate. Battle skills. Spiritual energy laxity, passive battle technique. Spiritual Jiao is a product of the failed Jiao Dragon transition in the Guile King realm. With some of the power of the Jiao Dragon, all of its attacks will inflict spiritual awareness level damage on the enemy. Dragon King Charge, passive battle technique. Any part of the Spirit Jiao's body can be used to attack and cause a shocking effect. Thunderfall Heavenly Meteor plucks thunder elements from the worlds and condenses them into a giant thunder meteorite that smashes into the target, dealing huge damage to the target. Dragon King's Descending Wrath. Any trickster beast with a bloodline lower than its strength drops by 30%, and any dragon-affiliated race, regardless of their own natural destiny, drops their strength by 50%. Thunder Shield. Gather the power of lightning and nature and generate a shield to ward off attacks. Thanks to Sufan not being able to see the numerical value panel of the huge Spirit Jiao in front of him, otherwise he would have screamed. Tramp, whose 4th-ranked trickster beast has 5 battle techniques. Outside the secret boundary, Rendihai's expression couldn't be more complicated. He was happy that Sufan had found the spirit dragon before Su Langtian, but then he was farcical. A 4th stage complete body realm Guile beast was 2 whole segments higher than Sufan's Guile beast. The gap between this was too great. Especially since trying to contract then kill is even more difficult to spike. If there were 5 people, there would be a chance, but now Sufan is only 1 person. Sufan. Why don't you give up? The national exam is coming up in a month, and if the trickster beast suffers some injuries, it's really not worth it. Rendihai murmured softly. At this moment, he really wanted Sufan to give up. Rendihai didn't notice that in the distance, Ma Qingsai's face turned iron blue and his eyes looked at the screen with monstrous anger. King Kong, this spirit dragon is not easy to deal with. Try it first. If it doesn't work, let your big brother come on and help you. 4th order spirit dragon has far exceeded the realm of King Kong at the moment. Anyway, this side Su Langtian, they are not here. Really cannot top let funeral Puma out. Sufan did not know that Rendihai and Ma Qingsai were outside watching the battle. Roar. Covered in a thick brownish yellow bizarre aura, the advancing Vajra let out a war cry and moved his huge body to charge at the spirit dragon of his own accord. The spirit dragon was furious at finding an intruder in its territory. Anon. A cry filled with dragon power. For a moment, the lake of thunder rioted and the arcs of electricity ran amok, stirring wildly along with the high-temperature flames. The tree serpent swung towards the spirit dragon like a warhammer, while Vajra's thick hooves also trampled towards the spirit dragon. On the spirit dragon's side, it wrapped up its huge body and slapped towards King Kong. It appeared to be a light touch. Boom! After contacting the body of the spirit dragon, the air with the thunder and lightning made a rumbling explosion. Afterwards, Sufan saw the tree snake actually shriveled up, while the spirit dragon's side was unharmed. This was the spirit dragon's battle technique: Dragon King Charge and Spirit Energy Laxity. Sufan's face sank. Tree snake and trample were Vajra's main methods of offense, and he was surprisingly unharmed against the spirit dragon. Observe carefully. In front of the spirit Zhao, a shield composed of dark blue lightning condensed. The shield looked thin, but it was indestructible, blocking Vajra's trampling. Battle technique: Thunder Shield. This was the anticlimactic nature of one of the Jiao Long's main doppelgangers, the spirit Jiao. With 5 battle techniques and the level suppression, Jin Gang's attacks were like scratching an itch to it. Instead, under the backlash of the 2 powerful passive battle techniques, he himself was still shaken. Worthy of being a dragon-type trickster beast, Sufan shouted. He was simply too satisfied with the spirit Jiao's performance. To attack there was attack, to defend there was defense. This is simply invincible if it's contracted. Anon. The scarlet eyes of the spirit Jiao suddenly flashed with a lightning pattern symbol for a split second, and then the dragon's mouth let out an even more powerful dragon cry. All the lightning between the Thunder Lake converged towards it. Sufan's body stood straight up and his sweaty hairs stood straight up. Sufan! Don't be brave, hurry up and quit! Ren Dihai shouted anxiously. The strength shown by this spirit dragon nowadays was simply not something Sufan, a trickster beast, could handle. He couldn't figure out why Sufan didn't retreat. Zzz. Not slight electric current sounds, each one was a burst of tens of millions of volts intertwined in the air. Above the dragon's head, a thunderball as huge as a meteorite gradually converged, growing larger and larger. The air around it became blazing hot, boiling hot. The size was fully twice that of King Kong. Then, from the heavens above towards the seemingly small King Kong with the greatness of heaven and earth, it crashed down. Thunder fall, heaven fall. Spirit Jiao's battle technique. Vajra can't resist coming straight back. Meteorite attacked. At this moment Sufan also goaded. Even the space where the thunder meteorite scratched through was turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye, pulling out a long flame thunder tail. Roar! However, Vajra does not retreat. It responded to Sufan with a battle cry. The thunder meteor descended, like a heavenly disaster approaching the world. The Thunder Lake, which covered a huge area, directly boiled. King Kong's huge body was completely filled with dark blue lightning, and with it as the center, a tens of meters of berserk thunderball was formed. Rumbling sounds continuously came from inside. Roar! Sufan couldn't even see what was happening inside King Kong. The shockwave of lightning frenzy was still spreading towards the outside. Visible to the naked eye, several bowl-thick lightning arcs quickly ran towards Sufan. All of this was transmitted to the outside world through the formation. Sufan! Ren Dihai shouted outside the secret world. His face changed drastically. If this kind of thunder pressure struck a person, it would definitely take a life. Sufan absolutely couldn't have anything happen. Old fellow, do you have the ability to force your way into the secret realm? Ren Dihai anxiously asked the scaly dragon body doppelganger inside the famous palace, the bald old dragon. You know my condition. Even if you go in now, it's too late. Ren Dihai was stunned and his face turned white. It was over, he might be killing Sufan. Several thunder arcs ran towards Sufan at an extremely fast speed. If they had minds, they would be looking at Sufan with scorn and disdain at this moment. In front of the greatness of heaven and earth, Sufan was an ant. However, Sufan was not afraid in the slightest. In Ren Dihai's shock, a flash of colorful gesture appeared in his right hand heart, and then a small disc palace appeared. Ren Dihai's eyes stared blankly, his hand trembling as he pointed at the screen, as if he had seen something extremely frightening. How does Sufan have 2 fate palaces? Chapter 78, King Kong comprehends battle skills. Roar! With a loud and clear tiger roar, a tiger with a body as black as ink, carrying a huge brush and a heavy tome on its back, and the size of a jeep appeared. Name, Judge Zhong Kui, Punish Evil Division Clan. Level, Second Order Growth Body Realm. Talent King Fate. Battle Technique, None. Boom! Morning Gao's tiger claws lightly slapped at a few thunder arcs, and a few loud bangs came to solve Sufan's crisis. Then, Sufan cleanly jumped onto the back of the funeral Biao tiger. Then with a few jumps, he arrived at a very long distance from the center of the lake thunderstorm. Finish! Outside the secret territory, Ren Dihai, who had witnessed everything, had been confused. His mouth was wide open. With difficulty, his eyes looked toward the morning puma on Sufan's crotch, and then he twisted his head to look at the fate palace on the palms of Sufan's left and right hands. There were too many shocking points. He was a little down for a moment. The punishment of Evil Division Clan, one of the 4 judge clans under the Guile Emperor of the Guile Realm. That Tama. Tramp's destiny as a king. I'm going to the Mother Ing Heavenly Lord. Ren Dihai forgot to breathe and almost suffocated himself. Where did Sufan get the member contract of this rebellious bizarre world community? No, Sufan, you have such a trickster beast, what are you hiding it every day? Are you afraid that the punishment of evil division clan is the upper echelon of the Guile realm and has an undying relationship with the human clan? That's a conflict between races, it has nothing to do with individuals. And Ren Dihai's gaze looked at Sufan's fate palace in his right heart that was one size larger than others. Why does this kid have two fate palaces? The bald old dragon inside the fate palace was shocked. Ren Dihai and the bald old dragon, at this moment, felt the imperial trickster concept shatter. Born with dual destiny palaces. Ren Dihai didn't even know what to say. This shock was even stronger than the one brought to him by Sufan contracting a monarch fate trickster beast. He could guarantee that if Sufan revealed the secret of his natural dual destiny palace, then no one would be more dazzling than him in this year's national examination. Any department in Xia, whether it was the official school and military or guilds and families, would absolutely come over to compete for Sufan. This talent, it was too heaven-defying. Looking at Sufan's current situation, it was absolutely true that he had contracted two trickster beasts at the first rank. Twice the number of trickster beasts than someone of the same rank? Then what's the point of fighting? Ren Dihai thought a lot. He even thought about the Su. Even he, who never got involved in the affairs of the lineage, commented a few words. Are those old undead of the Su family really blind? Su Lailan has been kicked by a donkey all these years? Sufan, who could bring the family to a renaissance, was driven out and then supported a guy whose heart was so bad that he couldn't help himself and whose mind was also evil. Thinking about it, Ren Dihai glanced at Ma Chunkai, who was not looking too good in the distance. It should be that something had happened on Su Langtian and Yi Songfeng's side, making him very dissatisfied. Obviously Ma Chunkai hadn't paid attention to Sufan's side of the situation. Ren Dihai immediately punched another formation in, and then let out a sigh of relief. For a short period of time, Sufan's piece of screen Ma Chunkai could not be seen. Think carefully. Ren Dihai also understood why Sufan hid his talent. Regarding the current situation of the Su family, when Sufan's talent was displayed, Su Langtian's mother, Jingyi, would definitely not let him continue like this. Were there fewer incidents of the ancient harem killing imperial sons? Ren Dihai was still in extreme shock after Morning Biao put Sufan in the area where the lightning waves could not reach him within the Jelong secret. Morning Biao let out a tiger's roar, and dark silver-colored fine sharp armor pieces were generated on its body as it rushed into the battlefield. Sufan smiled. The iron wing armor was so domineering on Morning Biao. Wait a minute. Sufan was horrified. Iron? Won't it conduct electricity? Barely. On the way, an arc of electricity came towards Funeral Biao, and as a result, Funeral Biao did not become a lightning rod as Sufan expected, but was bounced away. This time Sufan breathed a sigh of relief. It was his own overthinking. The iron wing armor was just called that by name, and he didn't know what the real material was yet. At this moment, within the battlefield, the battle cry of Vajra, which was wrapped in the spirit scalp battle skill Thunderfall Heavenly Meteor, continued. The high-pressure lightning burned the air under the extremely high temperature. King Kong became a huge rolling fireball with lightning. Morning Biao transformed into a black shadow and dived into the thunder lake, sticking to the surface of the lake and running fast. Roar! Leap out! Appears on the head of the spirit Zhao. The sharp tiger's claws emanated a chilling light in the air. Thunder arcs flashed between the claws, and the aura of Morning Biao, who was leaping high into the air at this moment, was in no way inferior to that of spirit Zhao. Ren Dihai's pupils were shocked as he muttered, worthy of being a guile beast of the king's destiny. The second rank fighting the fourth rank doesn't lose the slightest bit of its aura. Simply a born king. Dab. The fiery burning and flashing thunderous tiger claws swung in the air. Only a piercing sound was heard as the spirit Zhao's huge dragon head was slashed. On! The spirit Zhao roared in pain, clearly not expecting that a second-ranked trickster beast would be able to cause damage to itself. Before Sufan could be happy, the wounds on the spirit Zhao's body quickly recovered. Sufan! That's pure class advantage. The spirit Zhao became furious, instantly swinging its body with the power of thunder. Morning Biao had high sensitivity and quickly dodged it, but the furious thunder power driven by the spirit Zhao's torso still ruthlessly hit its body. The vast majority of it was blocked by the iron wing armor, but there were still some from that passed through the defense and hit Funeral Puma. A trail of blood was born. Morning Biao didn't have the slightest expression on his face, still staring ferociously. Sufan shouted, "Don't get tough, wear it out." I don't believe it, it can keep releasing the power of lightning. Vajra break out immediately, it resists damage, you take the opportunity to output. Morning Biao understood and stopped taking the initiative, and began to look for gaps in the spirit Zhao's attacks to attack. But the effect wasn't as good as that. Just a few rounds down. Spirit Zhao's side was only slightly weakened, while Sufan's side was already panting. The difference in strength between the two sides was clear at a glance. This spirit Zhao's strength has reached the fourth rank, even if Sufan has two strong guile beasts, he can't defeat it. It's my own fault for misjudging the strength of the spirit Zhao. Even if Yi Songfeng and the three of them, Su Langtian, came over, they would still be far from being an opponent. Ren Dihai murmured softly. The strength of a dragon trickster beast was inherently one rank stronger than its counterpart. In the current situation, it was best for Sufan to withdraw. However, the perseverance on Sufan's face within the secret area clearly showed that he had no intention of giving up. Ren Dihai was stunned. Then he was a bit emotional. Sufan's persistence shook him a bit. Perhaps this was what only an invincible sentinel master should be like. Roar! After a few painless attacks on the side of Morning Biao's spirit scroll, the Vajra in the center, wrapped in thunder and flames, let out a roar. It resisted. The supreme strike of a fourth stage complete body realm trickster beast, Thunderfall Skyfall, it resisted. At the same time, its carapace grew another size larger than just a moment ago. The entire body resembled a huge mountain of earth, with threads of lightning arcs flickering on it. Ren Dihai was shocked. Third stage now. This trickster beast of Sufan's broke through during the battle. Ha 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 ha. Sufan laughed out loud. King Kong, well done, the effort you made some time ago wasn't in vain. Sufan's happiness didn't end there. Roar! Vajra let out a war cry. Then a thick, earth-brown bizarre aura escaped from its body, covering it all around. Then, Morning Biao's entire body looked like it was covered with a layer of hard stone armor. Ren Dihai was shocked. Battle technique. It's even comprehended a battle technique. Chapter 79. Spirit Jiao is about to run out of strength. Name, Ancestral Body Vine Gnarled Bearded Turtle Inheritance of the Cha-Cha's Clan. Level, 3rd Order Mature Realm Early. Talent, Overlord Fate. Battle Skills. Steel Great Wall, generates a layer of rock-solid recluse armor around his body, like a steel great wall blocking any physical damage, up to 30% of life value damage absorption, slightly slowed down during the release of the skill. Vajra Data Refresh. There are multiple ways for a trickster to learn battle skills. There are 3 main ones. The first, Combat Comprehension, which is relatively rare. The second type, Bloodline Inheritance in the race, only exists in the Superguile race. The third type, Trickster Beast Battle Skill Bearing Stone, by reproducing some battle skills to let the Trickster Beast have a chance to comprehend, is the most common kind of way. Obviously King Kong was the first type at the moment. He had comprehended the battle technique in the baptism of thunder and lightning. Ren Dihai stared at the screen, a bright light flashing in his eyes. Judging by the development of this trickster beast of Sufan, it will definitely be a giant neat titan in the future. The role a giant neat titan plays in a large army battle is simply too great. As a former member of the Jin Demon Army Squad, Ren Dihai could tell at a glance the unrivaled potential that Sufan, the trickster beast, possessed. It's just that I don't know if Sufan's strength nowadays can beat a 4th rank Spirit Jiao. Ren Dihai was staring at the projection screen with a deadly stare, while Ma Chungkai on the side had his face become ugly since a while ago. Ma Chungkai sighed as he looked at the miserable picture on the screen in front of him. His finger moved and switched to Sufan's side. Instead, he found it gray and cloudy, and couldn't see anything. Turning his head to look at Ren Dihai, his body shrunk quite a bit more. If Ren Dihai learned later what Su Langtian, Yi Sonfeng, and He Muyun had done. Estimation. One completely fails to recover with Ren Dihai. Alas. Just be nosy enough to take his 3 spots yourself. Alas, what happened within the screen made Ma Chungkai hate slapping himself to death that day. The depths of the secret realm of the dragon. On Morning Biao's body, threads of thunder and lightning were wrapped around it, while on the side, Jin Gang held the attacks of the vast majority of Spirit Jiao for it. After King Kong advanced and learned the battle technique, Sufan's complexion finally relaxed. Death Spirit Dragon, now I finally have a way to deal with you. Morning Biao, you go around it and harass it waiting for a chance to attack, don't want to cause much damage, just try not to let it hit, it releases its battle technique and immediately runs towards Vajra's side. Vajra, you press on first. Roar! Morning Biao obeyed the order and began to harass the Spirit Jiao circumference, and the area around the Thunder Lake was a mess. Funeral Biao's sensitivity was very high, especially after Sufan's arrangement to shed his offensive thoughts, he began to swim with ease. The Spirit Jiao always came up short every time it attacked, but instead, it allowed Funeral Puma to take advantage of the opportunity to use its tiger claws to viciously grab a few times. On! The Spirit Jiao felt provoked, and the entire Thunder Lake's thunder power began to coalesce once again. Seeing this, a smirk appeared on Sufan's serious face. Morning Biao, quickly come towards King Kong's side. King Kong, defense. Morning Biao Vajra led the order. Morning Biao body-sized than the first stage of the juvenile realm went a whole circle, with a buggy-like, but came to the Vajra in front of the still seem very small. King Kong backed by the rock armor-wrapped tree snake will Funeral Puma body wrapped tightly, and then protected under the body. Subsequently, the meteorite, burning with thunder, crossed the heavens and struck Vajra. Spirit Jiao battle skill, Thunderfall Sky Meteor. The entire space was once again filled with the power of thunder. However, this time, King Kong was not as painful as before, and the thick, high-pressure thunder first struck a groove in the thick, rocky armor on its body. The power continuously shrinks, and finally almost touches the body of King Kong. The funeral puma that was protected tightly by it was even more comfortable. When the rock armor on the tree snake was gone, there was still the tree snake's defense to help it withstand it. When the tree snake's defense leaked out, there was still the iron wing armor on it that Sufan had given it, and finally its physical body. Triple defense. It's just not cool. If we calculate that the Thunderfall Heavenfall battle technique has 10,000 points of damage, what we can do to King Kong is only about 200 or 300, and even lower for Death Puma 1 or 2 points to hold up 10 points. Roar. Battle tech ends. Morning Biao growled provocatively at Spirit Jiao. The spirit damage caused by this could be 10,000 points. Anon. The Spirit Jiao felt that it had suffered an insult and became even more violent. The huge body began to glow once again, gathering the power of thunder around it. In Sufan's field of vision in the distance, Sufan clearly saw that the Spirit Jiao's body faded slightly by a few points. It wasn't too obvious. Sufan was overjoyed. Sure enough, even if you're an ogre's doppelganger, there's still a limit to unleashing battle techniques. Every time you release the color on your body will fade a few points. Sufan shouted at Jin Gang and Morning Biao. Funeral Biao, Jin Gang, just follow the way you did just now and continue to wear it out. Under Sufan's command, King Kong and Morning Biao moved once again. King Kong pressed and stored his strength at the back. Morning Biao taunts and harasses around Spirit Jiao. It couldn't be helped that the gap in realm was too great, causing the two trickster beasts to not be able to inflict much substantial damage on the Spirit Jiao. It could only come up with this next resort. But Morning Biao's speed was fast, and the various taunting attacks spurred Spirit Jiao to rage, frantically condensing battle techniques. One thunder meteorite after another slid down from the sky. Carrying the greatness of heaven and earth, they continuously smashed into the two bizarre beasts. The rock armor on Jin Gang's body was all gone in no time. Vajra, steel wall. Seeing the disappearance of the Vajra battle skill, Sufan's eyes were quick, and the aura in his left hand's palm's life palace rushed out into Vajra's body. King Kong raised his head to the sky and roared, and a thick brownish-yellow gas mist surfaced around his body once again. A piece of rock armor was once again generated, protecting King Kong and Morning Biao tightly. Rendi Hai rubbed his dry old face, looked at the picture within the secret area, and laughed. Vajra to provide the defensive power, and Funeral Biao to carry out the offense, these two trickster beasts work wonderfully together. Sufan's practical combat ability is very strong, like an old man's royal trickster who has experienced it many times. Without realizing it, 2 hours passed. There was still a surge of thunder on the screen. Rendi Hai also understood Sufan's strategy. Resist. Consumption. Not bad, it seems that I still underestimated Sufan, not being rash and having his own strategy. Rendi Hai didn't know how many times this was his low point. Anon. The Spirit Jiao let out a dragon roar as its powerful battle technique shattered the rock armor on Vajra once again. It injured the flesh of King Kong and Morning Biao. Sufan's palm of his hand, the Palace of Destiny, lit up. Seeing the armor on King Kong's body emerge once again, Spirit Jiao was so angry that he let out 2 dragon roars. Hang on. It's driving me crazy. Why is it so hard? It's been more than 2 hours and I can't break the defense. And at this moment, its body became quite transparent from its previous blue color. Sufan laughed out loud. Come on, go on, make something. He was vaguely excited in his heart. The Spirit Jiao was about to run out of strength, and then the opportunity to deed it would come. Chapter 80. Zhang Xiaoquan is seriously injured. Sufan really intends to wear out the Spirit Jiao? Rendi Hai was shocked. How many times had Sufan's Fate Palace still been able to release battle techniques? This was simply too unbelievable. What exactly was Sufan's Fate Palace talent? Looking at the current state of the Spirit Jiao, maybe Sufan can really succeed. Looking at the Spirit Jiao that turned into a translucent color, Rendi Hai was excited. Other second-order Imperial Trickster, not even if a third-order Imperial Trickster couldn't do it. But Sufan really can. The 2 trickster beasts with distinct characteristics plus this constant flow of aura battle skills delivered by Sufan. The Spirit Jiao can really be consumed alive. Now that Sufan was already strong, if he contracted another Spirit Jiao, it would definitely be the icing on the cake. Of course Rendi Hai was also clear. It is estimated that at the national exam, Sufan will not expose that Monarch Destiny trickster beast. With a Spirit Dragon of the Inquisitive Fate plus the turtle with unbelievable defense, Sufan was already able to sweep everyone away. Rendi Hai was already looking forward to it. Rendi Hai did not notice that Ma Qingsai's face on the side was getting worse and worse, and he even wanted to talk to him several times, but in the end, he was a bit torn. Time passed slowly. The battle continues. Rendi Hai kept his eyes on the screen for fear of missing something. Thunder power was flying around inside the screen. Blue arcs of electricity flew all over the sky. Jin Gang's battle roar, Morning Biao's tiger roar, and Spirit Jiao's angry dragon roar never stopped. Rendi Hai's state of mind was becoming more and more indescribable. Sufan's aura hadn't dried up yet. The depths of the secret realm of the dragon. In the center of the Thunder Lake, blood stained the area red. Strong thunder arcs zipped and smashed through, and Sufan stood resolutely not far away, his gaze determined. Like a giant mountain, Vajra was struggling to support its massive body at the moment, and it was covered in scars. Below the funeral puma gasping for air, body originally shiny iron wing armor, showing multiple thunder strikes deep broken brand. The part of his body that was exposed outside the iron wing armor had blood marks from the lightning strikes. Sufan's body also had a few bloody wounds from the lightning. This 4-hour battle was very tragic. Such was the case with Sufan and his guile beast, and that spirit Zhao was in a similarly poor state. At this moment, it was already transparent, and its whole body was trembling as it tried to gather thunder, but it had no effect. It was completely exhausted. Sufan lifted his eyes slyly and glanced towards the spirit Zhao. This time, the spirit Zhao was no longer filled with violence, but an anthropomorphized fear surfaced. That's right, it was afraid. This man and his two trickster beasts were simply terrifying. Sufan let out a cold smile. Give you two choices. 1. Submit to me and be my trickster beast. 2. Die. Hearing Sufan's words, the spirit Zhao took a few steps back, its dignity as a dragon trickster beast not allowing it to become a human trickster beast. Sufan shook his head helplessly. I'm very dissatisfied with your choice. Morning Biao, teach this guy a lesson. Roar. Even though it was bruised all over its body, it still had a high spirit of battle. If you are not convinced, then continue to fight. Until you are convinced. Above the thunder lake, a black light quickly traveled through the raging thunder. Each step carried the zip of the surrounding thunder. Because of the level difference, even if the spirit Zhao was exhausted, the damage that Funeral Biao inflicted on it was very small. Roar! But every attack of Morning Biao's sharp claws, every tiger roar filled with intimidation, was a lashing of pride within the spirit Zhao. Zip zip zip. The thunder within the lake spontaneously provided protection for their king. It was like a blooming thunder flower. Zira. Zip zip zip. Zip zip zip. It looks beautiful, but it's brutal. Each thunderbolt could easily strike Death Puma. The iron wing armor had lost its usefulness in the previous battle, and a scar appeared. But Morning Biao didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, it likes the way it feels. It was born to be a king, and it can only grow in such battles. Even if blood stained its entire body, even if it was bruised and battered, even if the enemy was 2 realms higher than it, it would never retreat. It was the king. It cannot retreat. Nor will it retreat. What kind of look was in Morning Biao's eyes that made Ling Jiao fearful? Just as Morning Biao broke through all the power of the thunder and came to it, he swung those tiger claws that were glowing with cold light. Aang! It roared weakly, its dragon head slightly lowered. It showed weakness. Though, it also knew. This guy in front of it couldn't actually do much damage to itself. However, it no longer had any thoughts of confrontation. To be able to raise such an excellent trickster beast, its owner must not be bad. To become its trickster beast himself was not a loss of face for the dragon clan. Put. His opponent conceded defeat, and Funeral Biao fell straight into the lake of thunder. The spirit Zhao did not backtrack from this, but gently wrapped up Morning Biao's body and sent it to Sufan to show his submission. Sufan took Morning Biao back to the Underworld Emperor Hall to recuperate. Sitting paralyzed on Vajra's back, Vajra Yu and Morning Biao did a good job. Roar! Morning Biao gave a weak cry, and it was obvious that it had reached its limit as well. Ha 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 ha. Subsequently, Sufan laughed out loud. LOL. A 4th order spirit augur, tamed by labor. No one was recording at the moment, otherwise, he really wanted to shout at the camera. Who else? Outside, Ren Dihai's gaze was dull and his lips trembled. Really? It worked. A 2nd rank subdued a 4th ranked dragon trickster beast. Ren Dihai took out a bearer stone and saved everything that had just happened. Morning Biao entered Sufan's fate palace, and he also lifted the restrictions. At the moment, Sufan didn't want to be exposed, and when everything became clear, he would reveal it to the world. There was once such a teenager who created a miracle in the history of the human race. Looking at the image in front of him, Ma Qingsai's face turned pale. Especially after he saw from the viewpoint of Su Langtian and the others that the teenager had subdued the spirit dragon and was sitting on that block laughing freely. The entire person even rumbled. He knew what this meant, the human race had appeared with an incomparable imperial guile master. And he, his student. Looking within the screen, at the 3 sneering students, Ma Qingsai's face became bitter. His students, on the other hand, were about to become the villains that blocked the teenager. Ma Qingsai. Ren Dihai saw the appearance of Su Langtian and the others and what they were dragging behind them. Ren Dihai's face instantly turned angry. He grabbed Ma Qingsai's clothes and swung his fist into Ma Qingsai's face. Look what your student did. Ma Qingsai had the ability to resist, but did not resist in the slightest. Allowing Ren Dihai to knock him to the ground, he looked forlorn and bitter. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken your 3 spots that day. I'm sorry. I was wrong, this time, it's me who's sorry. Sufan and Zhang Xiaoquan. Ren Dihai's fist frantically slammed on Ma Qingsai's face. Does being sorry help? Deep in the secret realm of the dragon, Sufan was preparing to contract the spirit Jiao. Snap! Applause, interrupting him. In the distance, 3 men walked with cold smiles. Not bad, subduing the spirit dragon with a second-ranked Great King's bastard. Su Langtian said as he clapped his hands, dragging a bloodied and heavily injured person behind him. It was Zhang Xiaoquan who had parted ways with Su Fan. Chapter 81 Lingjiao for Zhang Xiaoquan. Brother Fan. I'm sorry, I dragged you down. Zhang Xiaoquan spat out a mouthful of blood filled with self-reproach. He had contracted a misty fiend underworld demon of the Commander realm, so he didn't have much fear after leaving with Su Fan. Strutting around, he collected the Jiao Long split inner Dan. But he didn't expect to run into Su Langtian, He Muyun and Sun Yichou in a short while. Of course, he was not afraid of the mist fury. Saying a word about well water, he prepared to leave. But who would have thought that those 3 would have surrounded him and started to turn on him? Zhang Xiaoquan was enraged at that moment. Although his misty fury was still injured, it was at least able to exert the strength of a 4th stage complete body realm. It was just that he couldn't unleash his battle skills because he was rather pulling his crotch. But you can't deal with the 3 of you who surround you, and you can't run away? Zhang Xiaoquan summoned the fog break, immediately wanted to escape, but also specifically picked the weakest of the 3 Sun Yichou breakout, but he was how not expected. When he arrived in front of Sun Yichou, a shocking change occurred. The 5 senses on Sun Yichou's face instantly transformed into a different person. It was replaced with the genius of the first middle school from 3 years ago, Yi Changfeng. Zhang Xiaoquan instantly broke out in a cold sweat and wanted to change directions, but when Yi Changfeng's 4th rank Imperial Trickster realm was displayed, he then knew. Folded himself. He was then beaten up by the 3 and dragged to Su Fan's side. When they arrived, Su Fan had already ended the battle and was ready to contract that spirit dragon. Thick self-blame instantly covered Zhang Xiaoquan's body. He knew that he might have to drag Su Fan down this time. Su Fan dragged his weak body to get up by holding the tree snake and indifferently looked at Su Langtian, Yi Tsongfeng, and He Muyun. Su Fan's indifference Su Langtian didn't care. At the moment his gaze was always nailed to Su Fan's side. That spirit Jiao that obediently surrounded Su Fan's body. Greedy. Intense greed. Get it, you must get it yourself. After obtaining it, both Su Fan and Yi Tsongfeng were trash. Su Langtian's gaze was detected by Su Fan, and a touch of disgust surfaced on his complexion. This kind of thing is too well protected by Yi Jing. Without Jing Yi, he is just an ass. Slap him to death. Su Langtian Su Fan didn't mind. What made Su Fan scornful at the moment was the handsome teenager next to Su Langtian. The genius who came out from the first middle school 3 years ago, Yi Tsongfeng. Su Fan gazed at Yi Tsongfeng. Yi Tsongfeng was similarly gazing at him, and there was a strong sense of importance in his expression. Yi Tsongfeng secretly said in his heart, he admitted that he had underestimated this brat. Su Langtian just said the 2nd order great turtle? It was purely and simply a little cutie. That is 3rd order. A trickster beast that had just awakened less than 2 months ago without any help from resources had a 3rd order mature body realm. This kind of is a genius class of student in the Imperial Capital University, alright. You Su Langtian awakened a year rely on resources pile out a 2nd order peak night wandering god, where to come from the sense of superiority? Thanks to a bunch of little cuties in the Su family. So, you kicked Su Fan out. Otherwise, with Su Fan around, the Yi family would still want to annex the Su family. Dream on. The 2 men's eyes intertwined in the air, clashing sparks, neither one speaking first. Su Langtian and He Muyun felt uncomfortable under the gazes of the 2. Su Langtian was prickly and scratchy and sneered at Su Fan. Su Fan, don't act like you're great. Isn't it just luck that you found the spirit dragon first? If I had come this way first, would the spirit dragon have gotten you? Interrupted by Su Langtian from the confrontation. Oh? Su Fan teased, didn't I say you guys came in to help me? Why is it that your 2nd class took the 3 spots of the little old man and now you want to grab the spirit dragon? I'm sorry then, I've already subdued the spirit dragon, you guys are late. Hearing Su Fan's words, Su Langtian was instantly infuriated. Su Fan, what are you pretending for? What does the promise given to you by Ma Qingsai have to do with the few of us? You can't contract the spirit dragon. The spirit dragon is mine. You, with no identity whatsoever, don't deserve to contract the spirit dragon. Not bad, not bad. Su Fan shrugged his shoulders and let out a cold laugh. Hee, really 3 students with excellent character and academics. Ma Qingsai's vision never disappoints. Every time, he always holds as truth what he thinks is right is actually wrong, and I don't know how many scums he has taught out to Xiaoguo over the years. Originally, the resources that the little old man took out, that guy had to rely on the little old man's guilt about himself, a high and mighty look, insisted on coming over to get involved, and as a result, he sent 3 scums in. It really gives people a whole laugh. Outside the secret territory, Ma Qingsai's face became even more self-condemning and ashamed when he heard Su Fan's words. Hear that? Listen to what Su Fan has to say about you. Boom. Ren Dihai pounded his fist on Ma Qingsai's face. This was his way of taking out his anger for his student, Zhang Xiaoquan. Zhang Xiaoquan followed Sufan's ass every day. Ren Dihai loved the house equally for this little fatty who was full of motivation despite his average talent. Now that his student was being bullied like this within the secret territory, how could he be happy? Ma Qingsai didn't say a word. He didn't dare to speak because he knew what Su Langtian and the others were going to do next. Yi Tsongfeng's brow furrowed. Sufan, it's useless to be able to talk, the imperial trickster relies on strength. Saying this, he kicked Zhang Xiaoquan behind him. The movement was very rude. Zhang Xiaoquan was in pain, but in order not to disturb Sufan, he hardened his shoulders and did not utter a sound. Seeing this, Sufan's complexion suddenly turned cold. His eyes narrowed slightly. The matter between me and the Su family and Yi family, why should it spill over to an outsider? An outsider? Seeing how Sufan valued Zhang Xiaoquan so much, Su Langtian suddenly swung his fist violently towards Zhang Xiaoquan. Outsider? It's this outsider that I'm beating, I'm happy to. At this moment, where was the slightest trace of the gentle and refined appearance he had shown in front of the public? Ma Qingsai. Look at your winning student who has excellent character and education. Ren Dihai grabbed Ma Qingsai's neck and made him look at the screen, and Ma Qingsai's face was white and bitter. Sufan's face was grim, and King Kong ran directly toward the three Su Langtian trio. Like a moving steel wall. Roar. Simple and direct. The tree serpent smashed towards the three like a warhammer. Yi Tsongfeng's complexion changed dramatically, his right hand rolled, a fate palace emerged, and then a huge headlong dragon horn raptor eagle burning with hot black flame appeared. Name, Dragon Vulture. Rank, 4th level late stage. Talent, Elite Fate. Battle skills. Demon Flame, summons flames from the demonic realm, extremely difficult to extinguish when contaminated, first in small handfuls and finally bursting into flames. Devil Flame Splitting Claw, the dragon-horned vulture gathers devil flame into its claws and delivers a fatal blow to the enemy. Yi Tsongfeng's dragon-horned vulture was a circle larger than Yi Lin's, and was obviously a lot stronger. It directly met the tree snake. With a loud boom, it hardened against the tree snake's attack. Vajra retreated. Sufan coldly grunted, a strong opponent. Yi Tsongfeng laughed coldly, but his heart was horrified. His late 4th-ranked dragon-horned dragon vulture bird had actually fought a tie with Sufan's 3rd-ranked trickster beast. Just as Sufan and Yi Tsongfeng were about to continue. Sufan! Su Langtian's voice came out. Sufan twisted his head, only to see Su Langtian's night traveler grabbing Zhang Xiaoquan's entire body. Sufan was furious. Su Langtian, what are you doing? Su Langtian smiled slyly. Do what? He looked towards the spirit dragon beside Sufan, who had been obediently sticking to Sufan's body since the beginning, greed surfacing in his eyes. Trade the spirit dragon for Zhang Xiaoquan, or I will kill Zhang Xiaoquan. Chapter 82, Losing the Spirit Jiao. I'm sorry. Ma Sungjie mumbled. At this moment, Su Langtian's true colors were shown in his eyes. He completely saw Su Langtian clearly. At this moment, Ma Qingsai only has strong remorse and self-blame. Everything today was caused by his own hands. Otherwise, these things wouldn't have happened. Sufan's ability to subdue the spirit Jiao would definitely become a miracle in the history of mankind, instead of being counted on by his own students today with plots and tricks in an attempt to get something for nothing. Ren Dihai grabbed Ma Qingsai, the fist in his hand raised and ultimately did not fall. What the three students Ma Qingsai had chosen to do in the secret realm now made Ren Dihai lose even the idea of punching him out of anger. You don't even know Sufan's true talent, but whenever Sufan has any problems this time, you'll be the sinner of Xia. Ren Dihai threw down these words and directly flung away Ma Qingsai. Walked to the side far away, looking at the screen. Sufan, you are not allowed to contract a spirit dragon or I will kill Zhang Xiaoquan. Su Langtian stared at the spirit Jiao that was intimately hibernating beside Sufan and said greedily. Sufan's eyes became grim. Su Langtian, do you know what you are doing? Mutilating your classmates? Su Langtian laughed out loud. Nowadays within the secret realm, who can know? Saying that, the trickster beast in front of him, the night wanderer, flapped its huge feathered wings and grabbed Zhang Xiaoquan as he flew high into the sky. Be sensible and hand over the spirit dragon, or else Zhang Xiaoquan dies. At this moment, in order to obtain the spirit Jiao of the ultimate destiny, Su Langtian revealed his true appearance. High in the air, Zhang Xiaoquan's heart was filled with self-blame. It was his fault that he was too trashy, his aura was too sparse to utilize the true strength of the misty fiend underworld demon, dragging down Brother Fan. Behind Su Langtian, Yi Tsongfeng, and He Muyun were gloating at the scene in front of them. In a way, the culprit of everything, the leaker He Muyun had a hideous expression. Sufan, this time I'll see how you choose? Are you going to give up Zhang Xiaoquan and continue to contract that spirit dragon? Ha. Sufan looked cold. He didn't expect that the spirit Jiao that he had worked so hard for half a day, and that Jin Gang and Morning Biao were severely injured and weakened before they were subdued. Now it was going to fulfill Su Langtian. Sufan spoke up, alright, you give me Zhang Xiaoquan, I promise. That's right. Sufan promised. He would use the spirit Jiao to exchange Zhang Xiaochuan's life. With Su Langtian's heartless gesture, Sufan did not dare to guarantee that he would not kill Zhang Xiaoquan. Brother Fan. Zhang Xiaochuan's eyes instantly turned red. He didn't think that Sufan was really going to exchange him. Hold the dead look of yours back, a spirit dragon of the inquisitive fate is just a spirit dragon, it's not nearly as important as this mushroom head of yours. Sufan didn't have the good sense to say. He had thought that this bastard had contracted the misty fiend underworld demon to be a little more powerful. The result is still pull. That's all. A spirit augur of the ultimate destiny is just that. Your own King Kong and Morning Biao are stronger than it? Isn't it just a dragon beast? Isn't it just handsome? Is it just a matter of having more combat skills? Isn't it just the fourth order complete body realm? Sufan had a burst of self-congratulation and looked at Zhang Xiaoquan with an increasingly sultry look in his eyes. It's a big loss. Sufan's words made Zhang Xiaoquan completely tense up. His eyes were completely red and he directly cried out in mid-air. Brother Fan, I'm sorry, you're too good, woo-woo. Su Langtian was stunned. He didn't expect Sufan to really agree, then his face was so excited to the point of twisting due to the impending acquisition of the spirit Jiao that he laughed out loud. Sufan, I didn't expect you to fulfill me in the end. You will never be able to defeat me in this lifetime. Give me my spirit dragon. Sufan's gaze was grim. You first put Zhang Xiaoquan down and put him in a safe place far enough away from you. I really can't trust the character of Ma Qingsai's 3 students of good character. Losing the spirit Jiao, Sufan piggybacked on the fact that his impression of Ma Qingsai had dropped to extremely poor. Outside the secret boundary, Ma Qingsai's face collapsed, his brows unraveling with gloom. On the side, Ren Dihai clenched his fists tightly, knuckles whitening, his chest heaving violently as he was trying his best to suppress the anger that was churning inside. Competition between Imperial agents was normal. But Su Langtian's underhanded tactic of threatening his classmates with their lives had completely trampled on the most basic bottom line of being an Imperial agent. The spirit Jiao was beside Sufan and could be contracted at any time. Su Langtian didn't dare to play tricks and obediently placed Zhang Xiaoquan in a very safe lot. Then he quickly ran towards Sufan. Fearing that Sufan would back out and contract his spirit Jiao. Su Langtian had this look of a dog in a hurry to eat, and Sufan sneered. The Fate Palace in the heart of his left hand flashed, and Vidra withdrew the Fate Palace, patted the dragon head of the spirit Jiao, and then left towards Zhang Xiaoquan. Ang? The spirit Jiao let out a dragon roar, not understanding why Sufan had abandoned it. Then came a garbage griffin. It actually handed it a contract spell. Anon. The spirit Jiao was furious. The stabilized Thunder Lake was once again stirred with thunder. Brother Fan. I become a liability, causing you to lose your spirit dragon. In the distance, Zhang Xiaoquan was covered in bloodstains and looked at Sufan with some guilt. The importance of the spirit Jiao to Sufan, Zhang Xiaoquan knew. Su Langtian had triggered a heaven and earth anomaly. Ren Dihai asked Sufan to come over to contract the spirit Jiao just to deal with Su Langtian in the national examination. Now, because of himself, Sufan's national grand exam was estimated to be nothing. Especially since Sufan and Su Langtian were still competing for the position of the Su family heir. Alright, a bizarre beast with an ultimate destiny is just that. Sufan gave Zhang Xiaoquan a blank look. Su Langtian is just a waste, give him 8 spirit dragons and he can't even beat me. Unhappy was unhappy. He had fought the spirit Jiao in full strength in the Thunder Lake, would he still be afraid of a spirit Jiao that couldn't exert its full power after being contracted by Su Langtian? But Su Langtian's insidious and treacherous tactics one after another had moved Sufan to kill. First was his own brother. Then it was Zhang Xiaoquan. A red light flashed in Sufan's eyes. Everything was caused by you, Su Langtian, yourself. The national exam, kill you. Just now, Morning Biao and King Kong were weak in order to subdue the spirit augur, or else in this secret realm. It was a good opportunity to kill Su Langtian. Outside the secret land. Forced with the lives of their classmates, what 3 students with excellent character? Ren Dihai's anger, Ma Qingsai bitter. Sufan unexpectedly chose his teammates without hesitation and gave up the spirit dragon. Compared to this, how villainous and unsavory their own students would seem. The other side. Where was Su Langtian a match with the spirit Jiao of the 4th order complete body realm? The night traveler of the peak of the 2nd order was knocked back to the palace of destiny with a few body rushes from the spirit Jiao. Looking at the thunderball in the air like a meteor, spirit Jiao was consumed by Sufan's strength has been seriously reduced. The battle skills did not have the same earth-shattering greatness before. Su Langtian hurriedly and woefully called out to Yi Songfeng and He Muyun to help. Yi Songfeng and He Muyun didn't dare to be careless. Immediately, they summoned their own trickster beasts to meet the enemy with Su Langtian. However, they still couldn't resist the meteorite burning with thunder in the air, and the trickster beasts hissed in agony as they were similarly chopped and screamed. For a time, they were in a sorry state. The spirit Jiao was a split of the Jiao dragon. Anon. 3 ants who only play dirty tricks are not worthy of being my contractors. Himuyan, Yitsongfeng, and Guilebeast were all knocked back to the Su Langtian of the Fate Palace, and they were still in such a sorry state when dealing with a spirit Jiao that had already been severely depleted with less than 30% of its strength utilized. Ren Dihai was getting angrier and angrier the more he watched, glaring viciously at the ugly-faced Ma Chengkai. If his gaze could kill, at this moment he had already killed Ma Chengkai several times. Chapter 83, Domesticated. Looking within the screen, 3 of his students could not defeat a spirit dragon that was weakened by Sufan's consumption. Screaming miserably. Ma Chengcai's face was bashful. Cannot compare, a comparison will be exposed undoubtedly. Especially Su Langtian. Didn't your trickster beast trigger a heaven and earth anomaly? How come it's not as good as Sufan's vine gnarled bearded turtle? It was knocked back to the Palace of Life in a few rounds. Ma Chengkai seriously suspected that it was not Su Langtian who triggered the heaven and earth vision that night. There was also, looking at the spirit dragon within the screen who had already weakly beaten the 3 who kept losing. A question was generated from Ma Chengcai's mind: how in the world did Sufan subdue this spirit Jiao? Is that vine gnarled bearded turtle so strong? Or, Ma Chengkai looked at Ren Dihai. Or was it that the strength Sufan was displaying today was not his true strength? Within the secret territory, the spirit Jiao had ultimately been consumed too much by Sufan, and itself had become transparent. In the back, 2 consecutive battle techniques were unleashed, the weak version of Thunder Fall Heavenly Fall, wilting once again. Trying to flee. Seeing this, Yitsongfeng hurriedly ordered his trickster beast, the dragon-horned dragon vulture, to rush over. Capturing the spirit Jiao. Su Langtian, whose body was split clothes by clothes and in a sorry state, immediately rushed over and summoned the Fate Palace to prepare for the contract. But Yitsongfeng still stood in front of the spirit Jiao and didn't give way to him. Su Langtian was stunned and a smile appeared on his face. Cousin Songfeng, no matter how strong I am, you will always be my cousin. After I master the Su family, I will completely fall to you. Yitsongfeng shook his head, but I don't really trust you? Su Langtian using the lives of his classmates to force Sufan had already made Yitsongfeng realize Su Langtian's insidiousness. Therefore for him to believe a promise from Su Langtian was by no means possible. After all, it was a bizarre beast with an ultimate destiny. What if Su Langtian became more powerful than him in the future and he couldn't control it anymore? Su Langtian squeezed out a smile, then. How will cousin Songfeng believe me? A small formation was born from in front of Yitsongfeng. Yitsongfeng spoke, inject a strand of your Fate Palace chi into it, and I will believe you. What is it? Su Langtian asked. Yitsongfeng smiled slyly, master and slave contract. After signing it, you are my slave. Su Langtian's expression was shocked. Impossible. I will absolutely not sign this contract. His heart became extremely angry. How could he have become a lowly slave? Yitsongfeng's status was far less honorable than his status as the heir of the Su family. Why should he become his slave? Yitsongfeng was only currently useful to him and utilizing it. Yitsongfeng shook his head regretfully. Forget it then, let the spirit dragon leave. This fellow can't look at you anyway, let it go find Sufan. The 3 of us have gone through all this effort just to subdue it, if it becomes Sufan's contracted trickster beast. TSK. At that time, when the national examination is held, not to mention the successor of the Su family, it's still a toss-up whether you'll survive or not. Yitsongfeng's taunts caused Su Langtian's facial expression to become hideous, his hands clenched and his veins exposed. Good. I'll sign. Yitsongfeng, you wait for me. After I get rid of Sufan first, I'll get rid of you when I have a chance to get rid of this contract. The thoughts in Su Langtian's mind Yitsongfeng didn't know, but he guessed it. Cold snort in his heart, if the master-servant contract was so good to get rid of, then it wouldn't be called a master-servant contract. Su Langtian, Su family. The Yi family is set to eat. Everything that happened within the secret territory was all seen by Ma Chengkai. His eyes were all bitter. Was this his own student? Threatening others with the lives of their fellow soldiers and the caution of each other. Even Yitsongfeng took out the master-servant contract, a dark contract that was banned by official order. The sentence in Sufan's mouth, Ma Chengcai's 3 students with good character and academic performance, had been slapping him in the face. Ren Dihai snorted coldly. He was truly convinced by Ma Chengcai's eye for people. These 3 in the secret realm, what the hell? They're all pissed off. Sufan and Zhang Xiaoquan stood in the distance, watching Su Langtian and Yitsongfeng sign the contract and then go to contract the spirit Jiao. Zhang Xiaoquan said angrily, a bunch of sinister and treacherous villains. It was clearly originally fans. Brother Fan, did you let Su Langtian contract the spirit dragon like this? Sufan said helplessly, my 2 trickster beasts are exhausted, what else can I do? Zhang Xiaoquan let out an angry breath. It's so unpleasant to let that villain contract the spirit dragon so easily. Easy? Sufan laughed, it won't be easy when he hasn't prepared anything. At those words, Zhang Xiaoquan was stunned. What? Ah! Just then, an extremely miserable cry came from Su Langtian's side. As if Sufan had already anticipated the situation that would happen over there, he shrugged his shoulders and explained to Zhang Xiaoquan. If the spirit Zhao doesn't obey you, it will strongly rebel when contracting, sucking up a large amount of aura from the imperial sculptor's body, and if it doesn't have enough aura, it will start sucking up longevity. The little old man was in the secret territory at that time because he didn't have enough spirit stones, so he turned into that. Zhang Xiaoquan's pupils suddenly shrunk as he looked at Su Langtian in the distance in horror. Only Su Langtian's originally young and handsome face was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. The smooth skin was rapidly crawling with wrinkles, and the dark hair turned gray. His body is also gradually stooping. This bizarre metamorphosis process was like having his life essence drained away, and it sent chills down his spine. This rule, the little old man told me privately, so you guys don't know, that day I went to the Trickster Beast store to prepare the spirit stones as well. Sufan added. If a holy mother popped out, why didn't they tell Su Langtian? Why tell him? Have some face. Doesn't it only need the inner elixir of the Jiaolong split? Why is it that Su Langtian handed over all the inner elixirs they harvested as well as the one that robbed Zhang Xiaoquan for the spirit dragon to absorb and it still didn't work? Ma Chengkai looked at Ren Dihai angrily. Why didn't you tell us that contracting a spirit dragon still requires conditions? Why did you leave a handout? No matter what, Su Langtian was his student after all. Seeing Su Langtian pale beyond recognition, he still took his anger out on Ren Dihai. But Ma Chengkai did not expect that Ren Dihai, who had always been obedient to him, had completely changed. Directly pointing to his nose, he cursed, "You have to point the face of the horse. I originally let Sufan contract, why should I tell you guys?" Ma Chengkai was stunned and laughed. Yes, they were the shameless thieves. Ren Dihai was no longer the obedient Ren Dihai he was before either. Whether it was Su Langtian, or himself. Everything was self-inflicted. Su Langtian, who had been changed from a teenage boy to an older man, looked at Sufan pleadingly. Sufan, please tell me how to reverse it. However, what responded to him was only Sufan's ignorance. Hurry up and contract the spirit dragon, everyone is waiting for you to finish your contract. Tell Su Langtian? He's idle? If you want to get out of the Jiaolong mysterious realm, you must contract the strongest of all the doppelgangers and one that is at the fourth order complete body realm. Otherwise, one would suffer an attack from all the doppelgangers. Otherwise, Sufan would have taken Zhang Xiaoquan to leave the Jiaolong mysterious realm long ago. Ah! Sufan, I hate you. Chapter 84 Master and Servant Contract. Within the Jiaolong mysterious territory, a thunderbolt that looked like a large crack in the air was meandering and swimming through the clouds. Its own dazzle was no less than the blazing sun. It shone brightly within the secret area. Below, Su Langtian turned into a 60-year-old rickety old man, his face full of wrinkles, and his screams threatened to become old and feeble. Sufan and Yi Tsongfeng looked on without a ripple in their gazes. If you wanted to obtain something, you first had to consider whether you were worthy of it. And He Muyun was a bit shocked. Looking at Su Langtian, who had been talking and laughing with him just a moment ago, he turned into a grandfather. Subconsciously, he took a few steps back. Sufan! I hate you! Su Langtian tremblingly raised his hands, which were as withered as old trees, and hissed up to the sky. He was already stinky, how could he accept his current appearance? If he had learned that contracting a spirit Jiao would require him to pay such a price, he wouldn't have agreed to it no matter what. The spirit Jiao absorbed enough of the most sufficient inner Dan as well as a huge amount of longevity, its body recovered a bit from transparency and drilled into Su Langtian's fate palace. With Su Langtian's lifespan nowadays there are only a dozen or so years left, which is only an instant to its long lifespan. When this mole died, it would truly be free itself. One would also be able to leave the secret realm as a result. Yi Tsongfeng sked twice. Originally, he was still quite envious of Su Langtian being able to contract an inquisitive fate creepy beast. Now, Yi Tsongfeng smiled. It seemed that the only winner of this trip to the secret realm of the Jiao Dragon was him who had signed a master-servant contract with Su Langtian. With the master-servant contract, he would completely pin down Su Langtian and the Su family. Seeing that Su Langtian had completed the contract, Sufan brought Zhang Xiaoquan closer. Since you've gotten what you wanted, isn't it time to go out? The spirit Jiao was obtained by Su Langtian, and he and Zhang Xiaoquan didn't dare to go anywhere else, so they could only stay on Su Langtian's side. Otherwise, if this Su Langtian went out, they would be completely trapped in the Jiao Dragon mysterious realm. Waiting for a fourth stage complete body realm Jiao Dragon split to grow within the secret realm, it would still take years and months. Sufan's approach. Su Langtian instantly had a seizure. Predator hissed, Sufan, did you know this in the first place? Sufan disdained him and his gaze met Yi Tsongfeng. Nowadays, whether he and Zhang Xiaoquan could get out of the secret realm mainly depended on Yi Tsongfeng. Morning Biao and Jin Gang were heavily weakened and were still recovering. He didn't have much certainty that he would win against Yi Tsongfeng, who was a fourth-ranked imperial artist. Sufan's gaze made Yi Tsongfeng scornful. To be honest, Yi Tsongfeng wanted to dispose of Sufan in the secret realm at this moment. However, He was a bit wary of Sufan. The strength of the spirit Jiao, he had just experienced it firsthand. It was really too strong. And Sufan actually subdued it alone. Therefore, Yi Tsongfeng felt that Sufan felt that he was still hiding his strength. Sufan and Yi Tsongfeng's gazes intertwined in the air and confronted each other for a long time. Su Langtian, on the other hand, was ignored. Just as he angrily wanted to question. A smile appeared on Yi Tsongfeng's face as he spoke to Sufan. "Schoolmate, don't be so serious, we are all from the first middle school, we should join hands." After saying that, he looked at Su Langtian and ordered in a flat tone, "Langtian, the matter within the secret territory is also considered finished, go out." The master-servant contract had been signed, he was the master and Su Langtian was the servant. Yi Tsongfeng's commanding tone annoyed Su Langtian as he seized his fists. "Yi Tsongfeng, you, ah. Before Su Langtian could finish his words, suddenly his head bared and flashed with several black lines. Then, he picked up his head and began to scream in agony. The expression was extremely painful. Hands gripped his hair and even pulled off his scalp. "I was wrong, cousin, I was wrong." Yi Tsongfeng snorted coldly, "A lesson for you." Thank you, cousin, thank you, cousin." Su Langtian frantically thanked, no longer having that lofty stance from before. What happened on Yi Tsongfeng and Su Langtian's side? Sufan shrugged to Zhang Xiaoquan. Su Langtian could only say that he was to blame for being like this now. Yi Tsongfeng and him were just the same. Looking at the bloody scalp all yanked off by Su Langtian himself, Himuyan on the side was stunned. Was the master-servant contract so powerful? Everything that happened today, Yi Tsongfeng's methods made him, a high school rookie imperialist, feel an unprecedented shock. He had just contracted an elite destiny augur doppelganger with the help of Yi Tsongfeng. At that time, it was still a bit unsatisfied. At the moment, there are no such thoughts. He just wanted, quickly, to get out of this damn place. Su Langtian summoned the spirit Jiao and was thinking of riding on it and taking the crowd away. Nay, he was thrown off by the spirit Jiao. Poof! Zhang Xiaoquan almost didn't hold his breath. Under Su Langtian's gaze, he hurriedly shut up. The three of them, Su Langtian, walked in front towards the exit of the secret realm, while Sufan and Zhang Xiaoquan followed behind. The two waves of people already had deep conflicts, and it would be good if they didn't fight now. Looking at Su Langtian's majestic, domineering and divine spirit Jiao in front of his head, Zhang Xiaoquan was getting angrier and angrier the more he looked at it, and at the same time, he also had self-blame. Clenching his hand into a fist, he blamed himself. Otherwise, this spirit Jiao would be fans. At that moment, his shoulder was tapped. Turning his head was Su Fan's smiling face, and his pupils trembled. "Brother Fan. Don't think about it, things have already passed." Su Fan's mind was sprightly. "I am lucky to get it, and I am lucky to lose it. Some things may not be destined to be his, such as this spiritual augur, which can't be forced." Led by the spirit Jiao, the five people saw the entrance to the secret realm in the distance. A spatial ripple hung high in the air. At that moment, within the secret territory, all of the augur detachments seemed to be feeling some sort of tug. All of them ran towards the entrance of the secret realm. By the time the five arrived, the entrance to the scaly dragon mystic realm was already surrounded by densely packed scaly dragon doppelgangers. There were first-order juvenile body realms. There is the second-order growing body realm. There is the third-order mature body realm. Dozens of heads each. Looking at the crowds of augur dragon doppelgangers linked by a lightning arc, Zhang Xiaoquan's scalp trembled. At this time, Su Langtian's spirit dragon rushed out and let out a loud and clear dragon roar. On! With a suffocating pressure, wherever the spirit dragon figure reached, the originally crowed and coiled augur dragon detachments actually receded like a tidal wave. Jiao dragon splitters bowed their heads in unison, spontaneously separated, and then formed a solemn, mid-air channel with their bodies. Each of the augur dragons maintained a submissive stance, with their dragon heads hanging low. Su Langtian squeezed out a cold snort from his nasal cavity, hunched over his wrinkled body, but stiffly raised his white-haired head and tremblingly took the lead in stepping into the passageway. If it wasn't for the old body that was as dry as tree bark that was too eye-catching, this stance would really have a few moments of disdainful dominance. With every step, the loose skin trembled, like a rotting puppet forcibly supported. On the contrary, he still had to put up the posture of a dragon walking. Yi Tsongfeng shrugged and followed by Himuyan, then Zhang Xiaoquan, and finally Sufan. Sufan did not notice. As he stepped onto the spatial passage, Yi Tsongfeng smiled grimly. Chapter 85 The strongest sneaky favor appears. Above the monarch. False Emperor's fate. Sufan and Zhang Xiaoquan were about to come out, and Rindi Hai outside of the secret territory breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a matter of missing out on a spirit dragon with an ultimate destiny, it was just a matter of Sufan coming out. With Sufan's talent and that monarch destiny trickster beast of his, he would definitely become a giant. Rindi Hai, who had seen Sufan's strength, understood. Whether it was Su Langtian or Yi Tsongfeng, it was just a small stepping stone on Sufan's growth path. There was no climate at all. A ripple of spatial fluctuation appeared above the back mountain of Bamboo Creek Village. On! A loud and clear dragon's roar came out as the spirit dragon's huge body came out, drilling into the older than Rendi Hai, trembling legs from the secret realm of the augur dragon out of the Su Lang heavenly fate palace. Seeing this, Ma Chengkai sighed and greeted him, fearing that this student of his would die here. Next was He Muyun. And then there was no movement for half a day, and then the expected Yi Tsongfeng did not appear, but Zhang Xiaoquan was thrown out. Ren Dihai's brows furrowed. Within the secret territory. When He Muyun stepped out, Yi Tsongfeng, who should have similarly stepped out, stopped and twisted his head to look at Sufan and Zhang Xiaoquan. The palm of his hand suddenly coalesced to form the Palace of Destiny. Come out. Moo. A heaven-shaking cow roar exploded, the sound waves shaking the surrounding rock walls. A small mountain-like giant bull appeared out of thin air, its two curved horns glowing with bronze luster and covered in inscriptions. The copper bell-like crimson bull's eyes burned with a wild ferocious light as it crashed towards Sufan. Name Copper Horned Frost Bull. Level 5th Order Early. Talent, Commander's Fate. Battle Skills. Curse of the Underworld, Passive Battle Technique. It is said that the copper-horned frosty underworld bull is the carter of a powerful race in the underworld, and anyone who angers it will be cursed by that race with a 10% reduction in attack. Brutalization. The copper-horned frost sticks bull lets out a battle cry, increasing defense by 10% and attack by 10%. Stygian Bull Charge. The copper-horned frost Stygian bull strengthens its horns and launches a charge. Sufan sighed. When Yi Tsongfeng just stopped, Sufan tackled Zhang Xiaoquan's body with his eyes slightly narrowed. Immediately afterward, when the copper-horned frosty underworld bull of the 5th Order Commander realm appeared. Without any hesitation, he relied on his strong physical brute force and threw Zhang Xiaoquan into the passageway. Watching Zhang Xiaoquan fly past, Yi Tsongfeng glanced at him and did not stop him. His target was Sufan. Sufan let out a cold smile, 5th Order Commander realm, hiding quite deeply, worthy of being the most talented senior in the first middle school 3 years ago. Yi Tsongfeng goated his shoulders. You are different from me and that punk Su Langtian, of course you know how to hide. Still, I have to thank the Su family. Without the support of the Su family's resources, the tiny Yi family wouldn't have had the ability to upgrade my copper-horned frosty Stygian bull to the 5th rank. Hearing Yi Tsongfeng's words, Sufan relied on his figure to dodge the charge of the copper-horned frost plague bull and hummed, Yi Jing is really the big grown-up chosen by the Su family, and the tactic of eating out of the palm of his hand is done really well. Yi Tsongfeng didn't expect Sufan to be able to react quickly enough to dodge the charge of the copper-horned frosty underworld bull. His expression became grim. Sufan, you must die. With you here, the Yi family will never be able to annex the Su family by the Su family. Barbarian Bull Battle Skill Barbarianization. Battle Skill Stygian Bull Charge. Two auras surged out from Yi Tsongfeng's hand's life palace onto the bronze-horned frosty underworld bull. Moo. The copper-horned frost stick's bull body let out a furious roar as the inscriptions on its body flashed and its hooves trampled the land in place. The scarlet bull's eyes locked onto Sufan in death, and the bull's nose spewed out a white mist. Then, it charged towards Sufan. The land, leaving a deep gully. The damage of the bronze-horned frost Stygian bull's charge itself, coupled with the 10% attack boost from brutalization, at this moment, its damage contained the terrifying power of pushing mountains and cracking rocks. It reached the limit of what a 5th Order trickster beast could do. Sufan let out a cold smile. The Fate Palace emerged from the palm of his left hand and summoned the Vajra. Vajra, Battle Technique Iron Wall. Roar. When Vajra's looming body like a small mountain descended with a roar, the entire space was shaken. The copper-horned frost Stygian bull that had appeared majestic earlier was instantly as small as a cub in front of this behemoth. Previously had already seen the King Kong, but this sense of both visions of facing a towering giant mountain, the sense of oppression was very sufficient. Yi Tsongfeng was still a bit shocked, then coldly said, so what if it's a giant mountain? Brute bull, give me a charge to crush this mountain. Moo. Roar. Jin Gang hissed, and his battle technique Iron Great Wall was unleashed, his body covered by rock-solid stone armor, while the tree serpent slammed down like a warhammer, deadlocking the copper-horned frosty Stygian bull charging from below. The two collided. Boom! The air was hardened and pressed with ripples visible to the naked eye, and the sonic booms shook the human eardrums to the point of pain. Outside, Ren Dihai, Ma Chengkai and the others were startled. Sufan and Yi Tsongfeng were fighting. Ren Dihai's face was ugly. This was what he was most afraid of. Sufan hadn't grown up yet. Roar! King Kong let out a battle roar, and the sound waves echoed within the secret territory. However, its stone pillar-like limbs were trembling slightly. The previous fight to the death with the spirit Zhao had long since exhausted its chi, and there were still some wounds on its body that were oozing blood. On the other hand, the copper-horned frost underworld bull didn't have the slightest damage, and there wasn't the slightest bit of fatigue visible in its reddish ox eyes. Its front hooves plowed deeply into the ground, ready to continue its offensive and topple the giant mountain of Vajra. At that moment, the spatial ripple channel in mid-air began to become unstable and vaguely began to dissipate. Before the channel Yi from the wind noticed. He laughed out loud and looked towards Sufan, who had been forced into the distance. Haha, Sufan, I admit that your talent is very high. The 3rd rank mature body realm actually defended against the 5th rank commander realm's copper horn frosty underworld bull's most powerful move. But, you can't get out, spend 10 years with that group of augur dragon doppelgangers. Ha 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 ha. After Yi Tsongfeng finished speaking, he took back the copper horn frosty underworld bull into the Fate Palace and drilled into the spatial channel. Yi Tsongfeng left. Sufan retrieved the Vajra back into the Underworld Emperor Hall and quickly ran towards the passage with his strong physical speed. Just as his hand was about to touch the entrance of the passageway, the augurs that made up the passageway dispersed and the spatial ripples disappeared. Sufan's expression was stunned. He can't get out. Yi Tsongfeng walked out of the secret realm and the passageway entrance disappeared. Ren Dihai grabbed Yi Tsongfeng by the collar of his shirt, his eyes bloodshot. Where is Sufan? Why hasn't he come out? The passageway disappeared completely, and he couldn't see the picture inside the secret area anymore. Su Langtian pushed Ren Dihai's hand away. It's none of my business if Sufan didn't come out on his own. After saying that, without giving Ma Chengkai a greeting, he directly led Su Langtian and Himuyun away. In Yi Tsongfeng's opinion, Ma Chengkai had only brought him for a few months and was not even a teacher. On. The bald old dragon was summoned by Ren Dihai, different from what Sufan had seen before. At this moment, the bald old dragon was dry, the surface of the dragon's scales and claws were dry, similar to a dried up meat jerky, or perhaps, this was its true appearance. Old fellow. Find me a way to pry open the secret passage, I want to save Sufan. Ren Dihai could no longer maintain his composure. Ma Chengkai, if you still have some conscience, help. Ran. The bald old dragon shook its head, there was nothing it could do when the secret realm was closed. Within the secret realm, the black jade seal on Sufan's neck trembled. The thick thunder in the dome of the sky that swam in the clouds and illuminated the entire secret realm seemed to have been summoned. Chapter 86 True Dragon. Within the secret territory. In the dome of the sky, the 50-meter or so long thunderbolt that illuminated the entire Jialong mysterious realm seemed to have been pulled by some kind of tug. The trajectory that swam between the clouds changed slightly. The black jade seal around his neck trembled. Sufan sensed it. Subconsciously, he looked up at the thunder on the sky dome and swallowed his saliva. Don't tell me that tens of meters long guy is a trickster beast? The black jade seal trembled again in response to Sufan, while it kept drifting towards the direction of the space ring on Sufan's finger. You want what's in the space-time ring? Getting a response from the jade seal, Sufan pulled out everything in the space ring. A second-order inner dan of an ordinary trickster beast, 12 second-order Jialong split inner dawn, a third-ordering soldier inner dan, a trickster beast battle skill bearer stone, a dark blue inheritance stone rewarded by the Underworld Emperor Hall, and 10 primary spirit stones bought from the trickster beast store. These were all he had, worth a total of $4 to $5 million, not counting the priceless dark blue inheritance stone. Nowadays, the entire Jialong secret territory. Just Sufan still had dozens of Jiao Dragon doppelgangers and wasn't afraid of being robbed. The black jade seal broke free from Sufan's neck. It first floated above the spirit stone. Wisps of aura escaped from the spirit stone, and the spirit stone depleted with the naked eye, becoming a useless waste stone. First 1, then 2, 3. Sufan's heart was dripping blood. 10 Huaxia coins for a primary spirit stone. Only after all the spirit stones had turned into waste stones that weren't there, did the black jade seal leave with satisfaction. It then drifted to the 12 second order augur split inner dawn and the dark blue inheritance stones rewarded by the Underworld Emperor Hall. Now, Sufan's heart twinged. However, the black jade seal didn't absorb it, but instead signaled Sufan that these two things were what was needed next. The rest of the things could be taken back. Sufan took the rest of the things back. A black arcane light surged out from the black jade seal, wrapping his entire body. Sufan felt that his body was much lighter. He was flying towards the thunder in the sky dome. The mountains below were getting smaller and smaller, and that thunder was getting thicker and thicker. It gradually became a behemoth. Thunder's body was 50 meters, and Sufan was as small as an ant in front of it. In the bottom looks like a thick thunder, but close to see there is a clear difference, it is a dragon. Huge body, there are thousands of pieces of fine silver blue dragon scales, each piece is as long as the size of the palm of the hand, the thunder arc constantly Zila collision flashes. The thunder dragon had a total of 4 thick and powerful claw arms, 5 claws were sharp and fierce, especially on the thunder-twisted dragon head, a pair of dragon horns were like ancient branches, snaking towards the sky, as if it could pierce the sky. This kind of might, unrivaled. Sufan was deeply shocked. 4 claws were scaly, 5 claws were dragons. He clearly remembered that the bald old dragon only had 4 claws and had no dragon horns. This was a true dragon. That dragon has successfully transformed into a real dragon? Just then, the thunder giant dragon seemed to have sensed Sufan's coming, and the huge eyes made of thunder, like the size of a stone mill, emitted blue light and swept over Sufan. Opening its huge mouth towards, it let out an extremely terrifying dragon roar. The entire secret realm fluctuated violently, and all of the Jiaolong's detachments below were terrified and stuck to the ground, not daring to move a muscle. Outside the secret realm, 5 or 6 kilometers away from the secret realm, Su Langtian, who had found a mask from somewhere and put it on his face, suddenly shuddered. Inside the Destiny Palace, the spirit Jiao that it had just contracted for some reason became terrified and violent, as if there was a natural enemy coming out. Sufan, who was closest to the Thunder Dragon, covered his ears at the first opportunity, but he was still shaken by the earth-shattering dragon's roar as if his ears were about to explode. In the end, it was the black jade seal around his neck that gave birth to a black arcane light that shielded him. After the Thunder Dragon roared, its eyes closed again and it resumed its immersion. Sufan frowned lightly and moved closer to shake it. It was discovered that the giant dragon seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. What's going on? Sufan grew bold and moved closer to walk up to the huge dragon head and surveyed it. The ferocious aura came over him, and this tremor in his bloodline made him very scared. Zira. The dragon's eyes opened once again, and his entire shadow was reflected in the huge dragon's eyes. With ferocity, a cold hair stood up on Sufan's face. Before he could speak, the dragon's eyes closed once again. This time, Sufan found out. This thunder dragon's divine sense seemed to be a bit disorganized. When the next time the dragon's eyes opened, Sufan spoke. I see, was your divine sense lost by the thunderbolt? The current one is newly generated, so it can't control such a large body, it can only be allowed to float in the sky. You didn't succeed in your tribulation, But it wasn't a complete failure, the body transformed into a dragon. This time, the thunder dragon's dragon eyes were not as fierce as before, so it was obvious that Sufan was right. Sufan was stunned. Good fellow, he had guessed correctly. This was too shocking, an 8th order trickster King Realm Augur had actually transformed into a dragon. Then this thunder dragon at this moment, wouldn't it be a guile emperor? What is an emperor? In the ancient human race, the emperor is the reign of the supreme existence of the 8 deserts, golden-mouthed jade words extremely heavenly constitution, a thought can decide the life and death of billions of living beings. Of course, said the ancient times. And in the Gui race, whose system is similar to that of the ancient humans, the Gui emperor that is even more the extreme of monarchical dictatorship, the pinnacle of authority in the Gui realm. If the human race knew that there was a creepy emperor hidden in a small village in Xia, it would not explode. At this time, the black jade seal on Sufan's neck moved, signaling to the 12 second order Jiaolong split inner dawn that he had just pulled out. Sufan understood and handed the Jiao dragon's split inner dan to the thunder dragon. You can use these? The thunder dragon opened its huge mouth once again, and Sufan subconsciously covered his ears. But there was no dragon roar coming from it. Sufan was stunned. His mouth twitched. This was for him to throw himself in? The second order Jiaolong split inner dan, which was worth $2 to $3 million, was thrown into the Jiaolong's mouth by Sufan as if he was throwing sugar beans, and it turned into a spiritual light that was absorbed by the Jiaolong. Immediately afterward, one of the thunder dragon's clawed arms moved slightly. Zira. A thunder arc was born from the 5 claws. On. A refreshing dragon roar came from it, and it could move. Although it only had one clawed arm. Sufan, who was protected by the black jade seal and covered his ears, rolled his eyes. This thunder dragon was solid, and the previous divine sense was completely extinguished. This temperament is like that of a child. Then, the thunder dragon's claw pointed at the dark blue inheritance stone in Sufan's hand, and a few drops of saliva dripped down. Seeing the saliva dripping from the thunder gargoyle's mouth, Sufan was quick on his feet. Quickly pulling out a few large face pots from his spatial ring to catch it. Ambergris, guaranteed to sell for a lot of money. Don't look at just a few drops of saliva, but Sufan caught 3 whole face pans. In the midst of the thunder dragon's doubts, Sufan took the face pots back into the space without a blush, then proceeded to do so. Afterwards, he raised the dark blue inheritance stone given by the underworld Emperor Hall. The corners of his mouth rose. Is it something you want? Chapter 87 Contract, Above the King. False Emperor Fate. Isn't it wanted? With the help of the black jade seal, Sufan, who was floating high in the air, raised the blue inheritance stone in his hand towards the thunder dragon in front of him. The latter's huge dragon head nodded. The corners of Sufan's mouth rose. It's not impossible to give it to you. Anon. But. The thunder dragon's cheerful keening was interrupted. Sufan tossed the inheritance stone in the air. But you have to become my contracted trickster beast, haha. Sufan opened his arms, a warm and sincere smile on his face. Come on, become my partner. He revealed his true intentions. This guy was a Guile King Realm Augur before. If he became his contracted Guile beast, it would be simply invincible. The atmosphere lapsed into a brief silence. Then, anon, an earth-shattering dragon roar nearly blew Sufan's ears out. It was the thunder dragon that let out a roar. Although this true dragon had not yet understood the meaning of contracted beasts, the pride that originated from the depths of its bloodline caused its scales to explode all over its body. Each scale was emitting an angry tremor, and the eyes of the dragon, which were made of thunder, were burning with a monstrous fury. Good. You're not willing to become my partner, so who am I to give you the inheritance stone? The 12 second order inner pills I gave you just now were for nothing. Against the open mouth of the thunder dragon, Sufan cursed and put away the inheritance stone into the time and space ring. Anon. The thunder giant dragon's dragon eye was a bit confused and didn't dare to roar. He really took it away. Why don't you stay? What are you looking at? Go away, stay by yourself, a dragon in this lonely, not at all interesting secret realm. Sufan twisted his head and left without any retention, but the corners of his mouth were rising and his eyes were slightly narrowed, as lewd as they could be. This guy is a child's temperament, he still can't pinpoint it? While thinking in his heart, he muttered. Aya, the outside world, it's really wonderful, but it's a pity that a certain dragon can't see it. A person is floating alone up there, can't even move, can only move a paw. Ha. Thunder dragon. Really gone? Ask around. Besides, it sensed that the stone was very important to it. With the help of the black jade seal, Sufan floated downwards, gradually moving away from the sky. The distance was farther away, and the thunder dragon gradually reverted back to looking like a thunderbolt. Sufan was a little anxious. No way, really didn't take the bait? By yourself? Isn't that a bit too faceless? What kind of boss begs his little brother? I'm torn. Forget it. Go up, that guy is at least a real dragon, give it face yourself. Sufan had a burst of self-congratulation. A sigh of relief. Ready to turn his head and retrace his steps, and figure out how to see what he could do to get the guy to agree. That's when. Anon. A dragon's roar that was sharper than before resounded in the sky. The thunder dragon was calling out to Sufan. Listening to the tone, it was in a hurry and seemed to be truly afraid that Sufan had left. Sufan hummed arrogantly, to give you face. Return. What? Something wrong? Dizzy, there's something going on out there. Anon. The thunder dragon gave a weak cry, indicating that it had figured it out and was willing to become Sufan's guile beast. With Sufan's attack of words just now, it had figured it out. It was the dignity of the dragon race, which was certainly important. But the price of freedom is even higher. It doesn't want to float around here for endless years. The corners of Sufan's mouth were forced to keep from rising. Freshly born spirits were just good at coaxing. Just a few sentences and I was coaxed into it. A treasure to be found. Summoning the Imperial Destiny Palace, a purple contract spell was born. You agree to the contract first, after which I'll throw you into the Underworld Emperor Palace for you to absorb the inheritance stone. If you ask what the Underworld Emperor Hall is, just think of it as a group home for you and your other brothers. Your ability is Thunder, I'll call you Thunder from now on. The black jade seal on his neck trembled violently, obviously very dissatisfied with Sufan's collective dormitory name. Anon. A strand of divine soul surged out from Thunder's head and entered the contract formation. The contract was signed. Sufan felt the connection with Thunder in the underworld, and he thus knew all of Thunder's information. Name, Transitional Remnant Thunder Horn Dragon Trickster Dragon Clan. Level, 3rd Order Mature Body Realm Early. Talent, Pseudo-Emperor not recognized by the 10,000 races of the Guile Realm. Battle Skills. Dragon Might, Talent. As a holder of the Supreme Dragon Bloodline, one is born with the absolute might to suppress all beasts. To suppress the bloodline of a dragon-affiliated beast, the strength of an opponent below the same rank is reduced by 50%, and even if the realm is 2 ranks or less higher, the opponent still has to suffer a 30% reduction in strength. For non-dragon bloodlines, it is reduced by 30% and 10% when the dragon roars. Low-level dragon affiliates will tremble and kneel uncontrollably. This effect increases by 20% as the true dragon's rage level rises. The dragon's power is transformed into substantial energy ripples in a state of fury. False Emperor's fate? Sufan was slightly stunned and reacted. The destinies above the kings were all very mysterious. He had only heard the little old man Rendi Hai mention a few things about the Guile Emperor's fate. It seemed that a race of people gifted with the monarch fate wanted to raise their talent to Guile Emperor. It needed to challenge the 10,000 clans of the Guile realm, defeat and be recognized by them before it could be crowned emperor. The difficulty is very high. Thunder, who had been half killed by a thunderbolt, wasn't technically considered a true imperial fate. What Sufan did not expect the most. It was the fact that Thunder was so big, a 50-meter-long block, but it was only of the 3rd rank. He thought that he would be able to get a 8th-order trickster beast of the Trickster King realm. Now it seemed that he had overthought it. However, Sufan was already very satisfied. Just the mature body realm was filled with such might, it was simply hard to imagine what kind of heaven-destroying strength it would display when it returned to the Guile King realm or even the Guile Emperor realm in the future. At the same time, the instant the Guile beast signed, a trace, wandering blue arc of electricity surged out from Sufan's body. He violently clenched his fist. Jab! There was a loud bang. Sufan was overjoyed. The strength of his physical body has once again increased, and he also possesses a small portion of the power of thunder. A small portion of the ability of the trickster beast would be fed back to the royal trickster based on the trickster beast's talent and the royal trickster's fate palace talent. For example, the corporeal defense that Jin Gang gave to Sufan before, and the corporeal speed that Morning Biao gave to Sufan. When engaging in combat, it was still mainly bloody battles between the trickster beasts, and the imperial trickster was generally in a safe place. However, Sufan was still very happy with the increase in his own strength. He was right at the middle age of fantasizing about being able to call the wind and the rain. Now that he could master a small portion of thunder, it was simply too good to be true. Next, because Thunder's divine soul was too weak, it could only control the dragon's head and a clawed arm on his huge body. It could not yet actively enter the Fate Palace. Sufan had no choice but to move the Fate Palace to Thunder himself and push it in bit by bit. Then he brought it into the Underworld Emperor's Hall, and then had the Vajra inside the Fate Palace help push it out. It took a lot of tossing and turning before appearing inside the Underworld Emperor Hall. Like when Vajra first came to the Underworld Emperor Hall, Thunder was also mesmerized by the various bizarre beast patterns carved in stone on the walls surrounding the Underworld Emperor Hall. It was only when Sufan lifted the dark blue inheritance stone to its mouth that he reacted. Chapter 88, Your house has been burglarized too. The inheritance stone was thrown by Sufan into Thunder's mouth. As with the Vajra devouring inheritance stone, a majestic energy erupted with Thunder at the center. The entire Underworld Emperor Hall was filled with raging blue energy, dazzling the Thunder. However, soon that energy disappeared. It was all sucked into Thunder's own massive body. On! It roared in pain, then fell into sleep. The huge 50-meter body coiled and almost took over the top of the Underworld Emperor Hall. Roar! Morning Biao, who was healing his wounds at the stone chair, shouted in displeasure. This later fellow doesn't know how to share at all. Sufan laughed. This guy's body is seriously injured, understand? Ha ha ha. Morning Biao blankly glanced at Sufan and began to cultivate. Since the second stage, its cultivation style was also slightly different from before. The huge tome it carried on its back was flipped open, and then it used its own Gui to control the brush to write a single arcane meditative text on it. Sufan had tried to replicate a word and felt his heartbeat quicken when he was halfway through writing it. It was as if a great terror was about to happen. At that time, Morning Biao gave him a blank look. Name, Judge Zhong Kui, Punishment of Evil Division Clan. Rank, Second Order Growth Body Realm Peak. Talent, King. Battle technique, none. After the battle with the spirit Zhao, Morning Biao was already at the peak of the second rank, and now he was just missing 10 inner pills of the second rank trickster beasts. Funeral Biao's grudging eyes made Sufan a bit unbearable. Gotta. He's a liability again. Morning Biao was his own initial trickster beast, limited by his own realm level. The second order Fate Palace, it would only be second order. Except for Funeral Biao's side. There's an even bigger headache. Resources. Owners are even more short on resources now that they've added the Thunder to the mix. Ahem, so what right anyway, we can't get out now, but resources? It's not all resources out there. Speaking of which, Sufan, Morning Biao and also Jin Gang, their eyes lit up. One person and two beasts were all excited. Yeah, can't get out at the moment anyway, those guys outside, all packed off. Not to mention the inner elixir, the whole body of the auger split is also a treasure. Sufan hemmed and hawed and giggled. There's no way, poor and scared. Owed a buttload of debt to the trickster store, even Thunder drooled a mouthful of water and hurriedly took out the basin to catch it. There's really no way out. It's a house full of gold-digging beasts. Just as Sufan was preparing to take the almost recovered Morning Puma Vajra out to get some money, a ball of light floated down from the palace of the Underworld Emperor. The moment he saw the light ball, Sufan got excited. It was the reward for Vajra advancing to the third stage. It was like going through an achievement mission. There were rewards for each stage. Inside was the same levitation of an inheritance stone. Blazing flame-colored, the surface was covered with lava as if it came from a volcano. Fiery red feather patterns all over. Wisps of red bizarre chi escaped, and the temperature of the entire Underworld Emperor Hall seemed to have risen quite a bit. Another inheritance stone? Morning Bill, what about this one? It can always be used, right? Sufan looked at Morning Biao. However, Morning Biao still shook his head, indicating that it was not suitable. Well, that's odd. How do you think all these inheritance stones Underworld Emperor Hall got them? It can't be generated out of thin air, right? Sufan was somewhat perplexed. Unbeknownst to Sufan, a land of void surrounded by weird chi. My clan's inheritance stone has also been stolen. Joan, your home has also been burglarized. Ha ha ha, much more comfortable in my heart. Ha ha ha, your clan's treasure trove is well defended? How did you lose it? First, there was a voice filled with endless resentment, followed by two soothing taunts. Both were filled with intimidation. The first voice was shyly angry. You too. Come and fight. Let's fight. Rumble. Rumble. A huge trembling sound that destroyed the sky and earth and the void. A fourth voice came out from the edge of the battle. A soft chant. Bad. Is it our clan's turn next? Come on, people. Quickly add to the treasury's defenses. Time doesn't stand still just because someone disappears, and before you know it, a week has passed. With the national exams just around the corner, the members of the 2 awakening classes in the first middle school were all anxious and practicing intensively. The time for the weird theory classes were shortened by quite a bit. On the big exam, the theory score only accounted for 30% of the share, and the Imperial Eerie Master ultimately relied on strength. During this time, there was a big event that happened. On Wednesday day, a mock examination was held in the first middle school, and the 2 awakening class members were in the spotlight of the entire school. On the awakening stage built in the playground, they had a one-on-one match. Inexplicably, senior Sufan of the first class of awakening was absent from this examination. However, although Sufan was absent, but this time, the mock examination ring was very exciting. Because Awakening Class 2's Su Langtian had actually contracted a scaly dragon guile beast. At first, Su Langtian just used the Su family's inherited beast, the night swimmer, to fight against the rest. Along the way, he crossed the border and took on Wei Sherman, who had returned from the imperial capital on Tuesday. Big summer but draped in a heavy white robe. Su Langtian, who had shrouded himself tightly, was subconsciously stunned when he saw Wei Shimon's marvelous body, and then just wanted to speak. Unexpectedly, the moody Wei Sherman didn't give him the slightest chance, summoning the day and night wandering god to attack over. His night voyager was no match for the day and night voyager, and he was defeated within a few rounds. Wei Sherman had a contemptuous look on her face as she beat Su Langtian to a pulp. Many people were skeptical. Was it him who triggered the vision that day or not? This is too much of a pull. Class 1 Sufan hasn't even made an appearance yet, being beaten up like this by a schoolmate. I seriously doubt that the person who triggered the heaven and earth visions that day wasn't Su Langtian. It's definitely a mistake. You're still confronting Sufan with this? What's the point? The Su family kicked Sufan out and then chose a Su Langtian who can't even beat a woman as the heir? It's really giving Master a whole laugh. Just when everyone in the first center thought this trial was going to be won by Wei Sherman of Awakening Class 1. All around the ear-piercing jeers rise and fall, deeply like their own. Wei Sherman's eyes flow of disappointment is like a sharp blade, deeply pierced into the heart of Su Langtian. Underneath the white robe, his pale and withered fingers were clenched tightly, and the bone joints made a crunching sound that was too heavy to bear. Subsequently, the night traveler turned into a ghostly light and disappeared into the Fate Palace. The summoning formation reappeared. The corners of Su Langtian's dry and cracked mouth pulled out a maniacal arc, and his hoarse voice carried a long suppressed rage. A bunch of guys with no eyes. An additional blue aura appeared in the withered palm of his hand, and the array pattern boiled up. Today, I'll let you all open your eyes to the true terror. The last sentence was almost hissed out, and at the same time, the entire summoning formation erupted with creepy energy fluctuations. Anon! A dragon's roar appeared, and the entire first middle school was quiet. It seemed to think that they had heard it wrong. Name, Spirit Jiao, product of Jiao Dragon's failed transition, creepy dragon race. Rank, 4th order, complete body realm, early stage. Talent, inquisitive fate. Battle skills. Spiritual energy laxity, passive battle technique. Spiritual Jiao is a product of the failed Jiao Dragon transition in the Guile King realm. With some of the power of the Jiao Dragon, all of its attacks will inflict spiritual awareness level damage on the enemy. Dragon King Charge, passive battle technique. Any part of the Spirit Jiao's body can be used to attack and cause a shocking effect. Thunderfall, heavenly meteor, plucks thunder elements from the worlds and condenses them into a giant thunder meteorite that smashes into the target, dealing huge damage to the target. Dragon King's Descending Wrath, any trickster beast with a bloodline below its strength drops by 30%, and any dragon-affiliated race drops by 50% regardless of their own natural destiny. Thunder Shield, gather the power of lightning and nature and generate a shield to ward off attacks. The large screen blossomed with bright golden streams of light, and a gorgeous to the extreme introductory text emerged like a miracle. These were all declared by Su Langtian to the labor union on his own initiative after contracting the Spirit Jiao, in order to manifest himself in front of people. When Wen saw the gorgeous to the point of being introduced, the entire first middle school playground instantly boiled. All the teachers and students froze in place as if they were struck by lightning, and countless pairs of eyes widened to their limits. That was an augur. Su Langtian really contracted a dragon. Chapter 89, We Must Kill Su Langtian. Su Langtian actually contracted a dragon. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gosh, 5 battle techniques, my ass. With this scaly dragon trickster, Su Langtian is invincible. Holy, so that's how it is. It turns out that the one who triggered the heaven and earth anomaly was this dragon. Is this a genius? There's always a backhand. Not to mention that the first and second year students were shocked, even the members of the Royal Guile Masters of Awakening Class 1 and 2 were shocked. A species like a dragon was only heard of in legends and myths. Unexpectedly, it actually existed and was contracted by Su Langtian, becoming a contracted trickster beast. How could they not be shocked? You guys say that Sufan didn't come, is it because he knew that Su Langtian had a scaly dragon? Scared of losing face and wimped out? A member of Awakening Class 2 speculated. His words resonated with quite a few people. It could be true. Zhuang Xueo and Hua Haoxing, who had just come out of the hospital's intensive care unit, then looked towards Su Langtian, who was enjoying the crowd's bragging rights in the center of the ring, and let out an angry cold snort. Sinister and treacherous villain. Sufan is definitely planted. The little old man's expression was gloomy as he looked at the center of the ring in front of him, Su Langtian, who was peacefully enjoying the praises of the crowd, as well as the spirit Jiao with a body length of more than 20 meters hovering in front of Su Langtian. This kind of child, I don't know if he will grow up and cause harm to the Xia kingdom. Nowadays. The matter of Sufan being framed by Su Langtian and Yi Tsongfeng, trapped in the secret realm and unable to get out, was only known to the three people, Wen Zhiyong, Ma Chengkai, and Ren Dihai, the principal of Lancheng High School. Ma Chengkai was inwardly complex. Principal Wen Zhiyong, on the other hand, had a smile on his face as he watched Su Langtian perform in the ring, having no idea what was going on in his heart. There was no suspense in the ring, Su Langtian won. Because of Su Langtian's own realm, there wasn't much restriction of aura within his life palace. The Thunderfall Heavenly Meteor Might of the Fourth Order Complete Body Realm Spirit Jiao was greatly reduced, but even with this super low-profile version of Thunderfall Heavenly Meteor Might, it was still not something that Wei Shimon's Day and Night Wanderer of the Second Order realm could withstand. After what happened in the imperial capital, Wei Shiman was already in a bad mood, and now that she was defeated by Sufan's nemesis, she didn't even greet Su Langtian and went down directly with a sullen face. Wei Shiman's indifferent attitude, Su Langtian shrugged his shoulders. The whole thing of wanting to catch and then letting go, he understood. In the end, the tournament ended with Principal Wen Zhiyong praising and touting Su Langtian, who won the first place in front of the whole school. Su Langtian's strong win made all the teachers and students in the first middle school who didn't know the truth start thinking. Sufan, who was first in the trial tower, and Su Langtian, who was first in the simulation tournament. Who's really stronger? In the end, everyone agreed. Su Langtian was strong. It couldn't be helped, who let the human trickster beasts be just too strong. Whose rookie Royal Guile Master's Guile Beast, at the Fourth Order Complete Body Realm, had 5 battle techniques. The ethos of the first middle school had completely changed. Su Langtian once again became the object of everyone's admiration. Many people thought that Sufan was intimidated, so he didn't participate in the simulation. At the same time, Su Langtian's strong win made the Su family think that they had made the right choice even more. Worthy of being my Su family's unicorn son. Su Lailan, who had always been joyful and unassuming, also clapped his hands and praised vigorously in front of all the clan elders after learning that Su Langtian had contracted a scaly dragon and strongly crushed all his peers to win the championship. Our Su family is getting stronger and stronger, a certain waste that was swept out of the door. Now I'm afraid that his intestines are all green with remorse, right? The person directly wimped out, didn't even dare to meet the battle, directly became a shrunken head turtle just like that big turtle of his. The younger generation of the Su family's children were even more unrestrainedly laughing. The Su family, up and down, overflowed with an atmosphere of complacency. It was as if Su Langtian's victory was the best proof of their vision and choice to expel Sufan from the Su family and establish another Su Langtian. Some people had even begun discussing the need to erect a longevity tablet for Su Langtian at the clan ancestral hall. The Su family head, Yi Jing, who was sitting in the middle of all the people's boasting, was even more flushed and smiling daintily. It was as if she had already seen the sight of her outstanding son showing off his skills on the national college entrance exam. A grungy teenager in the midst of the revelers, hands clenched. Brother. Nothing happened to you, right? Su Tianyu was worried, he hadn't contacted his brother for a week. Anan. A loud and clear dragon roar resounded within the secret territory. Sufan stood on the head of the newly awakened Thunder Great Dragon and galloped across the dome of the sky. That's right, after absorbing the energy from the inheritance stone, Thunder had completely been able to control the entire body. The realm had also risen by a small segment. Name, Thunder Horned Dragon crippled version of the Guillotine Clan reward Good Division Clan inheritance. Level, 3rd Order Mature Body Realm Middle. Talent, Pseudo-Emperor not recognized by the 10,000 races of the Guile Realm. Battle technique, Dragon Might. At the same time, Thunder's entire appearance underwent a radical change. The originally huge body once again expanded by quite a bit, and even a giant mountain like Vajra was somewhat inferior in front of Thunder. At the same time, it was like a demonic god stepping out of a thunder and fire purgatory. The silver-blue dragon scales that originally covered the entire body still pulsed with violent thunder, but these piercing electric shimmers were completely engulfed by the newborn ghostly blue flames at this moment. The rising blue flames wrapped around the dragon's body like a living thing, and every time it surged, it brought up a hissing sound as if it came from purgatory. The entire body was covered by the thick blue flames, making it appear even more majestic and domineering, especially the huge dragon head with sideburns made of blue flames, making it even more full of might. Standing on the dragon's head, the wind whistling beside him, Blue Sufan's clothes zipping and rattling as he laughed out loud. Nowadays, his three trickster beasts, in addition to Morningdale firstly failing to advance with his unproductive self, the remaining two, King Kong and Thunder, were both in the third stage mature body realm. And all of them were gifted with super fate. Under his own firepower, even a fourth-ranked Imperial trickster would be no match for him, not to mention a third-ranked Imperial trickster. Sufan could be said to have reached the ceiling of the strength of a second-rank Imperial trickster. Alright, Thunder, since you've fully recovered, it's time for us to go out. Sufan snorted coldly, remembering the two villains Yi Tsongfeng and Su Langtian in his mind. Especially Su Langtian. At the national exam, he had a reason why he had to kill Su Langtian. Just now. The first thing Thunder told him upon awakening was that it wasn't really a trickster dragon clan nowadays. A part of it is crippled. The little old man Rendihai's bald old dragon and the spirit Jiao that Su Langtian had contracted were vital parts of him. The part of the bald old dragon that was less important belonged to the physical body and could be slowly nourished, but one in particular, Su Langtian's spirit Jiao, was very important and belonged to its eye. Drawing the dragon's eyes. Today Thunder lacks the essence of being a dragon. To become a true dragon, it had to devour the spirit Jiao that Su Langtian had contracted. Therefore, whether it was a personal grudge or Thunder, Sufan had to kill Su Langtian. Chapter 90, Getting Rich. Anon. After Sufan finished speaking, Thunder let out a dragon roar. The entire secret realm began to shrink and collapse. The secret realm was generated by the Guile King realm augur, and Thunder was naturally able to control some of it, but due to the reason that the realm was too low, it was only able to get out by controlling the secret realm and letting it collapse. A few Jiao dragon detachments that were hiding in the depths of the secret realm and had not been found and hunted by Sufan let out a miserable scream before they and the secret realm as a whole dissolved into nothingness. Sufan was a burst of heartache. It would have been better to let himself be killed. The collapse came from far and near, eventually coming around Thunder. There was complete emptiness around Sufan. Ka-ching! There seemed to be a shattering sound, but then there was no sound, after a very wonderful experience. The black nothingness around them shattered and then reassembled itself. Sufan's body appeared in the outside world as if it had been squeezed out. This marvelous feeling caused Sufan to be a little dazed. Was this the feeling of going from a small world to a large world? Thunder rubbed against Sufan before Sufan drifted off. In the distance, Bamboo Creek Village was densely packed with villagers rushing over. Thunder's size was too huge. Sufan was stunned, hurriedly retrieved the thunder. As the villagers of Bamboo Creek Village rushed over, Sufan had long since disappeared. Strange, I clearly saw a dragon. Old Zhong Kui, are you blind? Where in the world is there a dragon? Ha ha, scattered. The simple villagers laughed at the gray-haired old man in the middle and dispersed with a joyful sigh. The old man rubbed his head and muttered. I really saw it just now. It's exactly the same as what I've dreamed about all these years at night. The innermost part of the trickster store. This was the most secretive part of the trickster beast store, and those who could come in here to trade were either rich or noble. Sufan sat on the sofa and wolfed down his food to enjoy it. Hungry bastard, eat slowly. Ji Yorua, dressed in a high-class gown, swayed her pace with the food and walked in. You don't know how this week has been for me. Sufan, with fried chicken stuffed in his mouth, responded vaguely to Ji Yorua. A week, A whole week. If it wasn't for the time ring in which he had stored some mineral water and instant noodles, it was really possible to starve to death inside the secret realm of the dragon. This food, 200 doha, put it on your account. Together with the 10 spirit stones from the sub, you now owe me 1,160,200 Chinese coins. Sufan almost choked. That much. Ji Yuerua blanked Sufan. The market price of a primary spirit stone is 130,000 huaxia coins. I'll give you 100,000 huaxia coins, a total of 10, plus the 160,000 huaxia coins you owed from the previous purchase of the trickster beast nutrient fluid. It can't be that much. Honorable Imperial Guile Master, when will you pay back the little lady a little first? Saying that, Ji Yorua stuck to Sufan's body and exhaled. Of course, if you don't have any money, I have another way for you to earn money. Sufan was holding a pig's trotter in his hand, gnawing on it with his mouth full of oil, and looked at Ji Yorua in a daze. What way? Join our Ji family's guild, the Green Snake Guild, and there will be a high commission for taking on quests. Ji Yuerua seemed to have prepared for this and took out the commission table. Slipper Country recruitment of hired Imperial agents, commission 500,000 huaxia coins month. Chip Technology Company in Cub Country is looking for a number of shenanigans, commission is 300,000 Chinese coins per month. John's royal family, Princess Elizabeth, urgently hiring a male Chinese imperial guillotine, commission 100,000 huaxia coins to end, requires strong, handsome, obedient. Sufan browsed through quest after quest and was simply amazed. Rua, your guild, the way is quite wild how come it's all foreign orders? Ji Rua picked up a silk scarf and wiped the corners of Sufan's mouth and said petulantly. The quests within the Xia country are basically all in the officially created Royal Guilemaster Guild. And because of the credibility and price of the official Xia state and Xia state, those dignitaries are more willing to believe in the Royal Artificers Guild, while we, the unofficial guilds, can only take on exotic tasks and then earn commissions. In the human race, each country has a limited number of official royals, and it is impossible to protect the requirements of the entire nation. Therefore, there would be many guilds that would appear and establish the organization of the Imperial Trickster, which would then help people with their problems. The Imperial guilds can choose one of these guilds to join in and then earn commissions. Commissioners pay commissions for these guilds to help. But the only exception was Xia. Xia was the only country, out of all the countries, where all imperialists had to register in an officially established guild. Mandatory. Same as every citizen's ID card. Failure to register after the third rank makes you a Dark Sentinel, and any sentinel found can be killed without consequence. You must also be forced to complete a mission once a year. This kind of absolute control by the official Xia state is simply an alternative among all countries. There was once a Xia state's neighboring official who wanted to imitate the Xia state, and the result directly led to a collective revolt of the imperial agents within the territory, leading to the subversion of the regime. Xia's uniqueness also precisely proves that Xia's official strength is strong. There is no absolute strength prerequisite, and it will not suppress the scene. The very existence of the Summer Kingdom's Imperial Guild of Guildmasters caused the unofficial guilds within the Summer Kingdom to not be able to receive quests at all. They could only take their business and make it to foreign countries. In turn, the official Xia state had by default allowed the Imperial Guildmasters to go and join these guilds, earning commissions and then practicing. When these Imperial Guildmasters became powerful, they were again keen to join the official Xia kingdom to gain establishment status and the recognition of the Xia people. Ji Rua spoke in front of Sufan, daintily, about the basic conditions within the Xia country. Ji Rua wiped the sticky oil on Sufan's hands. Why, do you want to join our labor union? It's just over $1 million, it'll be paid off soon. What she saw was Sufan's talent, otherwise she wouldn't have lent Sufan so many Xiagua coins. Many guilds would go and invest in the Imperial Guilemaster when he had no money or resources in the early stages. Sufan smiled. Forget it, I don't think I'll be short of money in a short period of time. After saying that, he rather boldly lay down on the sofa. Ji Rua was stunned. Not lacking money, then return my money. Then she remembered something, a touch of shyness appeared on her face, but she snorted coldly, meat payment doesn't count. She admitted that when Sufan purchased the trickster beast that day, it was her who made a small joke. But she didn't expect that Sufan was really on it. Then, it went on that path of no return, but, from today onwards, she is going to restrain herself. Sufan lazily lying on the sofa, looking at Ji Rua's face, he straight smile. In the Jialong secret territory he was directly rich. The trip to the Jialong secret realm, the harvest is directly pulled full. A small million huaxia coins he still didn't see in his eyes. At the moment, his face of a tycoon couldn't even be covered. The hand waved very boldly, and the spatial ring flashed. Just as Sufan was about to take out a small portion of his harvest and exchange it for some Chinese coins, a cold and colorful voice came from outside. Sister Yurua, I said, where have you been? So it turns out you're here in a private meeting. Sufan immediately stopped his current action. Since outsiders were present, it was inconvenient for him to take out the things within the Jialong mystery. Chapter 91 Ji Family Inheritor, Ji Menya. Sister Yurua, no wonder you never returned to the imperial capital when the family asked you to, so it turns out that you have a young lover. Cold and clear voice came out. Ji Yurua's pretty face flushed red. Manya, don't talk nonsense, this is a genius royal sleaze master I discovered in Lan City, Sufan. Sufan, who had a face full of grease stains, was pulled to the front of the girl by Ji Yurua, and smiled a hefty smile and greeted him. Hi, how are you? My name is Sufan. The girl in front of him wearing a fashionable short skirt was similar to him in age, her skin was as clear as snow, her features were exquisite, but her temperament was very high and cold, and at the same time there was an air of nobility. The girl sized up Sufan, especially lingering on Sufan's oily hands and face. A frown of indifference creased her brows. Clearly and coldly, he said, Hello Ji Menya. Obviously, the girl's first impression of Sufan was not very good. Ji Yuerua hurriedly rounded up the situation. Sufan, let me introduce you, this is my cousin, Ji Menya, and also the heir of the imperial capital Ji family. By the way, the Ji family is the only family in the summer country where a woman is in power. So, Ji Menya will be the queen in the future. Ji Yurua joked to Ji Menya. Sufan froze, then re-snorted without being humble. Hello, future queen of the Ji family. However, what responded to him was still Ji Menya's ignorance. He hemmed and hawed and didn't care much. They were all passers-by, and probably wouldn't cross paths in their lives, so there was no need to get angry. Sufan looked at Ji Yurua. Yurua, you guys chat, I'll come over again when I have time. Ji Yurua also sensed that Ji Mengya was not a fan of Sufan. She threw a wink with a delicate smile and let Sufan leave. Ran. Just as Sufan was about to leave, Ji Mengya raised an eyebrow and blocked in front of him. Wait. Sufan was tall, 1 meter 8, a head taller than Ji Mengya. Ji Mengya tilted her head and glared at Sufan, but her aura was not lost at all. I just heard outside that you owe our Ji family more than 1 million Chinese coins? Sufan shrugged, indeed, but don't worry, I won't renege on the debt, I'll pay it back in a few days. Originally, he was planning to repay the debt today, and Ji Mengya coincidentally showed up. Hearing Sufan's words, Ji Mengya snorted. She had just entered the door and sized up Sufan, all covered in ground floor goods. What to give back? Pay for it with meat? Ji Mengya glared at Ji Yorua. Yorua, I didn't realize that you like raising little white boys. Ji Yurua's pretty face instantly turned red and hurriedly pulled Ji Mengya to her ear and whispered. Mengya, don't talk nonsense, Sufan's talent is very high, that little bit of money is really not a problem for him in the future, I'm investing in advance now. Ji Mengya gazed at Sufan. Cousin said that you have a high talent, I believed it even though I wasn't quite sure, but if I heard you correctly, you said that you would return it in a few days? You have money? Sufan shook his head, I don't have money, but I happen to have some resources. Ji Mengya was stunned, then she looked at the space ring in Sufan's hand and laughed. I didn't realize just now, so you still have a space ring, how do you want to sell it to us? Don't think too much, the space ring is not for sale, it's other resources. Hee hee, talking big is good for anyone, a few days later I still don't know how you're going to seduce my cousin. Sufan, Ji Mengya didn't mean that, don't be angry. Ji Yurua pulled Sufan. You hurry up and leave, that money will be paid back later when you save up enough, don't be burdened, it has nothing to do with me, the Ji family has invested in quite a number of newbie imperial agents who are just as talented as you are. Mengya, she is probably. Ji Yurua blushed. It's just that I saw the two of us. That's why I targeted you, don't think too much. Sufan laughed, just so that he said that he is indeed a little bit of a disadvantage, ready to leave, and was stopped by Ji Mengya. Since you say you have resources, now take out, why wait a few days? Ji Mengya didn't know what was going on, the first time she met Sufan, she had a natural twisted feeling. At first, it was because of Sufan's unkempt appearance, but later on, it couldn't be explained. In short, it just didn't feel good. In the end, Ji Mengya blamed everything on Sufan being sloppy and still talking big. Being disliked one after another, Sufan was also a bit annoyed. Then what if I really take it out? If you can really take it out, I'll do whatever you want to do, and I definitely won't stop you. Anything, including to you? Sufan sized up Ji Mengya's slim figure. Ji Mengya was also on the verge of anger, and directly answered, yes, including me. I don't believe that you can come up with resources worth more than 1 million Chinese coins. Sufan shook his head and returned, sitting on the sofa. Yurua, please clean up the table, I'll take out the stuff. Sufan and Ji Mengya had gotten to this point, Ji Yurua had no choice but to clean up first. In her head, she was pondering how she should make up for it later if Sufan couldn't get off the stage. Men are good at saving face. Ji Mengya gave a glance to Sufan, who was lazily enjoying himself in the sofa. Continue to hold up. I'd like to see if you, this guy, are talking big. Ji Yurua finished packing. Yorua, I was going to sell all of it to you, but this service attitude of your proprietor makes me very unhappy, so take out some of it first. Yorua will do some rough math first. Sufan said while placing his hand on the table while the spatial ring on his finger flashed. First of all, 22 first-order trickster beast inner Dan, how much? When 20, lightning arc flashing Jiao Long split inner Dan appeared on the table. Ji Mengya instantly froze in place, her cold face filled with dismay. She didn't expect Sufan to actually have the resources. Sufan snorted coldly, this is the inner elixir of the trickster dragon race, its value should be double or twice as much as an ordinary first-order trickster beast's inner elixir. Yurua, is this enough for me to take out to pay back? Sufan's voice was very domineering. He had already given Ji Mengya face a few times before, and she was the one who had been aggressive. Ji Yurua was stunned, the Guile Dragon clan, because it's of the dragon lineage, the inner elixir is worth 3 times the value of an ordinary Guile beast's inner elixir, and a single one is nowadays marketed at 15W Huaxia coins. A total of 3.3 million Huaxia coins, that's enough. Enough. Where did you obtain these resources? Ji Yurua immediately covered her mouth after finishing her last sentence. It was most taboo for them in business to ask customers about the source of their goods. Sufan looked at Ji Mengya with cold eyes, and his spatial ring flashed once again. 10 second order Guile Dragon Race Inner Dan, how much? Is it enough? 6 third order Guile Dragon Race Inner Pills, how much? Is it enough? And this huge pile of Dragon Guile Beast carcasses, how much? Is it enough? Oh right. Sufan paused, his gaze forcing its way to Ji Mengya, no more talking? Then add a pot of dragon's ambergris from a true dragon. Is that enough? Chapter 92 Sufan, I'll remember you. When Sufan took these things out, the entire room was filled with them. Especially the pot of ambergris incense that flashed with hints of thunder. The two women had been stunned. Ji Menya's cold makeup trembled slightly, and her vermilion lips unconsciously opened lightly. Did Sufan hollow out the true dragon's nest? She admitted that she had looked away this time. This guy who was covered in ground goods was richer than her, the future heir of the Ji family. These things of Sufan's were still a bit inadequate in front of the Ji family's 100 years of accumulation. But if one were to compare it to the 100-year-old heritage of a powerful family, then she had already lost completely. Sufan sneered. Hurry up and do the math. I was going to sell all of it to your Ji family, so I'll just take out a part of it now. It's still just a portion? Ji Menya's face, as cold as an ice sculpture, rarely surfaced with obvious dismay at this moment. A high and cold temperament that she had maintained fell apart at this moment. Sufan's strength had already prevented her from having that lofty feeling. Sufan hummed and did not respond. That's right. The secret realm of the dragon has made him rich. 22 first-order auger split inner Dan, 31 second-order auger split inner Dan, 16 third-order auger split inner Dan, and a whole bunch of auger split torsos. Oh right, there were also 3 pots of ambergris thunder spit. It was all his harvest. What he took out just now was indeed only a small portion, and the rest of what was left, other than a bunch of auger detachments, was not going to be sold. To keep some for myself. In fact, Sufan was still a little heartbroken. The trickster beasts had all matured quite a bit in their minds after the third stage of the mature body realm. Many of the trickster beasts would expose themselves to their inner elixir before they died. Otherwise, his harvest could be even greater. Yurua, help me calculate how many Xiagua coins can be exchanged for these things, by the way. Sufan paused and looked at Ji Manya and continued. Just deduct the more than $1 million I owe just now. Sufan's cynicism made Ji Manya's face look a little ugly, her teeth biting her inner lip in death. Wanting to say a word of anger to Ji Yurua, she did not accept this guy anymore. But the words came to his lips and shut up. These resources of Sufan's, too good. The inner pills of the Guile Dragon race's Guile beasts as well as their flesh was definitely a scarce commodity in the human race. For something of the same grade, not to mention selling it 3 times, even 4 times might be wanted. Dragon. As long as it's related to dragons, there's no such thing as a cheap one. What's more, due to the inheritance beasts, the Ji family was the family in the Xia kingdom that needed the resources of the dragon trickster beasts the most. Looking at the guy sitting on the sofa with a smug look on his face, Ji Menya's teeth were dead set on her inner lip. For a long time. A sigh. Cousin, give it to him at the same price the Ji family acquired the dragon resources. Ji Yuarawal was stunned. The Ji family's price for acquiring dragon resources could be quite a bit higher than the market price. However, it was then understood. Ji Menya was apologizing for her previous rudeness towards Sufan. Ji Menya's behavior also caused Sufan to be stunned. In his heart, he secretly said that it was worthy of being the heir of a powerful family. This set alone was not something that could be compared to the kind of grassroots that Su Langtian came from. Not a moment later, Ji Yurua re-entered, taking out a bill and handing it to Sufan. These are all the lists, take a look at them. The market price of the first-ranked trickster beast inner Dan is 150,000 huaxia coins. The Ji family's purchasing price will be higher at 200,000 huaxia coins, a total of 4,400,000 huaxia coins for the 22 PCS. Second-order trickster dragon clan internal Dan, market price is 40 WA piece, Ji family procurement price is 600,000, 10 pieces 6 million huaxia coins. Third-order Guile Dragon Race Inner Pills, market price 1 million huaxia coins a piece, Ji family procurement price 1.3 million huaxia coins, 6 pieces totaling 7.8 million huaxia coins. As for those trickster beast flesh bodies you took out, that price is a bit generalized. I roughly counted, there are about 34 of them, and don't divide them according to realm, take an average, one will give you 300,000 huaxia coins, a total of 10.2 million huaxia coins. Ji Yurua said one by one. Sufan's breath caught. His hand secretly pinched his thigh. No dream. How many Chinese coins is this? I don't think I've saved up this much in my last life in game currency. And ambergris. Ji Yurua paused. In her opinion, the dragon ambergris was the main event. A dragon appeared in your school last week, you should know that. At the time when I heard the news, I was shocked for a bit, but nowhere near as shocked as the pot of ambergris incense you just brought out. 4 claws is a scaly dragon, 5 claws is a true dragon. Ambergris is the saliva of a true dragon, both for human medicinal use and research, and is very rare in the human race. The exact price? I honestly don't know how much. I can only give a rough one. If you're not satisfied, you can take it back first. Ji Yurua's white hand waved in front of Sufan's eyes and held up 5 fingers. Sufan was stunned. $5 million? I didn't realize that Thunder's spit was worth quite a bit of money. Unfortunately, Thunder also just drooled a few times when facing the inheritance stone, and how it stopped drooling later on. Ji Yurua spoke up. 50 million huaxia coins, this price can be negotiated if you are not satisfied. With that, Ji Yurua looked towards Ji Menya. This business today, it's big. She couldn't take the lead anymore, so she could only belittle Ji Menya. Sufan, who was swallowing his saliva, almost choked. Holy $50 million. He didn't even have this much joy beans, this was already astronomical. Sufan's attitude caused Ji Yurua and Ji Mangya to mistake it for dissatisfaction. Ji Mangya pondered for a moment. The amount of ambergris you gave was very sufficient, it was a large face bowl, and it was very fresh. This kind of amount is a lot in quite a few organizations. Let's put it this way, the total value of those things from before is 28.4 million huaxia coins, plus the ambergris will give you a total of 90 million huaxia coins, as for the ones you owed before. Don't. 90 million. Sufan, who was sitting on the sofa, his body went limp and his mind went into a trance. Seeing Sufan in this state, Ji Mengya smiled, her inner arrogance coming up again. However, Sufan shocked her with one sentence. What are you laughing at? Don't forget you still owe me anything once, including yourself, yo. Sufan glanced over Ji Mengya's shapely body. What should I make you do? So looking forward to Sufan you. Ji Mengya was about to speak when Sufan faced Ji Yurua again. Yo Rua, I'll leave first, just hit my account with the money. After saying that, he laughed and left, not giving Ji Mengya any chance to talk back to him. As for the 90 million Chinese coins, the Ji family was a powerful family in the Summer Kingdom, so they were not so bad as to renege on their debt. Sufan's blatant roguish behavior exasperated Ji Mengya huffed and puffed, stomping her feet on the floor. Sufan, I'll remember you. I've been admitted early to Imperial Capital University. If you have the ability, you can come to Imperial Capital to attend university too. I'll see if you dare to ask me to do those excessive things. This gesture of Ji Mengya's caused Ji Yurua to freeze, and she vaguely felt something bad in her heart. Chapter 93 Learning Battle Skills. Walking out of the Trickster Beast store, Sufan remembered something and returned the same way. Under Ji Mengya's exasperated gaze, he negotiated with Ji Yurua and bought the only 3 remaining Trickster Beast battle skill carrying stones in the Trickster Beast store. Then once again, he left. Of course, when he left, he even deliberately pissed off Ji Mengya a bit. It didn't take long to leave. Sufan received a text message notification. $88.5 million had arrived. Sufan is among the multi-millionaires, just 10 million short of the billionaires. He was just excited for a moment, and then calmed down. If he was an ordinary person, this amount of money could ensure that he would be clothed and fed for the rest of his life. But he was a royal guile master, and with Morning Biao, King Kong and Thunder, the 3 gold-swallowing behemoths, this money was probably going to be gone in no time. Besides, he couldn't afford to slack off. Yi Jing, Su Langtian and those of the Su family were watching intently, and if he slacked off a little, he could be doomed. Walking on the streets of Lan City, Sufan put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked through the bustling crowd. Don't say. With money, his mindset is all different. At the moment, Sufan had collected his breath, and the whitewashed t-shirt on his body was out of place with the surrounding polished passers-by. However, he looked at the passers-by with a sense of playfulness in his expression. Whenever there were some snobs who could see that Sufan was wearing shabby clothes, after sizing him up with a picture of unintentional disdain for the poor, he would secretly laugh in his heart. You people never know, the young man you think is shabby may have more wealth than all the rich people you have seen combined. All the way over, Sufan enjoyed this kind of bad taste and walked to his usual favorite fly tavern. Boss old rules, 1 beef minced noodles. Okay. The owner, a middle-aged man, quickly brought a bowl of steaming noodles. Originally there was only 1 person at the elite little store, and for some reason a new employee was recruited over last month. People are very enthusiastic and honest, 1 to 2 and Sufan also familiar with down. It's been a long time since I've seen you, you've been busy with your studies this time? The new employee spoke up, pushing a clean-cut inch. Baird. Sufan sucked in a mouthful of noodles and casually coped, well, there are some small things. The inch-headed employee greeted and chatted with Sufan, then went to work on something else. Today was a weekday, and the first middle school was on vacation. Sufan was not in a hurry, slowly ate the noodles, paid and looked at the balance notification text message that could not be seen at a glance. Beautifully returned home. A sailor suit with white stockings, double ponytail, little lowly, Shurshinyo was stepping on his own little rabbit slippers in the kitchen jumping. Ya Xiaofan is back, I thought you lost it. Just in time, the meal will be ready soon. Shurshinyo said with her face darkened by oil. Ha, just ate, don't you arrange my meal. Oh good wave. Shurshinyo had some small disappointment. Sufan thankfully returned to his bedroom. There was a spatial fluctuation. It disappeared and appeared in the palace of the underworld emperor. Started cultivating. Morning Biao was already at the peak of the 2nd order growing body realm. He had to hurry up and become a 3rd order sentinel master. He couldn't delay Morning Biao. Time passed slowly. The moon hangs high. Inside the dilapidated apartment, the cool lights of the scattered residents turned on. Sufan came to the rooftop of the apartment. Thunder! Sufan's palm surged with the Palace of Destiny, summoning thunder. On! Shoo! Keep it down, this is a residential building, don't make any noise. Anon! Sufan's words caused Thunder's dragon roar to immediately become smaller. Obediently, it nodded its huge ethereal blue flame-covered dragon head. This is a trickster beast battle skill carrying stone. You swallow this stone and see if you have any epiphanies. Sufan pulled out the battle skill bearing stone rewarded by the Trial Tower School and threw it into Thunder's mouth. Crunch! Thunder crunched it and then worked on his senses as Sufan commanded. An hour passed. Nothing happened. Is there any epiphany, for example, suddenly comprehending a super heaven-defying skill? Sufan inquired with anticipation. Anon? For example, the image of summoning a giant meteorite to come crashing down suddenly appears in your mind, or a dragon king floating 1,000 miles in a fit of rage. Aang? Least of all the savage dragon charge. Thunder? The large dragon head, full of doubt, it feels nothing. No, nothing? Thunder nodded. Sufan's heart was dripping blood. 500,000 huaxia coins for a trickster beast battle skill bearing stone. There is a probability that the trickster beast will realize a battle technique, and he just happened to be unlucky? He just happened to be unlucky? Sufan threw another bearer stone into Thunder's dragon's mouth. What about this time? Anon. Sufan's mouth twitched as he threw another one. What about this time? Again, there was no response for a long time, and Sufan's heart went cold. He was wondering if the war beast bearing stone Jiu Ruo had given him was a fake. Just as Sufan was about to throw the last one into Thunder's mouth, a monstrous blue flame suddenly erupted from Thunder's clawed arm, and the blue flame scorched and distorted the surrounding air. Sufan's pupils dilated. With that, Thunder violently swung his arm, and a claw mark entwined with the power of destruction instantly tore through the sky. Space, all of it was plowed out of Phi by popping ghostly blue claw marks for a long time, unable to dissipate. Battle technique. Rupture Claw builds up power to cast a claw mark wave attack to the area in front of you, dealing intense damage and slowing enemies for a few seconds. When the information of the battle technique was familiarized to Sufan, he was pleasantly surprised. It worked. It's really dependable, succeeding once in 3 times. This probability is a bit heaven-defying. No wonder a lot of Imperial Guile Masters Guile beasts don't even have a battle technique. Sufan spat out. A battle skill bearing stone 500,000 huaxia coins. As far as Thunder's talent is concerned, the success rate is still so low, the family doesn't have a little bit of minds and still doesn't dare to go play. Took Thunder back into the Fate Palace. Sufan looked at the last battle skill bearing stone in his hand and gritted his teeth. Block it. King Kong, come out. Roar. King Kong's large turtle head just came out a little from the summoning formation, and half of the rooftop was gone. Stop. You're even. I'll go to the Underworld Emperor Hall and summon you again. Sufan shoved Vidra's head back again. This guy wasn't the same as Thunder. This guy couldn't fly, and if he really appeared on the rooftop of this small, broken building, it would immediately collapse. Coming to the palace of the Underworld Emperor. Summoned the somewhat upset Vidra. Don't be upset. With that tonnage you have, if you do come out, the residents of that building will immediately be homeless. Swallow this battle skill carrying stone and see if you can fight for it. One shot into the soul. Sufan said and threw the bearing stone into Vidra's mouth. To be honest, Sufan originally didn't hold much hope. After all, Thunder had used it 3 times before succeeding. But it made him never expect it. It didn't take long for King Kong to swallow the bearer stone before his body reacted. Chapter 94 True Dragon's Breath. Jean had just swallowed the bearer stone into his stomach when a dull rumble like the movement of the earth's crust erupted from his body. The mountain-like body trembled violently. The deafening roar of Vajra's size unexpectedly skyrocketed by another 30%. The rock generated a stone armor then cracked, emerging reddish bizarre patterns flowing like magma. Battle technique. Extreme Berserk. The trickster lets out a war cry, infused with a powerful conviction of war, immediately healing 30% of its lost life value, followed by a significant boost to its defense and a sustained burst of attacks that exceeds 20% of its own for a long period of time, with immunity to negative effects for a short period of time. Upon seeing Vajra learn the war skill, Sufan excitedly yelled, "Holy, of my 3 generals, you have slightly lower talent, King Kong, but it's you who are the most competitive." Analyzing the battle skills, King Kong was now moving towards the tank route. This was also a point that Sufan was quite satisfied with. Those who had played the game knew. How happy can teammates be with a tank dad who can resist damage in front of them to cover the opposite side's output? Exit the temple of the Underworld Emperor. Today's cultivation had reached its limit, and Sufan entered his dreamland with satisfaction. The next day, put on the first middle school uniform that was washed by Shi Xinyao, and left for the first middle school under Shi Xinyao's watchful eyes. Sufan was away for this period of time. The ethos of the first middle school had completely changed. Previously, there was still a part of the group that argued about who was actually stronger between Sufan and Su Langtian. But the moment the spirit Xiaoguile beast contracted by Su Langtian manifested itself, some of the voices in favor of Sufan gradually weakened. Coupled with the fact that Sufan had disappeared for some unknown reason during this period of time, they all thought that he had wimped out. So slowly, the voice of Su Langtian being the number one in the first grade became louder and louder. When Sufan, who had been missing for many days, reappeared in the public eye, it still caused quite a stir. Senior Sufan, some people say that you're wimpy and are avoiding fighting Su Langtian, is that true or not? Someone in the crowd of onlookers shouted out. Sufan twisted his head and looked at that person, asked Su Langtian, I came back alive, is he scared? First robbing me of my airship, followed by robbing my trickster beast, does he feel proud of himself? 1 month after the national exam, everything I lost, I'm going to get it back twice as much. With that, Sufan dashingly stepped into the senior department amidst the crowd's jaw-dropping puzzlement over the meaning of his words. What, he came out alive? Su Langtian, whose entire person was shrouded in the gloom of white robes, heard his little brother Sun Yichao say that Sufan had appeared in the awakening class 1 classroom, and his voice shrilled quite a bit. Immediately afterward, Su Langtian's voice became gloomy. Sufan, you didn't stay in the secret realm of the Augur Dragon for 10 years, since you had to come out and make a fool of yourself, then don't blame me for being impolite on the national exam. He wasn't afraid of Sufan with the Night Wanderer, and now he had contracted the spirit Jiao. Long ago, he didn't even put Sufan in his eyes. The other side. After Sufan appeared in the Awakening Class 1 classroom, Mushroom Head Zhang Xiaoquan, who was sitting alone in his seat, was first stunned and rubbed his eyes. Then directly the ground shook and rushed over, giving Sufan a bear hug. Brother Fan, you're still alive. Woo woo. With that, he cried out directly. Within the Jiao Dragon's secret territory, under Su Langtian's threat, Sufan had preferred to give up the spirit Jiao to save him, as well as later on when Yi Tsongfeng was blocking the door. Sufan threw him out at the first opportunity. Everything that was done touched Zhang Xiaoquan very much. It's such a blessing to have such a boss in life, woo woo. Sufan's mouth twitched, as far as this one goes. The weight of more than 200 pounds hangs on oneself, if not for one's own strong physical body, that just now will have to break a bone. Dead fatty. Get up off of Sufan. A voice filled with violence rang out, and then Zhang Xiaoquan was rudely peeled off of Sufan. Wei Sherman shyly approached Sufan, long time no see, have you missed me? Sufan smiled, I want to. Ha! Wei Shimon's face instantly turned red. Not. Oops. She covered her face, so suddenly. Ah! What to do next? Ride the wave? Go straight for the jugular? Oops, what's with the immodest words mixed in? Just as Wei Shimon's mind was racing, Sufan looked at all the members of Class 1 again, as well as the little old man Rendi Hai who had rushed in from outside the corridor upon hearing Sufan's return, and opened his mouth with a smile. All of our first class, and the little old man, I want to. Sufan's words made everyone in the first class laugh. After spending a long time with Sufan, their previous misunderstanding of Sufan was lifted. Instead, they felt that Sufan was a very individualistic and interesting person. He wouldn't bully his classmates based on his strength, but instead, because of his status as class president, he would also help everyone. Wei Sherman, on the other hand, stomped her foot. Sufan even teased herself. The little old man Ring Di Hai was instantly relieved when he saw Sufan. It's good to be alive and come out. Then, he was stunned, his pupils trembling. Old buddy. You didn't feel wrong, did you? Inside the Destiny Palace, the bald old dragon looked at Sufan, who was surrounded and joked by the crowd in the outside world. I inherited the body of a Jiao dragon, and I am sensitive to sensing the power of the bloodline. In Sufan's body, there is an extremely terrifying aura of a true dragon. Ren Di Hai was silent for a moment and shook his head. Forget it, it's probably because Sufan got something in the Jiaolong mysterious realm. It's his opportunity, I'm not going to inquire about it. Sufan's safe return, Ren Di Hai's hanging heart was finally put down. Sufan was the most talented child he had discovered in his decades of teaching. His heart was also very good, so if he really died young, it would definitely be a loss for the Xia Kingdom. In the Xia Kingdom, there are many imperial guile masters like Ren Di Hai who are dedicated to the country. Ren Di Hai calmed his emotions and walked up to the podium. Sufan and the members of Awakening Class 1 gave the little old man face, and one by one obediently returned to their seats. Alright, classmates, let's start the lecture. Starting from this week, from now on, we will only have one session of Bizarre Theory class every day. The rest of the time the students will arrange themselves according to their own situation. Those with weak theoretical knowledge will take some time to make up for the theory, and those with a low realm will arrange more time for cultivation. In addition to class time, I will stay in the office. Whether it's a question on cultivation or theory knowledge, you can come over and ask me. Just don't disturb the other students. The national exam is coming up. Everyone's time is precious. As Rindi Hai's words fell, all the members of Awakening Class 1 let out a burst of cheers. This feeling of scheduling one's own time to study, it was refreshing to think about. Looking at this appearance of the students, Rindi Hai shook his head. All of them felt that they had strong self-control. Even if they didn't have a teacher to force them, they were still able to arrange their study and cultivation time. But the truth is, more than half of these kids, at least, will slowly become lax. This month, students with good self-control can definitely leave some students with poor self-control behind by a large margin. This arrangement of the first middle school also allows those geniuses with strong self-control to make good use of their time to prepare for the national examination. Some children with less self-control are sacrificed to increase the rate of advancement. It's cruel. Just as Rin Dihai was about to start today's lecture, the principal of the first middle school, Wen Jiyon, stood on the window of the corridor and shouted at Sufan. Sufan, come out for a moment. Chapter 95, what a great material for the career path. The office of the principal of the first high school. When Jiyan laughed, I really didn't expect you to be able to come out of the secret realm of the dragon. Sufan was framed by Yi Songfeng and the trio of Su Langtian and Himuyun and trapped in the Jiao Dragon's secret realm. When Jiyan listened to Ren Dihai and Ma Chankai report, Su Langtian and the others did have some character problems, but he didn't feel that Su Langtian and the others had gone too far. Along with the Imperial Guile Master fighting with the heavens, fighting with the Guile Beasts, the most complicated thing was to fight with people. In Wen Jiyong's opinion, Sufan is still too kind. If he were, he would never trade the spirit dragon of the Inquisitive realm for Zhang Xiaoquan. Moreover, if it was him, when he was still the heir of the Su family, he would have gotten rid of any minor characters like Su Langtian who might have threatened him. It wouldn't have taken so long to bounce around in the back, adding so much trouble in vain. Sizing up Sufan. When Jiyong's brows clustered slightly. Why do I vaguely feel that your aura has changed a bit? He secretly said in his heart, how do I feel that on this kid, there is more of an air of superiority? Dragon Chi? Noble aura? Wasn't this kid kicked out of the Su family? When Jiyong's words caused Sufan to be slightly stunned. In his heart, he sighed, this guy deserves to be a man of the people who go through the career path. Shrugging his shoulders, being stuck in that hole for a week has changed his mindset a bit. When Jiyong laughed and didn't look deeper. No more bull with you, this thing is for you. Saying this, he handed a wooden box to Sufan. Seeing the familiar wooden box, Sufan immediately understood what was contained inside. Then he said, Zhuang Ming from your class already returned the spirit gathering guide to the school last week, but you weren't there last week, so I can only give it to you now. It belongs to you from now until during the national exam in a month. There are enough intermediate spirit stones inside. Sufan took the wooden box. Su Langtian has contracted a dragon trickster beast, and they all say that he is the number one in the first middle school, better than me. Headmaster, why do you still want to give me the spirit guide? According to what you said the other day, you and I are only in a cooperative relationship, and today's Su Langtian should be more qualified to cooperate than I am. Sufan looked at Wen Jiyong and spoke out the unanswered questions in his heart. He knew what kind of person Wen Jiyong was. That's why it was a bit confusing. No one knew about his deed to thunder, and on the bright side, everyone thought that Su Langtian was stronger than him. Then why did Wen Jiyong continue to give himself resources? Wen Jiyong grunted at Sufan's question. If it was someone else asking, I would never answer. But since you're a student of first middle school and I'm the principal, I'm also considered half a teacher of yours. Today, I will enlighten you. Standing in line, it's most important not to be a wallflower. Since the selected object of cooperation, then a road to the end, lose, midway to change the formation, will only not benefit both ends, inside and outside the people. I, Wen Jiyong, have the vigor to bet that you, Sufan, still have a backhand. Wen Jiyong's words were like thunder exploding from the nine heavens. It shook Sufan's brain. This guy, he was really material for a career path. Sufan walked to the door of Wen Jiyong's office and turned around, the corner of his mouth grinning in arc. Principal, congratulations, you made the right bet. Said leaving. Outside the door, the sunlight just projected onto Sufan's body, pulling a long back shadow, shining on Wen Jiyong's face. Looking at Sufan's back, his expression was stunned. The old place. The roof of the senior division building. Sufan sat alone on the edge of the rooftop, tinkering with the spirit gathering guide that had arrived. When Zhuang Ming displayed it earlier, some details were not discovered. Now that it was in hand, many subtleties were visible. The workmanship was exquisite, being honed with intricate patterns that simply didn't look like something that could be made by human technological craftsmanship. Putting this spirit stone in, it's effective? Sufan stuffed the intermediate spirit stone in the wooden box into the center groove of the spirit gathering guide. Buzz. A green spell formation was generated from underneath Sufan's feet, and then he felt the aura in the air around him converging from the perimeter in a steady stream. Just as Sufan was preparing to cultivate. Ka-ching! The black jade seal in front of his chest suddenly detached, then clanked the spirit gathering guide. The spell formation disappeared. Sufan was shocked. Holy! What are you doing? Looking at the spirit gathering guide that was already shattered beyond repair. It's not our own, we have to return it. At this time, Sufan realized that the black jade seal was suspended in the debris, absorbing a wispy energy that he could not see. To be precise, it was the energy of the spirit gathering guide, the one that inscribed the dimension pattern. It ended up sucking the aura out of the intermediate spirit stone that had already been used many times and had little aura remaining. Good for you, little black. So you still have this ability? The problem is that it's not ours. Also, if you break this thing, how am I going to cultivate this monk? Sufan pointed at the black jade seal and cursed. Now, how could he give Wen Jiyong an explanation? Just then, a faint black light suddenly surged out from the black jade seal, enveloping Sufan's entire person. Then, a black pattern began to flow on his body. Sufan carefully observed that this pattern was similar to the one on top of the spirit gathering guide. Sufan was amazed for a while. Then he tentatively cultivated. Instantly, he felt a steady stream of aura surging towards him from his surroundings, and at the same time, he felt his mental fatigue recovering. Holy! Little Black, you still have this function? I told you earlier that you also have the function of a spirit gathering guide. Sufan got excited. His own black jade seal turned out to have such an unbelievable function. Sufan was somewhat unsure whether to cry or laugh. The good thing was that his own jade seal possessed the function of a spirit gathering conductor, and it seemed that the efficacy was even stronger than the beginning level spirit gathering conductor given by Wen Jiyong. But the bad thing was, a middle school's public cultivation resources were ate up by themselves. Wen Jiyong gave himself the right to own the spirit gathering guide for just 1 month, but he had to return it intact before the national examination. I don't know what kind of expression I'll have when I give him back a beating of gravel. And, most of all, this thing, the spirit gathering guide, it belongs to the official extremely controlled resources, belonging to the ones that you can't even buy with money. Even if he wanted to go and buy a new one and return it to Wen Jiyong, he couldn't. After thinking for half a day, Sufan was not in the mood to cultivate. Find the little old man to go. The little old man has a lot of knowledge, he should be able to find a solution idea. Pust. Hearing Sufan's words, the little old man's tea sprayed all over the place. What? You shattered the spirit gathering guide? Sufan smiled sarcastically. As you know, I like to cultivate on the rooftop, and I accidentally didn't put it down steadily, and it fell from the roof to downstairs. Click, shattered. When Sufan took out the fragment of the spirit gathering guide, Ren Dihai's expression became serious. The spirit gathering guide was the school's most precious treasure. Something big is going on. Chapter 96, advancing to the third stage. Strong physical strength. In the office, Ren Dihai carefully surveyed the pieces of the spirit gathering guide. Then he looked at Sufan slyly. Do you know that the workmanship of the spirit gathering guide is not only very fine but also very resistant to falls and explosions? As far as the height of the building of the higher 3 departments is concerned, it is unbreakable? Cough cough, choked Sufan. Gosh, he was still trying to fool the little old man, and he came up and revealed himself. Ren Dihai wrinkled his wrinkled old face and stared at Sufan's face carefully. Sufan was flustered for a while. Forget it, little old man, I'll be honest with you, it's me. Stop. Before Sufan could finish his words, Ren Dihai stopped it. Is it related to the thing that helped you leave the Jiaolong's secret realm? Ren Dihai asked. Sufan was stunned and nodded. Leaving the Jiaolong mysterious realm was indeed the black jade seal pointing the way. Well, then don't say it, this is your secret, your opportunity, don't tell anyone in the future. Ren Dihai said to Sufan with a gloomy expression. People's hearts were unpredictable. Sufan possessed a heavy treasure in his body. In case some people became greedy and red in the eyes, it would be over. He was somewhat fortunate that Ma Chengkai was not there. Sufan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Ren Dihai to deduce that he had a heavy treasure on him just from his few words. This was too scary, all right. One should still be careful in the future. At this moment, he was more and more convinced that he had made the right choice in coming to Ren Dihai. He could still trust the little old man's character. If Wen Jiyong, he really couldn't guarantee that guy's character. Altogether with the idea of killing yourself to get the treasure and then exchange for a monstrous career. Hiss. Sufan winced. Seeing that Sufan was scared by what he said, Ren Dihai laughed. Knowing that you're scared, you'll be careful in the future. Let me keep this shard here, I'll get you a new spirit gathering guide before the national exam, and you return it to the school. Don't break it this time. Ren Dihai said seriously. Sufan's pupils trembled. Little old man, thank you. In the future when I'm developed, what arrangements do you have? What do you need to use? Directly command. The spirit gathering guide was very precious, and the difficulty of the little old man wanting to get another one could be imagined. Ren Dihai hummed. I still expect you? In the future, when you're strong and dedicate yourself properly to the Xia kingdom, don't become a worm of society, and I'll be thankful to God. Fine, got it, for society and the motherland, selfless dedication. Get lost, leave me alone. Ren Dihai waved his hand and rather impatiently drove Sufan out. After resolving the matter of the spirit gathering guide, Sufan's mind was gone, and he could finally devote himself to cultivation. The black jade seal on his neck trembled, and black lines emerged on his body. The surrounding aura began to surge madly towards Sufan's body. Sufan roughly estimated that the black jade seal could roughly increase his speed of absorbing spiritual chi by 20%, and the consumption of spiritual energy was also reduced by quite a bit. Little Black, if I had known that you were so heaven-defying, I should have gotten my hands on the spirit gathering guide earlier and let you smash it. Sufan joked and officially started cultivating. A purple aura in the aura was separated out in the filtration of the Mortal Destiny Palace, and then under the control of Sufan's spiritual power, a pattern was ironed onto the walls of the Mortal Destiny Palace. With the cultivation some time ago, his second stage Mortal Fate Palace already had 40% of the lines. With the help of the Black Jade Seal, he believed that he would soon be able to third order. The stars turned, the sun and moon changed. In the blink of an eye, 3 weeks have passed, and there is only 1 week left before the national examination. In the midst of intensive cultivation, one after another, those students with strong self-control had already been second-ranked, getting rid of the title of Rookie Imperialist. After the second rank, their initial guile beasts also managed to break through the juvenile stage and turn into the growing body realm, possessing a rather impressive strength. The gap between people gradually widened. The vast majority of the students who previously cheered the release of a middle school began to regret and chagrin. Chagrin at themselves for not trying harder a few weeks ago. This time, Lan Changyi Middle School also didn't hold any more mock tournaments. The gap in strength was already too great, and the school administration didn't want these kids to have too much of a psychological fallout. Especially between the children of the world's families and the ordinary children. Although only 3 weeks had passed, with the help of resources, the children of the worldly families had also shaken off quite a few children with similar talents as them. It was very realistic. You don't have a prominent family history, and you don't practice hard and put in the work, then you're destined to be eliminated in the national exam. The early second-rank Imperialist was only the threshold for the outstanding students of the National Grand Examination. The true geniuses were already in the middle of the second order, the late stage, or even already at the peak. In the midst of the tense and anxious atmosphere of the first middle school, the rooftop of the senior department building. A crunch. The moment Sufan used his last strand of spiritual energy to successfully inscribe the lines on the wall of the Mortal Life Palace completely, a crunching sound came out. The entire Orchid City one's royal guile masters simultaneously felt that their fate palace suddenly trembled for some reason. Sufan's spirit world. His Mortal Destiny Palace, which was composed of the previous Emperor's Destiny Palace, once again underwent a sensational change. As he watched, the area expanded once again. Compared to the previous one main hall and one side hall, a side hall was once again added. It was different from his Imperial Destiny Palace. Instead of accruing upwards, the Mortal Destiny Palace formed a majestic palace. It was like a real emperor's palace. This was not the first time, so Sufan was also used to the specialness of his Mortal Destiny Palace. After he advanced to the third stage, a wave of warmth swept through his body and a sense of relief hit him. Crunch, crunch. Bones all over his body made sounds. He felt that his size seemed to have grown some more, his originally slim body became strong, a muscle was born, not as explosive as a muscular man, but it was very eye-pleasing to look at. Sufan clenched his fist hard. Boom boom. The air was crushed by him, making a sonic boom. Sufan felt like he was filled with power. Perhaps his physical strength was already comparable to that of a second-stage growth realm trickster beast. Moreover, Sufan had a vague feeling. When the realm was elevated, he would gradually be able to wrestle with a trickster beast of the same rank. This is too heaven-defying. Such a strong physical body power could allow the trickster beasts to be less distracted from protecting themselves when they were fighting the enemy, thus exerting a stronger strength. Moreover, from this moment onwards, one's Mortal Fate Palace's realm is finally before the Imperial Fate Palace. Previously, because the Imperial Destiny Palace's cultivation was a bit faster than the Mortal Destiny Palace, the realm had always been ahead of the Mortal Destiny Palace. Now, Sufan's cultivation routine changed. The main focus was on the Mortal Destiny Palace. The Palace of Mortal Fate has finally become the boss for the second time as well. Nowadays, the Imperial Fate Palace was still in the middle of the second stage, and there were only 50% of the lines on the walls of the Fate Palace. Sufan was filled with an overbearing aura. From now on, I'll be a third-order Imperial Guile Master. Third rank. It was only then that one could be considered to have truly stepped into, and become, the threshold of a powerful Imperial trickster. Roar! Zhong Kui Morning Piao, who lived in the largest hall of the Mortal Fate Palace masked. The moment the Mortal Destiny Palace metamorphosed into the third rank, he immediately couldn't wait to run out on his own. Urging Sufan, it wanted to advance. Sufan was stuck in the realm. It had been stuck at the peak of the second stage growth realm for a long time. Chapter 97 Morning Biao Advancement. Double Happiness. To advance from the second order growth realm to the third order mature body realm required 10 second order growth realm trickster beast inner pills. Sufan pulled out the 10 inner dawn of the second order Jiao Long split that he had prepared long ago from his spatial ring and handed them to Morning Biao. Morning Biao opened his tiger's mouth and directly swallowed it in one gulp. This time there wasn't a very long breakthrough brewing. Roar! A domineering, mighty tiger roar. This is a successful advancement, Sufan said in surprise. It seemed that Morning Biao had held back too hard. It was directly watered down. Today, Funeral Biao's size is a circle larger than before. The previous size was a jeep, then today it was an adult giant elephant. The thick tiger claws were bigger than Sufan's face. At the same time, there was an additional inscription on the tiger's body, emitting a chillingly ferocious aura. Name: Judge Zhong Kui, Punish Evil Division Clan. Level: 3rd Order, Mature Realm Early. Talent: King's Fate. Battle Skills. Penalty for rebellion: passive battle skill inheritance. Anyone marked as guilty has their damage increased by 30% by the penalty for Evil Division Clan beasts. When Funeral Biao's specific information was learned by Sufan, the smile on the corner of his mouth couldn't be stopped even more. Bring your own battle skills. Worthy of being the Ghost World's punishment of Evil Division Clan. Nowadays, his 3 trickster beasts, Morning Biao, Vajra and Thunder, were all in the 3rd Order Mature Realm. That's right, there's also him. He's also become a 3rd-ranked Sentinel Master. Double happiness. At this time, the cell phone rang, and a smile appeared at the corner of Sufan's mouth. What's wrong, brother? Someone bullied you? It was his younger brother, Su Tianyu, who had called him after coming out of the secret realm that day. Since then, Su Tianyu had called every few days and came over. No, since brother you came that day, they no longer dare to bully me. Su Tianyu's voice came from the other end. I see that there's still a week to go before the national exams, so I wanted to ask my brother, how are you preparing? Sufan laughed. There's no problem at all anymore. This time for the national exam, you come over and see how brother dominates to win the top. Nowadays, Sufan had this confidence. In the previous year's national examination situation, he, a genuine 3rd Order Imperial trickster, went in and just crunched and killed. Sufan's words elicited a burst of laughter from Su Tianyu across the table. In the end, the tone became slightly dull again. I heard from the youngsters of the Su family that Su Langtian contracted a 4th-ranked complete body realm dragon trickster beast, which is even stronger than the Su family's successor beast, the Night Wandering God. Brother you. Ever since that day when he saw the face of the Su family, Su Tianyu's name for Su Langtian had changed. It was no longer a mouthful of cousin. There was a pause. Su Tianyu continued to speak to Sufan on the other end of the phone. If, however, you can't beat them, be sure to stay safe. During this period of time, Su Tianyu could clearly feel that the Su family had completely expanded. Not only was it claiming to be the #1 family in Lan City, he had even heard that the clan elders were already discussing how to become a powerful family. I heard that they want to go through Su Langtian, the first list of God's capital Wei family or something. Any further secrets he couldn't hear. All this change was brought about by Su Langtian. Therefore, Su Tianyu clearly knew how strong Su Langtian was today. Just that 4th stage complete body realm Jiaolong creepy beast alone was not something that his brother could cope with. Su Tianyu's worry about himself, Sufan understood. He smiled. Don't worry, that fellow is not my opponent. Say goodbye. A week after the national exam, come and see your brother compete out. Su Tianyu nodded heavily. Well, Yi Jing bought everyone a ticket, including me, in order for all the Su family members to see Su Langtian's performance, so I'll be able to go then as well. Sufan laughed. Ha, just in time. I was looking to buy you a ticket. In that case I still have to thank Jingyi. A ticket for the national exam didn't cost much, but if his brother could use the ticket that Jingyi had paid for to see himself ravaging Su Langtian, it would be quite cool. Sufan was filled with bad taste. Brother, I'm not going to chat with you, you cultivate well, and I won't bother you for the next week. Su Tianyu chatted with Sufan for a while longer before hanging up the phone of his own accord. Sufan looked at the cell phone screen and smiled, shaking his head. This brother of his, always thinking of his oldest brother, is so wasted. It's hard to get a hold of him, so I'll just have to do well in the national exams. At that moment, the cell phone screen flashed again. It was from the Orchid City Security Department. Sufan softly murmured, it seems that after coming out of the secret realm, I haven't taken on any missions. Pick up the phone. Captain Pang Guiyang's rough voice came. Little Fan, tonight there is a task more short of people. Do you want to come over to help? Sufan thought for a moment. Okay, I'll go to the guard department at night? No, just go to the entrance of the Sunset Red Nursing Home in Lanchang around 8 o'clock. I'll contact the others. That's all for now, haha, hang up. Do. Pang Guiyang thundered and directly hung up the phone. Sufan agreed to this mission, but also because after the national examination, he was going to leave Lanchang. His own identity of Zhang Xiaofan would not be necessary to exist, taking this opportunity to say goodbye to Pang Guiyang and the others. At the entrance of the first class of awakening, Su Langtian, who was shrouded in white robes, stood in the corridor, waiting for Wei Sherman to come out. That day in the Jiao Dragon mysterious realm, because of the contracted spirit Jiao, Su Langtian had lost a lot of his longevity. When he returned to the Su family, Yi Jing cried her eyes out when she found out, and then she found some heavenly treasures to increase his longevity for Su Langtian from the Su family's treasure trove, but the effect didn't reach Su Langtian's satisfaction. Nowadays, under the white robe, was the appearance of a man around 40 years old. During this period of time, after a long time of consideration, Su Langtian decided that it was better to continue to raid Wei Sherman. The imperial capital Wei family must have even stronger longevity, restoring heavenly treasures. Moreover, he thought, Wei Sherman was not the kind of worldly woman who would dislike herself just because of her looks. Will still love herself as deeply as before? What's more, not only had he triggered a heaven and earth phenomenon, but now he had also contracted a dragon trickster beast. Wei Sherman would also choose herself for the sake of her own position in the Wei family. Thinking about it, Su Langtian's rough face flushed, and his crotch slowly rose. It really wants to be ah. He couldn't resist. Just as he was thinking, the door of the classroom of the first class, the heroic, wearing a duck-tongued cap to cover half of his face, only revealing the perfect white jaw high and cold paradigm of Wei Sherman, walked out. Su Langtian, right? Something wrong? Wei Sherman said in a cold voice. Because of what happened in the imperial capital, Wei Sherman had been in a bad mood. To Wei Shimon's surprise, Sufan's mortal enemy even took the initiative to look for her today. Originally did not want to take care of it, but then thought about it, perhaps this is a topic of conversation to find Sufan, and came out. Wei Shimon's indifference, Su Langtian was first stunned, then coldly grunted in his heart. Pretending to be cold? Want to capture this set. How many girls have done that to themselves? It's obvious at first glance. Cut. Su Langtian tried to make his voice soft and said in a soft voice. Sherman, do you have time to have dinner together tonight? Chapter 98, Undercurrents. Sherman, do you have time to have dinner together tonight? Su Langtian's voice was soft, his tone soft. Previously, he had taken down quite a few girls with this trick. On Wei Shimon's side, when she heard Su Lang's words, her entire body was stunned. This is ing sick. To you very familiar? Can come out already very give you face. Su Langtian saw that Wei Sherman froze and snorted coldly in his heart. No matter how much you pretend to be an innocent jade girl, the result is still exposed. Look at this progress, we can take it down tonight. And then. Su Langtian's nasty thoughts hadn't finished. Scram. Come less to harass old lady. I advise you, drop your nastiness. Otherwise. You know my identity, and heir of the Su family is not yet in my eyes. Wei Sherman's nonchalant and icy tone caused Su Langtian's entire body to freeze in place. Under the white robe, the smug smile on Su Langtian's face instantly froze. What was even more embarrassing was that quite a few passing students stopped in unison, and a few girls had already covered their mouths and started whispering. And a few pricks from Awakening Class 1, who had already seen Su Langtian in a bad light, directly whistled to see the taunts. Clad in white robes, Su Langtian became a clown. Wei Sherman finished. Without even bothering with Su Langtian, she directly turned her head towards the stairs. Originally, what happened to her brother was very upset, and now she was harassed. It was considered good that she didn't directly throw Su Langtian a slap. She's going to find her little fan. Oi vey, there's a topic. There's a downhead guy harassing himself. Looking at Wei Sherman's back, Su Langtian's hand under the white robe clutched in death. Then he followed. He wanted to see what Wei Sherman had gone to do. All the way to the roof, he followed Wei Sherman. Su Langtian saw that Wei Sherman, who was still high and cold to himself just now, at this moment transformed into a picture of a sticky elementary school girl posture, and has been taking the initiative to stick towards that nasty guy. Sufan. Anger flames surged in Su Langtian's eyes. Why did he want what he wanted? This annoying guy would always have to grab it. Obviously he is so much better than Sufan. Yeah, Sufan, how do I feel? You've gotten quite a bit stronger, and your face is more handsome, it's become sunny. No, the specifics, you have to touch it to know. Under the duck-tongued cap, Wei Shimon's mouth had turned into a cocked mouth, and her hand reached underneath Sufan's school uniform. Sufan's current appearance had become more to her liking. Before, Sufan carried a bit of a scholarly air, slim and weak. At this moment, Sufan was surrounded by a few points of dominance, a picture of a military general. For Wei Sherman, who advocated force, she was even more likable. I'll take a look, not feel for abs. It's been proven that women are scarier than men when they take the initiative. She was too satisfied. Ha. Sufan winced and his body almost fell off the rooftop in a backward movement. Sufan dodged a wave of fierce attacks from Wei Sherman. At this time, thunder in the Palace of Destiny reminded him. After having the scent of its missing part nearby, Sufan was stunned and was pounced upon by Wei Sherman. Sufan discovered Su Langtian, who was hiding in the stairway, gloomily observing himself and Wei Sherman. Not caring about Wei Shimon's small movements, Sufan snorted at Su Langtian. Yo, why are you hiding there like a rat, with a robe? However, it does match your temperament. Watching Wei Sherman and Sufan making love, Su Langtian's hand holding the door turned pale. Wei Sherman had long been regarded as his forbidden domain, but now she was like this with Sufan. Sufan was playing with fire. Sufan! The national exam in a week. Su Langtian roared hideously. I want you to die. Wei Sherman, I know, you're purposely trying to get my attention like this, I'm leaving with a broken heart. After saying that, he left in a sorrowful manner, leaving behind a somewhat confused Sufan and Wei Sherman. Sufan, no, what happened to him? The spirit Jiao sucked out his brain as well? Wei Sherman didn't say anything and just continued to touch Sufan's abs. Alright, any further is excessive, huh? It took a good deal of persuasion to send Wei Sherman away. Sufan sighed. Wei Shiman's offense was too fierce, and he could hardly stand it. The Wei family's water is too deep. Just now, talking to Wei Sherman, he learned that Wei Shiman's brother, Wei Jichuan, the hand-picked heir to the Wei family. He was crippled in a tournament by another school's pride and has just come out of intensive care. Life was saved, but the cultivation. Just don't know what's going on. From what Wei Sherman said, if it's not good, there's a big chance that it's ruined. Wei Jichuan now this situation, let Wei's young people stupid. At the moment, Wei Jichuan can no longer suppress them, cannot convince the public. Originally set the position of the heir to the family head, began to surge again. The position of heir apparent. Especially the heirship of such an overwhelmingly powerful family is up for grabs. That's where people have to die. Sufan is now about to get out of the Su family's quagmire, and really doesn't want to get involved in the Wei family again. Sighing. Putting these things aside, he continued to cultivate. Nightfall. Sunset nursing home. This is an old nursing home in Lancaster that will be torn down and no longer has anyone. When Sufan walked to the entrance of the nursing home, a black-robed Pang Guiyong and that eerie slim man Hundredfold, as well as although clad in black robes still cannot block the wonderful figure of Yilin, has already arrived. Sufan and the three briefly greeted after. Pang Guiyong opened his mouth. Zhang Xiaoquan has arrived, then we have all the people, I'll start talking about the mission requirements. Sufan asked, where are the others? Pang Guiyong was stunned, he went on a mission a while ago and folded. Folded? Under the cartoon mask, Sufan's expression became low. The smiling Mafu, the cute and cuddly Hiruoyan, and Lu Yunqi, who was cold on the outside and kind on the inside. He had gone through quite a few missions with them during this time. Unexpectedly, surprisingly. Cluck cluck cluck, Captain, you didn't express yourself well again, Zhang Xiaofan misunderstood. Yilin let out a delicate laugh. Mafu and the others didn't die yet, it was that last mission when a fourth order complete body realm peak trickster beast suddenly popped out, catching everyone off guard. Mafu and the others were slightly weaker and were seriously injured. Now in the hospital recovering from their injuries. Yilin said while sizing up Sufan. Although cloaked in a black robe. But she could feel that Sufan's body bones had strengthened quite a bit and was no longer as weak as before. Moreover, he exuded a male domineering atmosphere that came from all over his body. Yilin subconsciously licked her lips. Her body leaned slightly towards Sufan, inhaling the flavor of Sufan's body. His face was all quite rosy. On Sufan's side, after hearing Yilin's words, he was also relieved. It's good that it's okay. We've been together for quite a while, and we're slowly getting a bit attached. Noticing that his words made Zhang Xiaofan misunderstand, Peng Guiyong laughed, patting Sufan on the shoulder. Xiaofan, it's worthy of being my teammate that I fell in love with at first glance, and my feelings for us are true. Well, without further ado, the mission this time is Chapter 99, The One-Eyed Creepy Fox. After listening to Peng Guiyong tell the causes and consequences, Sufan spoke, that fourth order complete body realm peak creepy beast hid here? Yilin, who had been watching Sufan the entire time, nodded. Yes, at that time, I hit a tracker on it, and since this afternoon, it hasn't moved, it should really have no place to hide. Yilin said and pressed forward to Sufan again. The whole person was almost pasted onto Sufan. The two of them, Peng Guiyong and Hundredfold, immediately noticed Yilin's abnormality today and gave Sufan a wink, telling him to get a good grip. Sufan, on the other hand, was oblivious to the two men's winks. Yilin was Jingya's younger sister and Su Langtian's sister-in-law. If Yilin knew her identity, she would probably want to raise her knife and do it with herself. All he had to do nowadays was to do a good job on his last mission. Then say goodbye to Peng Guiyong and the others as Zhang Xiaofan. To the inside of the Sunset nursing home. Living inside, it was emptied more than a decade ago, so it's decayed beyond recognition. There are old, half-demolished buildings with potholes everywhere. It was the middle of the night. The interior of the nursing home was dark and the view was extremely poor. An eerie feeling. I heard that this place was originally contracted by the Meng family and was going to establish a commercial area, but in the end, I don't know what reason the project was shelved. A piece of land in the city center, what a waste to put it here. Yilin said with some regret. As a child of a family, her eyesight and perspective on things were a bit different from ordinary people. For example, Yilin began to think about the business value of this place. And Peng Guiyong and Hundredfold will only come to a sentence with Sufan after seeing these ruins, it's so damned broken. Sufan walked calmly, weaving in and out of one dilapidated house after another. To be honest, he didn't feel much. As far as his current strength was concerned. A fourth-ranked peak complete body realm trickster beast was already completely out of his sight. It could be resolved by only deploying a funeral puma. Hundredfold pushed open a broken door, and a smell of urine hit his face, he covered his nose. Speaking of which, it's also strange, that one-eyed trickster fox in the peak realm of complete body, why would it hide in the city center? This should logically be the most dangerous place in Lan City. At the slightest movement, all of the royal tricksters from the guard department could come over. Who knows? Pang Guiyang shrugged. Originally, he was still quite nervous about facing a peak 4th-ranked trickster beast. But for some reason, after Zhang Xiaofan arrived, he was instantly not nervous, but rather quite relaxed. Since when did that one-eyed trick fox not move? How far away is it now? Sufan opened his mouth and asked. It didn't move around 5 p.m. The last signal source is in the dining room department of the nursing home. It's still 60 meters away from our current distance. Yi Lin immediately responded. Yi Lin was usually a picture of a strong woman, but now she was a picture of a birdie. Traveling forward again through a dilapidated corridor. The smell of urine was stronger in the air. Hundredfold was about to push open the door in front of him when Sufan behind him took a few steps towards the front, frowning slightly, and pulled him back. At the same time, he signaled the crowd to stop. What's wrong? Pang Guiyang asked. It's here, that one-eyed trick fox is in the house in front. Sufan's voice was small. You mean, it's inside? Didn't Jilin say it was still 60 meters away? Hao Ningtian whispered. He, as well as Pang Guiyang and Yilin, all three of them had coalesced the Palace of Destiny in their palms. Sufan signaled the three to step back to a certain distance. Then the palm of his hand condensed a flash of lightning arc zip cast towards the door. Boom! The rotten wooden door, where it could withstand the power of the thunder, instantly turned into wood shavings. Hiss! At the same time, tooth-achingly loud grunts came. Upon seeing the scene at the door, the three Pang Guiyangs were astonished. A fox the size of a tiger, with a creepy and bizarre atmosphere escaping from its body, was squatting in the doorway, its long claws glowing with a cold, ghostly light, quietly waiting. At the same time, the disgusting and nauseating smell of urine came out. Name, the one-eyed fox, the fuzzy clan of the unholy lane. Rank, 4th order complete body realm peak. Talent, elite fate. Battle skills. Fox curse, passive battle skills. One-eyed trick fox is very vindictive. Any person who kills it will suffer the curse of the one-eyed trick fox on his body, forever and ever. A smell of fox urine. From now on, as long as you run into the one-eyed trick fox, will be hunted down and killed. Never ending. Unless your beast race is so strong that the one-eyed fox does not dare to provoke. Charmed, the eyes of the one-eyed fox are said to be the favorite treasure of one of the emperor's concubines, and have a strong ability to charm, so be sure not to look at them when they are released. After looking at the doorway, the one-eyed fox reveals its hideous claws and prepares to tear apart the first person who pushes the door to enter. Hao Ningtian had a burst of happiness. A grateful look was thrown at Sufan. If it wasn't for Sufan's reminder, at this moment he would already be dead. Sufan then responded to him with a smile, and there was a trace of unnaturalness in Hao Ningtian's heart. He remembered that when he saw Sufan for the first time, he still disliked him a little. Now look. After all, it is my own youthful arrogance. Dog's eyes look down on people. Pang Guiyang patted Hao Ningtian's shoulder. All teammates, don't get distracted, hurry to meet the enemy. Don't let it run again. Hissing. The ambush was unsuccessful, and the infuriated one-eyed guile fox let out a hiss and prepared to escape again. Its IQ was not low amongst the trickster beasts. At Pang Guiyang's prompting, Hao Ningtian came out of his wandering and summoned his initial trickster beast as a pale green-colored fate palace sprang up in his palm. Name, Witch Spectre Cloud Underworld Trickster Clan. Level, 3rd order mature body realm middle. Talent, elite fate. Battle skills. Cloudization, a passive battle technique in which the witch Yui cloud itself takes on the shape of a cloud, evading 90% of physical damage while the attack power inflicted by its moves drops by 90%. Hardening, the witch specter cloud causes a part of itself to materialize, dealing a blow to the target. Hao Ningtian summoned his witchy beast afterward. Pang Guiyang and Yilin then similarly summoned their own trickster beasts. Name, Chaos Trickster Ape Scepter Trickster Clan. Level 4th order complete body realm peak. Talent, commanding fate. Battle skills. Deterrence, unleashes deterrence, shocking the target being as if falling into the realm of the bizarre, briefly controlling the opponent for a few seconds. Stick sound splitting soul, swings a stick in the hand, causing damage to the target, resulting in a splitting headache and blood in the 7 orifices, or a soul splitting and dispersing the soul on the spot. Name, Dragon Vulture. Level, 4th level back peak. Talent, elite fate. Battle skills. Demon Flame, summons flames from the demonic realm, extremely difficult to extinguish when contaminated, first in small handfuls and finally bursting into flames. Devil Flame Splitting Claw, the dragon-horned vulture gathers devil flame into its claws and delivers a fatal blow to the enemy. The 3 ferocious trickster beasts instantly surrounded the one-eyed trickster fox, and Sufan was the only one who hadn't summoned Morning Puma yet. Hiss! The one-eyed creepy fox hissed, realizing that breaking out from the direction of all 3 of these creepy beasts could be entangled. And so, with that one eye, it looked towards Sufan. Hissing. Immediately lunged towards Sufan. The sharp claw blades were dazzled by the bizarre chi. It wanted to end Sufan's life with one strike. Sufan smiled and shook his head. This guy really knows how to choose. Chapter 101 Move, 1 second, shocking the crowd. Fizzle. The one-eyed guile fox with a despicable fury lunged towards Sufan. The three Peng Goyongs were greatly alarmed and prompted, Sufan, be careful, it's going to break out towards you. Sufan's strength was the weakest between them. Although during this period of time on the mission, they could feel Sufan's strength rising. However, it was obvious that it was still not a match for this one-eyed trick fox. This guy is so treacherous. Ran. Sufan shook his head, not fearing in the slightest. He softly said, there's a road in heaven that you don't take, and there's no door in hell that you have to come to. After saying that, a flash of colorful purple erupted from the palm of his hand. Concealed by the hidden dragon reverse fortune heavenly deity technique, just a layer of ordinary fate palace vanity fate palace appeared. Roar! A tiger roar that shook the sky and shook the earth. Then, boom! The third order mature realm's morning puma was just too big, and the entire building was bursting at the seams. Roar! Looking at the small Karami golden-eyed fox monster that came to his face, Morning Biao lowered his head with difficulty, and then his tiger claw as big as a stone mill slapped down. The golden-eyed fox monster was confused. How was this different from what it expected? The tiger's claws attacked with a harsh sound of breaking wind, and the lone ruby-like eye on the frightened face of the golden-eyed fox monster flashed, followed by a red light full of seductive intent projected towards the towering Morning Biao. Battle skill charm. It's trying to charm Deathbolt into submission. If it could capture Morning Biao, then it would not only escape, but it would also get a strong servant. The golden-eyed fox monster thought prettily. Ideal is very plump, however reality is very bony. When full of seductive rays projected to the eyes of Morning Biao tiger. Roar! It just gave a tiger roar filled with wariness, and then it instantly came to its senses, and the tiger's claws then swung down fiercely. Snap! Like swatting a fly. The golden-eyed fox monster at the peak of the fourth stage complete body realm with extremely poor fleshly defense attributes was slapped into a mess of flesh. At the same time, a grayish Meng Chi mass visible to the naked eye was generated and wrapped around Morning Biao's tiger claw. It was the golden-eyed fox monster's battle technique, Fox Clan Curse. Anyone who kills the golden-eyed fox monster will suffer the curse of the one-eyed guile fox, an everlasting smell of Fox Clan urine, and will be hunted down by the one-eyed guile fox. And in the face of this curse, Funeral Biao's response was simple. With a casual wave of his claws, the ball of gas dispersed. The curse failed. Morning Biao bared his breath. A despicable pack is nothing more than that, how dare you curse it? Everything happened in a flash of lightning. Pang Guiyong and the others were confused. It wasn't until Sufan pulled out the inner elixir of the fourth order golden-eyed fox monster that Pang Guiyong, Hundredfold, and Yilin reacted from their state of confusion. Pang Guiyong gulped, why do I feel that my chaotic guile ape can't even beat this guile beast of Zhang Xiaofan's right now? Hao Ningtian nodded. Captain, don't feel it, it's absolutely impossible to fight. Treadmill, whose third-ranked trickster beast is so big, that's a fourth-ranked trickster beast, even if the defense is poor, it's not so bad that it can be killed in one move. This is a ING mutation. I remember Zhang Xiaofan said what his trickster beast was called. Pang Guiyong thought hard. Ayo, the mutated Malaria Guile clan's Nightmare Blast tiger, this Tama doesn't look like a tiger at all except that it's all tigers, right? Pang Guiyong and Hao Ningtian were still in shock. And Yilin's beautiful eyes were still trembling. A strong woman like her liked men with strong strength, and only men with strong strength could conquer her. Sufan was somewhat unable to empathize with the shock of the crowd. Was it too much to ask for Morning Biao's Guile King level bloodline talent to cross over and kill a Guile beast with defense pulling crotch in seconds? Handed the inner elixir of the one-eyed Guile fox to Pang Guiyong. This is the trophy that belongs to the squad, he cannot take it all by himself. Pang Guiyong took the inner Dan. We three did not contribute, this thing belongs to you. I first use this to hand over the task, when the handover is finished give you. Pang Guiyong divided the inner Dan of the one-eyed creepy fox worth 1 million huaxia coins to Sufan. Hao Ningtian and Yilin did not have any comments. Hao Ningtian was thanking Sufan for saving his life. Yilin, on the other hand, had a big family and wasn't so moved by $1 million yet. One-eyed trick fox was solved. Pang Guiyong and others do not want to stay in the dark, without the slightest light gloomy not work in the nursing home, to leave. The black jade seal on Sufan's neck trembled, Sufan's complexion changed, did not say anything to follow the crowd to leave first. Returned to the guard department and finished submitting the mission. Pang Guiyong then handed over the inner elixir of the one-eyed trick fox to Sufan. Sufan laughed and took it after a few excuses. Although he was rich now, who would feel that there was too much money? Little fan, now that we have you as a great general, our third team will completely take off. I'll see if the captains of Team 1 and Team 2 still dare to fool around in front of me in the future. Ha 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 ha. Pang Guiyong boldly took Sufan's shoulders in one hand, and his cheerful laughter echoed in the office of the third team. Little fan, how long has it been since I've seen you? Your strength has actually surpassed me. Pang Guiyong patted Sufan's back with force, his eyes full of relief. Yilin stood by the side with her arms wrapped around her, a smile at the corner of her mouth. It looks like our squad will be able to pick up some big orders of B rank or above in the future. Her gaze stayed on Sufan, and her tone carried a few hints of anticipation. Langtian wiped his desk and also laughed. That's not true. Now that Sufan is here, we finally dare to touch those B-class missions. Excitement flickered in his eyes, as if he had already seen lucrative rewards and promotion opportunities beckoning. Pang Guiyong. Three people looked at each other and smiled. The air is filled with a leap of faith and joy. Sufan's growth is not only a personal breakthrough, but also means that the whole team is about to usher in a brand new opportunity. They all longed for it, and were already calculating to intercept those missions. However, they didn't notice that there was something wrong with the face of Sufan, who hadn't said anything. Looking at Pang Guiyong's three people joyfully fantasizing about the future, Sufan was a little intolerant. But he was also clear that there was no feast under the sun. After the National College entrance examination, he definitely had to leave Lanchang to go to college. Captain. A sigh. I may have to quit our squad. After Sufan said this, the atmosphere of the entire Group 3 office was a bit dull. The smiles on Pang Guiyong and Hao Ningtian's faces disappeared, while Yilin was a bit incredulous. Little fan. What's wrong? Did everyone offend you by not doing some things right? Pang Guiyong asked. Sufan's gaze swept over the three people, and the other three still in the hospital to recuperate from the injuries of the three people's workplace. Smiled. Captain, everyone has been very kind to me. The time I spent on our three teams completing missions together was very happy for me. But, Sufan pointed to the mask on his face and said somewhat helplessly, as you all can guess, it's not convenient to reveal my identity to you. There are some secrets. Now, the time has come for me to have to leave Orchid City. Chapter 101. Yelin's confession. Sufan was confused. After Sufan finished speaking, Pang Guiyong was silent for a moment. Finally, a sigh was given. Pang Guiyong's smile gradually converged, and a trace of complex emotions emerged on his rough face. Actually, after you displayed your strength just now, I knew that I wouldn't be able to keep you in this squad for long, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Pang Guiyong took a deep breath, his eyes looked at Sufan, and solemnly patted his shoulder. But well, also understand. Your talent, Orchid City, this small place cannot keep you, your talent, destined to bloom in a wider world. Captain. After Pang Guiyong finished, Hao Ningtian looked up and revealed a smile. Hey, Xiaofan, this is a good thing. When Xiaofan you make a name for yourself outside, we can also brag about it to others. Pang Guiyong's words made Hao Ningtian realize that the shallow waters of Lanchang could not trap Sufan, the true dragon. Sufan's stage should not be limited to this small border city. Both of them took a stand, but only Yilin was stunned. Pang Guiyong and Hao Ningtian could only secretly sigh in their hearts. Yilin's mind was obvious to anyone with a clear eye. However, it was obvious. The flowers are falling and the water is flowing. Zhang Xiaofan has no interest in her. Moreover, with their understanding of Zhang Xiaofan wouldn't interrupt his plans because of a woman. The two would not have a good outcome. Pang Guiyong toned with a few points of reluctance but full of relief. Okay, your request to leave the team, I approved. However, your position is yours to keep, and your salary will be paid as usual. As captain, we still have some authority. Pang Guiyong used his humor to break the slightly silent atmosphere. Sufan touched his head and shyly said, Good, then when I can't break in and come back later, I hope that you, captain, can't not want me. You brat. Pang Guiyong whacked Sufan's chest. By that time, you are probably a super imperial trickster, and I, a fourth order imperial trickster, can make a super imperial trickster. Beg to differ. Ha 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 ha. The office has regained its cheerful atmosphere. Everyone was an experienced adult, a parting was just a parting, even if it was a life and death parting they had experienced quite a lot. Sufan and Pang Guiyong and others talked for a few sentences before saying goodbye and leaving. As for Ma Fu's remaining three teammates who were lying in the hospital with serious injuries, there would be a chance to see them again in the future. Pang Guiyong left Sufan's position, so the law enforcement black-robed Sufan did not return it and was left behind. Sufan left, and the atmosphere of the three group offices once again returned to dullness. Alas, I still want to wait for the opportunity to unmask this Zhang Xiaofan fellow's face and take a look. Hao Ningtian shrugged. I'm curious about whether it's a handsome guy under the mask or an ugly guy. Captain, are you curious? Regarding Hao Ningtian's joke, this time, Pang Guiyong thought quite solemnly and nodded. Indeed curious, however, presumably the possibility of a big ugly guy is a little higher, otherwise, with this kid's flirty look would have long been revealed for everyone to see. Pang Guiyong finished, madly give Hao Ningtian make eyes to the moody Yilin. The latter responded, yeah, that Zhang Xiaofan bastard is absolutely ugly, probably full of puss. Humph. Under the efforts of Pang Guiyong and Hao Ningtian, the unhappy Yilin finally hummed. The duo instantly breathed a sigh of relief. This Yi family's eldest miss was usually more stressed. They were really afraid that Yilin would do something irrational because of Zhang Xiaofan's departure. However, the duo's hearts hadn't even been loosened yet. Yilin took the black robe off her body and rushed straight out of the office. Captain, this. Hundredfold pointed at Yilin's back. Pang Guiyang said helplessly, forget it, young people's matters, let them young people deal with it. Leaving the guard department. Sufan sighed. Zhang Xiaofan's identity should be disappearing from now on, right? Sufan was also a bit uncertain. Because of his feelings with Pang Guiyang and the others, the three words Zhang Xiaofan were already more than just an identity to Sufan. It was still an extremely precious emotional imprint. Don't look at Sufan, who is usually big-headed. He was indifferent to the Su family, and was even going to take his younger brother to completely sever ties with the Su family and leave Lan Chang after the national examination. But in reality, Sufan was a person who valued feelings. Those who were good to him, he would cherish them and would try to maintain them, even doubling them to be good to others. It may be that his previous experiences have instead made him value relationships more. Phew. A deep breath was let out. Burying his emotions inside, quasi-summoned Morning Puma to leave. Zhang Xiaofan. A voice came. Turning her head was Yilin. Yilin took off her black robe and changed into a fresh white dress and ran out. She called out to Sufan, who was about to leave. What's wrong? Yilin looked straight into Sufan's eyes. Zhang Xiaofan, I like you. Boom. A shocking thunder struck. Looking at Yilin, Sufan's pupils trembled. Yilin ignored Sufan's expression and continued to speak. From that time when I faced the Fifth Order Commander Realm's Misty Fiend Underworld Demon and you sacrificed your life to save me out, I started to like you. Then there was the later when we went through a lot of missions together and experienced a lot of things. I realized that my liking for you is getting deeper and deeper. Originally I thought that I could secretly like you all the time, but today you said that you're going to leave, and that you might not come back to Orchid City for a long time or even ever. My heart hurts so much, and I don't want my feelings to end without a trace like this. So, Zhang Xiaofan, I like you. Yilin directly jumped into the arms of the stupefied Sufan. Let me accompany you tonight, okay? I won't delay your future, just leave after tonight. Don't worry, I'm clean and have never been with anyone. Yilin's rather bold words were not listened to by Sufan as his mind was confused up to now. It wasn't. Yilin, if you knew who I was, you'd never say those things. Jingya's sister, Su Langtian's sister-in-law. What kind of dog blood plot is this? Using his strength to break the hand of Yilin, who had a white dress wrapped around him and shook him, Sufan tried to phrase it. Yilin, you are very beautiful and nice. I have good feelings for the members of our three groups. I don't want this feeling to be mixed with some other feelings. Do you understand? Also, you haven't seen my face until now. It's likely that you're only interested in me out of a sense of mystery. What say, is there a possibility that it is? Sufan paused. Is there a possibility that when you see my face under the mask, you will instantly dislike it and will even hate me and want to kill me? He was speaking the truth. Yi Jing and Su Langtian and him were mortal enemies, and Yi Jing and Su Langtian wanted to get him killed. Sufan also wanted to kill these two. And Yilin, as Yi Jing's sister, of course hated Sufan to the bone as well. It won't. Yilin shook her head. I've thought it through. Even if you're ugly, I can still accept it. What I like is your person, not your face. Sufan went numb. Chapter 102 Rainy Night Killing. Sufan was really numb. What was wrong with Yilin today? Does it have anything to do with being ugly? A moment of silence. Sufan's heart was hardened. Directly pushed Yilin away. You're a brash and spoiled child of a worldly family. How could I like you? Don't get in touch again in the future. After viciously saying that, he directly summoned Morning Biao to leave, leaving behind a stunned Yilin. Instead of letting Yilin stay hopeful, it was better to directly let her completely despair. Otherwise, when she knew her identity, she would suffer even more. Boom! The sound of thunder. Rain clattered down. Yilin's hands were curled up and hugged, her white dress was wet by the rain, and her whole body was miserable. Zhang Xiaofan, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Entrance to Sunset Nursing Home. The black robes of law enforcement have been soaked through by rain and draped over his body. Sufan jumped over the outer wall sharply and walked into the interior of the nursing home. The black jade seal gave him a reminder just now. There should be something inside this abandoned nursing home. The black jade seal isn't sure what it is and tells Sufan to come over and take a look. Rainy night. The moon was covered by thick dark clouds, and there was even less light in the entire nursing home. All kinds of messy tools. Wheelchairs, crutches, used old people's clothes, in the eerie dilapidated houses that passed by. Ding bell. A voice suddenly came from the silent air, and Sufan's entire body stiffened, finally taking out his cell phone and connecting it. If you don't give me a concrete explanation of the statement, just call and chat. Tomorrow go to school, I will beat the hell out of you. Brother Fan. Zhang Xiaochuan's slightly hurried voice came. Wei Sherman has been kidnapped. What's the situation? At the mention of Wei Sherman, Sufan didn't notice that his tone was much more urgent. Just now on the evening study at Wei Sherman suddenly walked out of the corridor, and then did not come back for a long time, so I noticed that something was wrong. After going out, how to find cannot be found. Finally I found a note in the corridor. There is an address on it. Let fan brother you go there to find Wei Sherman. On the note, it also said, "It's late. Just." Zhang Xiaoquan paused. "When it's too late, let someone defile Wei Sherman." Boom. A thunderclap. "Give me the address." Sufan's voice was flat but filled with killing intent. At this moment, it was as if even the heaven and earth feared him, and the rainwater bizarrely avoided him. Sufan's eyes were icy cold, carrying a piercing chill. There was no need to think. It must be done by Su Langtian or Yi Tsongfeng. "Su Langtian, if it's you then don't live. I was thinking of settling you at the national exam, since you forced me to." Sufan didn't hesitate and raised his hand to summon Death Puma. Roar! Accompanied by the earth-shaking tiger roar, Morning Biao appeared, thick tiger claws stepping on the ground, the floor in a 10-meter radius cracked as much as possible. On the tiger's back, Sufan glanced at the depths of the Sunset Red nursing home. It was quiet and extraordinarily silent. "Nothing. Forget it, go to the suburbs." Morning Biao was letting out a long whine, his hind legs snapping. The huge figure rose up into the air, turning into a black dot in the sky in an instant. It only left behind a ground full of agitated debris and a ferocious aura in the air that had yet to dissipate. Sufan doesn't know. His figure had just disappeared into the twilight. The depths of the Sunset Red nursing home. Behind the broken window pane he had just gazed at. A gloomy whisper suddenly came out. "Ha! The bloodline of the punishment of evil division clan has been reduced to a traitor of the human race?" That voice was like rusty iron rubbing together, carrying a piercing chill. And the entire nursing home trembled with the words and the walls rustled and peeled. In the shadows, the creepy sound of crunching what seemed to be rejected bones came again. "Crunch General Clam Demon, do it now? I can't resist enjoying Lan Cheng's blood meal already." "Stupid." The being known as the General interrupted sternly, his voice shaking the beams and creaking. "Hasn't the lesson of that punk, the misty fiend underworld demon, been enough? Not to mention the fact that the Lan City's protective formation is still in operation today. Do you want my clan's sons and daughters to fill in the eyes of the formation?" Wait. A pair of scarlet vertical pupils loomed. "After that renegade human clan takes control of Lan City, we'll capture the city with the help of the inside and the outside." After that being finished speaking, the sound of a carapace rubbing against a stone block and burrowing deeper came out. Then the entire Sunset Red fell into silence. All sounds came to a screeching halt. It took a long time before another voice came out with palpitations. That human race actually woke up the Clam Demon General, but fortunately, the human race didn't discover the secret here. However, the blood and flesh of the human race's Imperial Guilemaster is so delicious. Cluck cluck. Chewing sound. "Yeah, I heard that this guy used to be an excellent Imperial Guilemaster, but then he was crippled by the human race, and was depressed before the clan that defected to us found the opportunity to steal it and honor us." The infighting between human clans, how interesting. Deep within the dilapidated corridor, blood-colored lines oozing from the peeling wall skin slowly coalesced into bizarre runes. And from the bottom of the nursing home floor, came the crisp sound of chains colliding. An abandoned steel mill on the outskirts of Orchid City. Sufan welcomed the rain and walked inside alone. In the center of the abandoned second floor of the steel refinery, on the large iron frame, hung a tightly bound young girl. "Wei Sherman. Sufan, you're here." Seeing Sufan come over, tears welled up in Wei Sherman's eyes. There was nothing more touching than having her favorite boy come over to save her. Snap. 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 Applause. Two men cloaked in black with masks on their faces stepped out from the side. What a show of love. The man at the head of the group spoke, his voice hoarse. Sufan's brows furrowed. This man's voice, he did not have the slightest impression, but the figure of the man behind him was somewhat familiar. "Who are you guys? Did Su Langtian send you guys over?" The sound of rain outside the steel mill grew louder and louder, and a lightning bolt flashed, illuminating the center of the second floor, on both sides. The man in the lead snorted. "You think I'll tell you who sent me?" Sufan looked cold and grunted. "There are only a few people who have a grudge against me. It's either Su Langtian, Yi Jing's dog mother and son, or the remaining few families in Lanchang. And the only ones who have had conflicts with me recently are Yi Tsongfeng of the Yi family, and He Muyun of the He family." "You say so, He Muyun?" Sufan shouted towards the person behind the leading man. As Sufan's words fell, the man's body shook, and surprise flashed in his eyes under the mask. Then he laughed grimly and ripped off the mask, revealing his original face. "Sufan, you're really smart. Yes, it's me." Seeing He Muyun's face, Sufan's face was more or less surprised and said in a cold voice, "You and I shouldn't have much hatred, right? Release Wei Sherman first." Sufan did not expect that. This time, the one who kidnapped Wei Sherman was not Su Langtian, but He Muyun. The conflict between him and He Muyun was also in the Zhelong's secret realm. Moreover, it was still him who had offended himself. By all rights. It's a good thing you don't go after him yourself. Why did he even turn around and kidnap Wei Sherman and then threaten himself over? Wei Sherman is from the imperial capital Wei family. I won't touch her since, I just want you to come over. But you say there's not much animosity with me? He Muyun's entire body became insane. Ha 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 ha. Did you know my dad is missing? Chapter 103 Who is the prey? No, what does your father's disappearance have to do with me? How is it none of your business? After hearing Sufan's words, He Muyun growled with a hideous expression. My father was originally the heir to the He family, but as a result, he was beaten by your father into a severe cripple, unable to live on his own, and his status in the family was in tatters, or else he wouldn't have lost it. Blame your father. Now that your father has disappeared, the father's debt is paid by the son. I want you to be responsible for my father's disappearance. The killing intent in He Muyun's eyes was evident. Sufan sneered, how interesting. You can't look after your own father, and you lost it and blamed it on someone else. He heard a big joke. This bastard's brain circuit is really interesting. Dad lost, not hurry to find. Come over to threaten himself for what? Sufan. Don't be arrogant. My father lost his heir status because of your dad. The inheritance beast was killed, his body was severely disabled, and he was reduced to a joke in Lon City. Moreover, because of this stain, I also lost the qualification to compete for the heir identity of the He family, and in my entire life, I can only become an ordinary son of a common family. Everything that happened to me and my father was all caused by your father. I want you to pay your father's debt. He Muyun finished his growl and looked at the man in front of him. Kill Sufan for me. After it's done, I'll credit all the pennies to your account. When the man in charge heard this, he moved his body and a flash of green light surged from his palm to summon the trickster beast. Name, Evil Wolf Evil Demon Shadow Trickster Clan. Level 4th Order Complete Body Realm Middle. Talent, Elite Fate. Battle Skills. Wolf Claw, Evil Wolf Evil Demon swings his sharp claws, dealing damage to the target with a heavy bleeding effect. A large dog-sized evil wolf with a black aura appeared in front of the man in charge. The vicious wolf maintained a bowed posture with scarlet eyes, and its shadow was very special, like a puddle of stagnant water, with ripples of fluctuation generated. The surrounding objects followed the shadow and began to fluctuate like water plants, and then dissipated like debris in the wind. This was the characteristic of the Shadow Trickster clan. Their shadows could also deal quite a bit of damage to the enemies. The man in the lead looked at Sufan and snorted. Little friend, you and I have no grievances, but it can't be helped. Taking people's money to eliminate people's disasters, your life ends here. The man in the lead did not look Sufan in the eye from the beginning to the end. In his opinion, how powerful could a freshly awakened rookie Imperial Sleuth be? At best, he was of the second rank. It was simply a big moneymaker for him to deal with a fourth-ranked Imperial trickster. It was tantamount to bullying a child with an adult. This money is so easy to earn now. Sufan, be careful, this person is a bounty hunter belonging to the Dark Imperial Trickster, specializing in taking this kind of killing orders, ruthless. And his trickster is tough to deal with. Wei Sherman reminded. Wei Sherman didn't know what Sufan's strength was nowadays, but it was definitely not as powerful as a fourth-ranked Imperial Trickster. If you can't handle it, just run. My identity is here, they won't dare to do anything to me. I'm already touched that you can come over, Sufan. When the last sentence was said, Wei Sherman's face turned red. The fact that Sufan could come over proved that Sufan cared about her. Run? A sardonic smile appeared at the corner of the bounty hunter's mouth. How can I run away from the prey I've set my sights on? He Muyun, who was on the side, looked at Sufan no differently than looking at a corpse. This bounty hunter was one that he had spent a lot of money to hire over. It's just to make Sufan die. He Muyun and the bounty hunter's gazes were cast, and Sufan shrugged. I'm afraid you guys are going to be disappointed. Sufan said as a splash of colorful purple erupted from both palms before muttering. This time, what about summoning that guy out? Morning Puma? Forget it, it's already made one appearance. Inside the Mortal Fate Palace, Morning Biao, who had already jumped into action, instantly roared in displeasure. Vajra! Roar! Wait! You're too big, the second floor is going to cave in. Thunder, come out. Thunder hasn't come out to fight either, so it's Thunder this time. Vajra, who had already walked up to the summoning array, was squeezed by Thunder behind him. Make way, it's Ben Long's turn to appear. Jean Gang was upset and began to vent randomly within the Fate Palace. Seeing the Fate Palace in Sufan's left heart, the bounty hunter smiled wildly. Ha ha ha, little kid summoning a trickster beast to hammer the back of my evil wolf evil demon? He Muyun scoffed, Sufan, your mutated Wangbang is very hard, but this is a fourth order complete body realm trickster beast. Lift off your bastard shell directly. Sufan sneered, who said I only have one trickster beast? Thunder! Come out and let everyone see you. Rumble! Outside the abandoned steel mill, thunderclouds raged and a thick, shocking thunder struck. On! A dragon roar came out from the summoning formation in front of Sufan. Subsequently, Sufan's purple summoning array began to expand, enveloping the entire second floor space. This sound! The smug smile on He Muyun's face froze, and horror surfaced. Dragon bellowing, it can't be. His body subconsciously took a few steps back. Wasn't that spirit Jiao contracted by Su Langtian? That bounty hunter's nerves instantly tensed up after hearing the dragon's roar. After years of licking blood at the tip of a blade, his sixth sense was very sharp. At this moment, the sweaty hairs on his body stood on end, and a piercing chill ran straight down his spine. This was the sixth sense from countless times of escaping death and a frantic warning. What made him even more alarmed was that his evil demon, at this moment, was even prostrate on the ground like a bereaved dog, as if it was undergoing some kind of invisible pressure. The bounty hunter twisted his head to look at Himuyun and said angrily, "Damn it, this kid is really your classmate." He had never seen his evil demon show this kind of appearance. Even when facing a ferocious beast of a higher realm, the evil demon dared to bare its teeth. He is my classmate, Sufan. It should just be a contracted augur dragon doppelganger. Himuyun shivered and said, even though the dragon roar he heard felt no weaker than Su Langtian's spirit scaly dragon, and even quite a bit stronger. On the other hand, Wei Shimon's beautiful eyes trembled as her gaze stayed on Sufan. Dragon, is it Sufan? Rumble. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but the thunder and lightning raged even more in the thunderclouds, as if they were greeting their monarch. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, a huge dragon head covered in thick blue flames poked out from the spell formation. 70 to 80 meters of huge body, thousands of fine silver blue dragon scales, thunder arcs, constantly nuisance collision flashes, directly occupying the entire center of the second floor. 4 thick and powerful claw arms, 5 claws sharp and fierce, a pair of dragon horns is like an ancient branch, winding towards the sky, as if it can pierce the dome of the sky. 5 claws, dragon horns. This is a true dragon. Terror surfaced on the bounty hunter's face as his body frantically retreated, while Himuyun was already stunned. Then, Su Langtian's spirit Jiao is even. Pure. Dragon. Aang. A dragon roar shook the sky,